This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and happy Saturday. Welcome along. I hope you're enjoying your weekend, and well, let's hope that myself and Ted can make it a little bit better as well, because there's no days off for us, Ted. Saturdays and Sundays are free reign. We've got some more Counter-Strike coming up for you from the Oriez Regional Series 2 European Edition, of course. And Ted, mate, we are kind of getting to the business end of the group stages. We've already had, some elimination games, if I can get my words out. Elimination games and some advancement games. We've already seen teams that have already gone out of Group A and B straight into the playoffs. And well, we're going to have a look at a few more today, but we're going to be focusing on the other groups. That's Group C and Group D. And starting us off, we've got Alternate Attacks versus Enterprise, followed up by another Polish team, Permita Esports, taking on Nexus, Bleed taking on the Young Guns of Mouse NXT, and last but definitely not least, it's the Ukrainian side of Passion UA taking on Young Ninjas. And I haven't given you a chance to speak yet, Ted, but what game excites you there?
I thought you were going to tell me I haven't given you a chance to speak, but I'm not going to give it to you for the next 30 seconds either. Well, to be fair, there's a lot of exciting games. I feel like the first one is one of the most interesting ones, and then probably the third between Bleed and Mouse NXT 2 catches up my attention. I feel like there's a lot to unveil, especially in that group C, and conveniently enough, both games that we're talking about are in Group C. I feel like this is probably the most stacked up group in the group stage. Bleed and Mouse NXT obviously winning their opening games 2-0 over Alternate Attacks and Enterprise, and they will be meeting up in the winners matchup, whereas the Germans and the Poles will be playing in our first matchup of the day to see which one of them will get to play the loser of Mouse and Bleed to try and still qualify for the playoffs. But yeah, I was going to say, I'm a little bit confused that it's Saturday, by the way. I didn't realize. It's just been rolling schedule for myself and yourself with Counter-Strike, so I didn't realize it's weekend. So happy weekend to everybody. I hope you enjoy spending 12 hours with us watching Counter-Strike. But yeah, it's gonna be a good one. I think those are the two games to have to have close to your heart, so to speak, and keep a really close eye on. I feel like there's a lot to talk about. Obviously, we're going to get into Alternate Attacks Enterprise as soon as possible, but Bleed and Mouse NXT, man, that's going to be a banger of a game. The Mouse NXT boys haven't looked like an academy team, but yeah, a day full of interesting CS. And as yesterday, as you pointed out, we are starting things off with the elimination game, so we will be saying goodbye to two more teams.
Yeah, which is kind of sad as well, because, the way that this system works and the way that this event works is that, you get two chances, and if you lose both of them, you're out, unfortunately. And the first two teams that we're going to be looking at didn't do so great in their first games. Alternate Attacks, they got taken down by Bleed, a tough opponent, got destroyed on a Mirage, and then a closer Anubis, which was their map pick, but ended up falling short 13-11, which was, it had to sting a little bit, considering you just get that close, maybe had a chance at just forcing a third map, but you just don't get it. And then on the other side, Enterprise actually did come up short against Mouse NXT, a very closely contested Inferno, 19-17, sure. And then the Vertigo was an absolute blowout, unfortunately, that Enterprise just couldn't keep up with the young raw talent that is Mouse NXT. So now it's all to play for. One of these teams has to pick up up their first map, and I wonder who it's going to be. This alternate attack side, we talk about them so much, Ted. They've gone through a lot of roster changes as of late. I mean, as of late, in around the last month, 2 months, they brought in 3 new players. They're going through a little bit of a rebuild, but positive signs, because they were on a 3 losing streak. They managed to end it the other day versus Passion UA. Is it onwards and upwards?
To be fair, it's really hard to tell. I feel like every now and then you see some good stuff, but then you look at their last 6 best of 3s. They've picked up only 2 victories, and those 2 victories were against Passion UA and the Aurora Youngblood side, right? So you're looking at those guys still giving you the impression that this is more of an academy project, and it's not supposed to be, right? They're able to put up a fight against some of the good teams, but again, one point that it's worth mentioning is the fact that in all 4 losses that they've registered in their last 6 games, they haven't picked up a map. And this is the big game changer for me. And you compare that to an Enterprise side who's got the same record, 2 out of 6. Those guys have been picking up maps, though. They've been 0-2'd only once. And this is the big difference, right? You're looking at Enterprise, you could be saying, okay, there's a lack of veto depth. There's a lack of preparation on a lot of those maps. Sometimes they might look silly. Sometimes it could look a little bit disjointed and discombobulated. But those guys are still able to put up a pretty decent fight. What we saw in that opening game against Mouse NXT, the 0-2 loss, this is the only 0-2 loss that they've lost in recent history. And one of the maps was in overtime. So pretty rarely you're going to see those guys get upset. And I feel like this is the main difference between the 2 teams. They are in the same spot statistically, but alternate attacks have been a lot less competitive, so to speak, than their Polish opponents. And I feel like this could play out a massive role in today's matchup.
Yeah, I think so as well. You know, at this Enterprise team, it's not as if they came out of the woodwork, you know, because they do have a lot of players that, you know, you're kind of going to look at and you're going to say, oh, well, I do recognize these guys. But in terms of the results that they have been picking up over the last few months, I think have been catching a lot of people by surprise. They've been playing in a lot of online tournaments. You know, they've been picking up some good wins against some very good teams, you know, that I would describe as, you know, some of the top teams that we do see in these online events, you know, the tier 2, tier 3, you know, they've been getting results against teams like Amkil, Bleed. I believe they were even close in Bet Permita as well. So, you know, it is a very, very good team, but sometimes they just kind of show it's not inexperience, but it's just they don't have that, for me, that kind of finishing ability, you know, just to kind of close a game out. Sometimes they struggle to get it over the line, and that gets a little bit costly. We're going to jump into the veto, Ted, first of all, and we're going to see what maps we are going to be facing off on. We're going to get rid of
Show me that Mirage, baby, please.
Overpass.
Give me the Anubis Mirage. Oh, okay. It's a Vertigo. Yeah, I was expecting a Mirage from Enterprise. I feel like that was it was supposed to come through, but we've dodged it. Well, the Anubis from Alternate Attacks, I guess, makes a lot of sense, right? It's been the only map on which you can give them some credit. It was, to be fair to them, it was a pretty good fight that they were able to put up against Bleed, considering they got only 3 rounds on their T side in the first half, and then they were still able to make it an 11-13 game, so just 1 away from overtime. The Vertigo pick from Enterprise is what interests me. I mean, the Ancient Decider, again, makes a lot of sense. Vertigo for Enterprise is one that's a bit interesting, and I feel like this might come into a bit of a surprise for the other team too, because you're looking at the Vertigo. It's 1 out of 4. It's 1 out of 4 for them in their last 4 games. Not making double digits, taking only Nexus down, playing it against tough opposition, yes. But Vertigo will be an interesting one to see for the polls and to see how alternate attacks respond to it. With that being said, though, guys, we are ready to jump straight into map number 1. It is our first game of the day and 3rd elimination game of the tournament in total. You are watching the RES Regional Series 2 Europe, and as of right now, we are watching alternate attacks taking on Enterprise.
Standard layout from Alternate Attacks, it would seem. 3 over towards B, Hyped spotting towards middle, and he does actually get an early piece of info. I believe he just caught a glimpse of 1, and well, doesn't matter about it, he's going to hear a lot of presence with all that util raining on in. As Enterprise look to try and split B through Temple, they will go. Nobody to stop them as of yet, as Alternate Attacks make a correct call here and try and push all the way through B main to gain that control, which they do. The T's now coming from the back line, trying to attack this site, and they're doing a good job of now winning these fights long range against the USPs, still finding the kills, and they can plant safely away from the two CTs who are creeping their way up con. But Arrow and Hyped still in with a chance. Chow is going to spot out at least one player. Now he knows both players are here. He can call his two teammates back and make sure that they hold on to this site. No kit, so the CTs need to go quickly, but they need to find these frags. The Goose is not going to help things. Hyped is going to fall, and it is all down to Arrow, who eventually starts hitting the target, starts hitting the kills, but Enterprise is just evading him right now. They'll run away, they will hide, and they will just play time right now. Distraction enough for Demo to strike, and Enterprise will be the ones who strike first.
What a cool pistol round that is. I mean, it's a pretty, I wouldn't say it's a standard thing to do. It's not like you're seeing it for the first time with the split through middle in towards CT, but the fact that they decide to go deep in towards CT rather than split through Temple, this is the big difference maker here. It just makes it so much more uncomfortable, especially after you've lost vision towards middle on this, from the CT side's perspective. You're not necessarily sure whether they're coming in from Temple, from CT. Then you need to be careful about B main. The push towards A, I guess, guarantees some level of safety in towards the connector, but again, there could have been a player just waiting in there, so it just became automatically so much more uncomfortable for those CTs. And also Chow, a big triple from the IGL. One thing that I didn't mention, and I feel like this is why Anubis is going to be a pretty interesting map. Obviously, for alternate attacks, there's no point mentioning. This has been one of their most solid maps. We already talked about that Bleed game. Enterprise have played only 2 Anubises, but I did watch the most recent one, which was a 13-5 win over Ents in the Thunderpick World Championship European Qualifier. And that was an interesting one, right? You're looking at Chow's individual performance in that game. He was on 21-8. And this is the IGL of the team. This is the guy that's not supposed to be putting on those numbers on the board. So it's going to be really interesting to see if he's going to be able to do anything close to that, and if Enterprise can put up a good showing even without him doing that. Just to put it into perspective, they played 5 or 6 rounds in the second half, which was the CT side of Enterprise, and he was on 12-1 in those 5-6 rounds. That was intriguing. Of course, this one we can just completely look over. It's just pistols and a nice little 4K by Demo. Great spray transfer, confirms it. 2-0 Enterprise. But yeah, we could be in for a surprisingly good performance from a team that's played the map only twice.
Yeah, it is kind of one of those things that you want to pick against, you know, a team that they haven't played the map, but there is also that kind of worry when you go into a map that a team hasn't played a lot. You're like, okay, well, are they practicing it, or is it
exactly
actually just a map that they don't really like all that much, or is it something that they're just keeping in the back pocket and it's a trap card that you think, oh no, we're gonna have the advantage here, and then all of a sudden Enterprise are gonna come out the gates and hit you with something amazing. So that's what makes this first map really, really intriguing, and it's probably why we don't see Enterprise actually go for that Mirage punishment pick in the second. This first gun round though, a little bit quiet. Exchanging a view tilt as Enterprise try and gather pieces of the puzzle. They are just sitting and waiting outside B. A has been left absolutely completely. Freeze goes aggressive towards middle, but he's going to be shut down, and Enterprise's slow approach is going to work out. They've got the entry.
That's a big opening kill by Chow, and now look at how uncomfortable Arrow is. Presence shown in towards A main. That's going to make them start pulling off those rotates. Exist, but the first one, sees the second too, and he gets that first kill. Alsik is all alone. If Exist finds that second kill, this is the round over, surely. This is a big double. B bomb side completely lost right now. Obviously, Enterprise don't know that yet, but alternate attacks don't really have a choice. They need to commit to that A hold, all 2 of them. I say, oh, it's just the 2 of them. Staying in towards that A bomb side. The moment that they hear the U2 and they realize it's a B hit, the safe will get called in. Enterprise win that round without losing a single player. Now the question is, will they lose anyone on the hunt? Because knowing Polish teams, you are sending people on that hunt. And this is a great start on the T side. Really convincing. And now it's all up to Hyped and Arrow to try and hold on to the M4s. This is quite important. You have nothing else if you lose those rifles.
Yeah, and Demo's already in such an aggressive position that is going to be an easy kill for the first. He's going to see Hyped on the elevated angle as well. Oh, if he peeked, he would have caught him with a nade out. And Hype's going to go aggressive here. This is a big risk. He manages to collect a kill at least, but he's just going to fall. They decide to fight there. I mean, I can understand why they maybe felt like their backs were against the wall, but nothing is going to be saved there. You only take down one weapon, and alternate attacks straight away are going to call a tactical timeout. 3 rounds in on your map pick, that means something is not right. They feel a little bit uncomfortable. And in that round head, the game plan of Enterprise was just sit and wait. And alternate attacks didn't like that at all. That's why at 1 minute and 10 seconds, they go for that aggressive push towards middle. They end up losing a player. Then they are forced to go look for more information. But if Enterprise just sit there and freeze, you're not going to be able to get past them. If they tried to push anywhere at any moment, they were going to be cut off in that round.
Yeah, probably. And the thing is, when you're playing up against a team like Enterprise, they're really good at switching up the pace, right? So one round you see them just holding on like that. We know how uncomfortable it is on the CT side to play a default defense. Most of the time you'd have to go aggressive somewhere, or you'd have to commit to a gamble stack. So it's pretty reliable, I guess, in the first buy round, when you know the money on the CT side is not going to be great when they've lost the first 2 rounds. They won't have the bonus util, they won't have the op. It's pretty reliable to actually chill a little bit and play it a bit more passively, right? Especially when you have so many rifles and you haven't held on to a lot of SMGs from the first 2 rounds, or rather the second round. But it is scary that they win it so cleanly, losing only 1 player in that round. And now it's down to the pistols for alternate attacks. So you will be trying to get the best out of the situation with the limited resources. At least they have plenty of smokes. They had 4 to try and delay for as long as possible. Ideally, you'd want to make it scrappy for Enterprise. You'd want to make them take their time a little bit too much in a round like this one. And this is where it could play to your advantage.
Yeah, this slow approach is great though from Enterprise. They're just waiting. Somebody else is going back to pick up middle. Freeze in a position that he will be spotted out. And the 5-7 try and forced away. That tag was lovely there from Demo, because Freeze was actually just slowed down. Can't get away in time. If Arrow peeks towards mid, he won't like what he sees. 2 players waiting for him. And you do spot out the bomb. But this B-stack can't really go anywhere, especially with Buy Me waiting to cut them off around every corner. Nice shot from Arrow, but he really needs to do it all now. He's in a position that he's completely isolated. Collects 1 kill, goes down, and now the A-bomb site completely open for business. 15 seconds. You can see how worried Exist is just to make sure that there's no pistols hiding behind the site, and I don't blame them, because even up against pistols, it could be a scary time.
Yeah, that was actually a good read from Buy Me, who was in front of that B-bomb side, right? He's posed the player in towards the quad, then sees the smoke, which obviously you can't throw from quad because he's going to see the trajectory of it flying. So he just communicates that there's at least 2 people. When they smoke him off that early, it actually feels like they're trying to pretend that there's only 1 or limited amount of people in towards the B-bomb side, so kind of trying to lure you in. It's nice to see that they didn't really react on the back of it. They get the kill towards middle, they commit to the mid walk, refrag efficiently onto the second player of Arrow. That's a nice shot by Hyde. And a good follow-up ding. Guy might be able to get away with that kill, and that's going to grant him an AK-47. So, not too disappointed in this one. Alternate attacks, you get away with a gun, you get away with a couple kills. But Enterprise is stacking up rounds on the board early on. Not really looking uncomfortable. Oh, that was a nasty one tap from the 5-7. Nice shot.
Those shots are indeed extremely nasty with those 5-7s, man. We've seen, I mean, so many highlights with them. Unfortunately, not what alternate attacks were after in that first round, but this is a little bit of a switch up here. They're trying to take the fight to Enterprise early. They'll take Canal's control, but the reaction here is great. Enterprise is just going to walk through middle. They're going to take up a lot of space, realizing there has to be a lot of bodies pushing out towards Canals to take that control. Freeze. Oh, a little bit asleep at the wheel, and now the pressure is on. Arrow needs to be found here. If the trade is collected, this is going to be a great round for Enterprise, but Arrow is still standing tall, isolating the fights he wants, and he'll even get away, dropping the bomb in the meantime. Friend is going to be able to cut off the rotation, so Enterprise do have this for now. Yeah, Demo's in a great position. He can catch off 2 here. There's 1. There's the second. Demo might have just won the round there and then.
That's absolutely massive. And look at the smoke. It's so deep. They can't go through. They can't justify going for that retake. They need to call it off after losing those 2 players on the flank. What a round from Demo. What a round from Enterprise once again. The double kill from Arrow there keeps them alive for just a second. And you can understand why they're looking for him in towards main, right? It was the initial aggression in towards the canals that they spot out. You would just assume that the main player on A would try and support and push into, coordinated with his teammates. That's why they're looking for him there and not in towards heaven after they find a kill in middle. But as you pointed out, that was just a great example of how reactive Enterprise could be on that T side. You look at the initial aggression, boost on top of the smoke, mid-walk, you're trying to find a gap, you get that first kill, and then even though Arrow gets the double, Demo's angle was good enough to secure the round. A lot of patience shown. Enterprise on fire. Alternate attacks at least hold on to 2 of those weapons, so they will be able to drop over an AVP to Hype 2. M-Force for the rest. This is starting to look a little bit creepy though. You need to find something that could work out. Aggression hasn't really been netting them all that much success so far. Might be the time to try a more defensive setup on that CT side. Because Enterprise have looked extremely comfortable in just playing reactive CS.
They've looked comfortable playing this kind of freezy style though as well. I mean, just sitting and holding and waiting for alternate attacks.
Just default into a mid-round call?
Yeah, literally. Yeah. They look extremely comfortable. They just sit, they wait. This HE is going to do a whole lot of damage. No, actually, it doesn't go deep enough. Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, but the default style, just ready, hold, see if they're going to be flashed in. Alternate attacks have already left middle at 1:10. And if Chow doesn't see anything, surely he's just going to begin to maybe walk in, try and take a little bit of space here. They can split onto either bomb site. Oh, and that damage is great from Biomi. I mean, just knowing where to spam through that smoke to collect that frag. Sky was trying to gather information in towards Dark, in towards Con. And that's a free kill. And Enterprise are gambling that alternate attacks are going to be able to rotate players away, but they're not. They're going to stick in a 2-2 setup. Now Ozik is going to come back over towards middle as Enterprise try and spring out towards A.
Oh, that smoke is actually perfect for Chow. He can just walk through. This is what he wanted. That gives him cover. He can just walk through and punish them from behind. Hyped an arrow. They get a double. Chow turns around, gets refragged by Ozik though, and that defense is standing tall. It's just friend and by me left, friend. Spots one, knows that Hype is in towards the back of the side with Dio. Needs to go huge. He's lost his teammate, and it's stage set for the clutch, but it's just the one for Dio. Auzik shuts him down. Alternate attacks finally pulls their first on the CT side.
We've been singing a lot of praise for Enterprise so far this game, but on that round, it did just go a little bit wrong in terms of they couldn't take down Hype. Chow, I mean, what can he do? He's lost 2 of his players swinging out. He's got a timing to walk through that smoke. And if they maybe just hang on just a second more, throw maybe in a little more piece of util, a flash, something like that to keep the A players distracted, Chow might find more than just the one and maybe the site with it, but that doesn't happen. Alternate attacks hold on, but Chow, he wants to take a lot of space and he wants to take heads as well. Hyped is the first name on that list, and Freeze might be next.
Oh, and he is next. I mean, that's a big nade from By Me, and now you surely know there's going to be only arrow in towards the A-bomb side. That's the reason Demo can actually search for that kill, and you know he's going to be nervous about middle too. He can just walk through the smoke and try and catch the timing. He spotted him out. Round's over.
That's so
Instant
funny.
Response.
That's so funny, man, because literally the exact same thing happened yesterday
to Twist,
Pleasant.
right?
Was it Twist
Was
or
it Twist?
Pleasant?
It was Twist, I believe.
Okay.
Because Twist is the mid-rotation.
Knife Out tries to walk through that smoke and just gets absolutely destroyed by a T. Knowing that if they get into that smoke, maybe they've got a little bit of safety. But unfortunately, the timing doesn't work out. And timing might not work out here for Sky, but gets his gun up just in time for it to deal with exist. The issue is, look at Enterprise now. They are swarming him. And Chow might be the one to find him in just a moment. Off angle's nice. Chow might be ready to give him a peek, and is. And Sky will be able to hold on. So a little bit of damage done to the T's. Sky will keep that M4 and move it forward in the next round. But if you're looking at alternate attacks money, you are still kind of scratching your head about what they can purchase, what util they're going to have. And it's just great awareness we're seeing from Enterprise here on this map. And that's worrying signs for alternate attacks, because you were going into this one seeing that they only played 2 maps, maybe hoping that they didn't have a massive understanding for this. Maybe they didn't like it. Enterprise are playing like a great Anubis team right now.
Yeah. Everything's been falling to place. And once again, by the way, I was wondering whether we'd see something similar from Chow to the thing that we did watch against Enz. I guess we are. He's been extremely solid towards middle, finding a lot of impact, finding a lot of early kills in openers. Sky, a lot of pressure. There's one. A second would have been perfect, and Demo's able to actually get out of dodge. This is a massive refrag.
Yeah, it gets taken down by Freeze, but the refrag just keeps coming, and they're taking down the rifles as well. They're dropping them, making sure that the CTs can't get their hands back on them. They're not in a very recoverable position right now, so even though it's a 3 versus 3, the advantage still is with the Polish side. Alternate attacks don't know exactly where they're heading. They've cleared out all of B. They can rotate on over. They can get the SMGs up close on A, which is where they will do the damage, but again, util is good on Enterprise. Arrow's been heard, and he's just going to be dropped straight away. Even if you're not expecting the second, it should just be traded out, and it is. Hyped has at least got his hands onto an M4, but a 1 versus 2 is going to be a tall task, especially with Friend posted with that AWP.
He's not looking the right way, though. Smoke might provide a little bit of an avenue for Hype to get out. Might surprise the first one. Does he see the second? That's the question. No, Buy Me. Ross is back. Now he's heard him. Now he knows exactly what's going on, but there's no kid, and Bimey's going to be facing. He's playing this one so aggressively, and Hype wasn't ready, but the readjustment is good enough. Hype with a monster 1 versus 2 with 3 HP to spare.
That's insane as well, because he didn't need to go and make any noise. He had crossed all the way over to A main there, and Hype didn't see him. Hype had no idea that he went over there. If he doesn't jump, if he just slow walks into A main, there's no way that Hype is expecting him to be there, because why would the upper be holding there? Why would the upper be posted in that direction and he would win it by default? He still nearly wins it, 3 HP. I mean, Hype is able to get it done. That's a massive 1 versus 2 that he's able to come away with. And in a big round as well, if Enterprise goes 7-1 up, you're thinking, oh no, this is pretty much over and done with. But now alternate attacks, it's a round like that can really bring a bit of momentum to your side, and they really need to hope that this is where they get consecutive rounds. They've won 2 out of the last 3. Can they make it 3 out of the last 4?
It is most certainly still recoverable here on the CT side. You get away with 4. You could potentially get away with 5. I mean, it's not going to be an easy order, an easy task. But you could make Enterprise sweat still. That previous round was big from Hype. It would have been a 1-7 lead for the Poles, but now instead you are in touching distance of it. And again, Enterprise just being really methodical with it. Pushing them out of A main control. Trying to drag it at least 1 extra rotation away from that B bomb side in towards that middle A side of the map, to weaken up the B defenses, but it hasn't really worked out. The bomb is going to get collected any moment now. Buy Me is still holding, but the bomb being dropped in towards A, I feel like that might be a bit of a double fake attempt here. You just have Demo getting that initial space, but the group of players in towards B might go for something and then fall back. But look at the reaction from alternate attacks. They've rotated people back, and they will try and fight for that main control. Demo needs to get away with a kill. Arrow shuts him down straight up, and now you don't really have too many options. They are pushing. You still need to get the bomb. There's 45 seconds. Enterprise needs to get a move on.
Yeah, you have to go get the bomb here. And they will sprint back to try and get it. Arrow surely is going to hear this. Friend with a nice shot. Arrow making a lot of steps in towards the water there. And Enterprise, I don't believe they know themselves what is going on here. They realize they are slowly running the clock too thin. So this is really just going to come down to if they can find the entries or not. The Utile's going to rain on over. Arrow is going to try and get there to help. Sky goes 1 for 1. The op spotted towards the back of the site as By Me, the man with the bomb, has 7 seconds to get across. And once he falls, the round is as good as done. It doesn't matter how good Exist is here on the kills. The round falls in favor of alternate attacks, and for the first time we've seen Enterprise's money thrown into a little bit of uncertainty. This should be just upgraded pistols, and this should be alternate attacks avenue back into this game.
Taking a look at the graph on your screen right now, ladies and gents, make sure to go and check out 1xBet, the banner below the stream, and head over there. Well, for this game, for all of your games here at the RES, and use our code 1XRESEU to get up to 130% deposit bonus on your first deposit upon sign up, I believe.
You are correct, and
yeah,
Chow is already dead. Not ideal to lose your IGL in the first 15-20 seconds, but you might have him back because this round might be over extremely quickly, especially with Sky spraying down 3 like that, and Friend now with only a deagle, maybe to do a little bit of damage. He's going to challenge Sky. Hasn't gone great for the rest of his teammates, and it won't go right for him as well. 4 rounds for alternate attacks, and now we kind of get into a situation that if alternate attacks are able to get 5 or 6 rounds on this CT side, Ted, we're talking about how good of a hold it has been, how great of a recovery it has been, because we know what they can do on this T side.
Yeah, it is already a decent recovery. Too bad it's doable. Anything below 4 rounds would have been too much, especially considering how one-sided the first portion, I want to say the first half of that T side was for Enterprise. The potential for a stomp was there for sure, but alternate attacks were able to put it to sleep. That hyped 1 versus 2 started it all, and they've been able to convert ever since. Back to the guns though for Enterprise. 8-4 is still pretty much a possibility. Whenever they've had the guns, they've been extremely competitive, but the setup is not looking too bad. O posted on the tempo angle. You have Freeze playing towards the back of the doors, not giving Chow any 1v1s early on. He will have to peek into. Issue with that. If they want to peek from the Windows side, oh, Ope has been spotted, and now he might pre-fire that close angle. They know the Oper is just holding. Are they ready for the second player? That's the question.
Even if they are, they can't take down Freeze. He's going to mow down 2. Chow is able to finally take down that Opper and the mid player as well. So Chow doing a good piece of damage here, finding the kills and maybe opening up the round here for Enterprise. But it's just going to be Demo and Chow that have to really do it all. Ozek sees nothing. Demo silently approaching over towards this B bomb site, and once Demo sees that B is clear, he's going to call Chow through that smoke, and Chow is even going to think about making a move. He needs to be quick though, because the CTs are coming behind him, whether he realizes it or not, and the round is done.
Yeah, he wanted to wait a little bit too long, right? He wanted to wait for Demo to find something in towards the B bomb site to make sure that no one's holding from the tempo position, and there is the B player. It was Ozek all along that had pushed through B main in towards middle. It was a good attempt to a recovery. I felt like there was a lot of potential after spotting out that initial setup, but the fact that the player playing behind the doors with the M4 gets a double kill is the big difference maker. Chow with good refrags there on both players, but still with 2 versus 3, you had lost track of the round entirely, especially with the presence of Ozek. There's the replay. Great opening from Hype. Doesn't get baited. Freeze with a double 2. Good work from the CT side, now starting to look extremely solid for the Germans. They're looking at the potential for 6 rounds here, and even the first half on Anubis. Most of the time, more than what you can hope for in an ideal world, and it's already starting ideally.
Freeze with that opening frag by me. It's up extremely close, and luckily Hyped is going to take him down. Maybe the CTs can regain a little bit of control here, but it's going to be difficult, especially with the T's outputting that much damage. But a 2 versus 2 turned into a 2v1 as Exist extremely low, and Freeze, if he's quick enough, he'll catch Exist. But if he's not, he's got a free path over to this A bomb site.
Yeah, and he's realizing it. Only issue with this is that they will realize it too, right? Especially with Freeze's position, the fact that he doesn't spot anything on the bomb side itself. Arrow's gonna start rotating back, and they feel comfortable. They know Exist is low on HP. This is confirmed damage. They can separate. They can just play it like that. And Arrow's heard it. Heard the water. That's why you see Freeze just taking so much space so rapidly. Arrow's not gonna peek. He's just hiding towards the back of the side. This is nearly impossible to win. Exist needs the perfect timing in the world, and even then it's not a guarantee. Does he clear him out? He will, but not ready for the timing. Arrow goes for the peak. We're leveled up at the end of the first half here on Anubis. A 1-6 lead for Enterprise turned into a 6-6 tie, courtesy of a great recovery from alternate attacks on their map pick.
Yeah, the switch up kind of happened, and when it needed to happen. Alternate attacks. Although it's not the cleanest of rounds to close it out, it's just about getting those rounds on the CT side. We know how difficult that it can be. A little bit of a technical pause as we get ready to bring to you the second half of action of our very first map of the day. Of course, this is only our first best of 3 of 4. So it's a very long day of Counter-Strike coming up. But every game means something as well, Ted, because we've got 2 elimination games, this one and the next one, and then we've got 2 games to see who are going to be moving forward into the playoff stage. Enterprise, currently the favourites, according to 1xBet. Of course, if you want to head over and use our code 1XORIESEU, you can do so. You can get up to 130% deposit bonus on your initial deposit. Of course, the link should be somewhere below the stream. Make sure to go find it and sign up if you haven't already. So, give me your thoughts after that first half, Ted. It's 6-6. Do you think that momentum is just going to be with alternate attacks and they're going to be able to carry on through and, you know, maybe right their wrongs against, losing in such a disappointing fashion against Bleed on this map?
I completely see it happening, yeah. I feel like the T side for alternate attacks was really worse for against Bleed. The thing that I'm worried about is that I think they need a good start. We saw what happened against Bleed. Alternate attacks is that type of a team that needs some time to find a solution to the problem when they have a problem. So I actually see a world where Enterprise just get the pistol round, get the conversions, the first buy round, and then they can get as many consecutive rounds as they did in the first half. I really believe that this could be a possibility. One pistol round victory, though, for alternate attacks could change all of that. Sky opens things up really nicely. Exist with the refrag, but Hype pushing in close. Exist should be in a whole lot of trouble, and this is not looking too bad now. A 3 versus 2, heading in towards that A bomb side, which as of right now is completely vacant, but Arrow needs to be careful not to get caught off guard by the flanking friend.
I wouldn't really call him a flanking friend. I'd more say he's a flanking enemy. But let's see if he can make friends and make
your
nice.
Friends wouldn't flank you.
That's true.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, by me. You can make up for it here if you collect this kill. Friend is walking into a little bit of a trap towards A main as well. And he actually will swing and collect that kill. Oh, it's so awkward. Friend. Oh, no. Knife battle. Okay, he punishes him.
What is going on? Boys. What's happening? Skyman gets the final kill. It's just not a day for USPs, man. It's not a... one of those examples when you realize that things are not going to work out for you. You just join a game. You play the USP. You play the piss around on the CT side. You just whiff every single shot that exists. It's not your day for a USP, right? You sometimes just have those days where you can't get anything done. That was what they went through in that pissed around. And you look at the investment, by the way.
Yeah.
This is odd. That's it's not a full force. It's not an eco. It's It's a half buy in the second round for Enterprise.
Yeah, but they're gonna use the knife that friend got to purchase an M4, which, I mean, if we're gonna match up against the rifles,
AVP.
He could have, yeah. But he wants to maybe stop alternate attacks before they get going. But I have a funny feeling that alternate attacks might be clued in to maybe a force coming into this round.
I think you expected, because this is like friend has planted the bomb and won the round for him, right? After getting the money bonus. Surely you're expecting something. Look at the amount of util. Look at the amount of rifles that they've purchased too. The 2 AKs, Alzik spots out the MP9. This is a great way to open things up, but they are walking into the M4.
Yeah, but the pistols are no match for the SMGs. And oh, well, yeah. What can you do about that, Sky? Just echolocates him really through the smoke and absolutely destroys him. Ozik might get dropped by Demo, who is trying to get his hands back on that rifle, but better luck next time, says Freeze, as he is going to claim it for himself. 8-6, an Enterprise. Yeah, they did kind of go for that half buy, kind of not really a force, because that would have left their economy, you know, completely in the mud here should they lose that round. Now they can maybe bring out a pistol or two. They can, you know, bring in a kit or something. Maybe try something a little bit clever, a little bit sneaky to catch alternate attacks off guard. And if you're friend, right, with that M4, you're just feeling so unfortunate. You're smoked off and you just go down through a smoke like that. You don't really even get a chance to use it. Not ideal, but what is ideal is your IGL starting the round off with a double dink USP to Hype's head.
While blind.
While blind.
He couldn't see anything. Yeah, he just tapped, and it worked. Just press mouse 1. That's what CS is all about, if you ask him. Of course, the investment doesn't work out, and that's the thing. You get a good buy round, but you're in the same time handicapping yourself and not, right? Because you're saving up money. Your first purchase on the CT side will be perfect. Chow will have enough money to drop over an AVP. Everyone's going to be on rifles. Util's going to be good. But then in the same time, you force, but you don't. And you are given extra rounds to alternate attacks against lower buys. So I guess it's a two-edged sword, so to speak, to go for that type of a decision. Of course, if you make it an expensive eco, it could turn things around, but Chow, surely they clear him out? Well, actually not, and Freeze is out of ammo. Wait a second. Surely he doesn't get away with a triple. How is he still alive? Finally goes down. Chow stood alive for way too long there, and Friend will get deleted by arrows, so eventually alternate attacks. Bringing some peace and logic into this round. Exist has been spotted out. He might be better off by just holding on to the AK-47, but it won't really happen. The HE is right on the mark. Bullseye. As alternate attacks get 9 on the board, Enterprise need that first buy round.
That was so strange that Chow was alive for that long, man. Like, I was looking at him and I was like, alright, surely he's dead here. Okay, right, he's killed him. Surely he's dead here. No, just head down, just hoping for the best, and eventually falls. That could have got away from alternate attacks very, very quickly. If that was any other weapon other than a USP, like a 5.7 or something like that, that could have been a little bit of a problem. But they've got the weapons that they want now. They've got rifles up. They need to put them to good use. But Friend had his AWP and it gets snatched out of his hands by Ozik. Aggressive towards A. Look at where Chow is, though. He could flank everybody and more. They're not going to be expecting this. He could catch the bomb in the back if the T's are not careful, and he has done exactly that. Freezes down. Alternate attacks have to go back to recover, but they want to continue to fight. They want to continue to take this challenge head on, and well, take head on, take head off, and that's exactly what alternate attacks continue to do. Chow is the only one left standing, and this first gun round has gone swimmingly for the Germans.
That's the thing, you have that aggressive play, you drop the bomb, you feel like you've just thrown a massive spanner into the works, but it wasn't like that. Sky was already so aggressive, so up front in towards that tempo. He was up close and personal. The CT wasn't ready, especially after Chow spots the second one. You didn't know there was 3 Ts out of middle. Sky gets a free kill. Chow can't really hold on to that bomb even though he gets the initial kill. The A-bomb side collapses. Alternate attacks just looking like a new team now. Sky's on 17 and 7, Alzic's on 10 and 11, and Arrow's on 14 and 8. Those are the people that you want to be looking at. Of course, Hyped on 11 kills, Freeze still on 10. It's just a well-oiled machine right now for alternate attacks. It feels like everyone is just joining in the server and firing on high cylinders. And the trio of Alzic, Freeze, and Sky is one that I wanted to mention, by the way. Something that we haven't really discussed is the fact that before Sky actually joined Big Academy, obviously he was a part of alternate attacks, but he did play with them on Resist 2, right? Which is another German team that's way back when. That's 2020, 2021. I mean, I say way back when for 2020, 2021. Time does fly. But yeah, Sky has played with those guys quite a lot. Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, that's pre-COVID. 2020 is pre-COVID. Just think about it. Well, it's right around COVID, actually. It's right at the start of it. But yeah, they have played together quite a while. A lot of trust, a lot of cohesion. And it's nice to see Sky waking up. Individually, of course, Hyped has been... Hyped and Alzic have been the best playing players on that team. But you want to see that sharpness in the game of Arrow from Big Academy. You want to see that consistency and multi-kill potential from Sky mid-round. And so far, you've seen all of it. Another half by Hero M4, MP9, a couple pistols, and some bips and bobs of util for Enterprise to try and stop alternate attacks from getting up to 11, but they are running away with this. That was a 6-1 lead for Enterprise at one point. This is 9 consecutive rounds for the Germans, and it could be 10 after this one. Arrow under a lot of pressure. He's got the support of Alzic though, so at least you're going to make sure they don't get their hands on another rifle. Chow already has one, but it is a 1-for-1 that favors the T side. The CT still could be uncomfortable with just playing their passive positions.
Yeah, you can't feel confident just sitting on a bomb site, you know, in a 2-2 split, especially with the weaponry that the CTs do possess. A little bit of pressure going over towards B, and actually Sky, is he going to go through this smoke? Yes, he is. By me, is going to be up close, nearly took down Alzic, but Sky and Freeze are just going to be able to gain that control of the site for alternate attacks, and maybe the round with it. Chow and Friend, both of them have M4s. They will creep a little bit closer, but none of them have a kit. And if they don't find these kills pretty much instantly, this could fall apart. But Alzic gives them a chance, creeps into the angle, and Friend is going to drop him. Doesn't move a muscle. Freeze still sitting and waiting. Chow finds one on the site and knows exactly where Freeze is. Tries to bait out a turn away, bait out a flash. Chow peeks him, but in the end he falls. Freeze does not freeze up. He holds strong, and Enterprise fall short once again. Alternate attacks, Ted, they're just 2 away now from closing out this map. It's been a spectacular T-side so far.
It has been. It has been a spectacular T-side, a great recovery on the CT side. That's what I wanted to bring out. I don't think we're witnessing just the T-sided Anubis from alternate attacks. I think we're just witnessing an alternate attacks masterclass performance. This was a 1-6 deficit. They picked up 10 consecutive rounds, not all of them on that offense, right? It all started on the defensive side of things with that 1 versus 2 from Hype. That was the catalyst. And ever since, they haven't dropped around. Just think about it. 6-7 rounds into the map. We were already having the conversation of Enterprise looking like a team that can just completely run away with this, stomp alternate attacks on their own map pick. The thought was starting to creep in our minds, and now, just a little bit later on, you're not thinking about it. It just looks like a completely different game. Recovery has been nice. And this round, again, is a must-win for Enterprise. 2 defenders in towards that A-bomb side, though. A full-on execution coming up, and they have no quick rotations to rely on.
Yeah, I mean, Exist is going to get a little bit closer, but he'd like to be as close as possible, especially with the A defense down to just Chow and now down to no one. Alternate attacks are going to run over that A-bomb site. Exist is close by, but he needs to do some damage. He needs to find some kills, and actually the players on the site are quite low, but it's all about finding the engagements. It's all about finding the frags, and well, he finds Alzic in that position. HE dropped just underneath. It's not going to take down Sky just yet, who surely is going to be spotted any moment now. Hyped is trying to help Smoke on the bomb. Yeah, they're not going to see him out now. They realize it. They'll take him off it. Bomb is only going to be tapped. The Opera dropped from the heavens as now Freeze looks for Exist, but it's Hyped continuing to do the damage. You can just hear the op shots echoing through that A bomb site, and even though he only finds 1 kill, he was causing enough distraction for his teammates to do the rest.
Yeah, I mean, they were so good on clearing out those anchors. It was really methodical, but as you pointed out, the presence of the open towards mid makes it so much more uncomfortable. They find the kill onto the player that's towards the side. He was left all alone, underneath heaven. They get that kill instantly. Smoke towards the side to obscure the vision of the Oper, clearing out the second player, Sky, who is low on HP and towards mages. Done. Everything was just clicking for Enterprise, but they couldn't find the necessary kills. They weren't ready for the flank, and now Chow just throws in a massive wild play in towards middle. Grounds him a double, but Freeze with a big response.
Yeah, Demo close by the doors, spots that flash, but alternate attacks, they pump the brakes straight away, because look at the timing that Arrow has got. He's walked all the way through through A main. He hasn't seen anything on the site. Just holding now. This is a big kill if Freeze can find it, but instead it's down to just Sky and Arrow, who are split, not expecting the SMGs to be in towards mid. And I mean, when you need a hero, Chow is going to step up and say he'll do it himself if he needs to, if he has to, if that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, but surely it's too late to put on the hero cape. You're down 6-12, CT side on the most deep-sided map in the pool. That's a good round. But was it a little bit too late for that? You need 5 in a row now. This is number 1. You put an end to the winning streak. That was 11 consecutive rounds for alternate attacks. Just put that into perspective. 11 rounds of action. No wins for Enterprise in that span. Even mentally, it could be a little bit hard for you to recover out of this. I feel like this is a map that at this point you just realize is absolutely over. That's when you go for a play like that, and it's good to see Chow taking the initiative. But right now, if you're Enterprise, you should be thinking about making this one as competitive as possible and just prolonging it as much as possible before it gets to map number 2. You will be fighting for survival on your map pick of Vertigo against the team that does like to play Vertigo, and you are throwing in a bit of a surprise pick with that decision. So you want to make sure you at least make it competitive here. But Sky says no. It's a great denial early on. You still have 2 players and the third rotating in towards the B-bomb side. But it is a man disadvantage in the round in total when alternate attacks are in no rush to try and close it out.
Yeah, and this might play into the hands of alternate attacks greatly. Hyped is just holding. The op is going for information. The op is going for a peek. And, well, Chow is going to fall. The op gets away with his life. But now you know there's at least 1 more player there. Ozik hasn't moved. And this is just great awareness from alternate attacks. They are just freezing. They're not moving. They're letting Enterprise walk into them and get uncomfortable. And that's exactly what's happening. Opscope has been heard. Ozik dropped Exist. Noah's friend is there. And it's just going to try and stay alive. Arrow will do the rest. This map is as good as done unless we see an absolute monstrosity of a clutch from Demo, who will at least give this a go. 30 seconds, the bomb is not here yet. He gets close to that smoke, but Hyped takes him down through it. Alternate attacks near perfect after 7 rounds in that game as they take their own map pick and put Enterprise under a lot of pressure, Ted, because that means that, you know, Vertigo, it needs to go their way or they're out of the event.
Yeah, they look like a well-oiled machine, right? I mean, the start was a little bit scrappy there at times. I guess you can make that point. It felt like they needed that catalyst, though, the first thing to work out for them and put them in the right mood. And that was the 1 versus 2 clutch from Hype in round number 8. As much as I don't want to put everything on just 1 round, I feel like that was just what unlocked alternate attacks on this map and allowed him to get into it. And as we saw, the moment that they shifted into the next gear, into gear 5, they were just completely all over Enterprise, running away with their map pick, something that we did see the potential of against Bleed, right? But not able to close it out against an opposition that has been posting some good results. Alternate attacks, another solid Anubis, this time not even close when you look at the score. And when you look at the level of play after those first 7 rounds, it wasn't even close again. And as you pointed out, map 2 coming up, Vertigo, a surprising map pick for Enterprise on a map that their opponents like playing. It will be really interesting. It will be fireworks in the server, ladies and gentlemen. We are throwing it into a short bit of a break, and we're going to be right back with the second map of the series to see if we're going to a third, or to see if the Poles will be the third eliminated team from the RES Regional Series 2. We'll see you after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
But one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect.
From 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
I have very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. 1xBet.
After a pretty crazy Anubis, but a pretty comfortable Anubis for alternate attacks, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official stream of the RES Regional Series 2 Europe. We are ready to jump into map number 2 of that elimination game in Group B or Group C actually, sorry, between the teams of alternate attacks and Enterprise. Things are looking really interesting as we're heading into just the third Vertigo so far in the tournament, Jack. And I want to hear your initial thoughts on this one, because Enterprise is a team that usually doesn't pick into Vertigo. They haven't picked into Vertigo in the last month. And going into that game, why do you feel like this is when they decide to actually try and throw this in there? Because they played it a couple times, but it hasn't necessarily gone their way, most of them.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, to be honest, I think maybe they were just a little bit afraid of picking into like an Ancient, or maybe picking into an Inferno, especially because the Inferno didn't go their way against Men's NXT, I would say. I mean, the Vertigo didn't go their way either, but maybe trying to throw a little bit of a curveball in there, just to try and maybe catch alternate attacks off guard. But we thought this was risky from the get-go. When we were looking at the veto, like, we were looking at this and saying, okay, well, you better win it, because if not, alternate attacks will take you to the very depths of that map, and they will put you under a lot of pressure. So yeah, I think this is a big risk, but they've obviously picked it for a reason. They've obviously seen something. They maybe know something.
I mean,
they
they
maybe
picked
think
it
they
against
can win it.
ENS, I guess,
Yeah.
which was fairly recent. So I did lie. This is the one time that they picked it against a bigger team. It didn't work out, but it was ENS. So we can let them off the hook. But usually, they either let the other team pick into it or leave it as a decider. So it will be interesting to see how it goes. Pissed around though, already starting himself, and Alzik is in a great position to do some serious damage. And combining with Hype, he's already found, well, not a double, just one kill. But a double for the team.
The tease. we'll actually get a decent bit of control on this site. But look at Arrow. Arrow's already all the way behind. He's going to do some damage. They'll try and get aggressive and find these kills, and they're going to need to. They nearly find them all, but Arrow on that flank, he was so quick and really was the man to make all the difference there. Alternate attacks taking that CT pistol, and Enterprise not getting a bomb plant. The lack of a bomb plant, Ted, will mean we probably won't see a force in this round, so alternate attacks might have 2 before we see this one get in any way competitive at all.
Yeah, this is going to be a flying start here. I mean, the reason that we're putting so much thought into that Vertigo is to the fact that Alternate Attacks has always been a comfortable team on it. If you want to go back to even the big Academy core has always been alright with playing a Vertigo, right? Hyped has been a good opener on it. I feel like Sky loves the map, by the way. It's not a thing that someone's told me, or he's told and confirmed, just by the way that he's playing on it. I feel like it's one of the maps that he just finds really comfortable. Also, he does get a lot of space to work with in towards middle. He gets the, I guess, freedom of being the roamer at times alongside Hyped. Obviously, your Oper is going to be the main roamer around the map. He's going to be playing that A rotation, but middle B, I think he's really comfortable with. This is not necessarily clean, though. You got to take care of those unupgraded pistols.
Yeah, and already losing one player is not the most ideal of scenarios. Hype is going to be holding for the swing up onto the site, and that's a whole lot better. Gets a little bit of help from his teammates, but just make sure that they do not close the distance against the rifles. That's where it can get scary. And I mean, any damage is good damage at this stage, I suppose, for Enterprise. I don't think you're going to get a bomb plant. I don't think you're going to get the round, but you never know. If Frank can find another one of those trusty 1Ds, maybe there's an opportunity.
There could be. It's already expensive, but you need something spectacular right now. The issue is they don't even have the armors, right? If they did have armor, you could be giving them the benefit of the doubt, but it's not going to be easy, especially against the rifles. Hype on the headshot angle. Oh, okay. Wait a second. Bomb's gonna get planted. They have no util to stop that from happening. Friend, you just need one more, and you've made that indefinitely more doable. But with that kill, it should be a done deal. Still, a pretty expensive round. You get 3 kills on the board. You get a bomb plant. If I'm Enterprise, I'm extremely happy with this one. The outcome is great.
I mean, you get a bomb plant out of that situation, you get 3 kills, and I was, already writing them off, saying, yeah, there's probably no way that they're going to get a bomb plant out of this. Maybe just find one more kill and be done with it. But still, you get a massive boost to your economy. You need to do something with it, though. You need to get these AKs going early, put alternate attacks into a position that maybe they're not comfortable.
Yeah, could be the go. Chow already going for the early walk out of middle. Hyde spots it out, doesn't take any damage for that information, and this is the perfect outcome. Early fight in towards the ramp, being a lot more conservative, I guess, in their approach here on the T side early on. And that has been the problem, by the way. I feel like Enterprise need to... Their T sides, and I mean, that has been the problem. I feel like the problem has been that they haven't really been able to do enough on their T side to justify the gaps that they have in their defenses, right? You look at a lot of the games that they have been playing, their T sides have looked all right, but then you switch over to the defensive side of things on Vertigo, and they haven't really been able to finish things off there. They haven't really been able to be nearly as competitive. So right now there's 2 points that you can, there's 2 ways to look at it. You either need a spectacular T side, or you need a pretty improved, vastly improved CT side if you're Enterprise here. And early rounds on the offense is pretty much mandatory, and that's a good start. That's a great start.
Yeah, that's fantastic from Tao. 30 seconds, Enterprise need to commit into a side here, and it is going to be the A play. Alternate attack still a little bit worried about B. 2 smokes and the flash being thrown over. And Hyped, yeah, he wants to play this one a little bit safer. Surely he's going to be calling his teammates back, especially if he picks up a few more kills. Oh, he's so unfortunate not to get the second there. And Ozzik and Sky now have to head on over. But the damage has been done, right? I mean, Bayami and Chow are both extremely low. This is not completely out of the question in terms of 2v3s or clutch scenarios that we have seen. But they give it up. They call it off. And it's just that unknown entity, right? It's just going into a round like that and saying, all right, we're a man down. Yeah, it doesn't really matter, you know, if we know one of them are low. We're still not sure how low they actually are, and it really could go against us. We need to keep these guns in the next round if we're even going to stand a chance. But Enterprise have done something with all that money. They were able to build up after losing the opening 2, and they will get there first.
Yeah, pretty mandatory. Chow's been providing a lot of security mid-round so far for Enterprise. Another big double kill from the IGL. And it feels like this is what they needed to start us off. Now, because of how close the previous round was, the money on alternate attacks won't actually be good enough to even get a nearly competitive buy round to what Enterprise will have into round number 4. You just have the 2 hero M4s on Ozzik and Sky. You need them to take some early initiative. Utility present pretty much only in Freeze's belt. Everyone else just having one cheeky piece of nade. But that's about it. Arrow goes down straight up. Ozzik with a good refrag though. The fight is going in towards the B-bomb side, but it's one of the rifles. That's good just for the 1 kill, and he needed a little bit more than that.
Chow's going to go searching. Or at least going to be one of the first players in. It's a good piece of counter utility there by the CTs, but it's not really going to stop the A play from happening. But what might is those HEs if they're perfectly timed. Freeze is going to begin to chuck them, does a little bit of damage. Is there another one to go on top? And no, unfortunately not. That's where really they might have had a chance to get back into this one. So the boost up Sky, see if he can find the kill onto Exist, trying to exit the site, but Friend's going to be holding. That's a quick and easy frag. They will collect that. M4 Freeze wants to go back and grab the kit before they save, but that's all this is going to be. It is going to be a save. And Enterprise will level this game extremely early on, and alternate attacks need to figure out a way quickly to be able to deny Enterprise from getting up onto these bomb sites, because it is becoming a recurring theme, Ted.
Yeah, this is starting to look really good now. Really optimistic for Enterprise. Let's not forget they were the team to start things off really, really well in the first half of the Anubis too. It was the T side also. I feel like it's encoded in the style of Polish teams. They just feel comfortable on T sides whenever they can set up the tempo and dictate the pace of a game. They can run it, they can play as aggressively as they want, they can slow things down. A lot of the times, especially when they're heavily in the lead, the slowing things down part doesn't necessarily work out too efficiently, but most of the time, they are quite masterful in just controlling the pace in which they want the game to be going. And that just makes it really uncomfortable for the team on the other side. Just switching up the tempo constantly makes it hard to adjust, especially when they start winning rounds like this one so cleanly. Not dropping a single member so far. Not single one of them actually receiving a bullet. All 5, 100 HP to spare for now, and Sky is the 1 man left. So we are going to be looking at a 3-2 game in favor of Enterprise in the end of this one. Another buy round coming up for alternate attacks. AVP will be present, but all 5 survive, so money's looking great for the T side. The foundation's there. You can see the potential. Let's see if we're going to spot out a response from alternate attacks. We did point out that Vertigo has been fairly T-sided as well for Enterprise. I guess for alternate attacks, you've seen a bit more balance It's around a 52-48% distribution. Of course, it does make a big difference on whether you're picking into the map, other teams are picking into it as being left as a decider. But for alternate attacks, it's been a bit more balanced. For them, usually, if the CT side works out, the T side will work out too, and vice versa. It's about the team feeling well on the day.
CT's getting aggressive in towards the B stairs. Ozic was put under so much pressure. He was running low on bullets, and even if he found that kill, he would have went down. But a 2-for-2 would have been a great scenario. Instead, now they are 2 players down, and Enterprise, it looks like they're in the driver's seat once again. It doesn't matter if alternate attacks have the guns up this time. By has got a perfect timing out towards mid. He's going to walk over, he's going to collect that frag, and probably the round with it. Arrow's going to be able to do nothing about this whatsoever. And even if we wanted to, Friend is going to be locking him into this side of the map. And he could go down any moment now. Trying to be silent. Friend now going to be seen. And Enterprise have lost that up, which if Arrow is able to hold on to would be absolutely great. But look at Enterprise. They're gunning for them.
Ooh. Alright. I mean, he might actually be able to evade them here. He has that first kill, pushes through the smoke. He's now hearing the steps, but both T's coming in from that A bomb site area, from the ramp direction. Arrow's gonna be good on the save. This is a big save. The round goes in favor of Enterprise. That one wasn't even close. You're able to counter that B aggression perfectly, but at least you hold on to an AVP, so you will be able to hard buy around it. Let's take a look at that, though. Early aggression exists, shuts down one. And then Alzik, after getting the first one, no chance to find a double. Fredden, once again, by the way, looking at that gap between the 2 smokes. He's been doing that a couple times already. It is the first time it nets him a kill. A couple times alternate attacks were getting spammed through by a couple M4s there, too, trying to play around the edges. And this is painful. That hurt. That really hurt.
Good way to pry open maybe a path in the round, but there's so much damage to Hyped as well. That's going to be kind of unconfirmed damage. You net a kill, and now you just go on the slow approach. You just let your A-walkers take a little bit of space. Go for it. Maybe just standard stuff that's been working all the time. Get up, take control, make sure that you're not being boosted upon, and then execute onto this site, because alternate attacks, doesn't matter, guns, pistols, whatever, they have not been able to stop. But this time there's 4 players in position. Flash is going to be good. The catch is freeze right between the eyes, and now Ozic and Arrow doubling up in towards Sandwich, and the AKs look to just rip them apart. Oh, great flash once again. Jared's going to fall and deliver the bomb to Arrow. This is where it gets a little bit scary. This is where Enterprise maybe laps a little bit of concentration. They try and get too aggressive. They try and get this round over and done with. And now, with 20 seconds left, they are in trouble. They need to go and try and collect. Arrow's still alive here. Great headshot on the first, but Friend will take him down. They know exactly where Hyped is, and it comes down to if he can hit the shots. He will find the first, looking for the next one, and Demo will fall as well. Hyped will clutch up in an important moment. 3 kills and 3 rounds for alternate attacks.
Oh, that was absolutely nuclear from the 22-year-old Oper. You even go for a tactical timeout so you can cool off. You don't believe what type of round Hype's just picked up. What a moment to step it up for the German. Look at that. They needed a hero. They needed something. They were able to make quick work out of the pistols. Hype pushing through the smoke, getting the first arrow, fully blinded on the follow-up, but it was all Hyped with the triple kill. It's Arrow and Hype to combine for 5, and both of them just doing God's work. And this round to steal it away. It was a Hyped 1 versus 2 that put a start to the great form that we saw on Anubis for alternate attacks. Would be the same here again.
Yeah, will it be? I mean, I said about after that hyped 1 versus 2 on Anubis that was a round that would give you, you know, massive motivation. And alternate attacks, they did seem to feed off it. That's where they made their comeback. Oh, but oh, yeah, okay. Not an ideal way to start the round, and especially with Freeze already walking all the way up. Excuse me, Exist walking all over Freeze's body and walking in behind. Hyped. Did he see him? Yes, he did. It's been communicated. Hyped will take him down as well. Molly's going to force him out. Nobody's going to catch him on the retreat, and he'll get away safely, taking no damage at all.
He had to be dead so many times there. He's able to get away with that kill onto the player that called the timing and even get out of dodge. And now he's reaggressing in towards Gap. This is great. Molotov might bait Chow to go for a peek here. They might not be ready for this. The boost is perfect. Doesn't net them a kill though. No, it doesn't. And French drops Ausik through the smoke. They've lost by me in towards the B bomb side though, and this is big. That's going to force them into reinvestigating in towards A and Sky. That's a big double kill. Now you have no other choice. You need to commit A.
Yeah, Sky's going to get this information. He's going to see that there's nobody over towards B. And the A players just aren't going to move. Friend's going to be dropped, and it's down to Chow. He's been seen, he's been spotted, and they're just going to play off each other. Hyped holding. Arrow is going to try and peek, but Arrow not needed. Hyped connects, and alternate attacks. They get away with that round somehow, some way. Enterprise, they're going to watch that one back and just really be confused about how they weren't able to do more in that scenario. But it looked like a little bit of kind of uncertainty of they didn't know if they wanted to go B, they didn't know if they wanted to go A, little bit of messing around on the ramp, but the majority kind of came down to those kills. This is a wonderful entry and a wonderful timing, but that kill makes all the difference.
Yeah, even if he gets just one there, right, they're just going to run down the remaining player on the A-bomb side, and the round is probably going to be over unless we witness a 1 versus 3. But again, those B fights have been working out so nicely for them that they have known that they can rely on it. But this is the first time that Sky actually collects a double, and we actually miss it because of how quick it was. But Hype has already found an early opening into the round onto Demo. 1 and 7 for him. Hype just starting to warm up pretty badly for Enterprise on Vertigo, and it is the B bomb side. They decide to switch it up. Exist gets boosted, but the setup does not look too bad. You have Ausik and Sky up close and personal, and Hype is already in towards middle, and he's going to be quick on that rotation if they need him.
Yeah, B has not worked at all. Exist is waiting close to the smoke. He's going to be flashed in surely in just a moment. Chow gets a little bit closer as well. And here Enterprise come. They're going to try and peek their way in. The support util is actually good. From the CT side, they're holding on. They're winning the fights, and the T's are coming away with absolutely nothing until Friend gets going, maybe, but stopped by his opposite number. By me, just getting bombarded by util. And Enterprise, it's all falling apart for them now. Hyped is beginning to heat up, and that is not a player you want to see cooking.
Quite the opposite. He's on 13x6 right now, and I like the readjustment from alternate attacks in towards that B bomb side. You could see that early on the approach they wanted to go for was aggression from Ausik and Sky, right? Double up, fight for that control over the stairs. They saw that it didn't work out in the first couple buy rounds, and that just put a massive thorn into the hill for alternate attacks. It just put them into an automatic disadvantage, but now they play it a bit more passive. They win a couple rounds in towards A. They force Enterprise to go for something different, and it was the B bomb side that they were ready for. Ausik will try and get up close and personal once again, but this time he does win the fight. Demo still having some issues, and it's just pistols around them, so Ausik can actually afford to go a bit more aggressive. Falls down, still gets the kill finally. Taken down by the pistols, but this should be a rather clean round as far as alternate attacks are concerned.
Yeah, it should be easy. Should be plain and simple. But Exist could do damage with this Galil. Surely he's going to clear out this angle. Oh no, spotted. There's the rifle gone. And the pistol's just waiting for the AK to peek into him.
Ooh.
Alright,
my friend.
Yeah, Sky is like, maybe I should back up a little bit here. Maybe I shouldn't give you a close engagement, a close peek.
I mean, you saw what happened to his teammate that didn't give him a close peek, but peeked him from the side. You can see him on the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, didn't really work out too well for him,
he's rested.
did it?
No, he's just chilling.
They are going to creep a little bit closer. YB is going to try and take point. And Sky will eventually lock in those kills. Are they going to save this AWP? Yes, they are. They were thinking about bringing the 3 AKs forward, but Money not really in a situation that they would be too comfortable should Enterprise decide to start winning rounds again. Enterprise, do you think calling this tactical timeout, is it just to try and find an adjustment, or is this just to try and settle themselves? Because they know what happened on Anubis, right?
Yeah.
Once alternate attacks won a clutch, then they started putting just an insane amount of rounds together and closed out the map. Do you think
I
they're
think it's
at least a small bit concerned?
Yeah, I'd say that it's probably the best of both worlds. So I think you're on the right path to success with both theories. I think it's simultaneously you want to reset and find an in-game solution to what has been going on, right? Because it feels like ever since you lost that clutch, you have been just hitting a brick wall. Individually, at least, alternated attacks have looked rejuvenated. I say alternated attacks, Hyped and Arrow have been all over the place, and now Alzik and Sky are starting to wake up too. And if you're Enterprise, you don't want to let them feel comfortable on their CT side. We did point out that there has been some issues with the defense of Enterprise recently, and the lack of, I guess, dominance on the T side leads to them just not feeling comfortable, not being able to start things off. Best around win rate on the CT side hasn't been great too. So in general, you could be starting to get worried. And then in the same time, as you pointed out, you are seeing a lot of similarities between how things went on that previous map and how things are going right now, even though it's just 4 consecutive for alternate attacks. It's already a good enough CT side. So I feel like you simultaneously want to give your players a bit of a break mentally, just make sure that everyone's relaxed, everyone's chilling, everyone realizes that this game is far from over, and then in the same time try and come up with an in-game solution, which of course is the job of the coach, usually. Would be interesting to see, considering they don't have one. And that automatically puts you in a bit of a disadvantage, right? It's a topic that we haven't really discussed with those two teams specifically, but on one hand, you have Zen, who's a pretty experienced German tactician, I guess you could say. And then on the other hand, you have Chow, who's the IGL and the coach. So when the tactical timeout comes in, he is the one that needs to pretend he's not in the server, and he's just giving everybody that 3D point of view opinion, which could oftentimes prove to be quite difficult.
Big HG for the man that was probably doing the majority of the talking. During that, lands right on top of him. Molly's going to force him back a little bit, and Arrow waiting for the flash. Chow turns in time, but will not be able to dodge these bullets as the CTs just output so much damage towards the bottom of that ramp, and there's nothing that really could withstand it at all. 3 players fall. Friend is lucky to be alive. Baime's got a little bit of a timing, but not really, because Sky is already here, but could give away his life for free, which he has. However, bomb caught. This round might be just as good as done.
Yeah, it should be. 50 seconds. Bombs dropped in towards that B lobby, and look at him. They've just left the A bomb side completely, just rejoining with Alzek. This is going to be one of the most awkward fights for Baimi right now, and it's another big disappointment for Enterprise. You go for the tactical timeout. There was even a technical timeout in there, so you had even more time to try and mentally refresh going into what was probably the most important round of that first half, for you to still be able to be in the contest for leveling things up. And now, realistically, you could be looking at an 8-4 first half for alternate attacks on the map pick of Enterprise. Elimination on the line. Baimi's just saving. He's not even going to give this one a go. Hold on to the rifle. That's going to be the only premium rifle that you have going into the final round of the half. And this is not pretty. We're going to take a look at it once again. Alternate attacks have just looked like a new team. Realistically. They are officially on fire. 5 in a row for the Germans. Freeze is happy IGL, by the way. He's a happy leader. He's 1-7, and he's just looking at his game plan work out wonders. He's just looking at Hype B 15-7. There's the replay though. Chao gets the first kill. Hype refrags, and then from the moment that Chao gets the first kill and goes down, it feels like everyone's just engaged into fighting for that ramp, right? Enterprise just wanted to bring the fight to alternate attacks. They wanted to get into those gunfights, but they were just not ready to take them. They were not in the right position to take them. 7-4, there's a lot of potential for 8 on the board, Jack.
Yeah, there is. You can see Enterprise afraid of a nade over towards middle. They need to be scared of the op here. Hype is just going to be posted. Jiggle needs to be good, but that is not it. Buy me down, and Hype is going to go back for a little bit more, and he's going to land the collateral. Hype is not missing right now, but can't get the gun up in time to find his fourth of the round, but the damage has already been done. The round looking like it is already over. Exists extremely low, and friend, it's really on him to try and find these picks, to try and find maybe the CT's overextending a little bit. Freeze doesn't want to give him the chance.
Surely they don't give him the chance. They're in such a good position, and so much relies on that mid walk and initial fight from Fran. Exist is just holding the cross. Fran needs to do all the work. 50 seconds. You're just hoping for a good timing, but you're not going to get it. They're aware of all the angles. Freeze. That's an awful off angle to be working with. Fran is going to think about clearing it out and actually wins the fight, but that might entice them to try and go for that B play, and that's going to make them walk in towards 2 more. Exist going around the world. No one's actually holding for this as of right now. Sky will have to turn around. Alzik, he's actually looking for him, so he doesn't need to turn around. The bait is perfect. Sky will finish it off. That's 8 on the board for alternate attacks in the end of the first half. Enterprise backs against the wall. They need a change. They need a hero. They need a miracle in that second half to stay alive in the tournament.
I mean, this was a 4-2 lead for Enterprise. 6 rounds in a row for alternate attacks. And now the doubt really is creeping in your mind. Now you really are thinking about that last map and saying, alright, we started really well, and then alternate attacks got going, and we couldn't get back into the game. We cannot let that happen here, or our tournament is done without picking up a single map. No kit. Smoke, flash on the CT side. Plenty of util for the T's. As Freeze, the leader, will begin to walk his men up towards this A bomb site silently. Friend might be caught on a timing here. Is he ready for Freeze to be that close? That kill goes his way. It could have been a different story. Now you know that the attack is coming and Freeze is going to get it. How about a double? Chow is going to be spotted. Oh, cannot get away safely, and he will just fall over. Go down. Can't do anything more. The rotation's coming in, but is it too little too late? The site is already lost, and unless you get these kills quickly, the round will be 2.
The round could be 2 and the game could be over. That pistol round has so much weight to it. It's not just that one round, it's your chances in the game. You need a new beginning, a new start, new momentum in that second half. But it's looking like the good old same first half here on Vertigo. Demo goes down. By Me will follow suit. Hype is just running him down with the Glock, and alternate attacks get 9 on the board. They're not on fire, Jack. They've burned down. They're so much on fire, so badly, that the graphic can't take it. The HUD can't take it. That's how hot they are right now.
Yeah, they continue, Ted. I mean, that's 7 rounds in a row now for alternate attacks. And Hyped, I mean, he's been the man that's been spearheading it all. He's 21-8 right now. He's had so many important rounds. Alternate attacks are going to go for their second tactical timeout here and just have a little bit of a discussion. They know what position they're in right now. They know that they're in the driver's seat, and if they don't close it out, it is on them. This is a position that you need to be converting from, especially for a team that has been struggling. This will do so much for your confidence. And Enterprise are going to go for the force here. I wonder, was that talked about and discussed in that tack for alternate attacks? Are they expecting this? lot of SMGs, a lot of MP9s, and the majority of them over towards this A bomb site. And the swing, thinking about coming in. Players are burning. Freeze wanting to go for a swing himself. Ooh. And they are doing a whole lot of damage to these CTs with the mid-walk happening, and they found a gap.
That's a great response, though. You see how willing Enterprise were to fight for that ramp, and you didn't give them the fight. Even if you felt like you could swing through a couple smokes, pick up a couple fights, you just don't give them the fights that they seem to want. And Demo, unless he claims a double, this round should be over. And he's not gonna get a single one. This is a disaster. Sky wins the fight. Buy Me shuts down, hyped in towards middle, but the B-bomb side is falling down, and so will the bomb.
Yeah, Friend has picked up an AK here, but I mean, look at the HP. 59 to 17, 55.
That's a save.
It is. You can't go for this.
Yeah, you have 3 players in your team that can't combine for 100 HP right now. 74 between Friend, Buy Me, and Chow. That's just not enough to justify going for this and exist being around the 50 mark.
Yeah, it's just something that you can't go for. You know that you're going to be on an eco if you just send it. And now you just have to hope that the T's don't come hunting you, which they won't. Arrow is going to go down, so you do a little bit more damage to the T's here. You hold on to 4 weapons, which isn't... It's not the worst scenario. Because you get to go again. You get another chance at that round. But the issue is, because alternate attacks have now won another, they're a lot closer to winning, but they also are going to have better weapons, better util, and a better idea what they're up against as well.
Yeah. Also, I just want to put it out there. I feel like there's a pretty simple way to describe what we've seen so far in Vertigo, and that simple way is hype is too overpowered. As simple as that.
As simple
he's
as
just
that.
too OP. Yeah, he's just too OP. He's 21 and 9. Try and play against him. I dare you. Everyone else is on single digits, but everyone else is starting to get fired up. A quick round in towards the B-bomb side. Molotov to force them out of position. They have the guns, but they don't have the util to contest. This round is as good as done.
Yeah, another little bit of a switch up from alternate attacks, as they do alternate their attack over towards B this time.
Nice.
And
Enterprise are looking for an alternative to the alternate attack. No, an alternative to stop the alternate attack.
But they can't find it at all.
No. They need to look for alternative solutions. Okay, we can stop it now.
That will be an alternate solution. That's not one. Freeze. Now, beginning to find his form and find his feet. He was 0-7 for a very long time, but not anymore, as he gets 3 in that round, 6 on the board. But as you said, you know, if you're an IGL, even if you get no kills and your team are 11-4 up, you're going to be a happy man.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were what? They were 7-4 up, and he was still 1-7. He doesn't really care at that point. And you know, you're the person that's building up the game plan too, and well, I guess it's one thing to talk about game plan when the game is really close and everyone's having that fire output, but hype is 21 and 9, which helps massively. But you know what? Other people are still doing their job, and Freeze leading the charge in towards the extremities of the ramp. Sky is the one to get the opening kill. Things are not looking great for Chow, though. Eats a massive nade, but they're gonna give it away once again. Not really giving Enterprise that prolonged fight, rather than just showing their presence and then trying to get some real estate in towards B and in towards middle. Alsek with a big find.
It's not free real estate just yet, especially with Buy Me that close. Arrow is going to see him early on, and that HE lands at his feet. They're going to try and flush him out here, especially with that Oppa hype, but Ozzik gets so close as the bomb goes down. Flashes go in, here comes the swing. Ozzik trying to hold from the front line, which he will do. He will claim 2 for himself, do lots of damage, and go back to finish the job with a pistol, but he can't. Arrow in a 1 versus 1, 1 HP on Friend. Can he come up trumps? A smoke extended. Hype has been seen. And Friend, this is ridiculous right now. Friend knows he's there. There comes the swing. Hype cannot connect, and Friend will get on the bomb. He's got plenty of time for this defuse, and somehow alternate attacks do not come away with that round.
What is going on? Why is he not playing pistols? Didn't they know? Didn't he know he was low?
I mean, it was through the smoke, I think, and he just didn't realize how much damage he did to him.
Yeah, the second player, I feel like the second player, he was tapping away with the Julies. He wasn't necessarily sure on how much he stacked him, right? It could have been 20, 30 damage, and he didn't want to let Hype just play with the pistol and expect to get an instant kill with a body shot. They had no idea. It looks silly from the outside, but this is a miraculous clutch. That should have been the game over. Done and dusted, 12-4. But now they keep themselves in it. Friend, what a clutch that is. 1 HP to spare, and Hype doesn't know he's low. Absolutely outstanding. Chow, a big double kill. And now we might be witnessing a momentum shift.
Maybe. Chow making some hero plays, trying to get his troops going. Arrow. He's got a timing and Baimi has no idea. Oh, this is a big problem right now. Baimi needs to back up away, and Arrow, he wants to get aggressive, but I don't think he's just going to catch the timing he was after until
He's
now.
heard him. You don't really believe that the mid players just left full W making so many steps, and you're going to have all that space to work with though, right? So you can understand why he's not taking it. And he needs to wait for his teammates too. His position here is too vital to lose early on because of the feeling of just having a random timing.
Well, you know this player's over towards A. Boost coming in to get hyped into a position that maybe he can find a kill, which he does. Exist walks right into the scope, smokes up for both sides. Friend will have no vision whatsoever until he nails it open. Ozzy tries to get out of harm's way, which he manages to do for now, as Friend continues to try and line up these shots. Hyped, tagged up on the site. This is not looking great for alternate attacks, but they might just get off the site. Ozik won't be so lucky. This would be huge if Hype can connect on that AWP, which he has.
One bullet.
One bullet. This needs to hit. If not, he will go down. Bomb was only tapped. Baimi isn't sticking it. And Arrow still waiting to pounce. Still waiting to strike. Baimi needs to find both of these, and the lack of kit is going to be a big problem. He'll fire off a few shots. He'll pick up that AWP, and he'll try and hit toes and get out of there. But I don't think he's going to be allowed. Unless he hits a shot like that. AWP saved the round, unfortunately. Falls into the fate and into the hands of alternate attacks.
Yeah, now if you're a Friend, you just feel like your clutch last round was just wasted, right? You get an insane 1 versus 3, a clutch that you shouldn't be winning. You keep your teammates in the tournament, and it ends up just being, I guess, a play that delays the inevitable. You straight up drop the second round in the sequence. 12-5, alternate attacks, 7 chances to close things out and eliminate Enterprise from the tournament. And Friend needs to go huge. 1 out of 2 premium rifles into that round in the hands of Friend right now. Chow's the only one with an M4. Baimi on the fam has 2 MP9s in the mix. At least you have an abundance of smokes, but no Molotovs, just 1 HE, a couple flashes, and only 1 defuse kit. Alternate attacks have all the chances, all the time, and all the advantages in the world to close this one out.
Util's going to rain on over. Friend is going to try and post up towards middle. And Arrow doesn't want to risk it. And I don't blame him. That's a good find.
He's also got the bomb.
Flash in. Chow. Doesn't realize it, but if he went just a little bit further, Hype would have been ready to drop him. This time, Hype does not. Posted on the angle, expecting the peak. And Enterprise, they go 2 kills up. Need to make sure that they convert this one, and Chow is continuing to just find these frags lurking around the smoke. And dropping alternate attacks players like they're hot. Which they are. They've been on fire at this game and this series, but not in this round. They will fall short.
You just hold on to the 2 AKs. Money isn't great, so I guess you can you can just try and work your way around. It did look solid for Enterprise. It did look convincing. Chow with a good double kill in towards A. Friend finding the opening in middle. Some of those riflers have been struggling though. You're looking at people like Buy Me, like Exist, like Demo. Didn't want to mention. But they have been having a tough time so far on Vertigo. Of course, this is... I guess this is the downside of just being a B player on Vertigo. If you're in Demo's situation. You don't really get a lot of chances to reset. Once things start working out so badly for you, you just feel helpless. You are left with a lot of retakes to play, and if they go for a dedicated B play, you're not going to get too many chances to actually hold it. It's not the easiest bomb site to hold in Counter-Strike. And now you're going to get tested. A boost for an AK. Alzik gets on top of the tower. Oh, a little bit of burning, though. That's going to give it away. Not the boost, but at least the fact that there's players on the other side. But Demo seems locked in.
He only has 1 kill this game so far. Really needs to step up right now for Enterprise. And he will be able to do exactly that. He stops the initial play from Ozic. He hears the players dropping down off that boost and maybe falling away. He's just going to put those A players on high alert now as alternate attacks are going to reroute over towards A this time. And just poke and prod and see what they can find.
Yeah, that was a good denial, right? They wanted to go for the double boost, but you smoke off the stairs, you clear out the left side boost. They seemed aware of the right side one too, but because of the smoking couldn't activate, so you dispatch of one of the plays. The AK has been picked up though, and Exist needs to be extremely careful not to get caught in transition.
Bomb down and bomb dropped for now. Actually, it is hype that falls and the bomb will be planted. A little bit of confusion. As that smoke is still up and the spam coming on through. Arrow, he just can't get off the site. He's just going to have to sit on default and hope that Sky can help him out here. One player is already crossed. Sky is going to fall and there's just so many bodies just throwing themselves at that site to get that defuse. And you don't blame them. Enterprise know that the game is on the line. The series is on the line here. And they are fighting tooth and nail to claw this one back. And so far, so good. 3 out of the last 4. They just need 5 in a row. It's definitely still an uphill battle for sure. But it will get a whole lot easier in this round. As it should be just the pistols.
I'm not going to be surprised if we see a tactical timeout for alternate attacks right after this round with the pistols, by the way. Before the next buy round. Because you realize you're still well under control. But you don't want to let this one get too close for comfort. It is still comfortable. Even though Enterprise have been winning rounds recently, you feel like a lot of fights could have gone your way. It's still alright. You're in a good position. Never mind. You might not even need that tactical timeout if you win the round with the pistols, but the util does too much damage, so Demo should be good with just farming some of those kills. That should be a pretty clean cut here. Arrow still shuts down one more, and okay, friend. Took his time with this one. Still found it. I mean, Demo with the hat trick.
If he doesn't find that, he gets away. I know he's still 1 HP, but still, there's a chance that maybe he can find that kill on A and get a bomb down. But yeah, the util damage was really what made all the difference there. The HE, I believe Demo threw it over from B just to land on top and just cut alternate attacks down to half HP on a lot of players. Made it so easy for the rifles to sweep that round under the rug. They're going to have to try and sweep these guns under the rug though in this round, which is very much easier said than done. By me, he's got a lot of information over towards middle. He's very aggressive in that position. They're going to be aggressive on A as well. Exist is going to get close.
Oh, he doesn't realize they're walking through though, and they will realize he can be on the other side of the smoke. They can just double peek him on the fade. Oh, they don't clear him out. Never mind. Sky's aware, and that's a big find. Friend needs to be careful. That shot is extremely hard to hit, but he still nails it. And Chow's there with a double. This defense is looking strong right now for the Poles.
Yeah, they seem to kind of found a foothold to just place themselves in and restore a little bit of balance. But
Arrow's caught a timing.
Yeah, Arrow's found this.
They have no clue.
gap. No, they do.
Never mind.
They realised they spotted him over. And Ozzik, he's too far away to even trade it, but he has to go back and get the bomb. That's what he was so worried about. He does have a 1v1 over towards A, but the issue is it's friend on that AWP, and he's just going to be jump spotting. He's not even posted. He's just going to play for the information, dump that util, and he's even going to use an AK as well. He's seen him. HE lands at his feet, and the HE will seal the deal. 12-9. Enterprise slowly but surely coming back into this game, and dual alternate attacks now need to be worried.
I'm still waiting for the tactical timeout. I don't know if it comes in here though, because that was the force buy for them. It was a full investment and it didn't work out. Now you're down to a half buy. You technically, unless you get a bomb plant, have one more purchase, which is going to grant you perfect weaponry and util until the end of this. Well, not until the end, but until OT. If you get a bomb plant, you could be getting away with 2 buys. So 2 more chances. But this is not looking like a clean cut anymore. Slowly but surely, it's one of those games that you just start feeling like you're helpless of closing out. You need that one final blow and you can't find it. And Friend is playing with so much confidence right now. Going for more and more peaks. He's even going to go for the rephase here. Doesn't realize the player's crossed towards the left-hand side, but it shouldn't change too much.
Stop these Tech 9s. This is going to be a dangerous round. It was a dangerous round until Demo does something like that. Arrow finds nothing over towards mid, and alternate attacks aren't going to come away with this. Surely, Hyped tries to just, in a last-ditch effort, jump right through the smoke, and Enterprise are going to catch some flames finally. For the first time since the opening 5 rounds of Anubis, Enterprise are now on fire. And it's at the perfect time. Can they just make sure that this flame stays alit for these next 2 rounds?
And this is starting to look scary now if you're alternate attacks, right? 12-5, everything's fine. You lose a couple rounds, you're still good, but it's 12-10 right now. You just see how this one could go into OT. And for a team that hasn't been able to get any 2-0 victories in their last 6 best-of-3s, this is important. The last series that they were able to close out in a clean fashion was the Alliance 1 week ago in the European Pro League Season 15. It was a 2-0, and again, the maps were Vertigo, and the second one was Enshin that they needed overtime to actually win. Ever since, though, the only 2 best-of-3s they've won in their last 6 games have been 3 mappers against Passion UA, against Aurora Youngblood. This could be a big result against the well-playing Enterprise, but they need to close it out here and now.
Ozzik has been good at finding these entries over towards B. Demo has to get away safely. He does. That's it. Just a quick piece of movement to get him on out of there. Freeze over towards mid. Kill. Finding that kill. That could be all the difference right now. Look at Sky. Yeah, he's in a great position. And he's just never seen it coming. He's been blindsided. Up Ivy. And now the CTs are just sprinting. They are swinging to try and get all the way over to try and stop this A play from happening. There's no util on the T side, but they will get up safely. The guns are just going to be posted. The guns are just going to be holding. Buy Me is low. He's going to fall. And should Enterprise now fall as well? Demo's being heard every step of the way by Freeze. And he's called an absolute sublime round maybe to seal it. Demo, a very slow start in this game, was 1 of 15 in one stage, and it looks like he might finish 9 of 15, and it's that man, the leader, the IGL Freeze, to seal it. He'll finish it all. A great game plan, played well, and 2 maps go in their favor. They survived, Ted.
A 25-16 showing from Hype2 on map number 2. Can you describe a star-like, a show-stopping performance in a better way? No, you can't. 25-16, absolutely outstanding. But you did speak about the call. Let's digest this round, this final round. Let's have a look at it. I mean, so many things happen in the same time. The reason they run it back, they wanted to commit B. They wanted to go for that play, but then the mid kill comes in and it's Chow to go down. You know he is one of the dedicated A riflers. You know he's the second A guy. So then Sky is like, okay, you know what? I feel like I can maybe catch a timing in towards that A bomb side. Chow has been dealt with towards middle. There's going to be one more. I walk in closely towards the bomb side. The moment that he gets that second kill, they know it's a 3-man B stack. They just send it back A. It was completely just outmaneuvering the Enterprise lines in that final map. And you know what? Even though it was a good attempt at a comeback, you were down 5-12. You were able to win 5 in a row. You made it close. You made us believe that this could be going into overtime. The truth is, alternate attacks from Anubis throughout the first map into the second and throughout that entire vertigo did look like the better team and did look like the team that deserves to stand the tournament.
Man, they absolutely outplayed them, to be honest, in my opinion. I don't think it should have been as close. Yeah, Enterprise, they had maybe some promising moments in there that you can argue. As you mentioned, you know, the start of the game, we were at the start of the Anubis map, we were saying, oh, well, they could run away with this. They looked really good. But all of a sudden, alternate attacks, it was like a switch flipped in their mind and they just kind of figured everything out and then just ran away with it. On that map, it seemed exactly the same. They start well in the mid part. They just seemed to get it all wrong, couldn't get anything going, and then a little bit of revival, a little bit of life, but it's just too little too late. When you kind of fall apart and just go asleep through that midsection, that mid portion of a game, you're going to get punished against teams that play structurally sound Counter-Strike, and that's unfortunately what we've seen today. And sadly, we have to say goodbye to Enterprise, because to be honest, I'm disappointed. I know one team, well, 2 teams have to go out of this group, but I don't want to say goodbye to any of them because I think they're all very solid teams, but unfortunately, alternate attacks, they were just the better and definitely deserve to stay here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did mention that Group C has looked like the group of death in this tournament. Just the sheer thought of Enterprise going out of the tournament without picking up a map feels really, really wrong. But I guess it's just a testament to how strong some of those sides have been. And if you're Enterprise, you can't really fault it because you didn't get to play against the number 1 seeded team in the group. You didn't get to play against Bleed, right? You go to your opening game against Mouse NXT, then alternate attacks, not picking up a map. Sadly, the Poles are out of the tournament. We still have one more Polish team fighting for their place I guess not for their spot in the playoffs yet, but for survival in the group stage. And this is the side of Permida taking on Nexus in our second game of the day, ladies and gents, as you can see on the graph right now. Of course, I believe Permida are still playing an official. Their early game of the day, because they were playing like 2-3 best of 3s per day for the last couple of days. And we do have 1 hour up until that series starts. So we have a bit of a break coming up. We have some time to get, I was going to say dinner, for Christ's sake. Well, you have some time to get lunch. You have some time to get a drink and chill out for a little bit. We're going to be off for around an hour. And in about 60 minutes, we will be back with the pre-game for the second matchup of the day. You are watching the RES Regional Series Europe 2. Thank you for being with us for the first game. We'll catch you for the second. Don't go anywhere.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are nearly ready to jump into map number 2 here at the RES Regional Series 2 Europe. And it's an interesting one, Ted, once again, because it's going to be our second elimination game of the day. We've already seen and said goodbye to one team, of course, a Polish side exiting in Enterprise, and now we could possibly be saying goodbye to a second, because we've got Permita coming up against Nexus. It should be a really intriguing matchup. Of course, it's going to be taking place in Group D. They both lost their opening matches. Close games, though. I mean, they managed to take a map off each of their opponents. Young Ninjas beating Nexus, Passion UA beating Permita. And, I mean, it's a little bit of an odd one, to be honest, because Permita have looked very good, but it seems to be just on a singular map. It seems to just be on an Ancient. And, you know, they're a very strong team. You can almost guarantee that they're going to take an Ancient. But for me, Ted, on the other maps, it can be a little bit shaky at times.
It kind of feels like it's really hard to predict, and this is a conversation that we had with Enterprise and a conversation we've had with the majority of the Polish really good tier 2 and tier 3 Polish teams throughout the last couple years. Consistency seems to never really be there for those guys, right? You know they have the skill. Masked is a good IGL. He even played well against Passion UA, if you remember, especially on that first map. Then you have rifles such as Morels, such as Beanox, of course, Morels being the embodiment of experience that you can need in the Polish scene. And then he's still one of the few guys that has been playing professional CS for 10, 15 years and still can have a lot of firepower input in the server. You have Beanox, who's one of the best Polish riflers right now, one of the sharpest shooters. And then you have Vegi and Mary, who are kind of like the more supportive elements of the team, but really good additions too, right? Especially on the T side, especially lurk-wise, Mary is a great player. That team on paper looks great. It looks like a team that should be one of the best Polish teams out there right now. But then, as you pointed out, they're Ancient, looking powerful, looking like an Ancient that could upset maybe some tier 1, tier 1.5 teams. But then the other maps, it hasn't really been convincing. You're seeing some good things. You're seeing some people step it up. But consistency-wise, it has been a little bit a little bit all over the place. And I feel like this is a point that we can make for the other team in the group too, right? Moving forward, you have the Balkan side, the Romanian side of Nexus, a team that hasn't been playing as much as their opponents, Jack. But they did qualify for the RMR, and they did post some results that surprised a lot of people back then.
Look, man, I think Nexus, this is the best state that it's ever been in. Romanian Counter-Strike seems to be flourishing. They're producing some extremely heavy hitters, not just, you know, in the tier 2 scene. We're seeing, you know, a lot of Romanian tier 1 pros just kind of making their breakthrough now and making great names for themselves. And, you know, sometimes you've got people that try and make that jump and then have to maybe take a step back, and that is probably in the likes of Zello. You know, we've seen a little bit from Sound as well, going international, playing on academy projects for a little bit, and now coming back into a Romanian team. And to be honest, I really like this Nexus team. I haven't really got the chance to watch them all that much, but when I'm looking at, you know, the results that they are getting, it does kind of surprise me a little bit that this team isn't performing to a higher level, because, man, on paper, this team looks like it can slap anybody around the server at any given moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, I feel like the addition of Ersin obviously was an interesting one. It's not like he's an unknown player. Most of those guys we've seen play on Nexus before. I mean, all of them we've seen play on Nexus before, leave for a little bit, then come back. The only exception for the rule is BTN, who has been around for nearly 8 years now, which is the longest stay for a player in the world. I feel like on a singular organization in the tiers 2 space for sure. Nearly 8 years under the same banner, which is absolutely crazy. But then you look at some of the others. You're looking at Erson, who comes in towards the start of the year. He's replacing. Obviously, you have one more person that you can chunk into that lineup and argue it could be an upgrade, and that's Adam S, right? Who's a pretty high-level player. He's on Koi as of right now. But then Erson comes in, and he's actually gluing up and fitting in quite nicely. And as you pointed out, Nexus start playing some great Counter-Strike. They qualify for the RMR. Yeah, truthfully, the RMR didn't go their way. They bombed Allo in 3. I feel like they had a lot of potential to actually pick up a couple wins. And in contrast to a lot of other tier 2 teams, Nexus does feel like a team that's uncomfortable in best of ones, but then when it comes down to best of 3, then when BTN actually has the freedom to toy with the veto a little bit, when they have some more room to breathe and show what they're capable of in the long run in a specific game, of course, in the context of a best of 3 series, they are a really good team. And as you pointed out, it is difficult seeing them lose so many games because they're not playing badly. You look at the games that they've been losing, they've won only 2 out of their last 6 best of 3s, but every single time they're taking it to 3 maps. Every single time is competitive. Every single time they pick up a map, which in contrast with Permita, every now and then, we are seeing 2-0s there. We're seeing 2-0 victories, we're seeing 2-0 losses. So for Nexus, it is a bit more consistent. You know what you're getting, but you don't know if they're going to be winning it 2-1 or losing it 2-0. Whereas with Permita, you kind of feel like you could get that day and night performance where on one day they will be storming, dominating in the server, and then on the other day they will be completely absent.
Yeah, well, I mean, Permita are going to need to be present in this server. This is an elimination game. You cannot afford to have an off day or you will be crashing out 0-2. Vito coming up, Overpass, Inferno, no surprises with the bans. Nexus are going to lean into a Mirage pick and, of course, an ever-present in the Vito when it is not, of course, removed, and that is the Ancient from the Polish side. We've got Vertigo as a decider. And, you know, to be honest, I think it's a pretty fair veto. I think it's probably the best that Nexus could have hoped for, you know, in terms of what they can bring to the table. Maybe if they got an Anubis in there, they might feel a little bit more comfortable. Permita decided, you know what, we're not really going to even risk that, even though it's a small sample size that Nexus would they'd really be going off against Nexus in comparison to how much Permita played. But that Anubis, I mean, there was Troubled Water versus Passion UA, so they decided to just remove it and go on to a Vertigo. But for me, I mean, I'm going to say it once again, if Nexus do not win Mirage, I can see this series going 2-0 to Permita.
You know what's the thing? We're looking at that Ancient and taking it with a pinch of salt because it's been an insta win for Permita against most teams that they play against. I actually feel like Nexus is a good Ancient team. I really do believe that if they have the stars aligned, Nexus is a team that could counter Permita. I'm really interested to see if BTN will be able to come up with a game plan that actually counters all of that woodenness that we've seen. Because so far, I think myself and yourself, we've seen around 3 or 4 Ancients from Permita throughout the last couple of weeks, and not a single team has been able to actually figure things out and even look competitive. We're not even talking about winning the map. We're talking about a team reaching double digits and being able to take them to the extremities of making them sweat. We haven't seen that happen once. I genuinely believe that if Nexus are on the right page, they could make that. I really make that happen. I really believe they could make Permita work for it. But then the Mirage is really interesting for me because this is the starting point of the series in total. I feel like you might be onto something. If Nexus can't convert that Mirage, if the individuals on the side of Permita just outpower, because there's a lot of good individuals on Nexus. We pointed out Sound, we pointed out Zella, we pointed out Raga. All 3 of those, if they get put in the under the shadows, so to speak, of people like Beanox, people like Morels, I really feel like if that Mirage doesn't go in favor of Nexus, we could be seeing a 2-0. But in the same time, if Nexus are really comfortable on that map number 1, I really see a way for them to be really competitive into Ancient. With that being said, though, ladies and gents, we are going to jump straight into map number 1. Permita starting us off on the CT side. Nexus will be on the offense in the first 12 rounds of action here with a pretty standard investment in Yuto. 1 smoke, 1 flash smoke will go towards the window of kitchen, flash over, and it will be a B pop, but Permita look ready for something like that.
Yeah, Mari in a good position. to just deal with this pop when it happens. Zello is the man exploring out towards mid. He's seen nothing, and the split is about to happen, but you have to stop the brunt of it, and that is out the apartments. They struggle to get out the window, but they at least drop Mary before he can do so much damage. Flashes are going to be good. Might have just saved Veggie's life if he wasn't goosed up a little bit earlier on, and BTN will drop him. The CTs move into position to try and pull off this retake. No kit means that they have to go extremely quick and sound. He's walked right on mass, never seen it coming, completely blindsided, and Beanox now the only remaining member of Permitta, and he might be just as well off falling away from this. He's not going to have a chance, and I don't even think Nexus are going to let him cross safely. That's why he is just waiting and buying a little bit of time. He's getting a lot of peeks on his screen. He spotted all 3 players. This is a Nexus T pistol, and this is a great start to a Mirage. You get on the board early, you win that opening round like you should. You get out onto a site like that, you make sure that Permitta, if they want to go for a force in this second round, it's going to be a big risk.
It will be. One thing that is worth mentioning too is that Permitta is off of just playing a best of 3 against Passion UA in the European Pro League Season 15 earlier today, right? They played a 3-mapper. It's a 3-mapper that they won. The veto was a bit different in this one. Well, I guess a bit different. We have 2 of the maps that we're going to be watching here. We had in that previous veto with Anubis being the difference. It was an ancient Anubis Vertigo, as you might guess. Passion UA were the ones to pick up into that Anubis. It was a 2-1 victory for Permitta, but an extremely and exhaustingly long series, Jack. A 19-17 on Ancient for Permitta, then they lose an 11-13 on Anubis, and then they win it in a 16-13 overtime fashion on Vertigo. So the grind is in and could be a bit of a factor. Getting tired or being really warmed up. Those are the 2 points of view. Those are the 2 alternatives. Now, you did point out if they decide to go for the first buy, it would not come without a risk, and they have. And it will be a B stack, unfortunately, for them. Well, fortunately, they get to save and pretty much replay this round and the next.
Yeah, that's if Nexus don't decide to send BTN on the hunt, which is entirely possible. But yeah, you kind of wipe a bit of sweat off your forehead when you do walk into a bomb site. You realize it's clear and you know you're getting the round. But it's just about how aggressive you really want to be in taking the rest of these weapons away. Permitta have known that this save has been coming for a very long time. But are they ready to stop BTN on his expedition to at least do some damage?
Yeah, you can try to find a couple on the exits. I mean, both teams could make a gentleman's agreement right now. I feel like Nexus are happy with keeping 05 alive. They realized it was a force by the moment that they spot out the scout, so no reason to risk dropping any of your players. You can build up the money, let them have what's theirs. You're going to be up against just a couple pistols, a scout, and an MP9. It's still dangerous, so it's I would say it's a pretty win-win situation. One thing that will be interesting will be the duel between Mast and Zello, right? Because on one hand, you have an Oper that's being the IGL, so not a lot of pressure on his shoulders in terms of putting on the sheer numbers. We did point out that the riflers are the ones to be looking at if you're a Permitta fan. And then on the other side, you have Zello, who's, I'd say, maybe the highest quality player in the server as of right now. Of course, Morels might have something to say about that alongside Beanox, but then on the other side you have Zello and Raga, so it's a pretty interesting contest.
Flash in. They thought they were going to be getting away with something sneaky there, but Arslan's just going to hold on, collect that frag. This is still a little bit dangerous because the rotations are coming in for Permitta. They are going to at least attempt this round for sure, but they need to stop Nexus, and it's proven quite difficult. Shots continue to be wayward. They continue to hemorrhage players. That bomb being down, now eventually we are going to see a little bit of a sign of life from the CTs, but it's not much because Veggie gets one, 2 players fall, and Mari, only with this SMG, is maybe waiting to see if Nexus are just going to walk into his crosshair so he can get an upgrade, maybe just get a little bit more money if he can find a kill with the SMG. But this is pretty smooth so far from Nexus, 3-0. However, Permita are going to try and steer them into a few bumps in the road, I feel, in this next round.
Yeah, surely. Something interesting to put in mind, by the way. Nexus have played against the Polish team only once on Mirage so far this year. And that was against Enterprise. That was in the Compass Spring 2024. And the game took place 2 days ago. Wanna try and guess what the score was? I'll give it away to you. Nexus did win it, but wanna try and guess the score?
Was it an absolute and utter domination?
Well, that would be giving you the answer away, so I'm not saying anything.
13-4?
13-1. Oof. Yeah. Oof.
Insane. Much like that entry, Mas didn't stand a chance, did he? The flash was perfect, the double swing. There's nothing really you can do. Morales has been tagged down extremely low on that A bomb site, which is not ideal for the A anchor. It really kind of rules out a lot of positions and fights that you can take comfortably for sure. That HE is going to do a little bit of damage, but PTN is still asking for the boost. He's going to get it. Vegi's going to be spotted, but that is not the engagement he might have wanted. The CT's now beginning to put it up to Nexus, battling back a little bit. 3 kills without one in retaliation. Eventually there is one, but no more, as Mary doubles down and Permita collect their first CT round.
That was a really good readjustment. Morale's in towards the ninja position. Even if the refrag was good from Zello, the route was never going to go in favor of Nexus. This was Permita just anticipating that play. A lot of proactivity in towards the B bomb side. They just leave B itself completely open. Vegi focuses on short, and they just send everyone in towards A. They were expecting the split. B-Nox with a big double, Mary the same. Quite a key round. We're going to see the first full investment with an AVP though for Nexus now. Zello on the big green. Something to really get excited about, but a double push in towards under from the CTs.
Telegraphed a little bit by sound. He knows that there might be a push coming, and well, he's just holding ready and waiting. Expects the second as well. That's beautiful. Permita just shut down, trying to go a little bit too aggressive, try and beat. So sneaky, but Nexus are so clued in and switched on right now in this series that even though they lose the last round, this one will be theirs for sure. Cleanly, dominantly. And Permita, now they have to make a little bit of a decision once again. Morales is actually just going to drop over an AWP to Mast, and I wonder, are they going to force behind it? Or is it just going to be a hero off? Look at that. That second shot. Very difficult to do, but Sam makes it look so easy.
Yeah, absolutely. That was what my reaction was. I mean, that's why I started screaming when I saw him just get the headshot instantly. It's such a difficult win, such a difficult fight to win in that situation. When you peek like that, you barely see the top of the head of the CT. Instantly gets the kill. Instantly Nexus respond back and put a massive dent into the CT side economy. The hero Opio mentioned. Position in towards the B bomb side, but Nexus taking their time with this one. Although the bomb is making its way back. This could be a B round still, but they are doing a little bit of exploration work, and this is more of a precaution being taken by Sound, just playing it more defensively from the T-spawn extremities. Vegi spotted. Oh. Vegi, not fragged.
Vegi in that 5-7, we've already seen him do some dangerous things, and well, he won't be able to do any more in this round. The bomb is going into the jaws of this AWP though. It hasn't been spotted out just yet. Mass is yet to fire a bullet, but he's in a really good position to at least stop the first man. But you feel that that is the win condition here. He has to collect that first kill, and yeah, one's gotten past. He missed the second. Now the rifles are just going to get a whole lot closer, try and run him down. But Mass takes an aggressive fight, takes an aggressive peek. One and done though from that up. You felt like he needed a little bit more, but he's bought a lot of time for the rotations. Look at the flank from Morales. Morels. They don't know about it just yet, but as soon as they continue to find the kills, then they'll just be looking, they'll be watching, they'll be ready, and hopefully waiting for the CTs to make a move. Oh, this is so awkward. Morels is going to strike, but now they know exactly where he is. Spot him out. Sound gives away his position. Just trying to pre-fire him as he comes around the corner. The op will fall. Nexus will win once again, but probably not as cleanly as they would have hoped for.
That was a bit unfortunate there for Morels, right? A bit awkward in that entire situation. He was in a position where he crouches towards the right-hand side, which means that Sound is not going to be able to spot him out. He actually had the potential to claim both kills instantly, right? He's crossed towards the right-hand side. He can shut down Sound and turn his attention around. He saw both players but didn't realize it. Was completely glued in and focused on his crosshair. Sound has been looking extremely sharp, though. Some of the kills that he's getting, no chance is given to his opponents to react. But there's the adjustment. Veggie getting a quick boost in towards the B apartments, but Erison is ready. Mary with a so important refrag. 1-for-1 though, and again, you just see Nexus taking all the space in response to that early engagement in towards the B apartments.
BTM being boosted could be a little bit of a problem, especially with Mass coming through the murder hole. But the refrag from Morels at least keeps this one competitive. You keep a grip on things if you're permitted. However, you don't have the bodies to hold the control of that A bomb site. You have to play from a little bit further back, but Beanox comfortable from behind Ticket, drops Raga, and now it is down to just 2 from Nexus. Zello, he'd love a kill just to be a little bit more comfortable. Beanox can just play around this smoke and just make a real problem for Nexus. Bomb tapped. Zello waiting for the walkthrough. Beanox is just going to sit in that smoke, and Beanox, that is great patience there, realizing that it was going to be a tap. Doesn't budge, doesn't move. Zello was waiting on the other side. Zello, he's going to miss his opportunity to take Beanox down, and that really was the round there. If that kill goes into favor, maybe there's a chance, but Permita are able to hold on.
Yeah, that was reason speaking for Beanox, right? That was a really smart decision. If he goes through the smoke, he's playing right into Zello's AVP and right into his hand. If he goes down there, this is CT control given away. The round is pretty much up in the air from that point on. A lot of patience though. Beanox getting the first kill, staying alive, playing on the other side of the smoke, catching a second down, and Sound had no chance to react onto another peek from Jungo. A must-win round, actually. Much important. For the side of Permita, they pick it up. But look at that reaction from Nexus. They're just sending it out to B bomb side. Master's all alone here, and he's missed the first one.
Yeah, once again, he's not able to stop the first player, and he's not able to do anything at all. Nexus are just going to continue to go to the well with just this B bomb
You need
site.
to save.
Because they keep drawing water here and blood as well. Permita seem to be very weak towards this side of the map. And Nexus are going to take full advantage. This is going to be a 6-2 lead, and that has to be the save. You've just been outplayed completely. And Permita, they keep going for these aggressive plays. Like, they're very, very proactive on their CT side. A little bit too proactive, almost for their own good. If they're, whether that be pushing under, whether that be pushing the B apartments. They were 4 men towards middle that round. But sometimes when you continue to do that and make plays early on, Nexus can just play as reactive as possible.
Yeah, and this is the style of the team, right? This is why you're so good on a map like Ancient, for example, because it is a map that requires the CT side team to take space most of the time and pick up those fights, right? And you can just tell that at times Permita just look like they're trying to enforce their way of seeing the game on different maps, but just playing the exact same way, right? This is why you see them play Overpass that much. Again, a map on which you can be extremely proactive. Anubis, they play it a lot, even though the win rate isn't great, and against Nexus, you'd rather not test it because they have been showing some good results. But there are a lot of maps that, per usual, you will see, and under normal circumstances, you will see Permita be comfortable with taking that space. Sometimes, though, when you see that Nexus are reacting well and it's not working out for you, default might be the better option. But again, they are going aggressive. This time, it works out. Beanox with the opening. No one else spotted in towards the middle part of the map, but now you need to be careful and aware of that A possibility, and Beanox has just seen the top of the head of Zello. Rotation's coming up.
Yeah, Vaggy. Oh.
Didn't see him.
Did he?
Nope. They have no idea.
They know it's a possibility. They're silently walking all the way back. Dropping the bomb in TV. I don't know if that's being heard. Beanox looking around that smoke. He hasn't seen BTN just yet. They've passed each other once again. What are these timings we're seeing in this round right now?
Oh my goodness. They can just wait. 50 seconds. BTN, I think he realizes he's got an insane timing to work with. And they have no clue. Does he look towards CT though? This is the difference maker. He needs to get that kill and he does. Mary goes down. Now the B-Blade needs to come in, but look at Morels.
Yeah, they're not going to be ready for him. They've mollied under as well, and he can just walk behind them slowly. Masters needs to delay here. The longer he stays alive, the better. Beanox is going to try and help out. Now Morels is just going to swing. The op stood no chance. Not aware. BTN tries to get some more impact from that flank, but it's too little too late. The round surely gone with it. 20 seconds and sound is just going to be dropped per minute. I mean, they were nearly caught with their pants down on so many different timings. There's such an awkward engagement that we've seen over towards middle and just different parts of the map. There just seemed to be a T lurking around every corner, but they're able to survive that little bit of a scare. They're able to get just a round closer now to Nexus. But really that comes down to Morels, right? Morels just pushed deep towards top middle. Even though he doesn't hear anything, he just makes his move.
Yeah, that proactivity on the CT side sometimes will net you a lot. And you know what? In the end of the day, it comes down to how well the team on the other side is reacting to you being proactive. This time, the fight doesn't go your way. BTN denies Morels, but Master's there with the response. So 1 for 1. It's not too bad for the CTs, but it is a little bit better for the perspective of Nexus. You still have the Oper proking and prodding. They are looking for someone else to be punished in towards middle. And Raga, if he's patient enough, timing is going to be really important. Spots Veggie, but can't win the fight.
Oh, this is a little bit scary now for Nexus. If they're not careful, their money could be pretty heavily reset. This is not a round that you want to lose. Not at this stage. You're basically allowing Permitted to get back into this game when it was looking like you could just run away with it. Smoke towards top con as it looks like it's going to be a B split once again. I don't blame them. They're getting up onto this site, but they're going to have to do it now with just 3 people, but all of them coming from the same position. That top con smoke is only going to be up for just a second longer. And they're rotating away from B, but Mary in this boosted position. If he drops the bomb, it could be everything. Veggie's going to come back. Zello hits the shot, and now it's just about surviving for Mary. He'll be lucky to get out of wide, but yeah, that is going to connect, and so will that. Zello now trying to scamper towards the bomb. Get it, pick it up, put it down. He's got 3 kills in the round. He's going to tap. Beanox is a little bit closer, but now this has to be stuck, and Beanox knows where he is. He has him trapped in, locked in, and the round with it.
Oh my god, that was such a nice try from Zello though. That was down to the wire. Beanox just not being close enough pays out in his advantage. The first tap of the bomb, if Zello spots him out there, surely the 1 versus 1 is on. But take a look at that once again. What an attempt that was from Zello. This is just a quick reminder. You shouldn't be giving this man a chance to win a round like that. A 1 versus 4 turn 1v1 in a matter of seconds. Permitted still get the round over the line. No bomb plant for Nexus means no money. Well, oh no, they actually got it, right?
Yeah, they got the
bomb plant. Yeah, but it means no full purchase. The fact that they lose the round. Okay, so they will have the full. They will have the half buy. We're not gonna be able to check what Zello just did out, but it was sick. It was really nice. Now you just have the pistols. Not a lot of util though. So you're just running that good old Balkan eco. You get everybody on a deagle. You spread around the map. You go for the old school Scooby-Doo strat. Gank, we split up. And you're looking for clues. Clues as in you're looking for 1Ds.
On the T side, you could split up and look for blues because you are indeed looking for where these CTs reside, and I mean every avenue just seems to be covered right now. Another pistol falls by the wayside. Oh, nearly unfortunate timing for Mast, but he sets himself. collects the kill, and these pistols unfortunately are having zero impact at all. They don't even output a single health point of damage. As Permita inch closer now to Nexus before this half is out. Nexus will have a buy behind them at least, but they're going to need to do something with it if they want to keep daylight between the two teams before we swap sides.
Yeah, especially considering how good the start was for Nexus right now. You'd want to be at least solidifying yourself or guaranteeing yourself a slight victory, a slight advantage. Going into the second half, you want that final round. You don't want Permitted to feel like they're in control going into their T side. Setting the tempo, dictating the rules in the server. And next to slow it down again. It is looking like another B play though. Raga gonna try and get in towards the connector. BTN the last couple times had a lot of chances create for him and open for him. A lot of space to work with in towards that position. But for now, you're just trying to keep those A players in position, making sure that Mast is not going to get a lot of support. And as far as we can see, Mast is going to be all alone. No quick rotations whatsoever.
Yeah, it's about timing here. Feggy can turn back in time to see where BTN is, but you're never expecting him to be that close. This AWP needs to find some impact, which it has. Mast with a double, Mast with a triple, and he's still alive, looking for more. Where's the peak gonna come from? He spotted sound, he's on for the 8, and Mast does not miss a bullet. The 5-bullet mag, no problem for him.
Oh my goodness, what an ace that is from the IGL. We spoke about the fight between Zello and Mask, how hard it could be for the in-game leader to step it up to the level of his opponent from the other corner. But hell he does in that final round of the first half. A 1 versus 5 from Mask in towards that B-bomb side. He was all alone. He needed all 5 kills and he found them. Oh, he didn't even need them. First one, deploys the smoke, goes for the rephase, second repeat towards short. Here's the steps of the player chasing him in towards the bench, turns around and gets out, and the final bullet was onto the last standing player. Not a single reload, 5 bullets, 5 shots, 5 kills. 6 rounds for Permita.
Doesn't need to reload, why would he? Just getting it done. If that doesn't spur you on, I don't know what will. The T's spring out on the approach to this A bomb site, but the CTs are here trying to silence them for good. As now Zello with a lovely double. B-Nox now thrown into a 1v4. Surely not. Another insane play, but it's not going to happen. And it's Zello just making good with that USP. Some insane shots out of him. And, I mean, if B-Nox hits one more headshot like that, we begin to believe. Nexus make sure that they take both pistols on Mirage, but they need a little bit more, because it's still extremely close here.
Yeah, this is a great pistol. It's a good way for Zello to join the action too. Sound as well with a nice double. Look at that from Zello, especially the second kill. That was extremely snappy. It is a good start. Nexus were able to pick up the pistol round in the first half, get a good move on. Now they get to pretty much do the same on their CT side. And it's their map pick too. BTN and Zello just farming some eco kills in towards middle. And ooh, alright. It's I guess BTN is the only one farming. Zello just got a 1 and that was it. Raga with the shutdown. 8 rounds on the board for Nexus. M4s will be saved up, so make sure you're not losing too many rifles out of this, even though you did lose players. But the first buy round of the second half comes in, and this is where it gets interesting.
It does indeed get interesting now. Odds beginning to spice up as well. Back to that in just a moment, because I think Permita are ready to attack out A. Morels, gets his gun up in time. That's a huge double opening. Mary on A as well, just to maybe split open this A bomb site. Trades are going to be good enough, and all really that Permita need right now. Another molly goes down. It's not going to burn BTN out, but they still might know about his whereabouts. And that's what Veggie needs to react in time. If BTN peaks, this could go horribly wrong. But Veggie He's already pushed past this smoke. He's in towards connector, and Nexus are thinking about saving here. That's if Permitta let them, Ted, because Veggie, he's looking for the hunt. They're waiting to hear BTN steps. There's not really a safe passage away from this bomb without being spotted or at least heard.
What can you do with this? If he had a kit, if he had a smoke, I was dreaming, but he might even go down here to the player up until top mid. Oh, BTN gets spotted out. He will survive. So at least one rifle carried on into the next round. You have money to reinvest, but look at that once again. Morel's ready for the mid aggression, and then the instant play in towards that A bomb site. That was so quick.
I wouldn't even say he was ready for the mid aggression. I'd say he was jumping back up on the box, and he just got his gun up in time.
He was considering it.
He was considering it, but he was just praying that he wasn't being peaked at that certain moment. He was peaked, and he still managed to find the kill. Just insanity from him, really.
Zello. Jiggling towards top mid. One player spotted. That was the player with the bomb, though. So you could make an educated guess. Mask is not going to be all alone. Just deploying the molly. He can't really contest middle for now, and it is looking like a bit of a default here for the T's. You have one player in towards A, one player in towards B. Still figuring out where you necessarily want to end, and Veggie getting that opening kill might be of some help.
I think they failed the nade in towards the window as well. They were trying to nade open the smoke so they could fight, but there wasn't even a bullet shot there, so maybe a little bit of missed util. Might be able to catch that on a replay, but however, there's no swing going in there. There's no peek coming from those window players. They can't do anything about it. And the mid attack now approaches A. Beanox is going to get blindsided by the 5-7 up close as Raga drops 2. Mass needs to win that fight and does. Now Morels can begin to move forward, creep into this corner. Hasn't been spotted. BTN kind of half clears it, but looks back just in the nick of time to hit the headshot. The swing from jungle not going to be enough, but BTN gets it done himself, and Zello with the rifles needed to do the damage and do. Nexus survive a real scary one. But that 5-7 up close, I mean, that just slows them down completely because they lost the rifle on the site. If he doesn't, at least do some damage there, that's a Permitta round, 100%.
Yeah, this is the game changer of the round, straight as that. They get the kill in towards middle. Beanox opens things up onto Erson. Raka either gets away with a double or the round is lost. BTN and Zello do a really good job, but they just go one apiece. A big round for Nexus, and Zello opens things up. Mask had the AVP in his hands too, but it doesn't help him. And Zello, oh! There wasn't even an 8! That was just a straight up pre-fire. Was there an 8? I don't think there was. He didn't break the smoke. He just killed him straight through.
Ridiculous.
I'm not blind, right? He didn't break it. He just spammed it. He just pre-fired the bullet tracers that were coming in from the T.
I think so.
All right, we got some information from production that he did break it.
See,
but I think it wasn't the cleanest break.
Still, it was a very clean kill.
We'll see a replay of that for sure.
Oh, Beanox, that's ridiculous. Oh, if he pre-fired there, Zello was a dead man for sure. His crosshair was in a perfect place, but instead, he just takes a little bit of damage. Bates knows that he's falling back. Veggie, AWP, timing is everything. And oh, lucky to get out of that one alive. That could have gone a whole lot worse. It could have gone a whole lot better. Oh, he's in trouble. He's throwing away that AWP. He only has a pistol. The rifle needs to take point. He needs to get the op back.
He wanted to get the AK out of middle. Didn't want to let the CTs pick it up, but didn't realize it was too far away, and Raga drops Beanox. Beanox plays too early for this. They've lost their presence in towards Palace, and now Zello can just get up close. Yeah, they need to save it.
That's one of the most confusing rounds I've seen in a while. Like, I understand Veggie doesn't want to give away the AK to the CTs, but you know that's a possibility. They could be pushing you. Now he's going to hit that shot with an AWP, and you have to wonder, I mean, if you have the op there, and you go back looking over towards middle, you probably find that kill, and then it's a different story. Because it's earlier on in the round, you then have the man advantage. Yeah. Oh, that is
All right.
beautiful.
I think there was another nade, or he just peeked onto the upper before the window smoke. Probably the window smoke wasn't out in the first fight, because I thought he used this nade for the first fight to kill Mast. I guess it was just an early engagement, and then he had the nade.
Might have had one dropped over to him.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it is a possibility. But yeah, that was an extremely awkward round, as you were saying. It was a bit all over the place for Veggie there, and he probably realizes it. And it's caused the team quite a hefty lot. So they just have 3 guns going into this one of them being a Galil. Util's not great, not poor either. You can muster up one solid cover of the left or the right hand side of middle and head in towards the bomb site here. And the money on Nexus isn't perfect yet. They still are on 5 rifles, no open. Util's a bit shy there too, so you might be left with a chance, but if this one doesn't work out for Permitta, then Nexus could be running away with the Mirage.
A round that has worked so well for Nexus. Now, Permitta are going to try and use it against them. Bomb is going to be making its way out of the B apartments, but not for long. Sound is just going to make sure that B is safe and sound unless Mask can replicate something that he produced on the CT half. But
gosh,
that one way too difficult. That is ridiculous from the Nexus player. And that's 5 out of 6 CT rounds so far for Nexus. That's Permitta back onto an eco, and that might be Mirage done and dusted.
Oh my god, look at that. This is so clean. Look at that sequence. Oh. Those are such clean kills. This is so satisfying for Sound. It's like you're playing aimbots. You just double headshot both of them peeking out. It's like you're playing one of those pre-fire maps where bots are just coming in from different angles and you need to kill all of them. He made it look that easy. And I know it's not been a consistent thing. He hasn't been killing 2 or 3 each round, but whenever he's on, he's on. Half-by though, coming in, set piece play in towards that A bomb side. A standard A execute. You're hoping you get some kills, and Raga gives you one of those fights, but there's him with a quick double. This one still pretty much up in the air and quite messy.
It was until it's just Veggie left standing alone and he has to go back and get the bomb. The smokes begin to fade and this bomb site gets a whole lot smaller, especially with the util raining in from the CTs. Urson has just spotted a glimpse of him there. That's where you see Sound and Zello beginning to advance. They're just going to box him in and close him in. He just doesn't get out of this situation. Oh, and he's seen Zello peeking over, but if you can see Zello, he can probably see you. Takes Veggie's head off his shoulders. And now Nexus just need to take one more round and the map away from Permitta. We're just going to see another replay of this from Sound. Absolutely ridiculous. And this is, of course, from this round where the Tech9s found some success, but it was really just Urson with that double. Then making sure they were in a position to trade, really making the difference, and a little bit of a switch up for tempo here. Veggie trying to get up short early, and he will do so with a kill on top of it. He's safely in ladder, and that is going to make Nexus worried for sure.
Yeah, but you still have Raga up close, right? He's still in a position to take this one into account, and BTN's taking him down. This is a big kill, but they've lost Urson. BTN's all alone on A.
It's a great molly to top connector as well. Raga can box these in. Mary's just going to burn
There's
up
one
and
more.
die. Yeah, do they know though? Morels is hearing all the steps on short. The bomb is making its way through T-spawn as Nexus, they do have a little bit of a grip on this round for now. And Pinox continuing to spot out information for his teammate who is hearing Nexus make so much noise. BTN has spotted the bomb make its way across. Morels is low though. This is going to be the real difference maker here. Morels falls for nothing. Mass finds that kill and Beanox now strikes Zello in a 1 versus 2 as the crossfire is being set up from the tees, and Master's going to see Zello every day of the week trying to sneak on out. He'll upgrade onto an AWP and he will stop the Romanians from claiming Mirage for now.
That was a good first. Now you need to do it 4 more times though if you want to force OT. Nexus have the finances to justify going for yet another investment here. And that was good from the side of Permita. They capitalized on that initial fight in towards middle. They try and send that quick player in towards the ladder position, then react out of A straight away. It makes it really hard for Nexus to get a grip of the situation and decide on where they want to send the majority of their numbers. Now, they were thinking about providing a quick boost for the AVP of Zello. It does fail a little bit, which means that he's going to be limited to just holding the line, but it still allows Nexus to send the majority of their numbers in towards that A-bomb side.
The boost is the real danger here, if they're not ready for it, but Raga seems to be going back to just have a look. Veggie might even play late. Morales can maybe try and play around this smoke. Sound is going to see him up close and connector. And Morales was just not expecting it. What a way to gain an advantage. Raga now waiting for Veggie to walk in, but the AK beats 5-7 this time around. Sound burning in the Molotov. BTN trying to hold his teammates caught up, and well, the CTs are cutting them apart as they make their way out. Airson with a double, and Sound will shut that round down. Nexus, they will claim a 13-8 victory on Mirage. And Permita need to hope that their perfect ancient can continue to head, or they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good showing from Nexus, right? It was a good start. Towards the middle portion of it, towards the end of that first half, we did see a bit of a comeback coming in from the polls, and it felt like Nexus were starting to drop the ball a little bit, but then the start of the CT side was really good, and I feel like that was all that there was to it, right? Permita getting away with 2 cheeky rounds on that T side, one of them only up until Nexus got up to 12, so it never actually came that close to the wire. It was a pretty solid Mirage from Nexus. A good performance from the team in general, right? Raga was, I believe, at the bottom of the scoreboard with 10 kills, and then at the top you had 2 players with 16 apiece, so it wasn't like we had a hard carry performance from anybody. It was just the team looking comfortable, and going into Ancient, it will be really exciting, because once again, as Mirage, it is a map that both teams play quite a lot. With that being said though, ladies and gents, we are going to send it into a short little break, and we will be right back in just a couple of minutes. Map number 2 of the series coming up after the break.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Folks, we are ready to jump into map number 2 of our second elimination series of the day here at the RES Regional Series to European Edition. Nexus were able to convert their own map pick on Mirage, no questions asked. It was a great performance all in all from the team. Permita did show us some good bips and pops every now and then, but nothing too consistent. Jack, can we expect something better from Permita on Engine? And the more important question, and the more interesting question for me, because I know what you're going to answer to me on the first one, can we expect something good from Nexus? Can we expect them to be competitive to Permita?
I think they can, but it's going to be very difficult. Permita, look, man, they've looked really, really good. The record speaks for itself. 16-1 in their last 17 games on Ancient. The only team that they lost to was Eklot, and that was around a month ago. I think they've won maybe 5 or 6 since then, on the bounce. Look, it's just very impressive the way that they play. I think they played an Ancient to a very, very high level. I think a lot of tier 2 teams are going to struggle. That's not saying Nexus are a bad Ancient team, which they're not. They're not a bad team in general, but Ancient as well is one of the maps that you would probably look towards and you'd say, they definitely do have a decent shout or a decent chance on, but it just kind of depends on how consistent are Permita on this map. Consistency has been an issue on other maps, but this one just seems to be cut and dry. They seem to get home and hosed every single time, but anything can happen. It's an elimination game. We can talk about the fatigue as well. They've already played a long best of 3 before this that they came out the victors in another event. This is now the 5th map that they're going to play today, so they've been up early in the morning, still grinding away all day, and that does take a lot of strain, on your mental, because to stay focused for that long in really important games for that sheer amount of time, it's very, very tough.
It is difficult, especially when you're playing up against a team that in Passion UA you've been playing against quite a lot recently. It is a team that in your position as Permita and the players that you have on the team, the organization, you feel like you should be able to deal with the young Ukrainians a little bit easier, but it has been nothing close to easy for them, so it could be a little bit exhausting. Then you go into a game against Nexus, a team that has been on the rise, second in ESA Advanced most recent season. Of course, they lost the final to Sashi now, Espionage back then in a 1-3 fashion, but got some really good victories on the way there. One of them being against Nemiga on this map. Of course, there was a couple more matchups. There was the Ukrainian side of Inglorious as well that they were able to best on Ancient. And as you pointed out, Permita, having played it 17 times, they've just lost it once. So if you're Nexus, you've won your last 5 Ancients, you require a massive performance here if you want to steal this one away. That would be the end of a dynasty for the side of Permita. And the pistol round started us off. Permita on the T side, a lot of money invested into Yuto, and a nade hit coming up.
Pop out towards the site. Zello just gonna get those Julies into action, nearly overheating. He was firing them off that much, but just the one kill, the bomb will go down, and the T's begin to output damage through smokes as well. This is gonna get difficult now for Nexus, who need to get into position. 2 players trying to get through Temple. Veggie is gonna stop the force. Here comes the swing, and well, Veggie will just double down on kills, and it's reluctantly the captain just to wander his way back. Now, he's going to be caught here. He's very low, remember. 1 bullet will do, and it's even a headshot from Morel. So, I mean, it doesn't really get much better than that for Permita. Really good start. They'll take the pistol. Nexus denied, and this should just be the eco here from the Romanians.
Yeah, it is the most perfect start that you can hope for. Veggie with a triple kill. Of course, they did play Unancient earlier today against Passion UA, and they were quite close to actually dropping their winning streak, and Passion upsetting. That game did go not only into singular, but into double overtime. It was a 19-17 win for Permita. A great performance by Veggie out of everyone else. He was on 29 and 26. top of the board for his team. Masked and Beanox actually struggled a little bit in that game. They did wake up towards the latter stages in the more important rounds in OT. But especially on the T side, you'd expect them to be quite comfortable to start us off. Of course, this one being just a full eco won't really provide too much to talk about. Maybe a cheeky 1 or 2 kills for the side of Nexus. Not really going to happen in this endeavor. Not in this one either. Mask just farming the money, making sure that he's going to have enough cash for the open. This is probably going to be a clean conversion here for Permita with the first buy round for Nexus coming up right about now.
Let's see what they can do with the guns up. If they can stop them early, that's really where I see Nexus having a lot of success, is that if they can deny Permita from what they love to do, go out towards middle, take that early control, and then just play around that. Nexus need to be able to stop it. You can see that the odds are shifting a little bit. Of course, if you want to take advantage of those odds, head over to 1xBet. You can click the banner down below the stream and use our code 1X.
Oh, look at the call.
EU. Yeah, it's a fast play out A. As Permita are going to try and snatch this one from Nexus. Pretty similar round to the pistol. They'll just sprint out. They'll find the 2 kills. This is a save from Nexus. They've been bested. They've been outcalled and outplayed from the get-go.
Oh, and this is such a tough pill to swallow right now. Permita just hit them with a straight-up first buy round A rush, and this is something that a lot of teams do. A lot of teams are aware that their opponents could do, and a lot of the time it still works out, right? It is the best counter. Most teams on the CT side, whenever they get the guns initially after losing the pistol in the second, will try and fight for middle, will try and fight for the lane control, and that's why that A play is just so prolific. You know, there's no op on the CT side. They probably have a limited amount of util, probably a limited amount of guns. Diffuse kit's not even present in that scenario, so if you're able to find that gap and get yourself out in towards A and get maybe 1-man advantage, in that scenario was a 5 versus 3, but even in a 1-man advantage situation, it's still a pretty difficult retake, and a lot of people would just call it off as a save. Pretty much what Nexus did in that situation. A bit unfortunate, I'd say, on the initial fight. Really good chain flashes did not allow the first player out of Donut to get a kill, and Raga there couldn't finish it off. Nexus were just hoping to get at least 1 in exchange to be able to justify that retake, but they couldn't. Now they get to replay the round. What Permita did was just play that. We won 1 bonus free round here on the T side start. It's not going to reset the CT side economy, but we'd rather be 3-0 up than 2-0 up.
It's a really good call as well in terms of Permita. They love going aggressive out towards A, but they're hitting the sites early and often right now, it would seem, and Nexus can do nothing about it. They're going to have to give it up here after finding 1 kill, but 2 players now falling. Is this going to be another save here for Nexus? I don't think you can go for it. Just the pure aggression, the deep control that they have is going to be so difficult to retake, especially if Ersin goes down. Raga's close by, and it's all on him. If he can find an early kill, they'll go. If not, they will run away. And unfortunately, the early fight, the early kill that they were after, does fall into the hands of Permita, along with another T round. And this is really interesting. I wonder where Nexus kind of expecting this, because you know, I would describe Permita as a very mid-orientated T side. That's usually what they like to do. They'll get Veggie as close as possible to the red room. They've ignored that completely. Maybe expecting Nexus to be ready to counter them, and Permita just seem 1 step ahead at the moment.
I feel like it could be just an early game thing, right? Because a lot of you see that from quite a lot of teams. Usually, the moment when they go for that mid control and sending in Veggie towards reds, slowing things down and trying to toy with the rotations of the CTs. Usually this is when they're forced to actually slow the tempo down a little bit, right? When you feel like the other team is trying to react. And I feel like early on in the first, let's say 1-2 buy rounds, maybe even 3 at times, but now that Nexus have gone for a tactical timeout, you probably switch it up. You can try and go for the so-called shutdown calls, right? Off of spawn, just go for something really quick, try and catch them off guard. You're pretty much conditioning them to be ready for those bomb site hits, right? And that's going to make it a little bit easier now for you to be put in a position where you can actually play around that mid control, take that lane control. You're going to condition Nexus to just be extremely aware of those quick plays, and that's probably going to weaken them up towards the middle part of the map. So it is looking really, really good for Pimeta right now. Interested to see how Nexus answer back, though. Because I am expecting Permitted to start being showing some interest in middle control sooner or later. And they're making it look so. But it is an A play on the cards.
I mean, they're just going to continue to hit the sights. And this is all smoke and mirrors right now over towards mid and B. BTN is lucky to still be standing. There's a good position though from Ersin, and he does have the support of Raga as well, but it comes down to if they can find the kills. Great Molotov. He misses the smoke though, but it doesn't matter. Permita aren't going to even contest it. They're going to go back, head on over towards B, where it's a heavy cave lean from the CTs. Zello is sat in towards the cubby on the site. You can see how terrified they are right now of where the T's could be coming from. Mid is completely open. Zello's just making sure that he's not going to be wrapped here. But if they walk into cave, this is the perfect opportunity for Nexus to strike.
Yep, absolutely. Just one player making his way up the ramp, and not even that. They might still want to go in towards middle, though, but BTN gets a kill, and he's the low on HP, nearly getting a second. This is perfect from BTN.
Oh, they're letting Beanox explore, though, out towards mid. He's going to try and get into the red room. Doesn't want to leave this too late, though. They're still considering maybe going back over towards A, and with that kill, yes, they will. Still, Raga in towards Donut. He's not been spotted yet. He's just going to sit ready and waiting. He could, yeah, but they're waiting to see if Beanox can get anything and more from that position. He can't. He falls. Mass needs to sprint out onto the side. It's a lovely position from Zello, but it's telegraphed completely. Mass might have just saved the round here for Permita. Ersin smoked off. A risk if he goes through it. He has to wait for Raga as he causes a little bit of a distraction. Veggie instantly turns around to make sure that they're not being flanked. This has Raga sneaking somewhere written all over it, and Veggie's just going to be holding Permita. They have rescued this round from the depths. It was looking unlikely, but now they might have just sealed it, and masked indeed he will. 3 from him, and what a leader he has been, just to make sure Permita do not lose this streak early on.
That was a crazy mid-round call, by the way, and Nexus have no idea how to counteract right now. This was, once again, as you pointed out, the closest that they've been to winning a round. It felt so good. BTN getting a kill and a half out of the cave. He's on 16 HP. He shouldn't be doing so much damage, but he still does. The captain doing God's work. Sound shutting down 1. Having enough time to reset. Ersin catches Beanox on the flank, but then masked with the first kill. The second as well. That's the real difference maker, right? Zello not being able to find out refrag. The fact that Mask was anticipating that third player onto the bomb site. That was the real catalyst for Permitted to win that round. Down to 2 versus 2. Another investment from Nexus. The Yuto is so low, though. They have the guns, but they need the AVP of Zello to find out the early opening. And he's going to look for it.
And he's got it.
Took his time.
Did. Nearly went wrong as well. BTN needs to be so careful. The mid player is doing a lot of damage. As Veggie, he's not stopping now. He's continuing to just apply the pressure. And Nexus, although they have an advantage, they are still quite worried because Permita are so good at pulling these rounds out of the fire.
Oh, the flash is perfect. Yeah, it's great execution. BTN gets that into a 5 versus 3. And if the previous round was able to slip right through their fingertips, this one, I don't want to jinx it, but it should be finally where Nexus get there first, surely.
Looking a little bit scary there. If Veggie gets that kill, could be a different story. Master's going to walk up onto this B site, or at least try to. Master can get a bomb plant out of this. Sorry, never mind. Don't mind me.
Didn't see BTN on the minimap?
No, I knew he was there.
All right.
But I just thought maybe there's a possibility that he can walk through that smoke and just catch him. Those smoke fights can be awkward at times, and BTN, I think, was, yeah, he's 3 HP, so there was maybe an opportunity to be had. But finally, Nexus get a grip on the defense.
You know what? Even though they're down 0-5, I have felt like I don't think Nexus have looked harmless in those 5 rounds. I don't think it's just been non-competitive. Obviously, the first 2 buy rounds where they were really quick with the calls were great, and I would say they were comfortable. But the previous one that they lost probably had to be theirs. It is starting to look like they have been able to crack the code. So if you're able to get a couple rounds on the board, a couple consecutive rounds on the board, this would be a big difference maker. And look at all the damage being done onto those mid players. Mary and Morels, they were practically dead before even seeing Raga.
Yeah, insane double nades. Masto, he is shooting right now for Permitta, and he needs to continue to do so. Not in the rest of this round. He gets at least something to boast about. It'll increase his stats, but not the round score. That's really what he cares about. Nexus, 2 in a row. That one, the most comfortable that we have seen from them. They keep a lot of players up, a lot of players alive, and they do a really good job of stopping Permitta taking mid early.
Yeah, they are. Great protocol nades. Permitta were hoping that that conditioning towards the bomb sites would create a little bit of space in towards middle. Hasn't really changed anything though. Deep smoke, close molly, double nade every single round for Nexus. Nearly impossible to get out here if you're on the T side. You might have to wait for that early Yuto, and that's exactly what they did. Break open the smoke, Vegi gets a kill onto Urson, and now Raga's all alone, but he's still gonna get aggressive in towards Shelf.
He's hearing all these steps. Oh, Raga swings in. Fast back turn. Raga gets a double. Not expecting Morales. That refrag was a much needed one. And Zello, he's missed an opportunity. But look at BTN. Step been heard. That's a perfect flashbang once again. Morales has gotten across and BTN is in a whole world of trouble. He should be, but he's waiting for Sound maybe to help him out, which he will. Vegi into the red room, but it's of absolutely no use at the moment because Nexus, they found the kills in the most vital of moments. And even though Vegi might get a flank and he might take down the AWP, with 45 seconds and he has to go all the way over to the B laneway to get the bomb back, this is surely done.
It should be. Any moment now they will spot out Vegi. And now they know he doesn't have the bomb, by the way. Yeah, the bomb has been spotted. BTN just found that out. So with 25 seconds, it would be impossible. And Zello doesn't miss once again. Vegi goes down. Next is getting 3 in a row. No bomb plan for the Poles either. They have the money to justify getting a hero AK and half buying around it. But Nexus is starting to get a grip of that game. Check it out. Vegi getting the opening kill towards middle. That play from Raga is absolutely huge. Refrag comes in, but then Morels spots out BTN. He's still going for the fight, but he was trapped in between 2 players, so he was dead either way, even if he gets 1 out of there. And Zello turning around in towards the A-bomb side, being aware of the potential walk. Good awareness being shown by the CTs. This is Nexus just bringing the fight to Permitta right now on their map pick.
BTN's just going to drop that smoke. The pistol's going to try and go through. Well, Mass is waiting from heaven. This is just great utility usage there. He's burned Mass as well. He knows that he was there, so his sneaky suspicions were right. He was expecting maybe to be double peaked there and just make sure that that's not a possibility. Being aware of your surroundings, and he's just going to open up the distance a little bit, go back towards Cave, and he's got a fast exit onto the site should he need it, and he might. No flashes for the T's for what is going to be a late B-pop.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy with the lack of flashes. 3-man setup in towards that B-bomb side from Nexus 2, and BTN's going to get up close and personal. This is not looking too bad, but the bomb is walking back. They're reconsidering, but BTN is taking all that space. Timing is perfect. He's going to catch Vegi off guard, and this is one of the guns. Galil out of the equation. Beanox will turn around and try and find something in response, but Sound needs to get out of there. Just want to make sure you don't go down here.
Still, the round might be cooked here. Unless Mass can drop Raga, you don't want to give him another chance, but the shelf walk from BTN is going to be good enough to confirm that kill. It's a little bit messy, but he'll take it. 20 seconds. Smokes are going to go over. Erson just needs to hold on. No flashes coming. There's the smoke bounced off the wall, and Erson just a clean line of sight to claim 2. And Raga will come to make sure that they at least confirm the round. And they keep everybody alive once again. So money beginning to flourish. Money not going to be a problem for the CTs. And the problem for Permita is they started great, but now they've stopped.
Yeah, exactly, right? The first couple rounds, it felt like Nexus were not able to get a hold on the situation. But the thing that we did point out is the fact that you compare Nexus to a lot of the other teams that Permita have played against. You have all the experience in the world in BTN, right? You have a pretty smart player in the server who's always been really good at finding solutions. And it feels like the CT side has just been able to crack the code. As we said, even after them winning the first round, it's looked like day and night. One thing that I wanted to highlight, you did point it out as the round was going, that Molotov that BTN throws in towards the right-hand side. You have seen that in the demos, and this is one of the things that we actually liked about Permita. On the T side, they love taking mid control and just sending that first mid player up shelf straight away to go for the right-hand side peak, which usually the K player is not going to be ready for, right? BTN just deploys the Molotov. Perfect understanding on the timing. Of course, it wasn't the quickest one we've seen from Permita. We've seen that happen on minute 35, and I would be surprised if BTN is ready for that if it goes to it. But still, the Romanians looking good. Looking aware of the different possibilities. And again, we're not seeing a typical star-like performance from anyone. I mean, BTN's on 8 and 3, and he's top of the server. Everyone else is just doing their job, but they are looking solid. Tactical timeout for Permita to try and find somewhat of a response. And taking a look at the 1xbet odds, they are favoring Nexus for that end victory. Of course, they did win map number 1, so technically they're just 1 away here from eliminating Permita from the tournament. You want to go and check out 1xbet, use our code 1XRESEU to get up to 130% bonus. But with that being said, back to the swing of things. Enough mumbling.
Raga once again gonna try and do the damage over towards Shelf. He's got a lot of backup towards mid this time. Raga still might be considering going for a peek maybe a little bit later on. Flash in, but they're ready. They telegraphed that one, expecting Raga to get aggressive. Ooh. And Erson couldn't get out of mid in time. 2 kills to the good. Permita, they seem to have Nexus's number right now, except how about this aggression from BTN? This is a big risk. Morels and Sound are going to be looking at each other as well. This trade needs to happen, but the CTs need to come out on top in this fight, and they won't. Morels transfers 2, and the round is done. No way Zello can get back into this one. A 1v5. You'd be better off even just saving that AWP so the T's don't get it. Not even for his own benefit in terms of monetary value. But surely they're going to clear him out in Donut.
Ring around the rosy. This is really uncomfortable for Zeller right now. He hasn't seen anyone this entire round. He hasn't heard anything. Is so claustrophobic. Now he's hearing the steps. And first shot misses. That should be the end of him. Peeks right into the creative high-low. There's the replay though. That's the cleanest round we've seen from Permita so far. In, well, straight after a tactical timeout too. This is a relief. It's the complete switch of pace too, right? The first couple rounds, or the previous couple rounds, they were just getting caught off guard by the aggression. Picking up the fights towards middle and towards Shelf, losing most of them. Here they get the opening kill and they just play it so much more patiently. They just wait for Nexus to keep on pushing. Works out perfectly, so now Nexus once again are the ones that need to fight back and need to find a response.
They're going to go for an A play quickly here. Morales is just really applying the pressure. Just only had 1 set of steps. They only see 1 set of util. They don't really see much over towards B. And Erson has to go back completely on his own. Zello is going to miss his opportunity to drop Morales, but once he falls, you see nothing behind it. Erson has done a great job to find at least 2 and stop them for now.
Spotted.
Zello, yeah, he's seen Beanox get in towards Temple. Surely Sound is just going to be watching this like a hawk, and he is. Beanox, he cannot take another step forward here, or he will fall. And the gun barrel's been seen there from Mast. Raga collects the kill, but now Beanox has to move, and it's right into the waiting arms of Sound. Nexus respond and still have a chance to have this game level before
We didn't
they go
get
over
to
on
see
the
it
T
live,
side.
but how does Harrison find a double kill right there? That was a great call by Permitta. Morels kept them. He kept them occupied for such a long time, even though he doesn't get a kill, even though BTN drops him. The A-bomb side was completely free. Harrison was all alone, and he still gets a double. What a difference maker that is. Permitta had the right idea. Morels was able to keep them occupied with just one single set of Yuto and all alone in towards B. But it's Harrison to be the big hero of Nexus with that double kill. 5-6. Nexus looking to level things up, but Mast breaking up the smoke and taking Raga down.
Now the adjustment is coming. Now the aggression is coming, though, from the CTs. It's been spotted early, though. And Beanox. He's going to begin to move and creep up. Sound sees him, spots him, drops him, and 2 for the price of 1 there. Morels in towards Cave. BTN and Erson, they're just surely going to peek him together, and even Sound's going to be looking there as well. The T's, they started off the round great with a kill.
Oh, he's lagged out.
He lagged out, and they didn't realise. That is so unfortunate. Nothing they can do about it now, unfortunately. Veggie just going to have to sit and spawn. This round is over, and it's a Nexus one. I assume he will disconnect in just a moment, but Ted, I think that just comes down to if the damage was done before, you know, they even realized. I mean, Permitta, they played out the round. They were already a kill up probably before it was communicated that he wasn't moving. And that's just the way it goes sometimes in online CS. Or he's back.
All right. So no technical timeout needed, and we get to see a Veggie 1 versus 3 attempt. That's one of those moments you're back in the server and you're like, okay, give me all the information that you have. Where were those guys? I'm gonna give it a go. Sound goes for the check. Veggie, imagine he wins it now. He was AFK for the entire round. He was lagged out. He still needs to get inside of Cave and get the bomb, so time is running low. He doesn't have the time, and Erson will shut him down. It's another triple for the man. He's doubled his kills in a matter of 2 rounds, and it's high impact kills all across the board for Erson. As Nexus level things up, it's 6 apiece. And for the first time in a while, Jack, we are seeing a team be really competitive to Permitta on Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be a little bit more impressed when I see Nexus's T side. I don't want to, you know, look, Permitta are a different beast sometimes when they swap over onto the CT side. They seem to just run away with it in the second half, so we'll wait and see. But ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't actually taken advantage of that offer, 130% deposit bonus on 1xBet, make sure to use code 1XRESEU. Click the banner down below the stream and head on over. Take advantage of the odds. They're probably pretty close at this stage, maybe leaning a little bit towards Nexus. Of course, they're already a map up in this series. And can they go a T pistol up? The double donut setup needs to be undone here, and it will be 3 kills for the T's. It's down to just Mast and Veggie to try and hold on. I hope Veggie is present in this round. Well, he's been goosed up instantly. He does manage to find a kill and a second. Veggie looking for a little bit more, but he had to really do it all. The damage had already been done. The donut stack worth nothing, and Nexus take such an important round in this series.
Yeah, this could be a tone setter for the entire second half, right? This could be just Nexus being put in a position where they can control, dictate the pace. They needed that pistol round. Zello and Raga, great protocols. Molly in towards the back of Donut in the pistol round. This is not something that you see every day, right? But it is the thing that makes it a lot more comfortable for them. Fuiko coming up for Permitta. This will be Nexus up to 8 rounds. That engine starting to look scary right now. And now you're realizing you're up against a team that is, too, on a pretty decent winning streak. And that is a decent Ancient team. So you don't want to let them get in their comfort zone on the T side. Of course, this one, not really being up in the air. It was always going to be 99% a Nexus round on the board. 2 in between. First buy round for Permitta on the CT side. And as you pointed out, it's really important to kind of establish some level of comfort early on your defense if you're Permitta right now. We know what you're capable of. That CT side could be great, but lining up the quick donut smoke, they're going to hit him with the same. They're going to hit him with a straight-up A-rush.
I love this. If I fire with fire here, Beanox sees nothing out towards middle, and by the time you're realizing this, it's probably too little too late. Flash is coming in. They need to stop and find Mari here, who's going to peek out needed more than just the one. They've got a lot of control of the site to tease, but they're after losing so many players, and this actually does not look too bad for Permita whatsoever. They'll pick up rifles. They'll slow it down a little bit. Here comes the peak. Morels. He's going to claim one before he falls. And BTN now left stranded. Look where the bomb is. They need to get that back. And Permita are not going to give this one up. Not at all.
It all falls apart. BTN, he can collect that C4 without being spotted. They haven't seen him yet. This is the element of surprise that he has going on for him. He needs to find a kill, though, and he's made steps. Now they know. The peek gives away his position. Surely he just gets double peeked. They're not going to give him any chances to get back into this round. And he's looking for Veggie once again. Trying to bait a peek. Veggie thinking about giving him the fight. This is not one you want to be risking. With 35 seconds, the captain's just looking for something. Anything. A pixel, an arm, a toe, just something to give him a chance back into the round, but no one's speaking. No one's even thinking about going for anything like that. BTN swings, but that's the moment when Mask just swings on the contact of his donut teammate. It was a 2v1. Not a single kill going in favor of BTN, and Permita get there first.
Mask claiming that kill is just really what makes Nexus uncomfortable. They didn't have a smoke for CT, and that was the problem. It wasn't bloomed. I don't know if it even landed. I don't know if they even threw one, but there was a gap there that Mast was able to exploit. And now Nexus are going to pay the price. AWP,
is that a B-rush?
AK's a B-rush. No, slowed down. It was looking like it for a moment. They're just going to contact. Yeah, they're going to contact up here. Veggie's in a really good position to deal with this, but gets off the angle. Here comes the swing. BTN gets close, and Veggie goes down with just a single kill. But Morel's unknown for now. Now dinked up as Raga needs to try and hold control of CT. The smokes merge as Mary fakes out that maybe he's gone through it. But Permita are falling away from this one. They are saving Nexus with a perfect call to answer back, and they will stay 2 rounds in the lead.
And that's a great call. I love the confidence from Nexus, right? The fact that they don't send it straight up, it's still a pretty quick one. But you just wait to put Zello on that angle. You didn't want to go for the long smoke. You didn't want to give it away with the Uto. You wanted to make sure you can fight for square control and go for that deep control. That flash is absolutely perfect. Mary's out of here. Zello drops Beanox. This is great damage. Morales is not on HP. He's the only one left. They can find him too. 3 seconds. Morales, by the looks of things, will get to hold on to his AK-47. But you look at the money on Permita. That was a great shutdown from Nexus. And look at that from BTN. We've just been seeing some rejuvenating performances from BTN recently. And I don't know what the reason is. But this man, after spending nearly 8 years in that organization, is playing some of the best individual CS we've seen from him.
It's probably because he's got some of the best individuals around him right now that Nexus has probably ever seen. That's, I would say, something to do with it.
Yeah, but he's 14-7. I'm talking about him individually.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying he's rejuvenated because of that.
Yeah,
the players
probably,
around him, the results that they've been getting, and a real belief probably in this project now. And a real belief that B is going to work once again, but there's nearly everybody here trying to deny this one. Veggie will be able to stop the first, but the T's try and light up the kill feed in just a matter of moments. Veggie's out of ammo. Erson's still up close. Veggie goes back for a little bit more, but Morel's still standing, and Zello in a 1 versus 2. The swing of the pistol is enough to deny, and Mast will get a little bit of an upgrade. AWP acquired, round acquired, and Nexus stopped and harshly reset on a few players.
Yeah, this is complete denial, and now you need to consider that eco. I mean, you ideally want to send it back because you know that the money on Permita would be in a really tough spot. That could be a good moment for a tactical timeout, and Nexus go for it, as we were saying it. Zello is the only one that's got enough money to go for an AK armor Yuto. Raga is the only one who's fully reset, though, who wouldn't have money for a reinvestment in the next one. So you have a decision to make. I think... Oh, this is a tough one. Money on the CT side is low now. So if you want to stay in the driver's seat, if you want to just run through this one, you go for a high risk, high reward investment, and you're hoping you make it work. And that's the decision that they go for. You go for the force buy. Zelo's on an AK, Urson and Sound on Galeos, BTN on a Mac 10, Raga on a Tech 9. You're working with 3 smokes and 4 flashes in total. You need a masterclass of a co.
You kind of need a bomb plant though as well. In at least one of the next 2 rounds should you lose this one. Damage needs to be done. Kills need to be found. Out towards mid. They're going to try and pop first. Frag. It doesn't go your way and BTN decides to call a cancel. But here comes Sound over the top of Shelf to try and crunch upon them. And they collect the kills. Get it down into a 2 versus 2. And hold for the freeze. Sound goes back for a little bit more. And Vegi's been dropped. Space has been taken. And Zelo still hasn't moved in muscle. Waiting to go back to collect that bomb. As Sound, does he spot him? Yes, he does. And Sound gets the kill. An insane round from Sound. 4K. They risk it. They get the reward. And they might get even more. They might get that permitted streak. They might just end it here.
Oh my goodness, and the straight up tactical timeout after, you know what type of a financial situation you forced them to permit it. You're forcing such a difficult decision on them. They need to go for the straight up force buy. They have no choice. They have 2 players that have been fully reset, not a single one who's got enough money for a premium rifle. You're up 10-8 on their map pick in an elimination game. Third and final tactical timeout for Nexus, and what a round that was from Sound. We did say that he was looking sharp on map number 1. Well, guess what? He's still feeling it. And that's off of them losing the first 2 fights. That was the 3 versus 5. Control lost, and Sound just comes in from Shelf. Gets the first one, gets the second. B-Dog's doing God's work, but Sound was just winning every single fight. This is the real difference maker. And then after spotting all those riflers, you realize Mask is the last one standing. He's got enough money for an AVP. He should be in towards A. That's why he takes all that space. Goes for the kill, gets it. 10-8, force buy for Permita. Is do or die. They need this one.
B-Knocks close with an SMG. He's solo in his endeavors towards mid. They've got a 2-2 split on the A and the B bomb site. They see nothing over towards B right now, and Morel's just going to rotate away. Yeah, Vegi is in towards Cave with a kit, but just a 5-7 to try and deny these players. Nexus can take all the space in the world right now. The flashes just need to be good. Oh, but it is not. It catches Sound in the eyes. Vegi not again. He's going to collect an AK. He has the bomb in his lap. Nexus, you might just fall to pistols in one of the most vital moments. Beanox making sure that the mid rotation is going to be cut off. And if you're Raga, you're trapped. If you're Raga, you're dead. Sound isn't here to save you this time. It has to be Zelo and BTN to get it done.
Do you even try to go for this? I feel like you call it safe at this point. It's a 2 versus 5. You know you need to reinvest in the next one again. Zelo's got enough money to drop over a Galil. You just need to try and hold on. The round is over. Vegas won that completely on his lonesome. And one failed flashbang for Nexus sets him up for success. That was the perfect call for Nexus. They walk into an empty bomb site with just 1-5-7. Everyone else is expecting an A play. That was an A setup for Permita. Nexus outcalled their opponents, but they just couldn't trade one pistol towards the back of the site.
It's not the first time, Ted, that we've seen a Vegi masterclass with a 5-7 from that position. He seems to come to life. He finds multi-kills with that weapon from Pillar time and time again. Of course, helped, yes, by that flashbang not working out. You'll see it here once again. 1, 2, that's all he needed. And he goes and picks up the AK after. The spacing wasn't good enough there behind it. They couldn't get that refrag. You have to give it up there. And that's such a problem now for Nexus. You had this game pretty much in your hands. That was the round that you were meant to walk over, breeze through. But instead, now Permita can answer back. They can put you under pressure. And unless Zelo and BTN cannot if they can't find anything with these weapons, Ted, it's done.
Of course, it's not a full investment for Nexus right now, but they still were putting some hopes on it, and Zello finds the opening. Becky once again alone, though. They don't realize it. But the B-bomb side is completely free. Flash goes high. Zello still in there. BTN as well. The CTs need to be really careful with what types of fights they're giving away, because Zello's still waiting with the AVP, and they're peeking into him.
He's doing magic things right now with that magic stick. Sound is just going to be left here, sitting in the cubby. Mast gets a little bit closer, jiggling with a smoke. And he's made the call. He's telling his troops to go over towards that A-bomb site and try and lock it down. Don't worry about middle. Maybe you should be worried about middle. Because Nexus, they're going to creep out here.
Surely you just go shelfing towards B, right? I mean, Sound has stood there for such a long time and he hasn't seen anything. Just one smoke spotted. Surely you don't believe that Permitta will be waiting with all three in towards B and they will just commit to this attack. Raga has the bomb on his back. They are still exploring their options, but at this point, you can afford to send at least Sound up that B ramp to see if he can figure something out. Flash goes high. They want to split B. They still want to go B. They've seen Mast. Do they know he's all alone? No, they're going in towards the A-bomb side, in towards the stack.
It's a big problem. Morels is already up close. Zello's trapped now here by Mass. BTN needs to find this kill, and he does. But there's still one more player on the site that you need to be worried about, and now Raga knows all about him. Zello finds the kill, and it's down to this 7 seconds. Mary is holding on. He's dropped the bomb. He just needs to survive. Has Mary just stolen this one away? Yes, he has. Zello misses the shot. He's even going to go down. An AWP acquired. Mary has saved Permitta, and Nexus get it wrong once again.
That is absolutely terrifying. It's absolutely heartbreaking for Nexus right now. They did everything. They found every single kill. It was just the final one. A 1 versus 3, but they didn't have the time to run away from him. They had to give him the fights. They had to hope for the kill, but they couldn't find it. It's complete despair. Mary gets the first, gets the second. There was nowhere to plant the bomb either. It's impossible to hide from that angle. Everyone else was just such a long and far away. They were far away, pretty much, and they couldn't help. We're leveled up. Another investment coming up for Nexus. No AVP this time around. Zello dying after time is not going to help either. He just has 1 Deagle smoke and double flash. 1 AK, 2 Galils. They need another miracle. Last time it was Sound with the 4K, but now this could be the map just running away from them.
Crashing out towards mid. Double nade is perfect, but Raga's still here. Mari, the savior once again. As he gives up mid, he's happy with that double. He's happy with that advantage. There's a weapon to be acquired for Zello at least, but they need to put it to good use. They need to see where the gaps in the defense will lie. And they think it's over towards A, and they're correct. It's just Mast holding with that AWP. They can smoke him off and make sure that the op has no sight. They can even just plant away from him. They can even just avoid him completely. Don't need to take that deep control. BTN with the bomb, though. He walks right into the op and gives it away.
Now you can plant. You were being worried about A main and tempo being possibilities, but then you spot the AVP. Bomb's gonna get planted. At least you get that money injection. But Zello and Erson, this is going to be a whole lot of trouble. You need something special to get away with this one. A 2 versus 4. You need something insane.
Retake is coming in. Kits aplenty. People aplenty. And kills aplenty, it would seem, for the CTs. Nade opened the smoke. Erson is going to have to try and beat it. He gets him off the bomb. Doesn't realize it. And Permitta will just stick that defuse. The retake pulled off. Nexus, once again, they think that they have a chance in the round. And something goes wrong that upsets them completely. 3 in a row now for Permitta. They're in the lead. And only 2 away from forcing a decider. From forcing a vertigo.
If Nexus lose this map, this is going to be so painful. They know they had it in the palm of their hands, and they go for another half buy. They want to make sure they have enough money for the last one. And now this is interesting, by the way. This is a call that could catch Bermuda off guard, because Nexus are in one form or they are allowing them to get up to 12 in one form or another, right? In one way, you are giving this one up because you're refusing to invest everything. Yes, you do have Urson on the Hero AK. Yes, you have invested in Yuto, but there's way too many upgraded pistols. And this is something that Permita might not be ready for. You could be expecting a full investment from Nexus, which would mean Galeos, MAC-10s, and all sorts of similar things, but not as many pistols. If Nexus just hit him with a really quick set piece with the pistols, this could catch them off guard. This is still a pretty dangerous round.
I think you're going to get a set piece, Ted. I think you're going to get something quick over towards B, and there's only 2 players to defend here. This could be a big problem. It's a good old-fashioned B rush to get it going, as the anti-util needs to be good, swinging up onto the site. A double claimed already, 4 all in all, and a 5th on top, and that might just be the cherry on top. Permita now just 1 away from taking Ancient. We were talking about this map as a given for Permita. They have been dominant on the green map. But it was nearly so wrong at the worst possible moment. But they pulled it out of the fire. They just need to keep it out.
This game is all over the place. Nexus, one last chance to try and fight for OT here. They have the guns again. Raga playing on the edge of the smoke. Hasn't been spotted still, but the Molotov makes it so awkward for him to spot them out too. He's going to try and get out of dodge. Manages to do at least that, but Morales is caught just running through the smoke.
Sound is past Mary.
Oh my god.
Mary can find this kill for free. Oh, he's trying to line it up. He's trying to just find the headshot. Doesn't want to take a chance. Knows that he might be in a little bit of trouble, and they might be in a little bit of trouble here. Nexus, they have control of that B bomb site, but Mass seems to be absolutely everywhere with that AWP at any given moment. Raga thinks he has a timing. Urson rotating over towards this A bomb site, and if Raga can get into this position, he can make sure that nobody can cross to A and the bomb can go down safely.
Yeah, and this is perfect from him, right? He doesn't need to go forward. He just wants to make sure that the rotations are not coming in. If he gets 1 kill or just stays alive, even if they cross, that's fine. He just needs to make sure he doesn't go down for nothing, and he's going to get the kill. Now you disengage, surely. Molotov deployed, refrag. That's going to give it away. Mary's burning down. Raga probably goes down, but he goes for the peak and finds a second. Raga goes huge. A 2 versus 2 that goes in favor of Nexus. And they are still alive on Enshin. You still have that dream of an overtime victory on your mind. You just need 1 more. And you're forcing extra rounds here on map number 2.
I would have loved to see what happened to Morels there. He just went like a lunatic through that K smoke. And got punished early on, gave away his life pretty much for nothing. Nexus are setting up for an A play here. Mary has the rotation of Beanox if needed, but nothing else. There's nobody else that can get there quickly. And once this execute goes in, you need to smoke this Molotov when Mary puts it down.
Urson is going to be so quick though. Mary needs to be careful. Flash is absolutely perfect. Urson gets one fully blinded, but BTS there with the refrag. 1 more to find. It's just Beanox all alone, and Sound on the other side of the map is cutting off rotations. He finds 1. That means that Beanox needs to hold on for even longer. Sound finds a double.
Yeah, but Beanox hasn't been spotted. He was playing around that smoke. Zello out on the site. Sound nowhere near, and the T's know this, or the CT's know this, excuse me, but Mast, they know where he is. Sound just going to be holding, waiting to peek on the box, waiting to peek together with his offer, and baits out the IGL for the shot. We go to overtime. Not for the first time today. Permita are going to OT on Ancient. They nearly lost it last time around, Ted. Do you think today is the day?
It could be. It might as well could be. I mean, this game has been all over the place, man. I'm not gonna lie. I am losing my mind over that series. Nexus and Permita are just providing one of the most interesting, mind-blowing games of the group stage once again. Taking a look at the replay, Sound has been impeccable in towards the shelf. The impact that he finds, if he doesn't find a double out of this position, the round is over. B-Nog's doing God's work with that double in towards the back of the A-bomb side. But then Zello gets the refrag. They spot out the player in towards CT and Mass. Not this time around. Nexus level things up on the best map of Permita. They are making them sweat. They are making them work. When we go to bonus rounds, what more can you ask from this game? You get a 6-6 first half here on Ancient, and then you get pretty much the same in the second. A leveled up game. Doesn't get more even than that.
Attack pause, I can only imagine. A little bit of a break needed for both of the teams. Get back, it refreshed in the server. We're ready to go. OT number 1 on the cards. Nexus favorites according to 1xBet. Head on over. Use our code 1XRESEU when signing up. You will get 130% bonus on your initial deposit. T side for Nexus, CT side for Permita. And Sound down to 21 HP already. He has been torn to shreds by shrapnel and fire on his approach to middle, but he is still in the round.
Yeah, he's still alive. I mean, at this point, you're just used to him taking all that space early on, so it's just utility galore that he needs to go through if he wants to take that early control of the map, and it is something that he's willing to sacrifice and give up. Zello, once again getting boosted, might find a slight gap over the smoke, and ooh, that was close. Not too far away. B-Nog spotted in towards middle as well. A nade in exchange is going to do a decent amount of damage to Raga. He's down to 50. But this time, Permita not really willing to give those early fights to Nexus.
A little bit more damage being done. Nexus still don't have all that much control. Not that they would want with 35 seconds left in the round. They haven't managed to find an entry. They haven't managed to really do any damage at all. This is going to be extremely close here. They need the kills instantly. They need to find them on the entry. They're waiting out these smokes, but they need to go, Ted. They cannot wait any longer. Yeah. And here they come, trying to swing on through. Nade opened the smoke, but that's not going to work. Morel's on the other side of it is going to shut it down. And even though BTN is having a little bit of success on the site, it's just not enough. Raga will at least claim an AWP, so Zello will not have to buy in the next round. But that round is Permitas for sure. And they just do a really good job there of not giving Nexus the early fights like they wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. Just playing it from the back of the side. And this is such a switch of pace. This game has been all over the place. There's been fights going left, right, and center. So many early exchanges where both teams just refuse to give it up. And Permita just go, you know what? It's OT. We're going to try something different. We're not giving you anything. Nexus were just waiting for those peaks. It never came to it. 15 seconds and they had to still go through smokes. It's a big round for Permita to win. But they need consecutive rounds on the board, surely, if they want to feel secure going into the second half. And that's a great start.
It's a great start, fantastic kill. They're looking for a little bit more. Oh, Rag has been seen, but Mari's also been spotted. That's where Veggie aggressive towards that ramp. We haven't really seen too much aggression on the ramp from Permita at all, but they haven't been able to. This round is a little bit different because Veggie gets some success out of it. And Nexus on the back foot once again. They're down 2 players and they have to rely on Sound, Zello and Raga. I mean, Sound and Zello have been quite solid in these positions, trying to just thin the herd a little bit, but you're really just going into 4 CTs really on 1 bomb site, and that's a big problem.
Mary just waiting for the contact of Morales to go for the peak. That crossfire looks perfect. Even the smoke in towards cave once again on 30 seconds. They are taking a long time, so the CTs are thinking about it and starting to wonder, but the U2 will give it up.
They'd open the smoke. They don't want to go through. Raga is still waiting out the smoke this time around. Everybody is going to be here to deal with this right now for Permita. And Nexus are just taking a big risk running through these smokes. And well, the risk doesn't reward them with anything this time. Permita are just playing such a slow approach of a game. This time they find an early opening. Then they begin to move a little bit later on. But Nexus seems stumped here in overtime. And we continue to see them try and look for fights early towards middle. I think at this stage, you just have to play Permita's game right now and realize you're not probably going to get that opening fight. Just go straight into something a little bit quicker.
14-12 Nexus. After at least one round here in the first half of OT to stay competitive on Edge, and T-side looked really good in regulation, especially when they had the money, but they need at least one Zello. Looking for the opening. Kill Wayward with the shot, but BTN's there with the response. This is what they needed. Even if the shot doesn't connect from the AVP, BTN still keeps it evened up and actually picks up the open. Is looking for one more. Might not be ready for the second player who's already inside of cave, but it doesn't make that big of a difference. He's still just going to hold the line.
Nexus are out on A here. Ersin and Raga. They've taken a lot of control. They're faking this to perfection right now. Raga not going to be spotted. The smoke doesn't go open enough. However, he needs to be aware that Beanox is creeping on him, which he is not. Ersin now seen as well, but it's pulled a lot of rotations away. Veggie up close. That's a quick and easy free kill. And now they know it's going to be a B play. Now they know that Ersin is just all smoke and mirrors on that A-bomb site. Sound. He got a 4K in regulation. Won't even get one this time around. And Nexus have been completely outplayed in overtime by Permita. They've had to go deep into their defensive strat book there to pull out all the stops to finally stop Nexus, and it looks like they have only one T round needed.
All over them. That's the definition of it. Permita just joined the server in OT, and there you have been looking like a different team. Beanox starting to get all those headshots that we were hyping him up about. Starting to look solid once again. They are waking up. It was Vega or nothing towards the latter stages of regulation, but now it's everybody. 3 consecutive chances to close it out and send this to a third. 3 consecutive chances to force a vertigo. What do Nexus have in store for us? They need a great CT side.
It's entirely possible. I don't want to write them off, but it's going to be very difficult against the Permita side that has just looked ahead and shoulders a step ahead in this OT.
BTN, once again, aggressive in towards the cave. He is trying to take that space, but they've lost Raga. And this is a big find. That's a lot of middle pressure. And Morels was thinking about giving BTN that fight. Depends him off the angle. Not only you've lost Raga, but you've lost so much map control.
BTN being forced back as well is a big problem. Sound is going to be the backup that hopefully he needs. Permita, though, they're leaving B. They're putting the bomb over towards A, where it's just Ersin once again. He had a double kill in regulation, remember, that bought enough time for his teammates to get on over. But a lot of the Nexus CT rounds, when they had the guns, were quite scrappy and came down to just them getting fortunate in the gunfights that they were taking. But nothing seems to be going right now, except maybe this. Ersin still alive towards Donut. Beanox still kills Sound there. Cuts off that first rotation. They're going to go and try and clear him out, but Ersin is a different beast in towards Donut. He gobbles them up. And 15 seconds, it is going to be down to just him. He needs to try and survive. Mask on the AWP. He will not connect on it. And Beanox is low. One bullet will do. Are we about to see it? Is it an Ersin ace? It is! Nexus survive. My, oh my. The highlights in this game are absolutely out of this world.
How is that possible? He was all alone. all alone. It was supposed to be over. The first kill goes in their favor. Urson, 1 versus 5. He just loses everybody as the fights are going on. And he's just isolating it 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1, and no one able to connect a single bullet. He's got 100 HP at the end of that one. A 1 versus 5 ace in towards the donut. But they still need 2 more, and they've lost sound early on to a blinded masked in towards B.
It's all well and good. You can scream and shout about that round, but you need 2 more, or else still this map is done and we're going to a decider. BTN doesn't want to take any damage there, which he will actually do. He'll maybe land a little bit over towards mid and cause a distraction for Raga to collect that frag. But BTN needs to get out of there. He is in a spot of bother if he sticks around.
Yeah, but they still have the AVP in towards the B bomb side, and this is big. Raga's rotating too. BTN hasn't moved. They have the read once again. They've just left Erson all alone, and can you really blame them? He's been spectacular. They have a 3-man setup towards the bomb side that Permita have headed towards.
Raga's still going to be holding, waiting for the swing. He's low HP. Anything he can get out of this scenario is going to be good, and he manages to stop 1 at least. But it comes down to a 2v3. As Urson and Zello begin to try and hold on. Urson, had a chance. Zello creeps forward. USP in hand, but not going to be there, ready and waiting. And I wonder, actually, a little bit of confusion
BTN disconnected.
there. BTN disconnected in the middle of the round. We didn't even notice it until late. Man, what an important moment to lose a player. I mean, Veggie was lagging in one of the rounds that allowed, really, Nexus to get onto 6-6. But, I mean, in overtime, that's a tough way to go.
It is, right. I was getting really confused at it too, but yeah, BTN did disconnect in the final round of action, ladies and gents. Take nothing away from Permita though. I mean, they played a great first half of overtime. Nexus putting them up to the test. So this is the second time today that's happened to Permita. They lose 1 map, they win their map pick on Ancient in overtime. This time it wasn't double OT as in against Passion UA, but it's still overtime on Ancient. And now we're heading to a 3rd and final map. It is Vertigo coming right after the break to find out which one of those 2 teams will leave the tournament and which one will keep on fighting for a spot in the playoffs.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. 1 move. 1 push. 1 touch. 1 love. 1 click. 1 XBet.
respect. From 1xbet 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet respect. From 1xbet respect. From 1xbet respect.
One Mirage and one Engine overtime later, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for the third and final map between the sides of Permita and Nexus. Loser of this one leaves the tournament. The winner will keep on fighting for a spot in the playoffs of the RES Regional Series to Europe. Jack, it's been a long day. It's been a long series, a pretty hectic one between the Poles and the Romanians. Nexus did make us believe that they could bring this one down to the 2-0 victory and eliminate Permita. But for the second time today, Permita are able to squeeze in a victory on Ancient after being forced into an OT. It happened to Passion against Passion UA before that game for them. Now it happened against Nexus 2. Can they get another 2-1 victory though? This is the big question, and I want to hear your answer now.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough, man. I think the individuals.
You don't have a lot
Nexus,
of time. The pistol round has already started.
I know.
Come
I think Nexus could take it if the individuals continue to perform the way that they were. But don't get me wrong, Permita still have a great chance. I just think maybe fatigue might begin to kick in now for the Poles, as we're going to see them kick down the door towards B. Not really much resistance as of right now. Beanox is going to be mollied out of position, and the bomb plant has been found, but not a single kill yet.
No, really, and they're still looking for that mid fight though. If they get that kill, that's going to unlock the round for a retake. Only issue is they don't have a kit.
And the T's begin to pile up the bodies as they try and enter the bomb site. Sound still holding in an aggressive position. He's going to be a difficult man to get past right now, especially with Urson as backup. Oh, but the Julies are going to run him over. They deal with the flank. Mas tries to get a whole lot closer, and Mari taps the bomb. Time is of the essence, and well, time is just not going to be his friend this time around. Nexus are going to shut Permita down on that T pistol. BTN. Oh, saved by the buzzer. So he will keep his armor alive. Will keep his death count at 0 as well. Keeping Permita's round count at 0 after the pistol, most important.
Yeah, it's a good start for the Romanians. Of course, in recent history, taking a look at both teams and their results when it comes down to Vertigo. Of course, we did mention that Permita did play against Passion UA earlier today, and they won that series 2-1 after double OT on Ancient and then singular O-time on Vertigo. So it has been a long one. It is the first time for Permita to play Vertigo in this tournament. The same can't be said for Nexus, though. They did play it in their opening matchup against the Young Ninjas, lost that 9-13. The one before that was a 5-13 loss to Enterprise. And, well, you go back behind that. You go a little bit back in time. You're actually looking at some decent results, though, right? Especially towards the start of the year. We did mention that really good run that they had throughout the close qualifier, making it into the RMR, beating teams like Big, like Guilty Eagles. Espionage as well is in there, although that's a bit later on. That's right after the major, so at the start of this month. There has been some good results for Nexus. You are looking at the Opera of Zello. You are looking at Raga, by the way, who hasn't really been able to showcase his star potential so far today. Urson, of course, was the main man when it comes down to, especially that Ancient, the amount of impactful rounds he had in towards that A-bomb side. But you would want to see a little bit more from Raga, being one of the most skilled Romanian players out there. And this is a name that he's pretty much won for himself. Needs to step it up a little bit, though, to help out his team.
Trying to set up a triple boost here, but that's just going to be completely undone by that Molotov. Great positioning of that. They might try and go for it once again. Instead, they're going to be flashed in to try and take the fight. It's Veggie with that 5-7 to collect at least one kill for Permita to boast about, but they need to add just a little bit more. Mario close, and oh, Erson goes down. Sound might not be expecting another player to walk on through, but Nexus are just going to hold strong here. Beanox rotates on over, and he's going to be spotted out. They can head into him if they want. Proving to be a difficult man to deal with, and he lands even a dink onto Zello, but eventually he will fall. Good damage onto the side of Nexus. But permitted, that was their force buy. So this time, it should be only an upgraded pistol or more. At 1xBet head, they've got the odds very close between the two.
Yeah, and I couldn't differentiate them if I tried to. I mean, I think I'm with you on the fact that Nexus, all in all, has looked like the more solid of the two sides throughout the series. So I would probably put them in the role of the slight favorite, but it's as slight as 51-49 if I had to express it percentage-wise. But yeah, it's been a head-to-head pretty much. Triple nade towards the back of double. The nades will go too deep to do any damage to BTN, but not too deep to do any damage to Erson, and he's lost his captain. A lot of those pistols have been spotted though, so the response of the Ram should come through. Sound attempting the flying, jumping AK. Not usually something that works out too well. Sadly for him, it would have been a 6-shot.
The pistols are already close. Morales does have a flashbang if they want to get a whole lot closer, but it's going to make it kind of difficult with the lack of left and right side smoke. They're trying to get out towards CT, but Zello's still just trying to hold the line, and the pistols are just being cut apart at every chance presented to the rifles. They continue just to amount the kills, rack them up. Veggie is walking away. And I hope he's not experiencing lag again. Although it didn't look too great.
I think that might be the case, sadly, because he's not really moving too much. And it's not like if he moves an inch, it's going to be a big issue. So yeah, we are going into a technical timeout. Apologies for that, ladies and gents. Of course, things like that happen with online CS, and we can't always control the situation, but we hope that is going to be quickly resolved.
Of course, while we have this tactical pause going on, we can remind you this is only game number 2 of 4 today. We've got...
You know what we can do? We're not going to have a lot of time, because we have like 50 minutes until the start of Game 3, so we can give our predictions for Games 3 and 4 now.
Yeah. So, just to let you know, the games that are coming up, we've got Bleed versus Mouse NXT in a Group C winners match. Winner would advance to playoffs. Loser will go down into a decider. And Passion UA taking on Young Ninjas. I believe I got first pick yesterday, or was it you?
It was you yesterday.
It was me yesterday, so...
Yes.
Bleed Mouse NXT?
I gotta go with Zerk, man. I gotta go with Bleed. And that's a difficult one. I think I'm gonna go for the Ukrainians. I think I go for Passion.
For sure. We're quick into this round though once again, as the technical pause didn't last very long. And we haven't gone very long in this round without seeing a kill, as Mast is gonna get down really in the faces of Nexus. Zello is just waiting for that smoke to fade, deals with him. BTN strikes in unison. Permitta cut down to just 2 once again. Nexus making good on this gun round, but still work to be done. Still Veggie to get past over towards A, where it still looks like Nexus are going to make the play. Although they seem to just be baiting out a rotation of Beanox from CT. Erson is waiting for a peek to be given. I don't know if they've seen each other. Veggie. Erson's been flashed by a teammate. Right. It won't matter.
Yeah, he still gets the kill on Veggie, and that's going to solidify the round. He knows that Beanox is still in towards that B-bomb side of the map. There's the confirmation of his whereabouts. So Beanox will try and hold on to the M4 straight out the bat, though. Right after the technical timeout, Nexus go into the first proper buy round of this game, and they completely fly over Permita. And you know what? If I'm Permita, I'm starting to get a little bit worried now. And that's not because a 0-4 is a massive lead. It's not because it's already, what, 1/3 of the rounds that you need. It's not too much. 0-4 is easy to come back into. It's the fact that those rounds haven't really been too competitive. You look at the amount of kills that all Permita players have been able to get over those rounds, you're looking at 9 kills over 4 rounds for 5 people combined. And then you look at the other side, only Zello has 7. So your team has 2 more kills than Zello. 4 rounds in. This was really convincing. Just waiting out the smoke, pausing extremely well, making it uncomfortable. It gets a bit scrappy there with Ersin coming in from middle, but he still is able to get that kill onto Veggie in the end of the day. So Permita in a pretty tough spot. Backstern against the wall financially. Beanox the only one with a gun. Everyone else will be wielding those upgraded pistols. At least you have some util to work with so you can get up close and personal. Or you can fight in towards the ramp and send the majority of your players there to try and surprise the rifles with some late flashes. But Nexus have been looking fairly solid, and this one is going to be no different, at least at the start of it. Ersin has already taken care of Beanox in towards B.
It's your only B player as well. Permita aren't moving on A. And if I'm not mistaken, it was a rifle. The only one that the CTs had to play around with. And I don't think they're going to play any further part in this round. This just looks like a straight up save to me once again. This is going to be a 5-0 lead for Nexus. And Permita are showing very worrying signs on a deciding map in an elimination game.
Yeah, they are. And as we said, those signs are just incapability of being competitive in a lot of those rounds, right? Just looking a little bit tired maybe at times. Obviously, it's too early to say. They could run away with the next buy round and start fighting their way back in. But we are just bringing in some theories about what could be going wrong, right? And the fact that you're playing your 6th map of the day, it's depending on when you live, but I believe in Poland it's like 4 p.m. You've already played 6 maps of Counter-Strike, and it's not even praxis officials, all of them fairly important. 3 of them going into OT, 1 of them going double overtime, and now you need to fight for survival. It could be starting to feel like it's a little bit too much for Permita, but they need to try and stay focused. Nexus on fire. Yet to drop around here on the T side. On the other side, the Romanians looking as fresh as cucumbers. And I'm not just saying that because of the color of the haircut of Zello. It's actually lighter. I actually like it. You know what? That electric green, I actually think is cool.
For me, flash in. Morales just want to go for a peek. They know he's in towards the sandbags. They're just going to double nade him, triple nade him, make sure he just can't get out of this position at all. It's great supportive utility. They need to be careful about the player above. Morales does get out safely. Nade didn't go where he would have wanted. And it's looking a little bit all over the place here for Permita, especially because Nexus just find the entries that they were after. An awkward engagement for a very long time at least comes to an end towards the ramp side. And Nexus do have the control of it, but there's still 2 more CTs that want to try and get past. Veggie might try and creeping out with that smoke, but Ersin knows exactly what's going to happen. Gives away his step.
Yeah, fails the jump, but they're still waiting for it. They're still ready for the aggression. Sound punishes one. Ersin doesn't even take his look away, his eyes away from the smoke. Veggie walks through right into his own demise, and once again, Beanox is left in a 1 versus 4 unwinnable situation where he has to save. He's just been isolated in the last couple rounds of action. Sound is even going to go for the kill. Spots out Beanox, 46 HP, and at this point, if you're Nexus, as soon as you realize that he's not going for the round, you just hunt.
Yeah, you've got the money, right? You've got the round. You've got absolutely no reason not to. Go take this rifle away from him.
It's still a tricky situation because they are down 0-5, potentially 0-6. Beanox has got a kit, and you don't want to throw yourselves away at the possibility of him trying to go for a ninja, because this is starting to look desperate, and it wouldn't be fairly impossible for him to try something like that. So they want to make sure it wasn't the case. And now Urson and BTN grouping up and looking for something. But on the other side, you look at the amount of kills that go convincingly in favor of Nexus. The truth is, we're 6 rounds deep. This hasn't even looked relatively, remotely close to anything so far. Nexus are just flying over Permita. And they need a response to Pulse, otherwise their tournament run will be over. Something needs to change. Someone needs to step it up.
They switch up the approach. They just leave one player to man this A bomb site. That's masked. Heavy B in mid lane. And it's a nice idea with the boost here. Beanox. Obviously seeing the pressure, seeing the molly, just waiting for people to peek into him. Now knowing that the boost is there, the smoke, they need to try and get away safely, but Erson has already traded out Veggie. Beanox now has to chuck over the M4. He's too low to do anything really with it. This is still a doable round though for Permita. This is dangerous.
It is dangerous. You've gathered up the majority of our forces in towards that middle part of the map, and this is where the play is coming. That boost from Morales has a lot of potential. Get one kill, fall down, but they are slowing things down a little bit more. Look at Sound. He's on the A-bomb site. He's cleared out the entire map, and the CTs have no clue what's going on. They have the perfect setup, but guess what? Nexus are just running back, and you need to find Sound, but he's in a great position to get at least that first kill.
And a second. And if Morales peaks, it might just be a third. Sound waiting for the fight to come his way, and he will win it. Mass spotted out now. The jump spot not ideal, but Erson will refrag his teammate. That's 7 in a row. 7 unanswered rounds for Nexus. And Permita needs something. They are desperate to get anything going. Show any signs of life on this map. It started well in this round with a kill, but after that, nothing else went their way.
Great composure shown by Nexus too, right? Give enough time to Sound, let him work in towards the A-bomb side, and then don't be shy to actually run it back in towards the A-bomb side, realizing B could be a little bit too risky. They're not being overconfident. Still being extremely diligent, and this is the way to be taking it. You don't want to be taking that lead lightly. Flash is good. Erson 1 for 1. This is even better. And Veggie needs to be careful not to go down. This is an important kill. Sound is looking for the refrag, but Veggie's not giving it to him.
Yeah, Veggie now backing up. Opening up the distance between himself. Sound needs to wait for the mid presence. Needs to wait for Raga to walk on over. Raga's been seen. Mass is going to try and hold. But Raga's going to take him down. Well, they think they do, but they can't find him. He's past him in the smoke. Raga might realize it now in a moment. And well, Sound goes down, but Raga finds that frag back. And Zello just trying to bait out the shots. And well, bait out the shot. He'll take Morel's head off. How about that? Permita get close to a round, but once again, no cigar.
Yeah, now they're starting to have fun, right? You see Zello going for jiggles and quickscopes like that in towards middle. He's enjoying his stay right now on Vertigo, and can you really fault him? Everything's been working out perfectly for Nexus. Even if the rounds start getting close at this point, you're 8-0 up. What's the worst thing that could happen? Worst case scenario, you drop 4 rounds. And you look at the money of Permita. Do you really believe that they're just going to be able to turn it around and win all 4? They need to. Tactical timeout, you could argue, is a little bit late here for Sydney. You need to turn this around. This is third and final map, Elimination Series. Tournament life on the line. And Permita have been nowhere close to being competitive to Nexus. Another investment coming up, Jack. 3 Famases. An MP9. It is a half buy though, not the full investment. They still have something left in the bank. but you still need to start making those at least close. And at this point, you just need rounds on the board. As simple as that.
Yeah, something left in the bank, but it doesn't look like there's anything left in the tank for Permitted. They look like they've just been blown out of the water on this map, and they look expired here on this map, just being cut to pieces once again. I think Vertigo was just a little bit of a bridge too far, or that's what it's looking like. Still a little bit of time to recover it, but not long, and this round would be absolutely unbelievable if they could get something out of this. A 3v5, and it looks like Nexus are going to play into their hand, but Nexus are just being so patient. They know that Permitter are going to be uncomfortable. They know that they're going to have to look for some kind of information. And when they do, Nexus are just sat, ready, waiting to strike. Veggi's thinking about lining up a flash. They're waiting for the perfect moment. As the mollies do go over the flash now, that idea is been and gone. And BTN waiting for a peek, needs to get in front of it, not going to be blinded. He gets one, and that might be good enough. They have information on both players. Nexus just need to try and find the kills. Vegi's doing a lot of damage through that smoke though, and that is where it gets a little bit awkward now for Nexus.
Smoking towards Kondo. They will pick up the fight. Zello ready for the angle, gets one, and that's Beanox. Now you're just looking for Vegi. He did a whole lot of damage, but he's walked away, and he's already thinking about the safe of that FAMAS. He realizes money's going to be alright. They have the maximum loss bonus, but he can hold on to one rifle. Mary could make good use of it. He's not going to be working with all the money in the world. 42.50 for Mary in the next round, so drop that gun over to him. You can purchase an M4 for yourself. That's going to be 9 unanswered T rounds for Nexus. This could realistically be the first 13-0 here. We've had some close calls. We've had a 13-1. But Nexus are looking like a team that is ready to not give anything to Permitta here on Vertigo. It's just too convincing, too clean. And now if you're Permitta right now, you're just thinking about it round for round, I guess. Just hoping that something changes. Someone goes crazy, has one of those rounds that can turn games around. The issue here is that you might need more than one of those rounds. You might need a whole lot of them.
It just has not been close whatsoever. Oh, Mass knows that that peak is coming in.
Really smart.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen it coming. It was a nice idea from Nexus, just the positioning of Raga, or rather, the player underneath him, should I say, was just a little bit wrong. Just a knee showing.
Well, that's the first time in a while that we've seen an opening kill go in favor of the CTs. They need to hold on to it now, though. And Sound is poking and prodding, but he's not alone. It's 3-man pack walking up the ramp. And Morels offers his life for free. Sound turns around, expecting the peek from Gap, but this time, Permitta are able to fight back.
Finally, a little bit of life here from Permitta. Zello's been spotted, and Zello's been dropped. No flick this time around. No tricky business from the Romanian Opper. And Permitta finally have one. Still, it's very late into this first half that you at least shown something that we can talk about, something good. You've stopped them getting up on the ramp. You've had that all control, even though Nexus do make it competitive once again. They find kills there, but Permitta come out on top. Need to replicate that somehow.
Oh, look at the pace. BTN's been hurt, but Veggie, he's playing a deep angle, and BTN just peeks jumping with the AK-47 and still wins it.
That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. There's no way he should be getting away with that kill. And Veggie,
he jumped over.
He's going to feel very, very hard done by in that situation. And Sound on the lurk. Again, this is huge for Nexus. Look at the amount of space he's taking over towards A right now. He's creeping all the way up. Morales is going to get into a fight with him. No, he's not. Sound has gotten past them all. He might catch Mast here. And he has. He can get a smoke down if he can.
Master was jumping. He made a step in towards gap, spotting in towards the ramp and started falling back. And Sam realized it. Now he's going to look for another one. He doesn't believe that this was the only A player, and you can't really fault him. That was so awkward from his perspective. But he's once again winning so much space, and now it's clocked. Now the penny's dropped. He can deploy the smoke. He can just lock that bomb site in. Morels, there's no way he comes in back.
Are they already considering the save here? I think you have to. Or do you just go for it? I mean, I know your money's going to be in a horrible situation, but what would you rather have? Your money be in a bad situation or be 10-1 down? At least if you go for this, you might have a chance of winning it, but they don't want to risk it. And I understand that part of it as well, but for me, giving Nexus 10, you're just signing over the series and ending your tournament short there and then. But Nexus have just been better. They've just been different on this map. And we spoke about Permita struggling on maps outside Ancient. We've seen it on Mirage. Couldn't get close. Raga's even going to die to the bomb. That's how you know that Nexus are in complete control. Raga's just jumping around on the site and just making sure that nobody goes down on that bomb simultaneously, just letting you know.
Well, that has been a blowout. What do you really do here? You have the buy. You're after 2 rounds. Mass posted on the angle, fires too early and even goes for the reface right into Zello's hand.
Sound nearly even finds that kill. Oh, that eats a whisker away from getting that as well. Is the trade coming in? Yes, it is. Veggie just goes 1 for 1 in mid, which is not ideal considering you've lost the op. You have to rotate a player away from A to try and pick up that part of the map, and Permita are just so stretched right now with only 3 players left. And all it takes is a few good trades from Nexus. You've got 11 rounds and Permita are even guessing incorrectly. They're going towards A. Beanox now spotting the information, trying to call the rotations over. But Nexus, they're already going to be hitting the site.
Yep, Yuto coming in. Rotations are too far away. He needs to be careful. Beanox is burning. He's burned out of the bomb site and doesn't even find a singular kill. Urson with the shutdown. A lot of damage done on the spam through the smoke, but you need something more. You need something special. It's a 2 versus 4. How do you get back into this round? And quick, short answer, you just don't. That's going to be 11 for Nexus at the end of that first half in Permita. It's despair. It's sour. It really is heartbreaking.
We weren't expecting this. Not at all. But Nexus, I was saying before the game that the individuals in Nexus could carry them through. It's not just the individuals, their team play has just been great. Just having the awareness, knowing where they can be peaked from, getting into positions, freezing, forcing Permita to make the move, to make the mistake. The entries, of course, have been superb, and Nexus have picked up the majority of them. Now it's down to a pistol, an A-rush from Permita. Smokes. Double nade sandbags as well. Ragged has 2 flashes though. He can get set up and he already has thrown 1. They're going to try and get on the site before Permita can even get comfortable. Here come the swing through from the CTs. It's so messy though, and the Ts are just going to stop the brunt of it for now. But here comes Raga over the top. A singular kill. The kit dropped. Nexus, unfortunately, are running out of chances to win the pistol and just close out. Permita are going to be putting up a little bit of a fight.
Oh my god.
But Sound does something like that to claim 2 kills. The kit is somewhere dropped over towards headshot.
Not like this.
And Erson's going to go moving.
Not like this.
Bomb tapped. He knows where both players are, but they realize he's off it. There's no way he can get Mass to peek out here. Surely they're just going to play it together. Sound is going to try and bait out the shots, but Mass has played it to perfection. Nearly. Nice try from Sound, but Permit It will prevail. They will survive for at least one more round, but it just has that feel to it, Ted, of how long.
It actually does. How long will they last? How many rounds will they be able to put on the board? And I love that from Nexus, by the way. They're up 11-2. They lose the pistol round. They have a couple players that have picked up a couple kills. They don't send it, though. They don't go for the forest buy. Sound just purchases a Deagle for himself. They play the eco. They don't want to let Permit get away with too many free rounds here. It's just going to be the one, and then you have the gun straight after, making him work for it. And I'm gonna call it here. If that ends up being a Permit comeback, this is one of the... This would be one of the craziest turnarounds in CS2. Out of one of the most one-sided first halves we've seen in this tournament, Permit are in with a nearly impossible mission to pull off. At least they're avoiding the stack in this round, so this will be an 11-3. And we can have a friendly conversation. I actually have a good question for you, Jack. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Favorite moment in CSGO associated with a Polish player or a team?
Polish player or Polish team?
Yeah, anything Polish.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be the Big Apple. That's probably one of my earliest memories of watching.
All right.
That or the original Copenhagen Wolves lineup.
Oh.
Yeah.
Copenhagen Wolves.
Copenhagen Wolves.
Right. This is a name.
2014 maybe?
This is a name.
Now, I know that's nothing to do with Polish, but that's probably my earliest.
That's what I was about to ask. I mean, I know Shane is playing on Copenhagen Wolves right now. And he's Polish.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, the Copenhagen Wolves you're talking about, if it's the... are you talking about the Fetish, Device, Dupree, one? Yeah, I think that's 2013, 2014, something like that. I think that's 2013, actually. Yeah. Even.
Something like
that. Cajun, Zip, Freeze, Pimp.
Yeah, there was a load of different iterations. Or rather... There's a load of different players, and it's crazy to see where they got from that position to now. Yeah.
Well, we started with a conversation about Polish CS, and we ended up talking about Danish teams in 2013, ladies and gents. Back to the swing of things, though. Attention span regained. 11-3, Nexus. Trying to close things out, but they will lose Raga early on. All things considered, even though Nexus have been playing really well, Raga's been having a day that's, I'd say, a little bit below the standard for him. Which, of course, is easy to say, but when the team is winning, it means that he's still doing his job. And also, we know that he's a big voice in the team, and he's contributing with a lot more. And still, lands the ding onto Beanox, where else is down to 50. So this one is not an impossible one to steal away. Ersin realizes there is a player below him, but he doesn't want to give him the fight yet.
No, not yet. Trying to see if he can maybe just fall away and bait them in. I think he's doing a very good job of it here because Permit It. They are making their way slowly over towards this B-bomb site. Even Sound is in a pretty decent position that he can sprint over and get the flashbangs over to help these B defenders. BTN doesn't want to push extremely deep. Sound, if he wins this fight, it's absolutely huge, and he has done exactly that. Now Zello is going to see it. Oh, this might be the round to get onto 12. Mass is the only player standing, has to swap on over. That HE is going to land. Oh, but Ersin gets out of harm's way and strikes first. Just quicker than Mass this time around. And Nexus have looked quicker than Permit It all map long. A little bit of a recovery from the pistol and the conversion round, but the guns are back and Nexus seem back. 9 chances to close this series out.
I love the fact that we had the conversation about how class Adam S is before the start of this and how Urson surprisingly has been able to fit in really nicely in the team since joining, and then he has one of those games. Enshin was outstanding for him, even though they don't end up winning the map. He was great. And here on Vertigo, he's been impeccable. Nexus, 9 chances to close it out and finish off eliminating Permita, because they do look like they've already lost the game. It's just a question of when, not a question of whether it would happen. Morales gets the first, masked with another, and Zello, unless he goes absolutely nuclear, that could be another round for Permita. And they are trying to stay alive. They still need to get past Ragan. He taps down 1. Needs a little bit more though, and Urson rotated back. This round is not over. Raga gets a second. Urson is gonna cross out, drops 1 more, and it's just Mary left. A 1 versus 2, low on HP, tapping away. A 2 versus 4 for Urson, and Raga might be the end of it, and surely this will be the final nail in the coffin.
Surely. Mary, 11 HP, moving forward. He's got a lot of time to work with, but doesn't have the bomb. And the rotations were quick. The kills were great. And now just 1 bullet away from death. Nexus trying to be the gatekeeper of maybe a chance of playoffs, and Permita not permitted entry this time around. They are out, denied, and a little bit disappointing, to be honest. I was expecting that one to go extremely long, you know, to make sure that it was at least a close game. Permita, I think that was just 1 map too much today. They couldn't concentrate. They couldn't get anything going. But I don't want to take anything away from Nexus, man, because they looked like they were in the driver's seat. They looked in complete control. And the individuals, I mean, were absolutely sublime today.
Yeah, for sure. Nexus can be proud of their performance. The team that came in close second in the ESA Advanced season, losing to Espionage in the grand final, winning against some pretty decent teams. They've been posting really good results. And for both myself and yourself, we did discuss before the start of this is probably the best Nexus has ever looked in those types of tournaments. And it's only natural that they win games like that, especially when Permita a little bit tired. They're not playing to the standard that we're expecting. But again, that doesn't have to take away from Nexus. I feel like Nexus is a team that's completely capable of beating Permita on a good day too. And it is a bit of a tough one for Permita, losing to close series, picking up a map in both of them. But that's the group, man. This is the group stage. GSL, it's unforgiving if you're not able to if you're not able to close out 1 matchup, you can get away with it. But when it happens twice, you're out of here. Nexus qualify for that deciding game of the group, where they will be facing off against the loser of Passion UA and Young Ninjas. And this will be an interesting game because it's the 4th one of the day. So we did watch the elimination games in respectively Group C and D. So far, ladies and gents, we have 2 more matchups coming up. We have Bleed, Mouse NXT, and Passion UA Young Ninjas. And both those matchups, we will see which will be the first 2 teams to actually qualify for the playoffs.
We will indeed. We'll see who is going to be moving forward. We've already seen a few.
Oh yeah, the 3rd and 4th. Sorry,
3rd and 4th. Yeah. So
yeah,
we'll have to wait and see, of course, who are going to be the first to go through out of Group C and D. So technically, you are right, Ted. You know, we're just waiting to see who's going to be moving forward. But ladies and gentlemen, I believe we do have a little bit of a break. It should only be around 10 minutes. We've got James White coming in replace of myself and Ted. And, well, the matchups, especially that Bleed and Mouse NXT game, I'm going to be watching very, very cautiously, because I think that is going to be the matchup of the day. As I said, 10 minutes time, they will be going live with the pregame. Make sure you don't go anywhere, and we will see you guys in just a moment.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Rest European Series number 2 as we continue to roll on with our next day of action. We move on to see who is going to be our next 2 teams forward to the playoffs. Earlier today we saw our next 2 teams eliminated from Group C and D, and now out of both those groups we'll see the 3rd and 4th teams make their way forward. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual for this one, and a lot of excitement to come up today in my eyes.
Indeed there is. After, I don't even know how to describe that vertigo. I was kind of watching that, waiting for this game, Jay, thinking, yeah, it could be a bit of a battle, and it's just a clean sweep. It's just an absolute destroying Nexus side. So, do you know what? I am quite keen to see what these matches are going to bring us.
Well, of course, as I mentioned, Permitter eliminated from that last series. Enterprise went out at the very start of the day to open up on that 2-0 for alternate attacks. So both them and Nexus are still in the running for the decider games, and the loser of our 3rd and 4th best of 3s today will take on those respective squads. The winners, of course, make their way into the playoffs. Bleed take on Mouse NXT, and Passion UA take on Young Ninjas.
I'm very surprised about that Enterprise result as well, because we had a little chat with Tapchan not that long ago, and he's kind of talking about the progression of the team, doing really well, and then out in last place, not even being able to take a map off of alternate attacks. It is tough for a lot of these tier 2 teams out here to be consistent, and one of them that we've got today from Bleed, I would say is probably the number 1, or at least in the top 3 most consistent tier 2 teams that we have in the space right now.
Well, certainly for this tournament series, hard to argue against a team that placed 2nd in the first European regional. So coming into this today, I think they are probably one of the favourites overall in terms of the tournament as of right now, and certainly our favourites against the academy side of Mouse NXT. So let's dive into that a little bit more deeper here. Of course, Group C did see both of these teams beat out alternate attacks to Enterprise, as you would expect. So now the rematch potentially for alternate attacks would love to get a little bit of revenge. But as I said before, I feel like Bleed are walking into this one as favourites.
Bleed just stomped alternate attacks as well. That series wasn't even close. Whereas for the Mouse NXT one, they did have to work quite hard. They got pushed towards a double overtime on map number 1 of Inferno, where they were down 4-8 at the half. They went on to their map pick and gave it a little bit more solidity with that vertigo. So both teams getting a 2-0. For Mouse NXT, they certainly are a squad that's been very impressive with form, but they are going up against a high-end tier 2 team.
Yeah, Bleed, again, they are composed of some very sick elements, right? Obviously, part of this, one of the new build rosters that we've been seeing coming through in the last few months, and they started off the year being in a bit of an awkward stance. Obviously, everyone loved to meme on them because they didn't make it to the RMRs, they didn't make it to the major, they didn't qualify for any of the big events, and they were mostly playing in qualifiers, but they've entered these online cups. They've managed to have a couple of decent placings, particularly, of course, at the last Rest event where they took 2nd place. They're currently 2nd on the European table right now.
And even the other events that they're participating in, you've got the Thunder Pit World Championship, the closed qualifier there. They've made their way to the semis. Out in the Alyssa Invitational, they actually play Mouse NXT on Wednesday for promotion of that 3-0 game to try and get into the playoffs. In Yellow Compass, they're 1-2 after taking a couple of losses to Enterprise and 3D Max, but still a team that should make the playoffs. And you've got an all-rounded team where you've got Hampus as a high-fragging in-game leader, Cypher's back into that Into the Breach form, Farfan's playing very well. So that trio pack of riflers is basically maintaining the excellent form that Bleed have found themselves in.
And what's interesting is that it all comes off of a roster move, not for any of those 3 players, but Vladan, obviously, in his trial period, now officially signed for the Bleed camp. And it's like, it's so surprising to me that he's the newer 5th element, and it's the other guys, the core, that start stepping up to the individual star prowess. He certainly has felt like the glue that has brought Bleed together.
Well, for Vladan, again, he takes all the shit rolls, doesn't he? Like, he's hard lurk on T side, he's hard anchor on CT side, and you need a selfless player. You need someone that's going to be very good in solo situations, and you need someone that's going to be very good in late round situations, in retakes and in clutches. And for Vladan, he hasn't had a huge amount of pro career. He played on iNation, played on 00 Nation on the international squad, but he's actually been the guy that's really stepped it up. I mean, the comparison from Longs to now Vladan, it's night and day. It's a much better piece for this team.
And the team, as a result, have been doing extremely well, which is why we rate them as favourites over Mouse NXT, who, look, credit to where it's due for them. In terms of the tournaments that they're playing, they are doing well, right? They're getting first places, they're getting top 4s, they're taking championships. but at a very, very low level. United 21, EPL, ESA Advanced, the highest level event they've played recently has got to be that Thunderpick event where they went out after winning the first round. So that's basically just been the extent of Mouse NXT when it comes to the higher level of Tier 2. And as a result, you can't really rate them as having much in terms of this matchup in my eyes.
And imagine being Nexius, right? A really good entry fragger for this team, a very developed player towards the tail end. He leaves to go over to OG, and we'll look at OG and look at now Mal's NXT, right? This has been a roster change where it moved a couple of pieces around. It took Krizen, the in-game leader, off of the big green. They brought in an AWPer, and their form's been really good. Mal's NXT have won 20 out of their past 28 best of threes on HLTV, and you are right. They are playing a lower level, but even still, this is now, I would say, especially in the rest circuit, a chance to play higher end teams, chance to play sort of def teams in the tier 2 atmosphere, those kind of top 40 caliber teams where they don't play them all that frequently.
And this obviously is a key opportunity right here against probably the best team in Group C, right? Again, we do sort of have Bleed probably as one of our tournament favourites, so it's a great chance for them to continue to build upon their markers and just sort of put that form to great effect against a team of a much higher caliber, because that really is the differential making point, right? Obviously, I know that Mouse NXT have beaten out Bleed in the past. That last head-to-head obviously is something towards their favour, but I think in the general overall, with the improvements that Bleed have made, I don't see things coming together for Mouse NXT, and especially when this veto process kicks up the way, I just don't see a way that Mouse can sort of force out an advantage against Bleed.
And they could be able to take a map. I mean, for Mal's NXT, we know they don't like Mirage, which is one of the better maps in the pool for Bleed. So Nuke and Mirage, should be the permabans for both of these squads. Vertigo gets picked quite frequently for Mal's NXT, and Inferno gets picked quite a lot from Bleed.
Yeah, I'm looking at that Inferno pick being the one sort of key solid element that you probably don't really want to, or that you are basically guaranteed to see. And indeed, Mirage and Vertigo is taken out by the Bleed side. So Nuke gets picked in by Mouse. Punish pick. Ancient coming out from Bleed's camp of here. So not even going to get the chance to get Inferno, except for map number 3, because Mouse don't ban it out themselves. Very, very unorthodox veto here.
Yeah, very much so. The Ancient in recent history has been fairly par, I would say, for both of these teams. For Bleed, this is not a usual pick for them, and they've actually never picked Ancient in a best of 3 in the last 3 months. Normally Inferno is always their go-to, but maybe recognizing the veto of saying, look, we probably won't get Ancient as a decider, but we will get Inferno as a decider. So looking at that back end of the veto being very solid, the Nuke pick, I don't know about this, because for Bleed, we've actually seen them play Nuke a couple of times when teams have kind of punished it against them, and every time it's gone the way of Bleed. And I start to wonder to myself, are teams making a mistake of punish picking Nuke against opposition of Bleed?
I mean, it's the very low pool of results to make that assessment quite yet, because only 2 in the last 3 months for Bleed on Nuke, but it is a punish pick through and through, right? Like, Mouse don't typically go towards this one as one of their defaults, right? Like, it's a map that they don't often win too much, a third bottom of the play rates in the entire pool for them, so definitely middle of the pack when it comes to their proficiency on it. Yeah, this feels like a punish pick, and as you mentioned before, it carries a lot of risk. I think we've seen over the course of the rest circuit in the last few events that punish picks have oftentimes been sort of like, they've got that sort of 50-50 element towards it. I feel like that's the case for this kind of map. Admittedly, I like the philosophy from Mouse, because I think they also realise that they're underdogs coming into this matchup, so try and throw a significant curveball into the mix. Will it work though, Dwayne? I'm not convinced. I'm thinking 2-0 for Bleed.
Yeah, I'm going to join you on that one as well. I've seen some good stuff from Bleed on Nuke, and for Mouse NXT, they need to try and deliver in this best of 3.
They will be on the T side start, of course. Bleed hoping to start things off in this best of 3 with a significant start-up, already one-sided in their first matchup of this group. Can they make it 2 for 2 in one-sidedness? Pistol Jules of Hampus towards outside. Taking early fights. You've got Krizen that did get hurt as well on that drop down off the mini. Cypher charges in towards Squeaky, and Farthen takes him with the crossfire backup. PR dealt with. Last 2 players towards outside, just instantly mowed through by the CT forces, and that's the confidence you can see on display from Bleed.
Bleed looking fantastic in this opening sequence. Cypher doing a lot of damage out there through main of that door split that comes in. You've got a lot of aggressive players in through lobby trying to come into A. You've got that main drop to also just get cancelled completely. And Mal's NXT have picked Nuke now for the 6th time in the last 3 months in best of 3 history. But that's the 6th time in their 33rd best of 3. So play the odds there, Jay. It's not frequent that it comes out.
Very confident stuff to start things off and Bleed, of course. love to protect their 100% win rate record on this map. You mentioned the couple of maps that they've been picked against on this one, and they've won them pretty handily against the likes of Endpoint. Only scored 6 rounds in that at least contender stage.
Well, that was funny because we casted that game, Jay, and both teams' permabans was Nuke, and Endpoint led it through, and then Bleed just picked it. And we've also seen another result against Young Ninjas where they looked pretty convincing. So Bleed, I mean, Nuke is their normal go-to, but I've actually seen quite a few series where they've decided to ban their opponent's best map in the pool. I mean, Vertigo is so good for Mouse NXT. 17 wins and 3 losses in the last 3 months. So getting that one out of there, I reckon they've got a much better chance of Nuke than they do on Vertigo.
Bleed trying to play big brain in this matchup, and certainly got the brawn to go with it here in round number 2. Arshiriko should get dealt with. It should be a 2-0 star. We'll see if these Glocks can take any weapons away, and of course any rebuys out to CT forces. Instead they run into the SMG, so all the money gets gained by Cypher and Cirque. $3 grand worth of loss of kill bonus rather, 2-0 to the start. And the guns will come in from Mouse NXT.
Yeah, there was an interview that Farfan had with Thorin not that long ago and was kind of talking about the relationship that he's got with Cypher, that they get on really well inside and outside of the server. It seems like a lot of Cypher's teammates always give him a little bit of slack for maybe talking too much and being uncomfortable to understand the British accent. So Cypher himself has to kind of think to himself of how I can talk less and maybe get more to the point than over-speaking than probably what he did on Into the Breach.
Typical UK CS. We're all just too egotistical not to shut up. That's why we're all casters as well, so. Mindset mentality from him on the Bleed side, although right to get loud at this stage. He's mowed through so many. Still taking the MP9 as a bonus weapon alongside Cirque. Now's NXT. Slow to the uptake. Very slow T-sides to start things off here when it comes to the taking on the weapon buys to the Bleed side. Initial starts trying to prod out from ramp control, and no one's really here to defend it on the CT side.
And they had a much heavier stack to upper, maybe thinking there was going to be a top site exit. Now, a rotation from Farfan from the door player means that they can stack up 2 at lower, and they can have Farfan and Vladin to kind of play the secret and ramp angle. Mouse NXT have actually got a lot of space and still quite a bit of time to work with on the clock.
Kristen's outside press, Locker's press has not been seen yet. He can spray through on Cirque, but can only get damage, not the kill. With that information, they realize now that they might be in a little bit of trouble. Cirque and Cypher will end up dropping the Vermilov and Naitu. 5-on-3 with the A site being gained. Those were the SMGs that dropped, and I don't know whether Bleed really want to press this further here.
They just opt to go for the save, and Bleed's actually played that pretty nicely. I mean, they re-smoked door with 40-odd seconds left on the clock, just when Mouse NXT are going to commit. And if there was a cancel, I actually think that round goes the way of Bleed. Mouse NXT made a very good decision of just the instant call to disrespect that smoke and just to start running out. Hampers was still rotating up from the vents, was a little bit late to the marker. Sarah outside from the top of Silo, making it slightly more expensive with just that one extra exit.
Farvan going down, one of the 3 M4s that were in play at the start of this round. Cirque and Cypher at least have cash built up to their SMG kill bonus, and didn't find much in terms of this round itself. So as far as bonuses go, it's not the worst thing in the world, but Lead, as you mentioned, stood to win that round. Instead, Mouse get their start on T-side.
And for Bleed, they have won 17 out of their past 21 best of 3s on HLTV. The only teams that they've lost to was Fnatic in that grand final of the last rest event. They took a bit of an upset loss against Enterprise, and then they lost to BetBoom and 3D Max. So 3 out of the 4 losses that they've taken in recent history has all been against high-end Tier 2 competition. They have not lost many games recently.
Fast out from Mouse NXT. Cypher trying to hard himself off to these silos, and then he gets blinded by Vermilov. Kills for Farvan, though. Makes it a triple on top of the rafters. PR gets the returning frag, but he's the last man that remains. 0-1-on-3. Oh dear, oh dear. Mouse NXT tried something quicker, and Bleed was so ready for it.
And they dealt with Cypher out from the door control pretty quickly, but that Mustang angle is so solid against rushers, because when you're coming out of hut, you've got to clear so much of the bomb site. You want to clear back default, you want to try and clear out top hut, you want to clear out the heaven sort of sight line on the rotation. So that one Mustang angle, if you can catch the right timing, you can just multi-frag. And Farfan's done an incredible job to get 3 kills in that position.
No one stays alive for the Mouse side. Instant responsive from Bleed. Wow, that was overwhelming. And when these rounds come together for the CT side, they really are. Farvan especially. What a moment from him.
And this is 2 in-game leaders from very different pathways. You've got 2 Scandinavian authors of Krizen the Dane that hasn't had a huge amount of pro experience, kind of made his name on this Mouse NXT organization. And then Hampus, who has a lot of tier 1 experience. He's played at a very high level. He's got a lot of tier 1 and high-end tier 2 players on his team right now. And this is going to be testing to the young in-game leader, the young 17-year-old of Krizen.
Rebuys will return from the T side. They'll try and get involved. Still try and contest these, but look at the responsives to the CT side. Nades down to try and get some gaps generated and the smoke splashes sent. They do check for that aggressive player of Hampus, who does drop on this one. Advantage taken by Mouse NXT. Farman thinking he's safe as well. Prison can punish that. Cypher suddenly in trouble. Forced out in the open. Does get away with that decent pick back, but 17 points of health. Another kill on PR. Somehow, he's made this even man stance here. 3-on-3. Does he hold against Bermalov?
Cypher just needs to do damage from this point onwards. He's getting a little bit of a help from Vladen out here to heaven. Timing is everything against this duel on Sierra, but it goes the other way.
Cypher now heavy pressured, low HP, is not going to be able to deal with both of these attacking angles. So twitchy, not sure where exactly to look, and Bermalov will catch that kill easy for it. Sug, the last man that remains. 1-on-3 with the AWP all the way back down to the B-bomb site. Best to hold on to the gun because Mouse NXT have their second.
And there's a few players on this Mouse NXT roster that are really finding solid form. I mean, PR is a revelation. He is an incredible rifler from the Czech Republic, and I'm sure maybe teams like a Sinners are looking at him and thinking, geez, why didn't we get him? Why didn't we get him when he was still in the local scene before he's now made that transition to the international landscape? You've also got Naitu, a guy that played at a very low level in the French scene on Gen 1 and LDLC. 3D Max probably thinking, why didn't we get him when he was still in the local scene? Now, Sarah, we saw him, Jay, when he played out on Masonic. Used to be a teammate from Krizen way back in the day. A lot of young pieces, even Bermalov having his first international stint. Only played on the Ukrainian team of Laser Cats. Very young players, very inexperienced players on Mouse NXT, but it's sort of PR, Sierra, and Bermalov that are all just striking at a very high level in recent form.
Saw the point of the academy rosters in general. Mouse NXT have brought several stars through to the tier 1 environment. Everyone talks about their main team and how they've all come up from this particular section of the organization. You have to wonder whether any of these guys are going to emerge in the next year or so. Emerge now to try and take a lead because Bleed lost that round and Cirque went up with the bomb. There's a little point towards the end of that round. So his AWP doesn't stay. The FAMAS in his hands, the M4s and SMGs. And the force buy in general here for Bleed, trying to win one back, but Mouse set the reset up off the round 6.
And down here at the lower portion, Hampus can just jiggle and put a smoke down as soon as he gets contact. Try and slow it in. Wait close just behind that smoke in case anyone tries to get on the front side of it. And for Mouse NXT, they actually cancelled the secret play for just a moment, and Cypher has cleared out pretty much all of lobby.
Krizen's concerned that there might be some sort of backstab play, so he's right to check that position. Keeping their eyes on in case there is a bigger or backstab, in case they continue to pushing onto the lobby position.
This is such a good read, though. Because Cypher's been able to clear out all of lobby, they're going to play 2 players down at the lower bomb site, and the M4 is here.
Matt Turner Krizen making a fair amount of noise on outside, but nothing that reveals the intentions of Mouse NXT. M4 placed perfectly. Hampus Need to take first contact. Bermalov has been spotted. Incendiaries will set that player back on the back foot, but Farben still needs to win a fight. He doesn't even go 1-for-1. Bermalov instant into the bomb site now. Will they trade tact? Will they go back up towards the A plane? Not to be. Bermalov still gets his shot on. Hampus down 5-on-3. Best chances for Bleed not being taken.
And from the perspective of Bleed, they've actually done everything right. That's a pretty good, strong crossfire out there from the double door and single door. But Bermalov's just cracked it open, hasn't he? He's had two fantastic entries to open up that B side, to get that bomb down with a lot of security. Bleeds felt as if for a moment they kind of had them on the ropes, that maybe they could have got up to a bit of a 5-1 scoreline and really started to scream success. But Mouse NXT are working these defaults nicely.
3 apiece, thanks to Bermalov efforts. 5 kills deep in the first quarter. He is the top fragger. Crism might want to take that away with the MAC-10. Moving in very quickly. Cypher does indeed drop to a little bit of cash bonus on that MAC-10, so just a little bit extra hurt against the CT side. They weren't going to be able to buy up in this one. You can watch those entries. So sharp from the AK. One of the younger guys on this roster, 16 years old is Bermalov, alongside PR.
And I suppose for Mouse NXT, maybe Nuke was the only direction that they could have gone through in this video. Obviously, Vertigo was going to be their go-to. That gets banned out. Ancient was a chance, but that obviously gets picked from the opposition. So Nuke or Inferno is then, I would say, your next two options. And there's no way you're going to pick Inferno against Bleed. At least send that to a third map decider. So when we get a veto like this, where you're not striking with the immediate, I suppose, map 1 and map 2 of respected picks being the go-to, it does add a little bit of spice involved.
Yeah, Mouse NXT needs a curveball into this veto. Vladin and Cypher still punish them for it. Kill on the first, responded to by the AK. Syrah and Knight, who actually do lose PR to a 3 versus 3. For Master of Cirque, going to have to be heavily pressured, though. The only automatic that remains. In fact, the only weapon that's not a pistol in play here for the CT side. Hampus, one of them fighting downstairs in the corridors. Caught by Syrah, advantage regained by Bleed. The best thing they can do is try and hunt for Bermalov here. Just about get that kill, so a couple of AKs that the CTs can hold into the next round.
They might go for this. I mean, 2v2, armor and a kit. Look, if a kill comes in towards Rab, I reckon this round is actually on.
Might all rest in the hands of Syrah then. He doesn't overextend. He sits pretty at the ramp entrance as Bleed continue to slow walk their way, not giving up any info whatsoever. Syrah starting to get twitchy. Cirque checked upon kill. Found. Farben responds back to it. 1 versus 1. He's got a smoke. Has vision on the bomb site, but time is very far ticked. He doesn't fancy his chances towards this. Naitu has the positional advantage. He'll be able to swing as soon as he hears that bomb getting tapped, and Farben knows it. He'll just hold on to the AK. Pretty decent eco round in the overall, though.
I reckon that's an excellent eco round for me. I mean, that whole round is just try and make it slightly expensive, and for a moment it actually looks as if it might be an eco steal. And Mouse NXT had Naitu much more defensive in that post plant rather than playing out from default or the rafters. And that would have been what Farfen was hoping for. A quick duel as soon as he gets out there to the ramp entrance. Cirque gets the AWP forward, but doesn't have enough money for the armor.
Glass cannon in this round. Let's see where he plays it. Prison challenging outside against the M4 of Hampus. The AWP will be there in support. Back over towards the lockers. Big old gap in that smoke. I think an Incendiary might have stopped the second one. Another one does come down in the end from the T side, so nothing he can do but blind fire. He opts to just fall back and try and defend from ramp because they recognize it has to be a secret play.
2 players out towards ramp can come in quickly. Vladin gets all the way close towards the double doors, and Cirque can at least maintain a spot out there from ramp.
Giving up so much information. They're going fast into this. Crism makes his way outside. M4's very, very awkward on the spray. AWP now seen of Cirque. He's backed off. Hampus at least gets one towards outside, but the real concern is about the B site taken. 4-on-4.
And this might just have to be a save. I can't see this having a lot of legs. They're trying to clear out at least ramp to catch that A-lurk, to catch that lobby person coming in late, but everyone is down here at the lower bomb site.
Just with the notion that they're just checking all these positions later on in the round, it just indicates that they're worried about all sorts of setups at the T-side line. Eventually, Hampus does win a decent fight onto Bermalov. The AWP shots missing out for the man. Knightu playing smart around the vents, though. He will catch up a trail on towards Farvin. Hampus will drop on the center of the bomb site. Cirque sort back. 1 versus 2. Sierra known towards Dark. He still gets the AWP player, but not the diffuser. Cypher in with a kill. Has he done this quick enough? Yes, he has. Bleed equalize.
And that's actually really well played there from Cypher, because the Dark player, Sierra, knows that he can just stick it with that time stalling. So tap the bomb, hide, and then just swing out. Just when you can draw that fight in the open. And that retake is not an easy one at all there from Bleed. And that was well done from Hampus, getting that multi-frag on the drop of the vent. Bermalov, I don't actually know how he didn't find the connection with the big green. That kind of looked on out there to Hampus, and it's just a missed shot and then an instant capitalization.
And credit to Hampus for dealing with him as quickly as he did. Sierra, man, he's going to be heartbroken about that round. He did so well right up until the very last fight. And Bleed go to blows with Mal's NXT. Crizzen already down to Hampus's casualty from just beyond that smoke. Oh, he adjusts on Sierra as well, using the traces to great effect. A 5-on-3 already.
I remember the game that Hampus has had against Young Ninjas and Endpoint on Nuke. The CT side, he was just obliterating outside, being in garage, being in secret, credit, always looking for fights and always looking for kills.
Oh, he just stomped him. He has absolutely wiped out Mal's NXT from outside.
And consider the confidence that he must have as an in-game leader now, right? That you kind of drop down from that tier 1 level, you go into tier 2, and his fragging has increased tenfold. I would even say that in the majority of games, he's their highest individual. He's the guy that's putting up the most numbers.
He's proven himself to have quite a bit of a brain as well on him. His exit from the Ninjas in Pajamas, he was very clear about his concerns with the team and the overall build that it had. Leading by example. Leading this squad to success. This will be a lead for Bleed. Mal's NXT have already thrown in the towel and holding onto their weapons for the save. There shouldn't be a hunt-in from the majority of players. Maybe the SMGs might press.
And it feels like a much better relationship with the player and the organization for Hampus now on Bleed than what it was on NIP. There's been a few interviews that Hampus has had where basically went over to Jonas and say, oh, I want this player, I want to make this change. And the response is just no. Like, it's not going to happen. Whereas when you come over with Kassad and when you come over from Bleed, he was kind of the guy at the center of it, of building the roster, getting those foundations, getting that responsibility where you're not just restricted to an organization's perspective. And getting that trust in some of the players. I mean, Farfan said that he knew that Cirque and Hampus was the first couple of signings, but didn't know about Cypher. It's always very tough to build a new project, because I'm sure there's a lot of players that will look at that and say, oh yeah, I might join, but who else is there? Unless you can sign everyone at once, it's difficult to draw players into playing on the team.
Well, Bleed have made it happen. Finding success. Advantage for them right now in this matchup. You just saw the 1xBet odds on screen a moment ago as well, heavily favoring Bleed at the moment. Mal's NXT have at least gone to blows with them. Look at the blind fire from Hampus again. Farvin is going to catch off PR from inside of the vent. The man's been caught with Crizzen tagged to 16 HP as well. Again, a solid start of the CT side.
Bermalov with the AWP has not quite been able to muster up the same impact as when he had the AWP or the rifle in play of the AK, I should say. A Cirque AWP battle goes his way, and these last couple of rounds from Bleed are starting to make quite a statement to potentially a 7-5, 8-4 kind of scoreline.
Yeah, they look mighty confident. Surely should see the end of Crizzen soon enough. Sierra's got a Galil outside, unsupported for the time being. Might get joined by his teammates in a moment's time. But a moment's all they'll have to think. 45 seconds on the clock. They have to think about their moves.
Now, Hampus is playing extremely deep out there to Device, waiting for the main cross to come in. Mal's NXT, I would be surprised if they can even get a bomb plant. I mean, down here at lower, you can get some quick rotations from both the door player of Cypher and the ramp player of Cirque. As soon as they open up double door, I mean, now I say it because it is so defensive, they might just get the respect of the bomb plant, but they won't be able to win the round.
At this point, I think you take the silver linings if you're Mouse NXT.
Now, the cash bonus would be nice.
AWP's quick to position though for Cirque Bomb. Does get planted in amongst the smoke. Cirques is blind firing, but not to the right positions here. Krisen's AWP now looking back towards Secret. Hampus catches him off guard. They're ready for Syrah here. Cypher certainly isn't, but Farvan's there to respond towards him. And Night2 is cleaned up very quickly. So indeed, respect to the bomb plant is all Mouse NXT are going to get.
And for Farfan, it's kind of nice to see him back to some really good form where he's probably not involved in such a strict system, right? When you and IJ, when we were casting him on Sprout, he was just farming right in Tier 2. He was an incredible rifler. He goes over to Big, and I think for any player, when you join up in Big, you join up to the system, right? You don't join just a regular team. It changes your mythology of the team. It changes the way that you play, the whole overarching process of playing, the risk percentages and the util usage. So to have him with more freedom, to have him on a little bit more of an international team where he's got ability to make his own decisions, to make his own plays, that's where we're seeing the form increase.
Really matching up to his top fragging teammates right now. Nades on Vlad, however, takes the onus of the aggression here over at Trophy. Has spotted the bomb carrier. The AWP Assert can now hold his nerve. Very consistent in terms of these this like second quarter of the game from the AWP. Defending extremely well over at ramp. 5-on-3 has been gained by Bleed.
Cirque repositioning into a little bit more of an off angle out here to a closer right-hand side perspective of ramp. And once more for Mouse NXT, this is a similar sort of situation as the last round. I know obviously this is only a bit of a half, it's not a full investment, but you just kind of get into the mid-round situation with what, 50 seconds, 60 seconds on the clock, and it just doesn't feel like there's much danger. It doesn't feel as if there's much that could actually be successful from this point onwards.
Krisen caught off, Hampus just inserted. Burst through. There really is nothing left for Mouse NXT in this one. At least they've got cash in reserves for a buy in the last round of the half, but this will mean the half goes the way of Bleed, most certainly. Taking an AK out of the hands of Farvan also ain't too terrible itself. Maybe another bomb plant bonus, maybe another bolstered up buy, but all three CTs are here to try and deny it. HG's down, seeing the boosting player. The kill nearly came in on Syrah. 1 HP for the man. Night2 spotted by two players peeking forward. Cypher does get taken down. Now Syrah's all that's left. Bursting through the Hampus. Trying to get away from the HG, but the USP is good enough for the kill. So there it is. 7th officially locked in.
And Hampus, from just an in-game leader that's playing outside, the perspective of he's 14-4. He's constantly getting multi-frags. He's constantly allowing impact. And for Mouse NXT, I certainly believe that PR is the best player on this team. And it might be the idea that you're kind of going into Nuke, which once more isn't the most comfortable map in the pool. It isn't your go-to in best of threes. He's got 1 kill moving into round number 12, and that's a massive concern for the young Academy squad.
Now, having one of those key pieces missing, meaning that, I mean, you do still have at least 4 rounds on the T side, mostly out of the other players and the economical damage that was done towards Bleed. You could be seeing a world in which those 4 may have been negated at this point by some capacity. 3 to the good on Bleed, trying to make it an 8-4 half. Very, very possible at this moment in time. Nice nades from Vlad, and this time he's the one holding the ramp defense. He's holding his nerve ahead of all the utility coming his direction, down to 50 points of health.
A top site execute looking to come in. Cypher playing up towards Mustang. Cirque down towards a lower bomb site. Him and Hampus to kind of play off one another. You've got a Hut and Mustang setup, so 3 on A. This could be quite successful against the upper take.
Still setting up some outside utility for some control out there from the NXT camp. Cirque, AWP, posted, waiting, PR, not giving away enough, seeing the flashbang will of course not get blinded out. The AWP is baited for a little bit of a tag shot. Krisen still comes up again to get its Farvan. Cypher with 1 pick up at the rafters. He's known about Permalov, can take him back 4 on 2, but look at Hampus sneaking in through the vents. He's caught off guard, damaged up by the AK spray. The bomb can come in. 2 players are tagged on the T side, but so are the 2 players that remain from Bleed.
This just feels impossible. AWP out towards Secret does get baited, so a chance now for Hampers to put some damage up.
PR continuing the struggle, even that flashbang missing out. Hampers does get taken aback though. Vladen is all that's left. Night2 checks him. There's one frag. 3 more to go. Blind firing on PR. The Incendiary going to try and drive into the open. Good kill in a second, but Vladen's dead out of time here. Flash is sent over to the bomb site. He'll make his way ahead of the flames as they extinguish. To the bomb site. Hold the full 5 seconds at this stage. Sticking it all the way. NXT aren't moving. Bermalov does force him off and does turn up his 7th frag to close out the half of 5 rounds on Mouse NXT.
And do you know what I am surprised about in hindsight now, sort of reflecting back at that first half, is why Mouse NXT didn't hit upper more. It kind of, in my mind, when they hit A, they were more successful than when they hit B. Just the overarching gun rounds, the overwhelming nature. I mean, yeah, we had a couple of rounds where Cypher multi-fragged and Farfan was able to put up a good hold from Mustang. But more A hits were successful for the Academy squad. 5 rounds on T side after losing Pistol. I would say both teams will be satisfied with that kind of scoreline.
From the few times we've seen Bleed play this map, we know that their T sides are still respectable. Close as you can get without getting too even, so now's the time for Mouse NXT to mount up on the favoured CT half. Now it's time for Bleed just to flex their muscles a bit more. Hampus especially, top fragger of the server at 14 kills. It's Cypher to play entry here in the pistol round, but Hampus will draw first blood out from Squeaky Door. PR coming in from the back lines of the bomb gets planted. NXT setting up for the retake.
Cirque's in a really good position because Farfan could peek on his contacts.
PR gets him though. Krisen moves in. Farfan trying to get the frag back, but PR doubles up. Cypher gets a pick back. Vladen revealing himself. Shot back onto Krisen. PR turns back Cypher. 2 versus 2 situation. Vladen pulling all attention towards him. Hampus might have to get involved from the later portions of the round, but no! Vladen just turns onto the Rafters players, turns up a triple in the pistol, and brings the round together for Bleed.
And for Bleed, Jay, this is 28th best of 3 that they've played on HLTV in the last 3 months, and 15 of those previous games has featured Nuke as a permaban. So I can look at that and say, okay, they don't like Nuke. Like, they get rid of it the most out of any other map in the pool. But there's also another 12 times and now 13 times where they've allowed it to float in. And that's where I know that Nuke's only been played twice, but if you're letting this map float in as consistently as Bleed are, they are tempting opposition to pick it against them.
Miles NXT trying to force back into round 14, trying to get back control of the CT side. Bleed taking damage early on Hampus. He's got the MAC-10 in this one, so the rifles will get set up to try and pick up the rest of the pieces. They are all down in Secret.
Yeah, this is just a matter of patience down here in Secret. Does the CTs overextend? Do they try and make the info play? Because this lower play actually looks extremely scary for Mouse NXT.
Famas fights on. Cypher's going to get the kill. SMG does try and fry back. He does force out TK. Krisen trying to keep control of that situation, but unable to make it so. 3-on-2 for Bleed in the end. Bomb should commit towards bomb site. Vladen's just lurking over a lobby. The player over at ramp is going to get forced back as well. His scout does get Circuit Lee, so 2 versus 2. And the next second CT can actually close in the pincers. Farfan is all alone here. Vladen needs to come in with support now.
Yeah, Farfan needs to just stay alive in a very strong position to deal with. They're out towards the observation window and knows the Bermalov is out at ramp.
But where specifically that scout player is now a serious danger to them. One shot will connect, but Vladen quickly turns it back. Coming in from Deacon in the end to support it, keeping the streak running for Bleed here. 9-5. Mouse NXT, forced by goes awry.
And if I'm Tobiz right there, Jay, I am fuming that we haven't won that round. There is 3 players in lower on a crossfire on a force bay. You need to be winning that. You need to at least be coming out on the trades on top because it's the right read. It's a really good position. I mean, they're all close range. You've got, first off, the Famas that struggles out there from the double door, the close right-hand side perspective, and one in Vent. Mouse NXT, they just fumble that round.
Got it down to 1 player on Bleed, so economical damage does hurt the T side. They're going to opt for the force buy again, trying to find that reset, and do make it work for the opening pick. Bermalov, straight shot onto Hampus, kicks things off.
And that's more like it. And now Sierra can get aggressive outside. He is starting to walk a lot further forward with that MP9, and Farfan just gets caught sleeping.
Grabbing that AK and running away with it. 5-on-3 with no trades back on Bleed here. They will try and work outside, particularly Cypher, who's trying to catch Prison off guard here on top of one of the boxes. Vladin is dead to rights. 2 left standing. Mouse and XT inserting themselves into an unlikely round here, trying to make amends for the blunder of the last. No trade still. Damage continues to pour in on Cypher and Sug. 19 HP for the Brit. This should be a 6 for the CTs.
And this is an excellent force buy from Mouse NXT. Really good pincer of that outside play. And now even in a 5v2, re-aggressing out from lobby. It does catch them for a 1-for-1, but Cypher shouldn't even be able to get one more kill on this light HP.
Unless he lands the perfect heads with sheer speed and pure accuracy.
The issue even saving here is that they know that he was top main, and they haven't seen him commit further outside. So the info must be he's deep in T-spawn somewhere, and I'm expecting that there might be a little bit of a hunt to try and drop this AK after time.
And they have to move now if they're going to make it happen, though. Good openings on Bermalov, and again, the press forward of the CT side doing extremely well in general. They are starting to make their moves now. After time casualty, Cypher's going to have to duck away. He knows it. I think he's just escaped the ire of the CTs in time, so that AK will at least be a rifle to play with in the next, because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to afford it.
This is a very uncomfortable scenario for Bleed, because this should be Mouse NXT getting close to a tied-up scoreline, at least going 8-9 at the deficit. And double eco status, have to buy it down. Not an easy round to work, especially on the T side of Nuke.
The Academy squad have a chance to really get involved now. 3 to make up. Bleed looking at Cypher and Hampus as the 2 men that may, if they do, force out a round victory and a round steal. The 2 rifles involve the upgrade pistols. Surrounding it to pick up the pieces if one of them goes down. Cypher is inserted pretty deep, expecting Mouse NXT to aggress like they did in the last round, but that's not happening here.
And from the perspective of Bleed, they probably know win this round and we just win the best of 3, but it's a very difficult round to win. They need an opening kill. They need as much impact out of these rifles as possible, because the lack of nades is going to hurt them. Even a slight spot for info outside would have created some info.
The nades and a smoke would have spotted. Syrah sees nothing, and he'll wait back here at Garage for them to clear out, and he can try and see if he can work against the T side. They have been silent towards all of this in the meantime. No man revealed, but Kristen suspects that something's afoot.
Just jump spotting deep out here from single door. He can get a quick rotation from PR at ramp.
Dump faces continue. Cypher just spotted. Krisen backs away. The T's spring into action. Krisen's got to go at least 1-for-1 out here. Hampus will indeed drop. Cypher picked up. The FAMAS goes ham, but only for the double. And a 3rd kill is unable to get accounted for. Running out of ammo, PR gets back in with the SMG. The rifles storm down at Decon, deal with the rest of them. And there won't even be a bomb plant bonus for Bleed.
Fair play to the in-game leader there from Krisen. He's actually had a phenomenal hold at that lower bomb site, because he is getting overwhelmed. He knows that it's heavy secret just from the jump spot alone. But when you are the lower player and you're by yourself, you're still waiting for the rotations in from ramp and for players to come in for the vent, you do just need to stand tall and fight. And he gets away with, what, 2 kills and far from down to 50 points of health? That's excellent.
A tactical taken by Bleed. First one of the game. Because they are truly threatened here in this second half. Mouse and XT should make their way within 1 of Bleed's scoreline. And it's really then when you can contest if you're the T side. But what was looking like it could well have been a pretty simple affair with the pistol convert and then the rifle wins has suddenly turned into a little bit of jello for the Bleed side. A couple of AKs to boot as well from Mouse and XT. Quite a bit of firepower available for Syrah and PR. Engagements towards outside do a lot of util damage.
Definitely a team that can't be underestimated. We kind of talked about it earlier. Yes, you got to play the team that's in front of you, and the tournaments and certainly at a lower level, but this is a Mouse NXT side that's been in 3 grand finals in the last 3 months and won all of them. They're a team that go deep. They've got a lot of victories on HLTV and they're grinding. Chrisen out here towards the door, just trying to spot for the anti-eco pistols. Want to be making sure that no one from his team drops in a round like this.
Yeah, Bleed's objectives are bomb plot and kills against the CT side. Especially if you can get rid of those AKs, that would be lovely. They've done damage onto Chrisen at the start. Hampus and Cypher, key victims of this round. Cypher eventually does fall down to the HP damage. Chrisen now has to escape. He's on 1 point of health. Sira still taking dinks, but does deal with the next couple of individuals. Farvin now going to get checked upon from the backstab of Burmalov. There goes the kill against his name. All 5 remain alive for Mouse NXT as the gunbuy returns for Bleed.
And you mentioned the round of 16 exit from Mouse NXT that they had in the Thunderpick World Championship qualifier. They went up against Gamer Legion in that matchup. So even some of the tournament exits that they've had at the higher stage, they've been getting eliminated by some very strong teams. Getting more of a grasp, more of a convincing playstyle against the higher end teams of Tier 2 is only going to enhance progression for the roster. I mean, up at 52nd on HLTV is actually a pretty respectable ranking.
And nade damage coming in on Bleed. These HGs are very consistent towards outside. They've walked past one CT player as well. Chrisen drawing attention towards himself, and Cypher has no idea that he's in danger. Hampus now has to break away and play lurk down a secret. His teammate still caught up in lobby to find this fight onto Sira. Next up, this could be a pivotal one, the one that could save Bleed or end them here in this round. And it goes the way of the CT side.
Mouse NXT outside are just obliterating the defaults from Bleed consistently. Constant spam, constant utility usage. And Sira to be able to multi-frag without even being traded. They can work back out here to wrap, but there's a bait and switch. PR can take first contact and Burmalov can peek off of it.
Straight dry walkout from Farvin. Dropping the bomb. Surt goes next. Vlad and 1 on 5. Mouse NXT are in full control at 9 apiece.
And that just dictates how important that force by war really was for Mouse NXT. They lost the pistol and the anti-eco, or lost the pistol, they force bought, they lost that, but it came down to a clutch situation. So they say, you know what, let's buy again. Let's try and go for that other force up. And if it doesn't get one, you're probably looking at an 11-5 kind of scoreline. And from that point onwards, the game and series is kind of over. So that takes some guts. That takes a very questionable call of, is it worth it? And Mouse NXT looked at it and say, yes, it absolutely is. And from that point onwards, they've been able to skyrocket this round streak, get into a tied-up scoreline, and now look to press the lead.
With only the upgrade pistols here on Bleed, it feels like that's the case right now for Mouse NXT. They have worked so hard to try and get involved in this matchup. PR starting to come together with his AK, but Burmalov continues to put top frag positions up on Mouse NXT. One pick back from Farm will remove that one AK, but it should get recovered quickly by the rest of the CT side. A little bit of a struggle against Hampus with the last few bullets in the mag with Sira. The PR's closing in, he's going to get his casualty, and Mouse NXT will now, for the first time since the 4-3 scoreline, have a lead.
And for Bleed, this is where Hampus has to try and call himself out of trouble on the adaptations towards outside. They need to find a different avenue, whether it be pacing, whether it be util, to not allow opening casualties to kind of flow within the first 20 to 25 seconds of that area of the map. Mouse NXT have got a lot of cash. They've got AKs farmed up. It's going to be tough to break this.
Up in play for Burmalov. He is so ready to take heads with him. Checking the position of an upper silo. Farvin again naded out. Man, every time they throw these HEs outside, Bleed just runs smack dab into them. At least they've got a lot more damage on Chrisen. Tagged to 8 HP in the meantime, and he's the man that's playing all the secret presence.
There's an intriguing resmoke that comes down outside. And Chrisen trying to spot up towards silo. Hampus protected by that smoke, and still a lot of outside individuals to work with.
Oh, what a spot. Hampus goes falling. Molly sent back to drive him away. Incendiary stop progress from Cirque as well. Man advantage remains here. Spray through. Sierra gets so much damage, and the two players that lined up. Cypher is the man to trade it back to a 4-on-4, but so many workable picks for NXT here.
It should be back towards a top site hit, just because Vladin is still out here in lobby. Work deeper outside, try and get at least Cypher closer to the heaven position. Bleeds have time on the clock, and Naito out towards top height is going to drop.
Press in with PR to start to take lobby control. The man up in heaven. And a split plays in. Up on top of the lobby roof now. They're going to have a little bit of map control. The footsteps will get heard though. Vladin might call this into his teammates. Keep your eyes aware. Naito walking right into the AK. Advantage given up. Site will be taken and the bomb will be planted safe.
That should just be an instant save. At least look for exits here for Mouse NXT to kind of make it more expensive, but not commit to the retake.
The player on the roof more so. Oh, Vladin. He's going to get caught for this one. So there's that one exit. 3-on-3. Are they going to attempt this?
If they do, they might lose quite a bit out of it.
Low HP for Crizin. Key concern in this one. They are creeping closer towards position. It's going to be a very last second retake. Anything going awry, and this may all fall apart for Mouse NXT. PR walking his way up, caught by Farthen. Flashbang in support. All the players might get caught in the center of the bomb site here. Cirque and Farthen just get away with this. M4 of Crizin should at least get that one exit. A couple picks, in fact. But 2 alive for Bleed, none alive for the CT side. Not like it matters, they've got cash for days.
And that's why clearing out lobby is so difficult from a CT perspective when you're going for those info plays. Because right there, for both PR and Naito, they probably feel as if, okay, it's an outside lean down towards Secret. We've cleared out lobby. We haven't seen anything. PR gets towards the top of the silo, tries to kind of wrap back in towards main, and then instantly, that's when Vladin strikes. Really good patience and timing from the late lurk.
Bleed have equalised near the tail end, the dying moments of this map. It's become a bit of a thriller here. Vermalov nades up. Vision revealed. Shot connects to Farthen. So perfect to start again.
Happer's getting mollied out from T-Red, so can't cross out, and even takes a little bit of burn damage. So that gets heard by both Sierra and Crizin out in main. AWP further back at Zaiwu now, looking to try and see if he can make it too.
Cross smokes are coming down from the T's side. Cypher finds Crizin elsewhere, so that push forward of Squeaky is going to get punished by the T side. So back to evens, thanks to the Brit once again. And they are quick to bring that bomb to Secret.
Cypher can't be too active in this round just because of the low HP. So down towards the lower bomb site. Cypher's main attribute has to probably be cutting of the rotation from the door player and getting anyone to rotate down into the vents. PR's already made the maneuver down here from ramp, but he's alone, so he needs to be careful about how far he extends through to the bomb site.
Cypher's just going to cut players off at the knees from the lobby position. If they start pushing, if they start getting towards round, that's where things will get awkward. That nade revealing Vladin goes down to PR. All-important position played back, but the T's will still have access to the bomb site as Bermalov misses an all-important shot on Cypher. Back to a 3-on-3, but it's still 2 players, so tagged. Hampus, one of them, chief among them on the site itself, and they're prodding already.
Oh, Hampus gets out of there, and Cypher's got another kill!
AWP in his hands, a triple found in this one. He's continuing to work down the corridors here, but now the CTs are on the bomb site. Cirque next to task as Hampus gets involved, and Cirque's AK is fantastic, but Cypher, round MVP, thought that after that kill he wasn't going to find much impact, but somehow, some way, he did.
And the issue now, Jay, is Mouse NXT are running out of cash. Now, we reflect back to that 3v3. We're both sitting there thinking, maybe you look for exits, but you save. And they committed for it. They went in for the retake, and they lost everyone. You now have the next round where you lose everybody again. If they do not come through with a rifle round victory in this next round, they are going to have nothing left for what could be the last round of regulation.
Just goes to show how cash amounts can easily whittle away on CT's side. They look so confident on their money line. When you look at that money basis, you can at least understand why they went for the exits, but the ramifications it has, as you mentioned, Dweg, significant to the tail end of this map up. Bleed to win round 22, and if they do, then it might be game over for NXT on their punish pick.
Bleed have lost a lot in the opening man advantage department in these last couple of rounds, but it's been the recoveries from Cypher and Vladen on those late lurks in lobby that have done all so much. Farfen close to the door. Krizen rotated down the vents.
Hasn't been spotted. Cypher going to check it though. Utility comes out, and with that, they know that he's blocked off position. Checking the Heaven player. Night2 is so blinded. Vladen and Faven get those 2 kills. Immediately, Mouse and XT are pushed out of the bomb site straight into a safe call because this one is done.
A lovely call there from Hampers. We haven't seen a lot of 8 takes and Bleed in this T side. It's been a lot of slow passiveness. It's been the outside walks. It's been the contacts into secret. And then all of a sudden, at a high-pressured round, at 11-10, bang, get in with the upper take. Cypher clears out so much of the bomb site as well. He knows that there's a vent player, but he clears out Hut, clears out Mustang, looks towards default, and he just sees nothing. Even that Heaven player of Night2, he's so blinded. He's out there trying to fight, but he's just clutching all of those flashes.
A map point is secured by Bleed, 12-10. Mouse and XT have given us a hell of a game, but the Punish pick carries so many risks, and those risks are starting to come back to bite them. At least they saved 3 rifles. Without them, we wouldn't have seen a buy here. They will drop weapons. They will bring as many guns together as they can. It might still be limited by Krizen's part. Indeed, for Mars to try and bring them back to overtime. 2 rounds in a row required for Mouse and XT.
And that 5 rounds in a row that Mouse and XT had has been the biggest round streak from either team in this entire map, and it's still not enough. It's still the deficit for the Academy squad. Hampus is feeling aggression outside, and he just backs off. They are getting deeper and deeper, so Cyril with that aggressive move, he just can't work a pick. He can't get that opener.
And I love, again, how smart Hampus is playing this one, because he knows how many times they've lost to HEs or they've lost opening kills to aggression, especially in the early portions of this half from Mouse and XT. So spots them, backs off, evades the damage of the utility, evades Cyril getting the opening kills, and turning their attention towards ramp where Bermalov is holding with the AWP. There's so many players in his position though. Got to get back up from hell. That's PR involved with the sprays for the 2 kills that don't come forward. The AWP at point blank doesn't hit the no scope. And Bleed have the B site.
They're taking it quickly. Night2 has to deal with Vladen if he wants to try and come in quickly from the double doors.
40 seconds left in this round, maybe left in this game. Mouse and XT are being stalled out by utility. They have to form up.
It's just still so much util to follow. Even Cypher has a re-smoke. He can put that down towards the single or double door when the bomb really starts to tick.
Incendiaries against Cypher, counter smokes getting involved. They run right past Vladen, has been seen though. Still gets away with a pick. Farben and Vladen the fall back though. 3-on-3 situation. Time short. Mouse and XT need to make a move, and Cypher's not done. Serious core, PR's down, and Cypher can triple up once again. 19 kills deep in this map for a 13-10 result for Bleed.
And do you know, honestly, Jay, the one aspect of Bleed that really does excite me and impress me as an overall picture for a new international squad is that they don't just win maps and win series off of individuals. They win it off of the tactics. Fundamentally, these guys are playing some really good CS, and obviously Cypher and Vladen got them out of some very uncomfortable positions in some of those tail ends of the round, but that like 11-10 call that we see from Hampers, what they do in that last round of consistently recycling the util, slowing down the post plant, making it uncomfortable for the retake, that was a good performance from Bleed.
I mean, I know it's against an academy team, but just watching the way that they played on a map that they don't often play as well, just the fundamentals of just watching the gameplay, seeing everything that you just mentioned right there, makes me very excited for Bleed, right? Like, this is a very, very good team, and I just want to see what they do when it comes up against the bigger levels of opposition, when it comes to the playoffs, and when it comes to the higher levels of the Tier 2 environment, because I really want to see this team tested.
Yeah, these guys are itching for a LAN. This team is built for LAN, and it kind of reminds me to the old Dignitas roster that we had when all the old NIP guys tried to come together, is that you build that lineup for LAN, but you're struggling to find the qualifications. And I think for Bleed, looking at the fact that they got to the grand finals last time around, looking at the performances that we see here, they've got to be a team where their goal is make LAN. Their goal is to go deep, get the points, and get the qualification.
Well, they've already got themselves on the second place position of the board with the points that they had from the previous series, and now they are up to gain some more with a second map, potentially one in this best of three. They would go to the playoffs with that, and just keep in mind as well, that was the punish pick of Mouse NXT on Nuke. Ancient is the home territory for the Bleed camp, so don't go anywhere. We'll see whether they can close this out after the break.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
So, Bleed look to take this in 2-0 fashion, taking over the Nuke Punish pick of the Mouse NXT side. Couldn't quite get it past the finish line. And, you know, I like the logic. I like the ideas that Mouse had coming into this series. You're the underdogs, you know that much, so try go a bit of a curveball. Unfortunately, the curveball swung right back around and smacked them in the face. And Ancient will be up next, which is where I believe we should be closing out into.
Yeah, I think we should, but to be honest, I actually reckon that Mouse NXT could send this to a third map. Fundamentally, they're a good Ancient team, and they actually showed quite a bit there on Nuke. I think they'll feel that they were quite unlucky not to close out with how some of those tail-end rounds went. So it should be a 2-0, but I'm expecting a good fight for the Academy squad.
I mean, no doubt in my mind that it should be the case, but we came into this one expecting a 2-0 fashion off the Bleed side. I predicted it, you predicted it, because of the nature of the levels that they're playing at, and as a result, I look at this map knowing it's not necessarily the best map in the pool for Bleed, but they've just shown that little bit more in my eyes. So I think CT side certainly is a positive start for the Mouse NXT camp. I am expecting it to be close. The Bleed, again, hunting for their 2-0 fashion. Let's see whether they can make it happen. Pistols to start things off.
Yeah, Hampus, an absolute demon out on Ancient, the highest rated player for Bleed in the last 3 months, did very well out there on Nuke. Naitu, first contact in from Donut, instantly falling back and repositioning to set up a lot of players out towards A, but Krisen's being watched on the flank in red.
Punished on his aggression, now the teams will storm into action. Naitu good for a pick back, follow-up from Bermalov is not going to quite get found. Both players get traded, PR is all that's left to the side defensive backer, but he gets it quick. Oh, but he misses both his shots attempted on Cypher. Vlad and Net to come forward from Big Box in the end, leaving Syrah alone in the 1-on-4 as the pistol indeed looks to go the way of Bleed.
Yeah, Mouse NXT had the right read, stacked up the bomb site nicely, and kind of reflecting on Nuke and obviously now that pistol round, Mouse NXT have to individually match the Bleed players. These are very sharp individuals, very experienced individuals with macro decisions, and while the stack was involved, there was some struggles to get the trades together.
A little bit of extra punch to the Bleed camp. Pistol taken, NXT down to the harsher eco, not forcing back into the early portions of this match like they did before. Allow Bleed to possibly go up 2-0 and then look towards the rifles in the next one. You can establish your CT side presence. Is looking similarly confident in this map up to start, of course.
A heavy stack on the front side of Donut, so if there's even just a slight walk, if there's any player that comes close towards Donut, it should be instant death.
Oh, missmoked that. Fortunately, no one's in red. Campus with the MAC-10 will start to read what's really going on, as they do move most of the players from play. It's a shame the MAC-10 doesn't get many of these kills here. Might only just find the one on PR, assuming Vlad doesn't get there first, so a little bit of wasted money, but ultimately all 5 stay alive, and that's the most important thing for the Bleed side. Mouse NXT in with a gun buy.
And Mouse NXT have picked Ancient 5 times in the last 3 months in best of 3 histories on HLTV, so knowing that your opposition pick into Ancient is pretty promising from that aspect. A map that they play quite a lot of as well. Look at their map pool, 9 wins, 7 losses in that time window, 7-7 for Bleed. And the opening rifle rounds might make quite a statement. Cirque gonna molly out there towards Shelf to indicate that if Mouse NXT do get aggressive down from mid, they won't be able to take lane aggressively.
Utility thrown towards mid will draw all the CT attention out there as Bleed decide they're going to walk up towards A main, although Bermalov quickly realizes what might be happening. M4 can't tap onto Vlad, and he just jump phases past contact. The bomb carrier has been seen, so rotations may get called back. PR fought upon by Cypher, but Cypher is the man to lose the fight, so advantage taken by NXT.
A late lurk out from Elbow can come in towards main. Farfan going to get the bomb down. They do need some of these individuals to step up in the post, because Vladden's only got a Mac 10. This is going to be tough to work.
Couple players without helmets though. Mac 10 might find himself a couple of pretty easy kills, and indeed damage supported, but Naitu and Bermalov, another 2 for 1, a 3 for 1 overall in this one. Naitu getting Cirque next up, Hampus all that remains, and he's forced out of the bomb site, no access towards the plant position. So we'll just fall back and save the AK. Very nicely held from NXT as they get there first early, much like it was at the start of the last map.
And to be fair to Bleed, considering that is a heavy bonus round, I actually don't think they'll be too disappointed with that one. A couple of kills, bomb plant goes down. Unfortunately, they just couldn't take Donut, could they? They left Donut open, they didn't smoke it, and if Cypher wins that duel against PR, they take Donut, and then you actually take space away in the post plant. When you're on Ancient, from a T-side perspective, you either want to take Temple or you want to take Donut. And if you can take both, that's excellent. If you can only take one, it does make it quite uncomfortable. And instantly, all it took from Mal's NXT was legitimately just a single flash and a wide swing, and Vladden just got overwhelmed quickly.
Bleed. Pressure in towards mid. Prison focusing the player through the smoke. Naitu gets the kill, but Farman and Cypher turning back around with those trades back. Still got a player over at Shelf. Bermalov wins that engagement, and meanwhile, PR has found Cypher. So mid-fight starting to go away, the way of NXT.
That's crazy that Cypher actually even gets one there, considering he was actually maintaining Shelf and not really looking out towards the red stairs. And Vladden's got a timing on the walkout towards A, and while this is a 2v3, this is actually a very winnable scenario, because if he sets up a good timing of a backstab, he might be able to get 1, possibly 2 kills on these A players.
PR. Oh, the footsteps, Cirque making noise, Vladden hearing players coming in from the back of Temple. Close, shoulder, finds the fight, but his teammates fall in turn. It's on him to clutch it, 1 versus 1. No info on Bermalov. Has to prioritize that plant.
Oh, HE breaks open the smoke. Does he see anything? No, the jiggle's not giving up at CT.
Player makes his way into the back of the boxes. Vladden. Oh, he snuck his way past. Finds his contact. Patience is the virtue, and Vladden pays off with it. Top frag of the board right now for Bleed, and a triple K on the clutch for the third on the board of Bleed.
Jeez, Vladden was a good signing, wasn't he? I mean, obviously we know that he was like standing in, he was on trial. The whole conversation was he had other offers, and even Kassad wasn't sure if he was going to want to join Bleed or not, but he is an incredible piece. Really good timing, excellent in clutch scenarios. And Bleeds can look at him and thank him for not only a 3-1 start, but what should be a 4-1 start.
Tactical taken by Mouse, because they recognize the same. And they look like they want to force the issues now. They want to try and get back into this match much earlier. The more this gets out of control, more faith 1xBet seems to lose in them. Those odds starting to look much more skewed to the favor of Bleed.
And this is a Bleed side that didn't even drop a single map in their first 3 officials in the last tournament. They had that 2-0 in the groups against Big, the 2-0 versus Young Ninjas, the 2-0 versus Rebels in the quarters. They finally lost a map versus BetBoom in the semis, and then obviously went out into the grand final against Fnatic, where in hindsight, they probably could have even won that series. It was very close.
And the foundations of that similar success taking shape here in the group stage. Will it be another 2-0 to add to their tally to make it into the playoff positions? SMGs that will try and deny it, and they've done well to damage up Vladden early. And then pressing in onto Hampus, that's fine. Naitu got to turn back on Crizzen, who will respond. Cypher expecting him to regress, making a bunch of noise. Does go down to the SMG fights. Advantage now taken by Mal's NXT, and an AK for Crizzen to work with.
Yeah, he's going to get mollied, though. Has to get forced into the open. Vladden should be able to get this kill. Crizzen's actually been able to make it a multi. Finally burns alive. I can't believe he's actually been able to get that much.
4 kills on him. Bleed caught completely off guard with that. A 1-on-3 now for Cirque to win. but much more space to have to be taken. No access to the bomb site directly. He has a line in from Donut if he wants to go towards A. Big old backstab towards B is the easiest task for him. 40 seconds to make a decision.
Yeah, this is not an easy round to work at all for Cirque. Mouse NXT have full lane. It's just the lack of info. Out from Reds. If he gets the 8 player, then the round is on.
Bermalov is hidden though. Trying not to take the fight over at the CT entrance. Cirque. 15 seconds, mollying off main, smoking center of the site will plant down for Donut. Bermalov, Herd, spray through, Cirque trying to win this fight, unable to catch him though. His back's turned towards the SMG, coming in from mid. Syrah is going to clean him up, and Mouse will close out on Crizzen, starting advantage. What's around for him?
So obviously Mouse NXT just going to start running away to get the extra upgrades of the weapons. But I look at that round and actually think that Mouse NXT have survived for a little bit in Ancient. Because if this Force Buy doesn't go their direction, we're looking at a 5-1 start. And that is just the perfect beginning for Ancient. After a map 1 up in the series, you start putting a lot of pressure. You make it very uneasy for your opposition. And it actually started off quite nicely in the round. You go 1 for 1. Cypher probably should be winning that duel. And then they do everything right. They try and burn out Crizzen. They both try and fight together. And the in-game leader just has a mental round.
So many AKs gotten for Mouse NXT now. Stark contrast to the awkward buys back from Bleed, who will, of course, bring in the forces as best they can. Got the bomb plant bonus, so they can afford 3 AKs. Same for the NXT setup, but with the extra rifles in support, Cypher and Circle on Deagle's hit.
Yeah, lane being taken quite easily here for the Academy squad. Bleeds are just going to have to slow play this. And without the huge amount of utility, it's going to have to be fairly dry. Probably a double flash over the doors. First flash is the gimmick, and then the second flash is the stronger one.
Cypher tucked in, Crizzen killing off Farthen first and foremost. Advantage taken once again by this man over at lane A. Could still be a contest with Vlad and tapping on the head of one player, but Syrah's going to cut those rotations off. The bomb is suppressed. Cypher's taking damage. Advantage stays here for the CT side. The next kill one is pivotal. Cypher needs to win it, and indeed Crizzen does get caught, but Vladen is now cleaned up. It has to be the big hit here and now.
And they have to slow it just because they don't have the pacing to be able to get up quickly. Syrah jiggling, just spotting the edge of Cirque, but not committing to the kill.
Cirque finds a fight. Naitu's caught. Quickly crosses towards the bomb site. Plant position can be secured 2 on 2. The concern is Cypher's HP. Cirque needs to keep himself protected. Smoke down towards short. Hearing players coming in from long nades will start to chip away at that HP a bit more as Cypher tries to get a bit more involved. Cirque holding back. Further util will cut off this position over at Cave. Syrah peeks in. Cypher goes back for the trade. Cirque, no idea where PR is. That smoke is about to clear, and the man is about to be revealed here. PR's giving him no information. Swing for the spray, and PR wins the engage.
Whoa, that is a tough round. That's actually really well played there from Cirque in the 2v2. Just kind of being the switch on the kill, allowing Cypher to take that first contact. They can kind of both swing together. He recognizes that the read should be that he's out there towards short, looks towards ramp, still doesn't see anything. Just cannot find that very last connection. And Syrah made it quite uncomfortable out there from Shelf, and he basically denied the A-split, didn't he? I mean, if Syrah goes down out there in Shelf, they just instantly run that bomb into Donut. Just instantly capitalize on that space that Vladen took.
Bleed out, their backs broken. Once again, only 1 rifle for Vladen here. HE's against him, already doing a fair amount of damage. Syrah, man to take the mid face as the T stack up towards main. A site looks to be the target. Now's the next T of Bermalov's the first contact.
And Vladen's feeling it right now. Individually, he's creating some really good opportunities. He's looking quite sharp, so get him on the hero rifle. Unfortunately, Deep Orb in Temple capitalizes on that.
And Bermanov's just hitting all sorts of shots. 3 kills to him. Looking impressive, but they are up against the pistol players. Cirque finally just trade back that AWP in the M4 of Syrah. Struggling a little bit, but does at least force out a lineup that Cirque takes his own teammate down with. So all in all, the main weapons will stay in. The AWP just about recovered there for PR, and Mouse NXT go up 4-3. The starting in this match has looked eerily similar to how it was over on Nuke as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a contest. There's no denying that one. We're going to have a fun game here of Ancient. And Mouse NXT, they'll look at it at the perspective of we can send this to a third map, and Bleed will also look at it and say, let's get another 2-0. Let's add to this winning streak of success that we've had over the last couple of months. Let's get ourselves into another playoffs. Let's beat these Tier 2 Academy squads. Anytime Bleed have gone aggressive out from elbow, they've been punished by utility with the HP bars, so we haven't seen those aggressive moves for a while now.
Slow to the uptick. Bleed happy to play passive around the B doors. Got one player also lurking out at elbow. I'll be challenged by the mid presence, assuming he goes out that far. But this is all just a prod, hoping the Mouse NXT start getting punished for their aggressive forces, particularly over at lane. Flash sent in, Bermalov's AWP not allowed to find any vision. It's Crizzen that might be up to task here over at Cheetah. Flash going away from, catches the player completely blinded. Hampus and Cypher will fall. Farvan is forced to trade it back.
A perfect timing on the flash and the swing. That AWP still waiting for a contact outside of the B doors or down towards bottom ramp. Vladin, when this smoke clears, needs to deal with PR.
Timing's everything. Looks away from Vladin's scene. PR and Sira can combine. Search struggles with the spray on Bermalov. Naitu can pick him up. Advantage truly sits with Mouse NXT. 1-on-4 for Farvan. Lost tons of HP for that one fight. The HG nearly took him down. Either way, he's out of the round.
And now we can start getting the glimpse that clutches are going to be very vital for both teams in this matchup. We obviously saw a very good clutch on the A-bomb site from Vladin. We saw a very strong clutch from PR on the retake out on B. So it's going to come to maybe winning those key rounds, having those strong opportunities, resetting each other's economy. And Mouse NXT could have been down 1-5, and instead they're up 5-3.
Farvan's in trouble. He's down. And that makes it even worse for Bleed. No money available for him. T-side looked like it was going to start so confidently, but as you mentioned, a return from Mouse NXT has gained them all sorts of advantages here on CT side. Cirque purchasing a hero AK for this one, trying to find some sort of responsive. Bleed are getting desperate now.
I need to get as much impact out of dropping some of these weapons as possible. Sira getting out to Donut, not hearing any of those ticks out in elbows, so can tell that it won't be an aggressive maneuver. AWP boosted in this position in the last round, did not find impact, but does this time.
Hampus picked up on his quick pop-out face. No utility there to support the man. Just dry walk into the crosshair, and one bullet, all it takes to get that pick in. So, Bleed. Warming up around the one AK they have. Farvan tried to lead them out towards the mid position, which seems to be the call. The options available to them. Bermalov's AWP is repositioned though, so boost up. Does get checked by that AK. Very nicely done from Cirque. One angle forced out. Next one is the next concern though. Sira, AK, hearing footsteps, checking for the bomb. I think Vladin knows.
Now this is uncomfortable because they need to try and get the AWP, the AK involved, I should say. Cirque is desperate for that kill. Out there towards Shelf. Crizzen doesn't overextend all the way, so Cypher can't get the trade just yet. Now he can.
3-on-3, they have to go back for that bomb. Time starting to tick as Naitu takes Cypher out of the fold. Farvan unaccounted for. His Glock's not powerful enough, though, to get PR to drop, and Cirque is once again all that is left. PR spotted him now. Doesn't even have the bomb with him. It's dropped to the other side of Tetris. Might look to fight on. 18 seconds, though. Case of if you can hold on to the AK, whether it'll go down after time again. Because surely that might be the aim for Mouse NXT. Do some significant economical damage. Sira catches him. Minimum 6 for the CT side.
And that was actually a pretty good effort, though, from Bleed. I mean, that's a very light investment. They get off with a really good trade against the AWP. And for a moment, it feels like there might just be enough. I mean, Vladin distracts out there from Donut. If the returning player, I think it was Sira, right? If he doesn't back off all the way and Cirque catches him, that round is on. That round is could potentially actually be a steal.
A hell of an effort. But now Bleed can only take minimum 6. They can only equalize against Mouse and XT in this half. They've got their weapons back together. Farman still struggling with money issues over the course of this one. The AWP of Unlock does get caught out in the open though. Farman and Hampus combine for 2.
Oh, Sierra gets aggressive out towards A, and now they know A site's open. Exploit through from Donut, but he's got the bomb.
Doesn't let 2 players fight on the crossfire of Hampus and Vlad, and combining again. The M4's now back over towards Cheetah, trying to get Cypher, who's just happy to sit pretty and cut the rotations, stall them out, take another player down, look for Naitu. Next up round the corner, does get that responsive, but now he's got 3 more to find on the retake. It seems so impossible from here.
And that was a bit quicker as well from Bleed. Now, it wasn't the explosion out from the elbow position, but it was the pincer from top shelf and on elbow they can crunch together. And that was the variation that Mouse NXT had not seen previously. And as soon as Sierra gets aggressive, yeah, we can both sit here and say, oh, he's got the bomb. Brev, that means nothing. He's by himself. He has not a teammate in sight. He's going to get overwhelmed. He can get a 1-for-1 at absolute most.
Barman. Oh, Naitu just burst through to the man, unable to connect the spray. 3 AK stay in for Bleed. Wonderful stuff from them. And now
where's
that
the
damage
money?
In the previous few rounds can compound. I was about to say, right, like, Mal's winning 5 in a row. You'd expect them to have some cash here, but they don't.
And that's where keeping players alive on the mass amount, sort of 3 or more, is so pivotal. And those sort of hero rifles, we saw one from Vladen, we saw one from Cirque, and it just chips away, doesn't it? A few casualties drop, players need to reinvest in the M4 and the body armor and the util, and eventually you get into a position where Bleed have actually got a bit of a freebie.
Harsh Ecos to get the guns out for the last round of the half, try and force out a 7-5 advantage on the CT side. Cypher, pressure for the numbers game. This AK deals with it pretty effectively, though. Very little damage done by these basics. Good efforts and a nice try, of course, from Mouse and XT, but it was always going to be a difficult round for them to work. So again, focus on the rifle to close out the half. Try and take a half advantage at most, because Bleed are closing in on you very quickly. Might have been an awkward start for our favorites, but they're coming into their own eventually.
And for Mouse NXT, from both teams, right? I think for Bleed, they could have achieved more in the opening 5-6 rounds of the map. For Mouse NXT, they probably could have achieved more after that long and extended streak. So getting to a 6-5, I don't know who benefits massively from this. I mean, for Bleed, they do have a stronger CT side, obviously. We're going to expect that. The buy state's still even not that great for Mouse NXT. Yes, you've got the AWP out for the Ukrainian, but there's still an MP9 for Sierra to work with, who's obviously the A player.
Fast out to the A bomb site. Bumlov's already been missing his shots here. Not going to be allowed an opening kill. The M4 of Sierra sprays back, but can't deny the bomb plant. It will come down. Bleed 5 on 5. The CTs are unscathed in this retake, though.
There's no late lurk, and I wonder how much time and distraction this actually pulls from Mouse NXT on whether they're going to be checking that backstabbing elbow.
Try and clean it up as quick as they can. Mid-control established, blind sprays from Vladen, doesn't get away with anything. PR with the pick back, Cypher, Molotov in assistance. Hampus gets credit for both the kills. The Molotov's dicking out the last bits of damage as Bermalov's orb can finally strike, but time is so short. NXT running out of it, Cirque doubles up, and Sierra's caught by Farthen in the back. And there it is, 6 apiece. Bleed equalized the T side.
And we've seen this, and we've kind of discussed it in a few of the Bleed games, that oftentimes Cirque looks stronger on a rifle than he does on an AWP. And we saw some pivotal moments for him in that first half. Obviously, that hero AK round where they're able to get it into a 3v3. That last one, he's kind of at a back plat position. He gets 2 kills that denies that retake. Tough shots for Cirque to hit.
Beautiful sequence and beautiful impact, as you mentioned. Everyone's talking about how CS2, and when we transitioned over to it, was such a less AWP-heavy game, and maybe that's part of the effect that's having on Cirque. Only needed the AKs in this T side. Maybe we might get the AWP out for the CT half of things, assuming Bleed can get an early start with the pistol round win. That would be massive to their game. Try and pull away from Mouse and XT, who are setting in for an execution very early towards this B bomb site. 3 players are here to try and counteract it. Smoke's involved, USPs will fire away, Molotovs will draw Cypher further into the bomb site. In fact, doesn't fall back. Naito and PR get those kills. Prison could get caught. The Julie struggle though. Down to 2 now on the CT forces. NXT forced out the pistol win.
Bleed tried to disrespect the util, get on the front side of those smokes, even run the Julies through that molly out in default. But no one finds connections. Hampus gets a couple of shots, so this might be on.
Sees Naito trying to tag him, trying to force him out. Vladimir moving his way on towards one side as well, but unable to get the pick on the man. 1 versus 3 now for the last USP. Can't get it done. PR with a double, and NXT with a pistol.
And unfortunately for Cypher, when you get that aggressive, right, when you get up close and personal towards ramp with the Julies, you'd love some distraction. You'd love a teammate at long to keep jiggling and fighting. You'd love a teammate at short to also be pulling some eyes over. But he just loses his teammates so early on. And Naito and PR just almost instantly get that double entry when they commit up from ramp. And Mouse and XT with the start they're looking for.
Advantage on the T side, no such opportunities to buy from Bleed. USP's out to try and get towards the guns early, much like Mouse and XT did in the pistol loss of the first half. Smoke set to try and go for the execution, long and short. Will be siphoned off. Maybe we might see them charge in and try and take them down after the bomb gets planted. CT side are all grouped up for this gamble. Stack flashes will try to send them in. They get away with only 1 pick on PR. Last player of Vladden left to fall down towards Crescent. There you go, 2 ahead for NXT.
And this is where I'm going to be watching out for Hampus in mid. He's a very strong player towards sort of the red room area, always looking to kind of fight Shelf, to make it uncomfortable for the T's out in lane. He's going to be a very active player, so as Cypher as well. Now NXT have got at least a little bit of a lead by 2. If they win this next gun round, they can at least search for double digits and get 10-6 up.
All fast out from the T side. SMD of Cypher, going to be heavy pressured. Farmer needs to come in with that decent trade, but there's so many more players around this corner. He doubles up and gets taken down. 3 on 3. Hampus was playing out aggressive over at the Shelf, but now has to play retake with his 2 teammates.
It comes in very quickly and doesn't burn to that molly. Very good hold there from Farfan to get 2 kills and tag up the 3rd, but it's not going to be an easy retake.
Vladden checking Viscera. Smokes continue to suppress over at Cave. Nade's back on Vladden. Is going to look to send him out of the way. They're going to save onto their weapons. NXT still for too much time. Bleed to face too much utility. The incendiaries, the smokes that came down time after time, kept them stalled. Now the T's will escape. No exit frag positions being taken by Bleed. 9 on the board of Mouse. They're making a go of this one.
Indeed they are. And from the B player's perspective, they haven't done a lot wrong. I mean, Cypher's trying to get out towards the wood wall, tries to get as much damage on the rush as possible, and obviously Farfan backs him up with 2. But it was just nothing presented on the retake, did it? I mean, even Hampus out there in Cave, he's kind of sitting behind that molly, but no one's over-facing. No one's giving him an opportunity for a 3v2. And then even at Shelf, Vladden's waiting for Sierra to give him a bit of a swing, to give him a bit of an overextension to bottom ramp, and it just doesn't happen.
3 rounds to make up for Bleed's part. They hold on to those rifles. Another fast play out towards this B bomb site here. They have a couple players over at Cave. The AWP does get tagged up quite heavily by the rifle bases, but they are forced away from the bomb site. Cypher still ends up with the opening kill here.
Now 1 player rotating in from CT. Everyone out towards Shelf. M4 goes 1 for 1.
3 on 3 as a result. Have to go back for those rifles here on the CT side. Farvan's still got a 5-7 in his hands. Bermalov now starts pressing. And they look to go for a secondary save. Another one in a row for the Bleed side. Farvan will look for exits. They're going to try and play the long con like they did in that previous half, doing all that damage round after round, then finding that reset point and bring up the gap from there. Bermalov is in trouble as well. 27 points of health. Close tunnel vision, unawares of how close that 5-7 could be. Naitu does take 2 back, but Cirque makes sure that he falls, and Syrah doesn't even escape the bomb blast, so very expensive round indeed.
And Cirque picks up the big green. That's a fantastic eco from Bleed. They'll be really happy with that one. The issue is now it's been 3 B pops in a row. It's been 3 massive overextensions to that B side. Do you bring 3B early round? Do you try and hit them with the anti-rush util? What's the setup going to be? At least the economy float is in a very strong position for a close-in reset for Bleed.
What a tap. What's the call here, Hampus? What you got for us? Initial incendiaries and HEs will be put out towards that B-bomb site as the man himself presses up towards mid-control. Blocking vision. It wasn't a full rush out from the NXT side though, so on the CT side they continue pressing. HEs go back and forth. They try and dish out some damage. The AWP could get involved. Elbow might become a concern at some point soon enough. Naitu, utility not seen. The smoke starts to fade and the cross can get locked out. A re-smoke over Elbow, ensure that Cirque is protected. He's trying to catch that first kill.
It's all about this first contact. Whether it comes in dry, whether it's a jiggle or even a flash over high. Mouse and XT really stall it out. They are slow playing this at lane.
Complete contrast to the last couple of rounds. Eventually they do force out an advantage. Cirque down low. Farben actually falls on the B bomb site. That was a blind spray from PR straight through the wood wall. Cypher suddenly left with a lot of work to do and very little room to do it in. His teammates have to back him up from the back lanes.
It's turning into a bit of a gamble now, and it's going to be the ramp pop again. 3 on B. Cirque with the AWP out towards long.
The Hampus gets cleaned up immediately by Naitu. Bermalov's AWP is watching for Cirque to re-aggress here, but he's waiting for the bomb to make his way to the bomb site or just to see contact. Reface on Bermalov. That's a stunning shot. Advantage now for Bleed. Zero working up red. Vladden's going to try and cover him. M4 not even required. Cirque is on a roll. 4 kills for him. And Cypher's there to close it. As soon as the big green goes to the Bulgarian, Bleed start the CT side.
And Cirque's decision-making was just a brilliant example of a high-tier AWPer, okay? He gets that first kill out from long, instantly repositions to short, but notice the pos, Jay. Notice how he's not actually facing towards ramp. So he can catch that first player that's crossing over to the bomb side and then open up the angle. Then look for that duel towards ramp, have the back of the hind thinking probably a red lurk as well. That is a lovely round from Cirque.
How fast Cypher wants to get involved in this one, though. He wants his licks, as does Hampus. Crizin, head seen. M4 adjusts against, but PR credited with the kill here. Convergence on mid from both lane and from elbow. Now Cypher's down on 10 points of health. Bleeder down by a man. The start is awkward once again in this round.
And they're losing an opening man advantages frequently, which is not helping the CT side out at all. Info play on a dry walk forward at ramp.
Farben prodding, but seeing nothing. Misdirection information. Bomb is on its way in from spawn.
How many players get left here on B from Bleed? Is it a heavier rotation to an A gamble? Yeah, it is. So this is just going to be an instant save, pretty much.
When Mouse and XT are about to make their way up to 11 as well. Sprays back from PR, the smoke's down towards long and short. Obviously telegraph what's going on, and you can see that Bleed, yes, decided to go in for that save. There's no sense in trying to commit back here.
It's the right decision. They are in a man disadvantage where Cypher's low. They've made an info play ramp, and they've seen nothing. So straight away, the call is, of course, stack up A.
Made the right call with the information that they had available to them, but it was misinformation. Didn't know about spawn, didn't know about B doors. And with those awkward starts to bring at the disadvantage, Bleed are going to struggle now. 11 for Mouse and XT, 2 more to go to take us to a third map. They have made a series out of this. Back end of the veto looked so good for the Bleed side, but perhaps it might be a bit more positive for Mouse and XT from here.
Again, I thought Inferno was going to get picked, and it comes into Ancient to have Inferno as a third map decider. So the second and third map still looks very positive from Bleed, but you do want to close in two. You don't want to allow the opposition to claw their way back into a series and really make this a tough affair. And Mouse NXT have been playing very well on T side. They've had some adaptations of pacing, and they've been very successful.
Fast out, backs a turn. Vladen trying to play anti-flash, that costs him. Syrah doubles up as Hampus goes falling next again, 5-on-3. The man is solo HP. Cypher at least takes his backup down, but is unawares of where that man has gotten towards. Meanwhile, the A-site hit comes in full force. 4-on-3 still for Mouse NXT. Syrah unaccounted for. Player at the backside. PR wins the fight on Farvin. And backs a turn towards his last AK. Cirque will get spotted, bursted down upon Syrah's going to get that kill. 3 for him in this round. And Mouse NXT are just dancing all over Bleed now.
I really don't even know how Syrah got that secondary kill. With how low he was on that first contact, with how strong the position was at Donut with the flash, you're expecting Hampus to get that trade easily. But the young Dane just somehow makes it happen. Mouse NXT, this T side has been quite a showing. This has been an impressive performance.
A single round in this half for Bleed, and believe that the CT halves were going to be the superior ones, but evidently something's been cooking back there for the Academy side. Syrah does at least go down in the end. That 1 point of health does get punished, but very late in the day for Cypher, doubling up as well on Naitu, so trying to make it another expensive round. Not like it matters in the short term. Mouse have plenty of cash, and they'll be buying up into the map point round. 12-7. 5 to make up for Bleed. I'm surprised that Kassad hasn't called in attack here.
Yeah, I mean, it's an underwhelming performance individually from Hampus too. I mean, 12-12, we normally see a lot more impact from him, especially on the CT side. Mouse NXT should be able to close this map out without even allowing Bleed to get to double digits.
Cirque, Orp battle against Bermalov does get a little bit better involved in this one, so advantage finally taken for Bleed for once. The press of Vladen also follows suit on Syrah. 5-on-3, gaps held by Farvan is going to get pushed back by a dink against his names. The AKs try and take the B-bomb site. Bomb will be late to get towards the plant positions as Prison does drop. PR's now going to hold the site on his lonesome. He doesn't get past Farvan. 13 deep for him, and Naitu in a 1-on-5. Bleed finally look alive and stay alive here in this map.
Probably some misdirection as well. I mean, as soon as they know that Farfan's dinked out there in cave, they're expecting him to be extremely low. And that dink did what, about 20 odd damage? It really didn't do much at all. A very good shot from Cirque with the AWP, and he's been impressive on this CT side. He's had some really good moments. And that was the kill that opened it up and allowed the man advantage to flow.
One out of 5 required for Bleed. But at least they set themselves up to try and get the streak together, because Mouse look at the buy once again. Yes, they find all the streaks, they find all the confidence, but that chipping away of the economy state. Working down Mouse to a point where a reset is very plausible now for Bleed and pretty much required at this point. Campus. As Cypher to distract with noise, Grizzen still gets the kill, and Cypher's forced to strike back. AWP is Cirque involved, Syrah responds through the smoke, and the advantage sits with the Academy squad.
A fantastic protocol there for Mouse NXT to get those trades up towards lane, the walkout and the contact from elbow to trade out the AWPer. Now Vladen's making the solo info play. He's got a teammate of Farfan out towards Red Room, and it slows down. Mouse NXT are regrouping everyone outside of B doors with the bomb.
No one's on the site itself. The push of Vladen will eventually close in the pincers, but what can Farvan do about it? Backlines. Smokes at least towards Cave. He's going to watch from long, so wary of the backstabbers as well. Now spotting heads, has seen them. Flashes will keep him at bay. The plant will still be secured though. It's really going to all rest on Vladen now, however, to try and close in on this backstab. Naitu not checking for position and sprayed down so heavily. Oh, the flashbang comes up. It turns back to the M4 and just comes up against Sira, but Bermalov's not done. 1-on-1. Both players are tagged. Vlad and more so. The Incendiary keeps the player low. The HE comes up as well. Is it going to land to the kill? Yes, it will. Vladen, an all-important clutch for Bleed. Did look awkward, did look messy, but it comes together in the end.
And Vladen does absolutely everything right in that scenario. He has the trigger discipline because he knows getting one kill out there towards ramp isn't enough. I'm just going to get exposed after that. So try and hold on for as long as possible. And Farfan was doing a good job of distracting. There was a couple of bullets from short. You could see it already connecting, but that flash timing is just so unfortunate.
Wonderfully placed util at all. The bomb plant bonus did get secured by Mao's NXT, so they're going to buy back into round 22. Try and force out their winning round here and now, and they consistently get these opening picks and all. Bleed still have favoritism. Cypher, blindness from beyond the wall bangs will do damage towards Chris and to kick things off. You won't know about that yet. This might be a fast execution on the B site.
Yeah, Farfan with the smoke down towards ramp. It's too late.
Spray blinded as well, doing so much more damage. Circus the step up, 2 lined up. Bermalov also seen. Cypher not allowed to peek. The Incendiary is in the way. Another flash sent for Cirque. Only gets damage against Sira. And Cypher is forced out of the way. 3 on 3. One player is extremely low HP on both sides now. Retake on for Bleed.
And they need to take distraction away from CT. They've got to make Vladen come in on the late rounds.
Bermalov. Unknown about yet. Naitu does get caught. Another little bit of tag damage done towards Hambus. Bermalov now starts swinging forward. Head of that smoke. He will see utility coming out of that position. Now has to hold the back lanes because Sira has been spotted. Cypher caught. Bermalov down. Bomb in the open. Is Sira going to try his hands at the wall bank sprays? He might have to do so. Hambus is caught. 1-on-1. Vladen right back on it with a kit and all. Sira, is he going to go straight into it? Yes, he will. He's taken too long with it though. And Vladen's wild sprays will once again keep Bleed in the game.
And it's the clutches that are helping out here from Bleed. That's another great round from Vladen to just realize, get on it, just stick the defuse. And for Mouse NXT, they can't really buy. This can't be a buy. They have to play for round 24.
Clutch for clutch for clutch. Despite the bomb plant bonuses, I think you're right about Mouse. Bleed are tested once again in this map up. Sira, man. Went for the repositioning. If he was an extra moment sooner, perhaps he gets that kill, perhaps he gets that round.
Well, he wins the round if Vladen doesn't stick. That's basically how it goes. If Vladen taps, Sira wins that round.
And Bleed close the gap to 2. Try to get to overtime. Mao's NXT. As you mentioned, they won't be able to full buy into this one, but they can get the half C's out, and they'll get quite a fair amount of it to their credit. Galil in for Sira.
I'd honestly love a B pop. Like, their B rushes have been really solid over the course of this T side, and looking at the lower investment with sort of Tech 9s, close range weapons, I actually reckon a faster B call is probably the one that could close this map.
I'm with you there, honestly. The weapons sit with that. In the defaults and the post-plants, Bleed have had chances to find trades, find responsives to the openings that Mouse and NXT have gained, so perhaps taking that opportunity away from them.
And this is everything that you want in a best of 3 that's going to take one of these teams into the playoffs, is that you've got to fight for it. You've got to work every single round, every single clutch. You've got to work all the advantages to get a victory.
Bleed have been on the ropes multiple times over the course of this ending stage of the matchup. Clutch after clutch. Look at PR straight up into lane. Caught off, back turn to Hampus. Advantage in the kill counts found. Sira's Shadow spotted by Vladen. Top of tree, easy pick.
That's a very good start to the round, because now he can just start pummeling Util, get the Incendiary down, get the re-smoke as well, and then Mouse NXT just kind of have to cancel.
Crisen fell in the meantime. Cypher's caught another. Two versus 5. NXT have a bit of time to play with at least, but working away from the main position that they were so adamant to take a moment ago. Ermolov continuing to press. Deagle out, Hampus jump facing. To spot them, that's all the info they need now. Even the kill can follow suit. Naitu be dead to rights. Suck. M4 in hand, good enough for the casualty. Round at 24. We'll see either a map win from Mouse or an overtime from Bleed.
And from Bleed's point of view, that's probably the most successful round that you could win on the anti-eco, not off of the basis of winning the round, but by keeping it so consistent, by keeping everyone alive. That at least raises the spirits of a strong round to close out, to get it into overtime. Mal's NXT in a position where they probably could have closed a lot earlier. They had a lot of 1vx's, but it comes down to round 24.
Damage done to Bummy. Initial start of the utility. Tagging him down a quarter of HP. Flash is sent. Bermalov has not been seen though. Cypher did try and press, but doesn't catch the contact he's looking for. No opening kills, no major advantage until Cypher starts dropping and Hampus gets the opening kill against Syrah. Instantly in and back away from mid.
That's a massive kill for the in-game leader. Your battle's gone quite consistently the way of Cirque, and there it is again.
Kritzen has to respond with a wall bang spray. Farthen is caught through the wood wall. I think the second or third time they've gotten those kills on Mal's NXT in this half. But Bleed still hold the man advantage. Tight shot from Cirque. Significant enough to keep Bleed in control.
3 on B, it's the right read. Cirque can maintain cave. Teammate Cypher can try and hold out towards ramp. Now he is low, so he's going to need some help from Hampus when initial sight hit comes in.
Both sides hold their nerve. 40 seconds for the hit on the NXT side, and they're making noise in mid. Might try to handle the rotation with Krizen catching that frag. It might all rest on Vladen. He has the right idea. Try and incendiary off, stop the rotates. PR, meanwhile, lurks and strikes back to side for AWP of Cirque. Misses its shot, and it's all falling apart. To pieces they'll go, Bleed. And Mal's NXT take us to map 3.
They close out when it's required the most. The very last round of regulation, and it got a bit hesitant, didn't it? They get that kill out in mid, and then are they going in towards A? You have to make the info play. Cypher gets baited into that overpeak, baited into the cave position, and then unfortunately there for Cirque, one missed shot ends out the round. And Mal's NXT, they send it to a third map.
I mean, the idea you got this down to the finest of margins as well. Like that map up was unexpectedly, I guess you could say, dominant from NXT for a period of time, right? Like their T side as well on this map, the pick of the Bleed side, a lot of things that had to line up for them to come together on this one. And I honestly thought the CT sides were going to be the more superior ones, but Mal's NXT put in a good shift. Yes, Bleed did bring it back to the end. You could argue it was a bit of a choke from the Academy side, but they got the job done. We're going to a third.
And this has been 2 maps back-to-back where a couple of key rounds go different. It's a 2-0 from Mal's NXT or it's a 2-0 from Bleed. And that does make me think, come this third map decider, we're going to have a banger. We're going to have another really competitive map. We're going to have another one where it comes down to a couple of macros, and that's going to decide the victory of this best of 3.
Well, with that being said, you certainly hope that to be the case with how the best of 3 has gone so far, but it is Inferno that's coming up next. We know how good that can be from Bleed, so we'll head towards our short break and decide who is going to be our third team through to the playoffs. Mal's NXT hang in there. Can Bleed close them down? We'll find out when we return.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
Well, the Bleed map win streak here in RES European Regional Series season number 2 is, of course, broken with that map loss to Mao's NXT. Ancient falls out of favour despite being the Bleed pick. Still a 13-11 scoreline means it was a testing little affair, and 2 close maps makes things very interesting for Inferno, our final map of the series. However, Dwayne, this is traditionally the map that we've seen the most often from the Bleed side.
Yeah, it's a map that always is their go-to in best of threes. But in this kind of veto, when they know that Mao's and NXT have been fairly good on Inferno recently, both teams decided to float it right towards the tail end. And I actually don't know who's going to win this series. It's been an incredibly competitive game where both teams could have got the 2-0. So I'm expecting this to be a very competitive Inferno matchup.
I mean, it's like you said at the tail end of that last map up, 1 or 2 rounds going differently, and it would have been a victory for Bleed on Ancient. I guess you could say a similar story for Nuke there for Mao's NXT. So, like, this is a case of one of those matches that is really down to the wire and close. However, I think the concern comes back to the veto process. We mentioned it at the time. We thought that Inferno was going to be the common pick for Bleed, as it usually is for them, but they let it float to the third and final one in the best of 3. So now that we've got this strong back end of the veto, we've seen them still get close. Yes, they did lose it out to Mao's NXT. We're going into this map now where it's commonly known as the best map in the pool for this team. So there's got to be a lot of positives to Bleed right now.
Yeah, there does has to be. I mean, they've got some very good results against teams towards the higher end of Tier 2. I mean, even Fnatic, we saw them just pump them in the grand finals on this map of Inferno. I know they obviously lost the map overall, or the series overall, but Inferno was 13-7, really clinical. Now, for Mao's NXT, they are on a 5-map winning streak of Inferno, which is the highest winning streak out of any map in the pool right now for them. And the teams are, I would say, middle of the pack, Tier 2. You've kind of got your Alliance in there. You've got your Bait. They haven't been able to take a victory in recent history against one of those top-end squads. So this could be the real opportunity to do so.
Equally, though, when it comes to making an assessment on this map up, you have to look at it and say that as a result, Bleed do take favoritism because they are playing at that higher level. They are doing extremely well on this map. It is theirs till it's right for the taking, essentially, for them every time they seem to pick it. So this is now the 3rd map in the series. Bleed must be feeling comfortable about that much at least. Yes, they will be disappointed they didn't close it out in that 2-0 fashion, but they still have a chance to make it to the playoffs here in this one. And for me, I'm still going to back them. I still think they've got what it takes.
Yeah, I do as well. And I love the idea that we've had a really competitive game to get into the playoffs between these two, and then in 4 days' time, we get the rematch in another tournament to see who makes the playoffs. So this could actually start building into a bit of a rivalry between these two international squads.
It's good to see as well that our winners matches have all gone down to 3-map affairs. Think about Namiga and Sangle, that went to 2-1. Zero Tenacity and Paravision, that went to 2-1. So this one, similar story. We're getting very treated when it comes to these winners matches in the group stage, and hopefully this one is going to be just as bagging as the last one was. Again, so blow for blow over on Ancient. Came down to a handful of clutches till there was a tail end of that matchup. So for me, I'm looking forward to similar stuff here. I want to see Mouse NXT post up the numbers, and I want to see them post up a hell of a map up to close out this best of 3 as they take on Bleed for the final time today for the final map in this best of 3 to see who is topping out Group C.
And we saw Mouse NXT only play this a few days ago in their opening matchup against the Poles of Enterprise, and they had some real struggles on their CT side of Inferno. The T side was solid, but the CT line, it was awkward. So I wonder, can they change, or what can they adapt from that last official to now the one today?
Hampus hearing all sorts of footsteps in at the apartments as a total of 3 players over here on the CT side defensive. They're making their way into towards the bedroom. Headshot getting to the first player, but struggles with the second, third, and fourth. Bermalov trades it to a 4-on-4.
And the pace does slow down for a moment and actually starts the changing of direction out towards long. There's actually a couple of kills from Library there from Farfen.
Yeah, last moment took the shot on PER before the trade came in from Bermalov. He's got his 2 kills in this round for Mouse NXT. The bomb on his back as well as Naitu staggers his push forward, hoping to catch a player in transition, but with them now having CT spawn control, perhaps they will look to move on Cypher on the B site.
Yeah, this is not an easy situation for Mouse NXT because they are searching for a pick for a returning frag and it doesn't approach. Cirque deals with it out on the balcony position. And for Bermilov, I would say getting a plant is probably unlikely in this scenario.
Theoretically, all you have to do is land that 1 bullet to Cypher's head. Doesn't do so, though. Flicks too far cooked. Cypher credited with the killing blow of this round that does go the way of Bleed. Very nicely held together, and despite the max amount of pressure posted up by Mouse NXT.
And just to give an idea on how much Bleed like this map of Inferno, this is their 28th best of 3 on HLTV in the last 3 months, and 16 times Inferno's been picked. 16 times it's been the go-to, the one that is the strongest in the pool for them. So we're expecting a lot of sound foundations. We're expecting some very cohesive protocols, I would say, for both teams. But knowing that you get this as a final map decider has got to be a huge positive.
I'm going to start things off on and off for Bleed here. Should be easy enough pickings against the Eco Pistols, the SMG, just in case of how much money he gains out of this. Vladen with a couple of decent kills. Does for BR. Sarah does get that trade back. So everything else should fall apart from here, all the same for Mouse NXT. Just an SMG loss, so nothing of major value for the lead side, and Mouse will get in towards their gun buy very early on into this one. We saw some force buys in the first map of Nuke, but everyone taking a bit more passively when it comes to the approaches in the second and third maps. Maybe that is for the better.
And we saw a lack of 3-mapper affairs for Bleed in the last tournament. It does make me kind of wonder. I mean, the first game in the entire circuit that went to 3 maps was against BetBoom, where map number 3 was just a stomp. And is this maybe a realization for Bleed that, okay, we should have closed in 2, weren't happy with entirely the performance, we're going on to something comfortable, let's give them the best showing yet.
First man forward is fathered on Bleed. Trying to insert himself towards this banana position. Defaults heavily held behind the smokes here at this moment. Mouse NXT happy to play away from them. They have given away a little bit of information towards the man, but nothing of major worth for Bleed and nothing that keeps them sticking around in this aggressive position. So Farven backs off. Cypher now just jump facing past Car to watch for contact.
Just jumps facing as soon as contact gets made. He can put that smoke down, try a little bit of a spam. Not rotating a third player over just yet. They're actually leaving Cypher quite aggressive. Farven's got a flash for him.
Sends him in, sees nothing still, does fall back. Got smokes as well that can come down. Footsteps heard, so they'll put that out immediately, and that wastes the smoke of the T side as well. Bomb's not yet to commit, and Mouse NXT in general will cancel this position.
Sarah waiting for any aggression with a flash for someone to go on the front side of that smoke and clear out top banana. And this is getting slowed down quite a bit with the util.
Smokes will come in eventually. Mouse NXT set for the execution. There he all could spray from Cypher. Farman can't capitalize upon the kill either. 2 to line up. The adjustments right there. Bermalov takes it to a 3 versus 3. And backup is on the way. Vladen still lurking around for mid in case they go for a last second rotation. They don't have time for that though, Mouse. PR has made noise. Might just play distraction. Vladen is so focused more so on the backstab. There's a counter action coming in.
A double backstab from both teams. Who's going to be more successful?
PR's coming in quicker. Hampus is struck, however. Kill found. PR looking towards the AK player as Cirque. He falls to a 2 versus 2. Vladen continues moving as Hampus taps that bomb. He's got to keep himself hidden. Challenging Bermalov. Now Vladen can strike. PR still left alone. Diffuse being held together. A smoke down to his position. A flashbang rather. And he doesn't even peek towards it. Don't get off the diffuse at all. Nerves held together by Bleed as they connect 3.
Farfan played that extremely well. That is such a one-for-done position when you're out there at Fountain, when you're being overwhelmed with util and just the raw ability of players out from top banana. He gets 2, which is kind of crazy. And then from that point onwards, I mean, anytime there's a double backstab, you know that the round is going to be wild. And for Hampus, Vladen is not even in a position yet where he can swing CT to protect him, and he just gets on that defuse straight away.
So fast into these rounds, the utility thrown out. Flash is turned away from Cypher, forced to fight with his teammate coming in with support. Cypher and Farvan again. The defenders of the B site playing so well together. Cypher is low HP, but Farvan has his backed up. 5-on-2, wonderful stuff.
Bleeder cooking, and now this starts getting into the veto discussion once more, Jay. Did the underdogs make a mistake of going into something very strong for your opposition? Because the perspective from the Academy team is that it's a good map for us. We're getting a lot of wins on it recently. It's been quite consistent in the pool, but you're also going into Bleed's home turf.
Had the chance to ban it in the second wave, but opted against playing Anubis. Maybe allowing that to float together wouldn't have been all that much of a better idea, but it's always that concern. Who wants to face Bleed on Inferno? Well, PR certainly wants to. He's caught Hampus in the end. Cypher might actually feel a bit of pressure because he's got no real backup that can get here in time. Only on 7 HP for this hold. CTs will start pushing in from mid, back around towards CT spawn. The blind sprays of Farvan would have heard some of those tags. Eventually, Naitu is going to face around that new box, so they have forced out a bit of a bomb site control, but that bomb's yet to plant and might not be here. Farvan drops the PR. NXT are making a go at this round. PR looking for a bit more. He's got Vladen next. How have they done this?
HE out towards the bomb site directly, comes close towards PR, who gets that bomb down, and Naitu wins it out. It's Mouse NXT realizing in that scenario they need to keep looking for fights. They can't just get the bomb down. It's not going to be won. It's risk, right? I mean, you go aggressive out there to coffins, into construction. If PR loses that fight straight away with the bomb, the round is just over.
So well placed to face those individuals. Bleed. Look at how many individual duels they took and how many they lost against these two players. That was a 2v5 situation.
There's something to note as well there for PR. When he came back from coffins and before he even tapped that bomb, he actually saw the player out towards Banana. So he knows I can tap it and draw that fight out straight away. I can kind of tempt him into a duel to deny that bomb from going down. So it's that small macro decision-making to tap that bomb rather than stick it that obviously wins the round.
The difference is everything to Mouse. They get their start, and despite the 3-0 that Bleed had gained, the 3-round streak is not enough to get the money together. Damage sustained, so the buy is very awkward. The AWP on Cirque. Next best weapon is an SMG, and everybody else is on pistols.
And it's quite similar to Nuke in that sort of force buying wars that Mouse NXT get themselves out of trouble. We can look at this and say quite easily this should have been a 5-0 beginning for Bleed.
Yeah.
Instead, we've got a bit of a battle in this first half.
Early damage taken for Krizen's part. I think Bleed will be, won't be complaining about that. They won't know about it directly. Vladen, SMG, AWP of Cirque, and the tight crossfire in the apartments. Flash is turned away from body block will be heard. Cirque's forced to just go 1-for-1.
Now, AWP trying to get out towards long. Now, Hampus is clearing out the apartments and can upgrade to the AK. With him with head armor, he's going to go for a bit of an info play aggressively, and that's going to rotate Cirque over and stack up the B side.
Yeah, he'll push, keep apps, and call for any rotates when he hears utility or footsteps, so 5-7s on the defense. The AWP now posting himself up to the back lines. Hampus is going for the big old backstab, but he'll be late to the pass of the execution. Is coming in here. Molotov sent to the back side and not towards Dark, so Cirque positioned perfectly. Flashes do catch him off guard, though. He will be spotted. He'll reface. Catch Naitu. 3 players standing. The Pistols waiting for their moment to strike. The Cirque shots are continuing to miss out. Krisen takes Farman down. Cirque switching to the pistol of his own right. Should get over on the HP numbers. Sierra eventually drops the Cypher, who backlines holds against Bermalov. Low HP for him against Hampus. 1 versus 1 and doesn't have the info to his exact position here.
And he can't even get the bomb down, surely. If he taps it, Hampus is just going to fight him.
15 seconds, you're going to have to force it out. Incendiaries just back to the back lines, ensuring he's not coming in from Coffin's bomb. Recovered, tapped, forced to fight. Hampus is going to win that every day of the week, and Bleed are back on track.
And that round is won, not because of Cirque's triple, but because of the info. As soon as Hampus gets out in the apartments and sees nothing, I'm looking at that and saying that's on already. Cirque's just got to try and waste some time. He's got to obviously put a lot of damage up, and he's had a really good round. He's had 2 kills from the back there at Dark. You've got Pistols kind of swinging on the contact. You've got Cypher still working out on fairly low HP for the new box. And then Hampus 1v1 against a low HP Bermalov. You know that round is on.
And even Cypher towards the tail end, setting up the damage counts. Wonderful stuff from Bleed, and you're right about the information play being everything towards them. Now Bleed want to swing forward and really take some confidence. The early damage again from the utility hampering Krisen. Cypher took a lot of that of his own right to get the banana control. Doesn't have any further vision as the T's now start to work their way through to brackets. The AWP is Cirque, has plenty of players around him. Both buys are weakened, though. SMG at range for Vlad in here is not ideal from the apartments.
PR at this kind of range is going to have the jump on him. AWP might be able to drop the bomb. Good shot from Cirque.
And Vladen follows suit on PR. Hampus on the center of the bomb site with the M4 in hand. Vladen being marked, but he gets those kills, as does Hampus. Such low HP across those A-site defenders, but they keep it all together, even get an AK in bonus. What's a hold from Bleed?
And Jay, you and I, we've casted a lot of Bleed games. We've seen them in other tournaments. We obviously casted a lot of them in the last RES event. This, to me, might be the best performance that I've seen from Cirque consistently in a best of 3. He's had a lot of impact on Nuke. He had some really good rounds on the CT side of Ancient. And for someone that's come off a lot of criticism, me included, I actually think he's come into this game and he's provided, maybe not so much from just the stats and overall numbers perspective, but impact frags and round-defying plays, he's played very well.
It's not like it's unwarranted, because we've seen previous iterations of the lineup and their early sort of doors. The Cirque was a bit of a liability sometimes. The AWP wasn't always able to hit those basic shots. Like, there would have been a world a couple months ago where if that round played out, he would have missed that flick and the whole site would have fallen apart for it. But in this matchup, he has looked stellar for his team. All part of his redemption arc to come back to Europe and really start to find his form here. Oh, what a nade stack. So well placed at stairs. NXT just chunked away upon.
And it's been tough for the Bulgarian AWPers in recent history. I mean, both Poison and Cirque had great international opportunities and found a lot of success overseas. But coming back to Europe, it hasn't been easy to adjust. And Mouse NXT, I mean, the idea of a little bit of a threat on this eco round has already been taken away quite a bit by just the tag damage alone. A Cypher in a close range logs position with a jump spot in Banana. This SMG could do a lot.
Farben drawing attention towards himself. Cypher enabled for a kill. Farben returns fire. Naitu caught back. Advantage still maintained as he dives out of the way to the center of the bomb site. Backup is slow to rotate, though. Zasura is allowed a decent pick, and the smoked across gets a bomb plant in.
Now, Cirque waiting for someone to get on top of first oranges and look to fight him. Needs to wait for the CT cavalry to come in through spawn, and a spam kill from Vladen.
Advantage regained. Orpa Cirque close in at the church. Smokes will go down towards the Banana cross. Meanwhile, USP faces against Turing as both those headshots, so Orb not even required for Cirque. Takes another round to his tally, 6 on the board. Bleed. Outside of one small hiccup and a couple of moments here and there, they have looked solid.
Yeah, do you know, it's funny, right? Because I actually reckon this game has been quite competitive. I mean, this map is what I'm getting at. There's been some really close rounds where one kill's kind of defied it, but from the scoreline, it feels very misleading. Feels like Mouse NXT, from a 1-6 deficit, haven't had a lot in this match, and that's not true at all. At the same time, though, you do need to look at the scoreline and say, well, if it is 6-1, we could be looking at, what, an 8-4, 9-3 kind of scoreline, and that would be a very impressive result for Bleeds.
Mouse. Recognize that, yes, they've had their moments, but the finishing touches have always been there for the Bleed side, and on their map pick, that's to be expected. How do you counteract that, though? How do you respond to such confidence? You're 80% of the way there. Where's the extra 20 going to come from? Slower pacing is going to try and look for it. Such advantage is not given over to the T side. All 5 eventually will make their way into Banana.
Now, Bleed have been doing a very good job of recycling a lot of this util out to Banana of the re-smokes and the incendiaries to slow down the execs. Now, Farfan's got himself a little pop flash to try and help out Cypher.
Nades at the ready for the man as well. Execution not coming in just yet. We'll pop open that smoke incendiary ahead of it. Blind spray is hoping to catch them. Secondary smokes start coming back at the T-side line as nades continue to try and open up positions for Cypher. He can't seem to see the T-side though. NXT allowed to walk into the bomb site, but that coffin smoke starts to get cleared up. Cypher gets back into position, trading off Farvan for his double. Syrah back, Hampus responds 1v3 for Bermalov now. And so many CTs to deal with, so little time to get them all. Not even the bomb can realistically go down here.
Yeah, Bermalov's best chance is to just look for a couple of fights, and even out there towards Banana, he's going to lose it to Vladen. And for Bleed, fundamentally, they're looking extremely on the money with just the util and the timings. I mean, right there, if you are Mouse NXT, how do you commit to B? As soon as you set up the util, you smoke down a coffin, smoke down a CT, you get an incendiary. So go, okay, we'll wait it out. Wait out the incendiary, then comes the first HE from Cypher. Okay, wait that out, then comes the second HE from Hampers. And while all of that is happening, you've got not only the CTs fighting and spamming through that smoke, but Vladen was already pushing down second mid. He was already setting up that backstabbing Banana.
Hampus dead to rights, at least to start things off a lot earlier here for the NXT side. Circus pressed on from brackets. Sees one just fading the smoke. Naitu unawares of how much danger he was in. Thought he could punish perhaps that aggression. Cypher has seen one more player coming out of Banana, eventually having to assist with Farvan's casualty. The nades will come back and do damage towards both as Syrah tries to look for a trade. He'll get it in the end. 3 on 3. That bomb's yet to commit, but Cypher is in serious danger. If that casualty goes against him, then perhaps we're looking at the bomb site now to commit towards the B play. Syrah snuck his way very deep.
Now both players are going to try and pass one another. Farfan actually might have the jump on Syrah.
Timing is everything. The AK checking all positions. Farvan found his man, finds the kill and retakes control for Bleed.
And now are they hesitant? Do they actually double pump back? Do they not commit into the B side?
Smokes deep. PR faced upon Vlad and sprays him down. Bermalov left alone and gets his head taken clean off. Wow. Bleed. Yes, NXT are getting a couple of close rounds into this one, but just look at how many players are falling in the last 5 rounds in a row. Money is stacked up. And Mouse, just when they found such a confident and early start down mid, everything just falls apart.
Yeah, they've actually played quite well. I mean, that round, you have to say that Syrah has made a round-defying play. He's been able to go get a really good kill out there on B with the retreating Banana players getting back to coffins. And then he's got a timing where he's walked into CT. He hasn't seen the repositions from any of the A players at long yet. He's been able to get out of coffins, and Farfan's just got an even better timing. So, to a degree, I actually think the Mouse NXT have been unlucky in some of these situations. But you can't use that excuse or that caveat too frequently. This is a Bleed that's playing very well, and understandably so. This is their best map in the pool. This is the team that should be contesting for titles after what we've seen recently from them, and at least here in Res, they are probably one of the favorites to go at least to the grand final again.
Said that coming into this series, we should say it coming out of it, because 7 in the lead. Looking for potentially a 10-11, 1/2 sort of scoreline. Like, very realistic at this stage, no matter how unlucky you want to call the Mouse NXT camp. Lead firing away. Cirque and Hampus with those picks appropriate. One player left in PR, down to 4 points of health. Not even that much damage being done to some players on the CT side. 3 unscathed, no player lower than 90. Wonderful stuff again from Bleed to deal with that anti-eco. Now they come in with the guns on Mouse NXT, what would be their final buy of the half unless they connect it.
And even Bleed, they've got a semi-final matchup tomorrow against Big. I think that's a very winnable game. The Big sort of state with bringing Sirison and JDC back into the roster, they've looked quite uncomfortable online against tier 2 teams. Bleed have to look at the next trajectory of the week or so and say, we could be pushing a lot of playoff brackets. We could be pushing a lot of deep tournament runs.
Getting past this best of 3. Target for getting to the playoffs, Suck and Hamper still with apartments well, even at point blank, that M4 winning the fight on Naitu. Comparatively speaking, very little damage has been done, even Suck with that quick peek on Syrah. Vladden still at pit, has spotted one player, Incendiary to stall them. The 4-on-2 just settles.
The Bleeds in a position where constantly man advantages are starting to flow, so you play deep on the bomb sites, you play some strong crossfires. And Mouse NXT, I would say the last maybe 2 to 3 rifle rounds haven't had that competitive edge, have they? I know that some of the opening kill and trading departments have been quite close, but it was only the first few gun rounds of this half that we really saw some close ends. And now this is a Bleed side that look quite comfortable. This is a Bleed side that constantly have AKs. Cirque's up at 13 and 4. Farfan's getting multi-frags on B. Hampus is always getting rotation kills. Chrisen and Bermalov, even to get a bomb plant is going to be difficult.
Barben holding, trying to lean in against Prison. Spot spray kill, foul adjustment so sharp. Okay, Bleeds, I mean... Yeah, 4 AKs to play with. This is looking wonderful.
It's funny, because obviously we've been talking about these two teams have got a head-to-head to play in a few days' time. I could very easily see a similar veto where Nuke gets picked again, but maybe Inferno gets picked and Ancient gets floated as that final map decider. Maybe it's a little bit of a change-up, because it's been really competitive on map 1 and map 2. It's just unfortunate that it hasn't developed that in the third and decider.
We just, again, finding that extra 20% would have been enough to give NXT the series itself on that first map. We're looking back at those occasional rounds, wondering how we could have gone 2-0, because now in this one, there's no way you would have gone 2-1, given how well it's playing out for the Bleed side. At least Syrah gets Cypher to return and pick back here in this one, but Farvan's not done on the B defensive. Cirque's there as well with his AWP, but he is just not missing today. 15 deep as Bermalov falls. An advantage is taken back by Bleed.
This has been a vintage performance from Cirque on the final map of the series. He has been clinical. Hampus has still got an Incendiary that he can drop even towards default, deny the bomb from going down.
Syrah hasn't got the HP to tank it as well. Cirque finds the kill through the smoke. 1 on 3 for Syrah's part, known about. Hampus is at least low. Other 2 players, the primary concerns. Vladden and Cirque both at 100. Cirque passing his AWP back to Hampus to pick up the automatic weapon. Vladden swings, there's a kill back. That's 1 frag. Flashes, keeping him blinded, but he walks too far forward, and Cirque will find the closer. 11-1 at the turn of the half.
Lovely stuff from Bleed, and I'm all for it. I want to see more progression from this team. I want to see more victories. There is definitely a reason why they've won 17 out of their past 21 best of 3s on HLTV. That's an incredible record for a fairly fresh and new team. This is a squad that came together at the tail end of the year and the start of, well, the tail end of last year, the start of this year, and they've made 1 roster change. That's it. Long's out, Vladden in. And just a lot of success, a lot of victories. And another playoff position is on the line here.
10 to make up for Mal's NXT. The pistol is pretty much required, as is pretty much the majority of the rounds. Can't afford to put a single foot wrong at this stage, as Bermalov does start first and foremost. Naitu can catch Vlad, and in the back, the dually struggle to get the kill. They do come together in the end. They follow suit onto Hampus as well. Plant secured. Farther than Cirque, 2 versus 4, and NXT are closing in quick with Cirque caught off by Prison. Farvan's got a ton of work to do. Can't get past the first shot. Naitu ends up with a triple, bailing out Mal's NXT as they keep alive with a pistol win.
I find it so funny because in Go, we would very rarely see Julies get offered in pistol rounds. And in CS2, with obviously the money drop that came in Go, it's actually featured a lot more Julies in pistols. Players dropping it to sometimes drop double Julies and get a flash. Sometimes you drop it just to be able to get a smoke out as well. $300 and just rips with damage.
One opportunity taken aback by Mal's NXT. In all of these situations, like we said time and again, Dwayne, no matter how much you get in a comeback, it takes a couple of mistakes, 2 rounds, and that would be it. It won't be over till number 13 hits, but how long can Mal's hold out for? How long can they continue before they get unlucky again, before Bleed find the tipping point? Buybacks will be received by the T's as well. They know that they can force the issue, bomb plant bonus and everything, and if they win this round, it would be much worse than if Mal's lost the pistol. Broken investments and everything. Lot riding on round 14.
And it's funny how different this veto went to the last head-to-head that was just under a couple of months ago. That, yes, okay, Ancient came in, but we also had Anubis and Vertigo. Mal's NXT would probably have loved to have Vertigo in this best of 3, and it would have been at least a done deal. I can imagine that almost any team in this comp, group stage or playoffs, they would beat on Vertigo. Bleeds. With the heavier investment, with perhaps either a complete force buy or a hero AK for Zerg. And they know that this is kind of done already. We just need those last couple of rounds to kind of edge it off. And I suppose for Bleed, I mean, being 41st on HLTV, another playoff spot, another semi-final that they've got only tomorrow, you've got to think that they're going to get closer to being inside of the top 30, maybe by the end of this event.
Very plausible. Lead. Focus on the here and now, and this not actually a buy up here. They're bringing in just the hero AK on Cirque. Interesting decision to make. Passed off by Farvan. He, of course, bought into the helmet in Kevlar. Prison. HG's at the ready as soon as he sees contact. Flashbang also in position to try and drive him back, do some damage. Does drive him back, but no damage comes in.
Now, Cirque instantly moves after that contact, anticipating the HE. The last thing you want for a hero rifle is to chunk damage to you till... Now, Vladen is still spotting out to the bottom of Banana. If they can just crack an entry, if they can find themselves a path to open up the bomb site, then we could see a bomb plant.
Flash sent into brackets. Prison's hearing his footsteps. Cypher doesn't require anything. Cirque just gets the headshot quickly in from that very tight angle. Naitu holding his nerve. Smokes down at Moto. His backup starts rotating in from spawn. They aren't out towards Speedway or in the arches just yet. Deeper Incendiary might stall them out of position. Hampus will not get extended upon. Bleed is starting to run out of time here.
And they need to try and get that MP9 involved, and Cirque needs distraction from his Glock players to try and get that AK in for more.
Oh, couldn't tap onto Naitu. 4-on-4 now gains. Cypher's SMG does quite a hefty amount of damage towards PR. The Glock struggling from Hampus does come good in the end, but now PR's there with Bermalov's crossfire. Down to 2 players. They have to drop before the timer hits 0, else Money is going to be in a crippling state for the T side. Eventually they do, as Mal's NXT connect 3.
That's actually a very good eco round to come in from Bleed, and it got close to being a bit of a steal, didn't it? When you've got players on red HP, when you've only got a couple alive, that's never easy to be able to work for Mouse NXT. And Bleeds will have Fuff and probably down to a Deagle to try and get some extra utility in the float. And could it just be this next rifle round? Could this just be the one to get to series point?
It's always the question you're asking, which one is the one? Bleed. Hope to answer round 15 as the one. Slight limitations with that hero rifle, no bomb plant to cover off Farben's expenses, so the Eagles set in alongside the rest of the AKs, but Bleed work good things with less. Falling very passive against Mouse NXT though. Careful about this uptake.
Sarah jump spotting once more towards Banana. He's got a teammate close by him of PR that's got an incendiary, so if it is a quicker play, they can drop that. They get it in deeper. Cypher clears out both the broom and the logs and sees nothing, so tell that Deep Banana hasn't been taken.
Bleed. Slow walk in. The CTs will start to take Banana controls. They should start to recognize this soon enough. With the smokes coming down, a fourth player could get drawn away. 35 seconds, execution inbound. Bernalov finding Cypher, dropping that bomb. Quick return from Cirque. Now they've got to get a player over it. Mini pit, night too good for a kill. Cirque with a double up, a triple up from his AK. He has just been a monster. The AWP over the course of this series, but in this map especially, 21 and 6. Forcing out the bomb site, 3-on-2 for the post plant. Bleed should have map, match, and group points.
And he's been playing so well, that's why they even entrusted him in the last round to get the hero AK involved. And get it into the hands of a guy that's been fragging. Get it into the hands of someone that's been winning you rounds. Sarah and PR, as much as you want to commit to the retake, as much as you want to get in there and deny that series point, you just can't. Trades, excellent. And then Naitu out from Moto, he's got to get at least one. And unfortunately, or it wasn't him, it was Chris, and I should say the in-game leader. He's got to get one on that front side of the smoke.
That sequence from Cirque looked so clinical. And there it is, there's the one. 9 match points for Bleed. Mouse NXT keep those 2 guns in to try and buy around them because their economy is in a state this early on in the half. The loss bonus hasn't built. Of course, they have heavy bought. They'll have to do the exact same thing from here on out, consistently, constantly. Bring in the forces of the full gun buys. They have an SMG and a Deagle to play with. Prison so aggressive in the apartment space. His second mid. Farman's going to get caught. Naitu presses the issue as well. Advantage taken by the CT forces. They fight fire with fire.
It's a good start to the round for Mouse NXT, but Cypher on the edge of the smoke just catches off the SMG trying to retreat. So while the HP bars are low for the Brit, this is still extremely workable for Bleed.
Yeah, I can do that as well, Naitu. 3-on-3, but the HP does favor Mouse NXT. Cypher specifically with that engagement did get tagged 25. Lead. Forming up and looking to the A-hit.
Bermalov needs to be the distraction here. He has to set up the M4 for Mini Pit.
Bladden. Running out. Deagle fights. He dives in straight in towards Syrah. And Cirque can catch Bermalov. And just like that, any control that Mouse NXT had over this round has been negated. A 1-on-3 for PR now. Leaning in, spotted by Vladden's jump phase. That's everything that Bleed now needs. Smokes against face, fights. Cirque ends up with another multi-frag round. 23 and 6 by the end of that map. And a 13-3 result sends Bleed to the playoffs.
And that ends Mouse NXT's 3-game winning streak that they've had in the recent history. A very good performance in from Bleed. Another best of 3, Jay, that excites us. Another best of 3 that gives us more of a chance of what the ceiling could be of this team, to how close towards the peak they really are, because these guys are playing extremely well.
And as on Mal's NXT, to their credit, right? I mean, obviously that last map was still a bit of a stomping affair, but you think about the series in overall, how they were able to do so well on the punish pick. They weren't quite able to get it over the finish line, but stealing away that map of Ancient. At one point, it was a 12-7 on that second map. So you look at that thinking that a few rounds going differently, and maybe we could have been seeing a 2-0 from NXT instead.
It's true. They let themselves down in the third map decider, though. And I think that's the unfortunate nature, because you are right. They did play well on Nuke. And if it wasn't for Vladen having some really good late lurks into lobby, I remember one round on Nuke, Cypher was, Hut? And I think he was on red HP. And then he got 2 kills. He picked up the AWP and he got a triple. If those rounds go differently, yes, it is a 2-0. But what you do have to work with is the tangible elements of the maps being played. And they let themselves down on Inferno. They weren't competitive like they were in the first and second. So I'm going to be eager to see the rematch in a few days' time and see if they can maybe change the vetoes slightly, if they can maybe have Inferno as not a third map decider, lean a different direction, because Mal's NXT showed a lot. They just couldn't take the series.
Yeah, I mean, Inferno was always going to be a difficult affair. Unfortunately, it ended up being so difficult that it did sort of like put a damper on Mal's NXT's performances, because I don't think they'll be happy with the 13-3 loss, but it is also one of Bleed's strongest maps in the pool. So very well played veto from the outset for them to get that into the third map decider. So yeah, very well done from Bleed overall. And as you mentioned, ending the streak of the Mal's NXT side, ending their map streak as well of Inferno, and taking the 2-1 series that puts them in the playoffs. One of the 3 teams alongside Namiga and Zero Tenacity that are now within the top 8, Dwayne. So some very interesting matchup started to form for the playoffs here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of looking at it from Bleed's perspective and saying, who could they possibly lose to? Like, who's going to be a team that's really going to give them a run for their money? I would say 9 Pandas, but obviously they choked the group stage and went out in last place. I think the Mega is the only other team. I think between those two, they're probably the clear favorites right now in the bracket.
Well, of the 3 that have qualified so far, yes, I have to say that I'd love to see that sort of set up as a grand final, but we still have to find the other ones, of course, that make their way into the top 8, and Passion UA and Young Ninjas will be the next team that take to the stage and try and get one of those coveted playoff spots.
And it's been a bit of a day towards the back end of the games of almost academy squads. I mean, Mal's NXT and Young Ninjas, I would throw Passion UA as a kinda academy team. Like, I know they don't have a main team, but they are pretty much all young players that haven't played at a pro level before outside of Fear. So there's a lot to prove in that final game.
And the idea that you're taking on a Young Ninja side who are in the top 4 right now, the points rankings for the rest European circuit, there's obviously a key opportunity for them to continue to drive forward with their performance from the last regional series. But they are facing roster changes, so can they keep a hold of the momentum that they gain with this brand new squad? I guess we'll find out after this short break when we come back with our last best of 3 of the day to see who is going to be our 4th team forward to the playoffs.
The world is changing quickly. Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
And welcome back to the Rest European Series. We're ready to close out our day with one more best of three that will decide the final of the winners' matches and our fourth team forward to the playoffs. Namiga, Zero, Tenacity, and Bleed are waiting in the wings for the victors of Young Ninjas and Passion UA, a matchup that should have quite a lot of passion behind it in my eyes, Dweck.
And for the Passion UA side, we're starting to get more of an idea of exactly where this team sits. When you kind of look back at the tail end of last year, we didn't even see these guys on HLTV, and now they've been grinded up, they've been getting some decent results, and progression is definitely seen.
Yeah, to your point, I was taking a look at my notes, and one of the first comments I had was kind of no-namers, and that's not the case anymore. These guys are certainly around the scene a lot more so, and they're taking on a squad that currently are within the top 4 of the RES European rankings table. So a key opportunity available to them to make it to the playoffs and start getting something on the board here, which is something that I wouldn't have expected for them to achieve realistically.
Yeah, and I suppose as well, when you've kind of got this sort of matchup where you've got a young, inexperienced team up against another academy squad who, in itself, a couple of player changes involved has made it quite difficult for them to continue that strong form, because the last time that they were here, they were a replacement invite. They came in just to replace the Guild Eagles, and they proved a lot in that tournament.
Indeed, they did, and it was so unique, I think, to see them in the top 4 because, like, they weren't expected to do much as a result of that, but they did some incredible things, and they were able to carry that forward into the rest of the scene as well to create a team that actually was rather proficient within the Tier 2 environment. It's a shame it didn't last, and we'll probably talk about that in a little bit more of a second time. But I want to start by to highlighting the Passion UA side because they beat out Permitter. They went out in last place. Passion, of course, are comprised of players that aren't traditionally known in the top-end levels of the Tier 2 space. So what would be a realistic expectation for them in this match?
They can win this game. I mean, 100% they can. They're a team that I think would border on a lot of early exits in playoffs if we're considering these deeper tournament runs for them. Their game against Permitter, they probably should have got 2-0'd. They got absolutely smoked on map number 1 of Ancient. And then Anubis, they were down 4-8 at the half and only just came back in overtime to at least send it to that third map decider where they closed out 13-9 on Overpass. So not an easy opening game for the Passion side.
Yeah, and obviously with that notion in mind, the idea that you're struggling against the last place team involved in this particular group, it does indicate that they've still got some things to work on. But in the overall, again, they do look positive. So let's zoom in a bit more on the lineup itself here for Passion UA, because again, very unknown names by comparison to the rest of the Tier 2 environment. So who's the guy that everyone should be watching out for the most in this team?
Well, normally we would say Jambo. Jambo's been an incredible AWPer, but he was actually very underwhelming in that series against Permitter. He actually only averaged 11 kills per map, and I was really surprised about that because that's not normally the notion that we get. So while he had a poor performance in the opening game, I think he'll be back here in the winners matchup. I would say Jaximo is again another rifler that's very key to the team's success, and then obviously Fear as a caller, upgrading from Marat 2K has sent this team into a much more successful period.
And it really is him sort of taking over the reins of this squad that has allowed Passion to really step up, and they feel like a proficient squad. They feel like a team that are on fire as of late. We actually had the chance to talk to Fear a couple of weeks ago, Dwayne, and they certainly feel like they're a team that are working towards greater things. Whether they can achieve those greater things is, of course, one for the future. For the here and now, they're taking on the Young Ninjas, who have already achieved great things in terms of the rest circuit, and again, in the wider space of Counter-Strike. But it was a different lineup, and obviously the notion of them playing for the main NIP team has enabled a couple of roster moves to take place. So we're not playing with the same Young Ninjas that did great things in the last event.
Yeah, and this is a Young Ninja side where my eye is out to see where they stand, because like you mentioned, comparing the top 4 from last event to now where they sit in the current day is very difficult. You've got a Blue Phoenix player that's kind of moved up to the main team. You've got Miston that's also done the same. I mean, for Young Ninjas, they have played with 9 different players in the last 3 months. You've got obviously the starting 5. You have Rez, Dex, and Bobek that have all been stand-ins, and they brought in a new Polish player as well. So it's made it very difficult to obviously kind of keep moving up, keep being successful if you keep getting players being changed.
And it should be noted as well. I know it says Blue Phoenix on the on this full screen, and it does. Obviously, he's officially a member of the Young Ninjas roster, but in realistic terms, he is playing with the main team. And for this matchup, Bobek is going to be standing in for the squad itself. So there's possibilities that there might be further roster changes. Obviously, the key official signing is okay, sorry, I'm going to struggle with this one. Kaspersky over in the Polish New Blood, right? So like he's the guy I think a lot of people are going to keep their eyes on more just to find first impressions within this roster.
It reminds me somewhat of Seedrop, right? Do you remember that guy that played out on Thunder Flash? He went over to Sprout. No one had really seen much of him, and he did really well on Sprout, and now he's probably even going to Endpoint as an official signing. They call him a stand-in at the moment, but everyone really knows. So this is like another one of those players that in the local scene don't really know a lot about, and now has a really good opportunity. And missed him at the helms, played some really good CS with the team of players that he had, especially in the last tournament. Now he's got to do it with some newer pieces. I mean, even Bobek, right? He's never played on an international team before. He's only played in Swedish teams. We remember when that core from Aurora went over to Little Mix. We know when they went out to 0-0 Prospects. He had that stint playing with Godsent. So I don't know. For Young Ninjas, we know that they don't like their Inferno. We know that for Passion UA, we don't like their Nuke. So we can expect common territory in that regard. I know that Overpass has been liked a lot recently from Young Ninjas, but they also haven't been playing many officials. And for Passion UA, they love their Ancient.
So Overpass and Ancient, the key ones we're looking out for in terms of their opening map picks in this best of 3 series. I mean, I wouldn't see any reason to go unstandard here. I mean, it's very unpredictable as to where we sit in this matchup because of how recent the roster changes have been for the Young Ninjas side, because the fact that Passion obviously are firing on all cylinders. I mean, you've probably got more to pull from them being a solid 5-man unit, but they are still stepping up. They are, much like in the last match for Mouse NXT, starting to make their way up towards the higher ends of the tier 2 environment. So to find a good series here obviously will be positive. So hopefully we get to see the vetoes in their seconds time, but it does feel like, as you mentioned, we're probably just going to see the standard picks and bans throughout the course of this process. So there it goes.
Yep, Nuke coming in. Anubis is a little bit of a surprise for the Young Ninjas. Vertigo comes out as a pick, something that we don't see all that frequently. Ancient is definitely the go-to, and they'll probably try and get Overpass right towards the tail end, but Passion say no, you can't have it. In towards Mirage, a map that win rate is pretty good for the Young Ninjas, but we've only seen their 2 newer players play it once.
And that's always going to be the concern, right? Is that, yes, you can talk about the core and what they've achieved in the map stats and the recent history about it, but how are they going to do with newer players in the roster? That's always going to be the concern for me in the Young Ninja side. Personally, though, I've been a big fan of Miss Dem's calling. I'm a very big fan of how tactically they placed themselves around that last event. So despite the confidence of the Passion UA side and the fact that they have a full 5-man unit, I kind of still want to lean towards Young Ninjas ever so slightly in my predictions.
No, I can't do that. I can't do that at all. I have to lean the way of Passion. I mean, knowing that you've got a new Polish player that's played 2 best of 3s, and you've got a stand-in of a Swedish player that's never played on an international team playing his 2nd ever best of 3 on the team, I've got to go 2-1 towards Passion UA.
We have seen them struggle throughout the course of this group. Let's see whether this will end up being the same case. NIP set to the T side of the pistol round of Vertigo as we kick things off in our final match of the day. Jambo's USP is round the corner, seeing 3 players. Kaspersky gets involved to kick things off with the Glocks. S-Chiller will try clap back, and he is good for the casualty back on Silence, and the pole will get the bomb plant in. Jocab gets the man advantage here.
A very late lurk in from Bobek. This round's pretty much already over. The ramp players just need to stay alive, and Bobek's going to end it.
Fear making noise as well, does not go all the way back towards mid, so the elevators flanking come together for damage done on the one individual. The zero fix should fall soon enough, but the dually set for both the remaining players turn up a 2 versus 2. Finally, they get taken aback by Jocab and his triple as the Young Ninjas take the pistol.
And for Bobek, this is obviously, I would say, a trial period, right? They might classify it officially as a stand-in. They'll look to try and see if he can be a new 5th player. I actually think that he is a very underestimated tier 2 anchor. He's very good, similar to Vladden, in those hard anchor roles on CT side and some of those hard lurks on T side. And this could be a good sort of start for him to work with some local talents, but also introduce himself into an international roster.
Starting advantage on the T basis. Encouraging stuff for the NIP camp. Upgrade pistols only on S-Chiller and Jackasmo for this follow-up round. The harsher eco basis outside of that. See what damage they can do in the early portions of the matchup. Young Ninjas taking the B-bomb site pretty much easily. No real defensive here outside of the players at Guardian, and they're going to get flanked upon as well by the MAC-10. So, yeah, one decent kill does come through.
Passion UA actually played this map a few hours ago in ESEA Advance up against Incilio and won 13-7. And that's sort of Fader, Pole, FPS, and Sugar & Co. to a CIS squad that they got a pretty good victory against. Trying to see if they can set up the triple boost to look out, but not to be. Got spotted and instantly got mollied. So it doesn't seem as if there's going to be too much counteraction with damage.
Just oppressed by this smoke. No real access to the bomb site. Have that MAC-10 on the fear won't make much of a difference to the next round or in this one either. They do some damage towards Jokab, so HP down might enable a kill later on in the post round. Depends on how far over from the bomb blast he wants to get away from. The Eagle of S-Chiller is fighting away, but Jokab keeping himself protected, so no overextensions from the Passion UA camp. And again, it doesn't really mean much in the grand scale of things. It is just an eco round. The guns will be out here and now. Fear will keep a hold of the MAC-10 though, so a slightly bonus weapon for a little bit extra bonus cash. But for all intents and purposes, this is a rifle buy.
And we saw a lot of overpass picks for Young Ninjas in the last Rest event against Amcal, against Big, against Aurora. It's just that they picked Vertigo against Nexus in their opening game, and at least Bobek is familiar with the map. At least they played it only a few days ago, so that's probably why they've got into Vertigo in their best of 3 rather than overpass.
Passion have Jackasmo set up as the forward contact of the B-bomb site. As the facility comes out very early for them. They drop that bomb immediately off the back of it. Incendiaries will force them away from White, but no trades available for the Young Ninjas. Bobek does get one back in the MAC-10, and Jackasmo could get caught in amongst the reload. Bobek is similar story as he's forced to back away, getting the man advantage still for the Passion side. 4 on 3. Nades, return damage, Zero Fix extends that advantage as Kaspersky will drop next. Bobek outside of the sight scene of the jump face adjustment from Jackasmo. 6 stuff for the Quadra as Passion post their first.
And we've seen it, I would say, with a lot of Academy squads where players make their name known on the organization they're playing for. And I know that Passion UA aren't an Academy team, but other than Fear, no one has played at a pro level previously. And I'm sure in 6 months' time, in 12 months' time, we'll be saying, oh yeah, do you remember he made his career out on Passion UA? Because that's kind of where they're at right now. They're starting to get into a position where they're getting towards the mid-end of Tier 2. They're grinding up the HLTV World Ranking. They're inside of the top 80 right now, and they're higher than Young Ninjas.
They put in a very good draft. Zero Fix are already starting things off well enough. Jokab first to fall in this ramp default. Nade's back to try to clear up vision, but not enough revealed to allow the CTs to take more picks back. Molotovs will return back from NIP as they will try and force these players away. Counteraction smokes will block off vision as the Young Ninjas won't be allowed easy access. Miss them will try the walk up anyway though.
All about the timing on the contact. Jambo could get forced out in the open with the util, but Zero Fix is there to try and help him out, and Jambo can peek off of his contact. Really good support between those two at top ramp.
Yeah, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. The trade frags keeping a 4 versus 2 for the Passion UA side. The Ninjas reforming their positions, although Kaspersky did just make noise, so they have info that he's walked up. Still those 2 players of the crossfire here. It's a case of when they start to receive it. Will it be a late round? Fear does give away a shoulder bait and a headshot as he extends a bit too further out. Meanwhile, there is a backstab coming in from S-Chiller. Jambo just has to hold the line with Jackasmo.
Already seen that bomb, so him and Jackasmo could work together to put emphasis on the planter. Do they try and deny the bomb from going down? No, they play it passively.
So that backstab's closing in soon enough, so Kaspersky's a goner. And Bobek is quick to follow him to the grave. So cash bonus at best here for the NIP side. Passion UA equalise early.
And I would say that Bobex had a fairly unfortunate back end of his career. He was on a really good team with 0-0 prospects, and then all of a sudden Hype just decides, yeah, I've had enough, I'm just going to retire. He's the in-game leader and the AWPer of the team. He goes over to Godsend, he starts playing with Era, and then the organization says, do you know what, we're pulling the plug. So you're in a position where you were probably fighting at a top 40, top 50 level towards the higher end of Tier 2 for a good few months on 0-0 prospects. And it's all fallen apart. Could he be the reason why he gets Young Ninjas back into that competitive spot? Because you even feel for them. They were doing so well last event.
That's always a tragedy of the Academy squads. They do extremely well, and then the main team requires some extra bodies, and they find those best talents, they bring them up. The Ninjas suffered that before. Max are obviously part of this recent roster, has also had stand-in tenures with the main Ninja side in the past, and that's also hindered the older versions of the young squad. Similar story here and now with him and Blue Phoenix out of the server. Maybe Bobek could make up the difference, like you mentioned. Not a lot of difference to make up in this round. Bobek does strike back with his Tech 9, but this is a half investment round, so just a case of taking those AKs rather out of the hands of the CT forces. Should be able to get back to one. Doesn't seem to be the case, actually, so that's at least a little bit of something out from the Young Ninjas camp. But they have lost the lead there.
And we've seen it, Jay. Obviously, the Israeli scene's been incredibly strong with developing individual players. I mean, the ones at the Tier 1 atmosphere now is obviously your Flames, your Spinks, your Nerds. But there's also been a few guys in Tier 2 that have been grinding. I mean, Anakez is one that's been around for a very long time. You've got this Zackle player that stood in for Endpoint. He was playing out on Verdun. You've obviously got Blue Phoenix that tried to make his name up. And then Sushan, a guy that you and I, Jay, used to cast a little bit back in the day. He's just joined up on the Exo clan with Bevy and 9130. So you've kind of got that Tier 2 and next development of Israeli players that are starting to make that journey up again.
It's a bustling scene. One that is producing players. At this juncture, the 1xBet odds are in agreement with you, Dwayne. They believe Passion UA will be the favourites in this series. Certainly with the consistent opening picks, it's becoming harder and harder to debate that. Kill found on Missed MH, he's coming close towards Silence. Joker has been allowed to walk up ramp, but Jambo quake back towards the trades. Kaspersky strikes in mid to a 3 versus 3 though, and that position is uncontested by the CT forces. Jackismo now forced to play double duty because there's a walk up the stairs, and he has no idea. We'll catch a man with his back turned. They have lost the B-bomb site with that.
Jackismo already been seen by Bobek. This should be a pretty easy kill, but now the timing's starting to get a bit awkward. Bobek is not re-aggressing CTs, not taking extra space, instead just slowing it in the 2v2 post plant.
They have the site secured. Jambo coming in from spawn with the Orb M4 on Fear in the back lines. The backstab needs to come to good effect. He's not making a move. Jambo setting up utility. A smoke down towards that entrance might pull attention away. Certainly timing could be good for Fear, but he just doesn't see anybody as of yet. Back's turned towards the man, seeing the head gain, hearing the footsteps of the second player. He thinks he's in amongst that smoke, but he waits and baits, and Bobek gets himself down towards the bomb site. The fuse can get held. The flames are in the way. Those shots on. Oh, what a connection. But it looks to be far too late. Jambo's out of there. Passion concede to evens.
Well, I'll put it this way, Jay. That's at least a glimpse of what Jambo can do. We have seen some insane series from him. He is, without a doubt, the highest X-Factor player on this Passion UA team. He has a very good crack at that 1v1, but just doesn't have the time for it. A good distraction. Just the util that Jambo sets up there from sort of Guardian and CT. It drives Bobek's attention away from the stairs. And for a moment, it looks as if Fear's going to get 2, but it doesn't happen. Bobek with a 1v2.
NIP back to 3. Passion UA. Oh, look at this from Eschler. He's got Bobek off guard. Not aware of how close the CTs have gotten, and combine them with Jackismo. Those two players get 2 opening picks with very little return by the Ninjas.
Oh, Zero Fix has got another one. They need to deal with him. Anytime they are pressing ramp, anytime they are running a default towards ramp, it is Zero Fix to constantly be getting these kills, and he's made it even 2. Just as we're watching the pole out from mid try and make it extremely expensive, he's now going to try and work a 1v5 to 1v2. Unfortunately, 13 points of health.
Needs the perfect taps to the headshot. This would be a highlight round for his very early career. Zero fixes extended right into the casualty. And now it's veteran v youngster, Fear versus Kaspersky. And Fear is going to wait this out. He has the bomb in his dominion. He starts pressing. This could be perfect on the T-side clutch, but it's all a case of timing. Everything is just down to positional advantage. Not seen! Oh, Kaspersky's done it! That is a 1v5 from the Young Ball!
Right there for Passion UA. They find so much success with the opening contact aggressively down at the B stairs, the ramp kills that come into the fold, and even out there towards mid, they try and swing on the contact, they try and swing together, but it's so much damage. They end up giving a couple of isolated duels. Oh my, okay.
Okay, indeed. That was impressive. And Young Ninjas are now in the lead. Tacticals called in by Passion UA because that really was theirs by all accounts. Even the 1 versus 2 situation. You mentioned the HP advantage they had. They're going to opt to try and counteract in the next round. A forced buy despite being on the second of the double ecos.
And this is probably quite tilting for Passion UA because you should be winning the last 2 rounds in a row. Both of those rounds should be yours.
Nip. Slow to the uptake in this round. They don't know what Passion may be playing at, and they played so well over this round position. Fear just charging down. It's a little bit reckless. Losing the opening start.
Jambo with the 5-7. Trying to see if he can find just a clearance of 1 kill, a returning frag to get back into the bomb side. The issue is they're already starting to walk up gap.
Mistem gets involved. Zero fix with a pick and 2. Losing his teammates down to 5 points of HP. Surely should get cleaned up soon enough. And still, NIP favored by a man advantage. So, bomb plant should be secured. At least the 2 CTs of Gamble stacked this. But I say that, and Bobek has walked out the B bomb site. So this will be a free plant if they decide to go there.
And they've got 2 options. They can either bring the bomb back to B, or they can allow the lurk to continue out on the B site to come in through mid. There's plenty of time. Very silent from NIP to not make any noise. Bobek's lurk. We're going to see a lot of that across Vertigo. He is a very good player of timings, very good intuition. So even on gun rounds, you're going to see moments of a lot of mid and A pressure, and that Bobek can just walk in and clear out a completely open B site.
Exactly what they did here. There's nothing that Zero Fix and Jackasmo can do to hold the clutch. They have dropped a couple of weapons, so they'll grab them. 1 AK on Jackasmo specifically. Zero Fix can only rest with the SMG. I don't think there was a second AK dropped out there. It'd be decent for an eco round, but remember, this was a forced investment Passion. The rifle and SMG staying in would basically be the entire basis for round number 9. NIP going to extend to 5.
And this is a Young Ninja squad that's played just 2 best of 3s on HLTV in the last month. That seems crazy. And the reason for that is probably the lack of accepted invites, I would say, for this team. I mean, when you kind of have both Maxstar and Blue Phoenix playing with the main squad, even Silence and Jocab was standing in for a few games. So there's no point Young Ninjas at this current moment. I mean, obviously now they can, but before the official signings got moved up, there's no point them keep playing in these events because it's just not going to be a help. It's not going to be a benefit. Instead, just wait it out and get some experience for some of these younger guys, try and see if they can work a couple of pieces on trial and some new individuals to the organization, and look to prove it here in Res.
Aggression from Zero Fix, once again trying to insert early into this ramp default, which he's worked so well so far. You talked about him in a couple of rounds ago. Even in that last one, the 5-7s to the 2 casualties, able to take the damage against the T-side line that gave him the AK here.
Yeah, he dropped just 12 kills on that Vertigo official in advanced a few hours ago, and he's already 12 and 4 going into round 9.
Picking up the pace. Here's the hoping it doesn't stop here and now. Nades on to do some damage. It's S-Chiller trying to hold against Bobek's position over at the Danger. Young Ninjas giving away tiny amounts of info as Estrella uses that to his opening advantage. Bobek down.
And Mistem's got no molly, so can't force out this quad individual. Walk forward out towards mid. They've lost another player towards ramp, though.
Estrella making noise to draw Mistem closer. Could be a chance to strike, especially with that burst. Fire! Estrella from range just gets the kill instead, but now Kaspersky moves in. Teammate in the back lines, Fear holds on to the trades, leaves it all on silence. A 1-on-4 for him, and Fear's just toying with the man now, calling for backup who rotate in time. And NIP don't even get a bomb plant out of that round.
Yeah, Passion UA do incredibly well with what they've got, which is kind of limited upgrades. The MP9s set up some really good crossfires out there on ramp. They've got a bit of a bait and switch to draw that attention forward from Mistem. And he's an individual that, once more, when I reflect back on the last Fresh event, he had quite a few games of sort of low numbers of kills, and then all of a sudden, you would get some real high-impact rounds from him. You'd get plays from the in-game leader that would close down maps, close down best of threes. So it might be alarming to an extent at the moment that he's only 2-8. But the Mistem I know is going to step up at some point and help out NIP close this first map.
He's only got a deagle for here and now. Teammate set to the rifles. Kaspersky. Mac 10 involved. Top fragger for his team at the moment. 2 behind 0, fixes 12. Who continues to hold down tops, and he has been efficient in finding these openers, and so efficient that Ninjas are trying to adjust against it. Catch him dropping off of the platform. The advantage goes the way of the Ninjas. They're full send now.
Yeah, they can start rotating players over and re-smoke off towards Gap, but it might just be a little bit too late. Jambo needs to try and put up a defensive towards Crane, and they're actually already committing into Gap.
4 players to the defense. Passion have the right reads, the right calls, but what can they get out of it? Only the kill on Jambo. Estrella return towards through the smoke. That pick came back. Burst fire of the AK sees the player up top, but runs out of ammo. Jocab turns it now down to 2 players. The blind spray for Jackismo gets a fair amount done, but does fall back to a return from Bobek, also from beyond the smoke. Fear. 1 versus 3, doesn't have any breathing room, will fall back and hold on to the weapon because the Young Ninjas have hit 6.
It just, to me, felt as if that was a round from Passion UA where they were very much in the lack of info department. They got caught flat-footed. I mean, Zero Fix repositions out there from sort of the scaffolding and the tarps, tries to drop down to mini ramp and just gets caught completely out in the open. And then even those aggressive duels on the front side of the default box, looking out towards the gap and alley position, it's just slightly too late as well. So timing's off, the exploitation is there. And it was this opening kill that pretty much broke the round completely.
The Young Ninjas, despite having success in that previous round, still want to take tacticals. They want to take a chance to chat to each other. Continue their confidence to an 8-4 T-side half. Very possible for them at this stage. Passion. Struggling with the economy game here. The buy-ups continue to look weak on the CT side. They've gotten away with a fair number of confident rounds with those weakened weapons, but eyeing up here, $2,400 a loss bonus wouldn't leave anything for round number 12. Very important round overall.
Indeed it is, and it's always uncomfortable for Passion UA to not have the AWP in the hands of Jambo. Overly aggressive duel out there from the B stairs means that Bobek goes down incredibly low in the first contact.
13 HP for him. Kaspersky continuing to work up mid, going to be watched out by Fear. Incendiary in his hands. Gun barrel seen as he pops it out. It was enough info for Kaspersky to have the jump onto him. Jambo working against nice adjustments, but doesn't get the kill for it. Eventually, he does double up as the FAMAS and M4 come back to trade. 3 versus 3. Silence trying to work his way back through the stairs. Jackismo thinking they're going to aggress through that smoke, but the bomb is not with NIP. They're happy to fall back and play time.
Yeah, Jocab can actually exploit pretty much an open A bomb site. So him coming through from Gap, watching out from Headshot, not presenting a duel, gives the tell, okay, bring that bomb back out towards ramp. I can wait. We can get a smoke down towards the right-hand side. Actually, they might even just smoke off the elevator's position. You've got two players close by, Jambo and Zerofix, and they've got double incendiaries. So that could actually make it quite chaotic on the bomb site of disallowing the bomb from going down straight away.
Smokes and flashes just to ensure that there's no angle of attack, no angle of rotation from Passion. Plant will be secured. Incendiaries do go out to the bomb site, which tags Silence a little bit, but late to the party means it doesn't deny the bomb plant.
Jocab's hearing everything. He just needs to get one kill instantly on a contact.
Hearing all sorts of footsteps here to the sniper's nest, but keeping his head on the swivel in case Jambo starts checking in, which he does. He check position, nicely done. Silence with the trade back, double up found. Triple not quite secure. Jambo knows where Mistem is, and Mistem's bursting through the damage. Both players start trading HP numbers. Diffuse, stuck by Jambo. Smoke is in the way. Mistem can't quite find the kill count, and Passion will steal one back.
And there's actually been a bug in CS2 recently, Jay, where in that legitimate cubby corner, if you come from elevators and you pre-aim almost towards the headshot sight line, you can actually see the name tag come out on on the HUD itself, and a spot actually comes through from the radar. So that's why that position isn't seen as much in post plants in CS2 anymore, just because of the current bug.
Enough to get the win on the board of Passion. Young Ninjas still put plenty of damage on the board. The orbital comes in for Jambo, seeing Silence as his missed shot clears up enough smoke to lock on a pretty stellar kill from the big green of the CT side. Giacomo, vertical crossfire alongside Estra that takes them back to 3 players now. Passion looking to equalize this half. The M4 of Mistem pressed on the 5-7 of Jambo, even taking the fight and winning it as well. Things look pretty stellar for the CT side, that Bobek has forced out a kill towards the B bomb site. It's still a difficult 2v4 to rework.
Yeah, just nothing that can get granted from this position onwards. And it does kind of make me conclude in this sort of scenario from Bobek that even getting out towards the bomb site, the spacing is too wide for him and Jocab to kind of work together. 2 on B, regrouped up by a 3rd player, and Jocab's already been seen. So yeah, this is just a done deal.
They have left A completely, and he's not making any more noise. Jambo will just hold back here on the A bomb site to protect it, just in case there is that rotation. 30 seconds for Jocab. He's going to have to start making noise soon enough to get that bomb down and try his hand at the clutch. Obviously, it is round 12, so he has no choice but to give it a try at least. Or pulled out. Not seeing anything in immediate contact. Plant will get stuck. Jambo finds him. Triple in this round, and Passion UA will equalize to close the CT side.
Now, I wonder, Jay, do you reckon we're getting sold down the river of a decent performance here from Young Ninjas? Because they won Pistol, they won Anti-Eco, and they also won a 1v2 from Bobek and a 1v5 from the Young Pole. If just even a few of those rounds are differently, we could be looking at a much more one-sided scoreline for Passion UA.
That is entirely true. Especially when you consider the likes of Mistem still not quite getting the kill counts that we've seen from him in the past, only 2 deep. Credit to the IGLs on the other side, though. Similar numbers for Fear. Passion certainly have more performing players at the moment when it comes to the sheer raw numbers. Might work towards their favor on T side of this map. NIP taking Bobek into the CT. Pistol is USP trying to find the killing blow against S-Chiller, but he's the man to find first blood.
The rotations are coming in very quickly from the B players to set up the backstab. Mistem's got to try and stay alive and get as much damage in as possible. Now, that's a new smoke that we're seeing a little bit more in CS2. It lands on top of Headshot, so no one from Headshot can actually peek and kind of look down onto the bomb site directly.
Jackismo fighting back. Joe Cab finally gets that responsive, but he's on 7 points of health and surely shouldn't last much longer here. The HE doesn't extend towards him because Kaspersky is there to tank the damage. One player back at elevators, missed them, going to draw them away from the bomb site, provide a little bit of breathing room for his teammates, but Fear has them marked. Held his nerve behind the sandbags, couldn't clear it out for NIP as they concede the pistol.
A very good run in that pistol round for Passion UA. They get that first kill onto Bobek that tries to fight aggressively from Crane almost from the get-go. And then as soon as that bomb goes down, Fear just lines him up from the sandbags. 7-6. Passion UA have got now building opportunities to start turning this lead into a lot more.
That pistol win may well be a credit to your point as well, Dwight. Very confident stuff with 4 players staying alive and just the reads on what the Ninjas were doing there from Fear. Eco pistols. Best that the Ninjas can do will go towards the gun buy in round 15, but Passion UA extend towards 8 in that period unless this gamble stack pushes and catches players off guard. There was a moment there where Chiller and Jackismo couldn't get faced upon, but they joined their main team, and now it's a case of just seeing what damage these USPs can do.
Passion UA have got Jackismo to maintain the bottom of ramp position. Couple of bursts, couple of easy kills. Anti-eco pistols, don't quite trade him out, even on 37 points of health. You can't expect Bobek to get the kill.
And indeed he doesn't. Second ace of the game, admittedly a lot less stylistic than Kaspersky. He's been stuck on 12 kills for a little bit of time now on the Young Ninjas side.
Yeah, he had some really sharp kills in from mid. Like, I look at that 1v5 and I kind of say whatever, right? I've actually been more impressed by some of his entry kills to Guardian and the elevators. So I'm going to be keen to keep an eye on his sharpness and individual impact in this second half.
Now he's got the M4 in his hands. He can start to play that position as well. He's actually holding aggressive from the mid angle. His teammates focused on the presses towards the A bomb site and the one man out from the B stairs. Initially slow to the uptake though. Passion happy to play the standard CIS style of slow defaults on T. Flashes try allow prods from the Ninjas, but they don't find anything yet.
Now, I'm waiting to see when Passion UA are going to start pressurizing the new blood, start pressurizing Bobek. The guy that's just standing in, helping out for Young Ninjas, wants to prove a lot on the city side of Vertigo. Peek on the contact for missed him up there with Jokam. They get away with it first, but they're looking for more, and it does cost it as Fear does eventually get that trade back.
Heavy damage done, and Jokam is known about. Flashes further forward. Phase Zerofix has got to be wary of this position. He really would love to have some backup here. Fear is the closest man towards him. That Molotov extends very deep. Zerofix might get caught off for it. Fear's making a fair amount of noise. This could be a flank against the T-side line when he starts to make his moves. No, Zerofix is watching it. Advantage now for Passion UA.
Oh, they've got to walk up on B. This should be a cancel. This should be the bomb going back over towards the B side. And now the spot of info's been there. Jackismo needs to get this kill, and indeed he does.
Bit of a struggle when it comes together, and now the last 2 players of the Young Ninjas struggle to find where they want to go with this. Back into a save, it looks like. Caught up in elevators on a rotate forward and backwards, but they do just hold down the A bomb site, keep their weapons in check, because Passion will get up to 9.
And that's going to be the avenue where Passion UA can win this best of 3 and can win this map, is just the fundamentals. Keeping it very basic, working some good timings, some defaults overall. I mean, right there for Young Ninjas, there's a little bit of an over-rotation. Bobek's left the B bomb side. He's come back from mid into Guardian and just got caught flat-footed. Bit of an easy kill there from Jackismo, even if it wasn't as comfortable as he'd like. And the info play was warranted out at Crane, but it didn't achieve the round victory. And now for Passion UA, I mean, you're looking down a 10-6 scoreline, which is obviously a really strong position to be in.
The lead continues to grow, and the Ninjas, I mean, they started so positive in that round as well. Like, it honestly looked to me like it was going to be a 5v3 against Fear, but just the timing so proficient and the walkout from the B bomb site. I mean, Bobek was doing that over from Ninjas when they had the T-side line.
It could have been the matter of just committing too much into it. I mean, rather than playing the man advantage and maybe jump spotting the sandbag or jiggling out there towards Gap, Young Ninjas really had intent of continuing to fight, and that's where it cost them.
Maybe issue recognized in that CT camp. Third and final tactical has been called in. Now Mistem takes the wheel from here on out. Despite the money troubles that the Ninjas have had, they can get a respectable buy together. The 2 rifle sades certainly aid in that regard. The SMG for Jocab, Mistem and Bobek with upgrade pistols. Half invest in this one. Let's see what they can muster up here. A steal would be lovely. Damage is more likely of a goal to set. Silence indeed gets the kill, as is Kaspersky. The M4 strike first and foremost. Zerofix is forced to respond back. Are they going to continue pressing? No. Nip back away.
Zerofix has just been the warrior of ramp constantly in both the first and second half, leaning for impact. Missed him out here towards the sandbags. Could be up against a few mollies.
Forced out in the open, Jambo, just straight shot to shut him down, 3-on-3. But meanwhile, Kaspersky moves forward. M4 could catch the bomb carrier if this duel goes well. It's Galil versus M4 as well. Minute to play with, and they call each other's bluff.
And this is a surprise, because this was a really good opening advantage for Young Ninjas, and it's kind of petered out to a round where they probably don't even have the favoritism. Silence defensively under headshot. Jambo trying to clear out as much of the elevators and walk up on a contact.
Zerofix, U2 in hand. Silence catches him on time in the smoke. A little bit late to the party. Silence will get caught as Giacomo takes him back, well aware of the pistol player as well in the back line. But Kaspersky continues to sneak in to the backstab. M4 on him. Bobet's got to stick around. Giacomo considering this option and will find his contact, so the round is done.
Jambo just back it off, and now they can just play the 1v2 with time. Bobek's at least been able to pick up an M4.
Won't get away with it though. Jambo picks him apart. I mean, decent damage done for a half buy for the Ninjas though. 3 casualties taken on the Passion UA side, and that will force the otherwise stellar economy into a slightly more chipped up position.
Giacomo's been a bit of a silent killer as well, isn't he? I mean, 21 kills and 6 deaths. Hasn't felt as if he's had a huge amount of impact. Hasn't had those massive double kill or triple kill rounds, but just consistently taking it along and obviously putting in a very good performance.
Well, look, when Jambo's hitting sick AWP shots and Zerofix is constantly finding openings in ramp, it's difficult to shine a spotlight on the consistency.
Yeah, the classic, oh, I remember a Guardian flick, but I don't remember that. Yeah, just the way the brain works.
See if we can find a Jambo flick here and now. AWP posted in mid and alongside S-Chiller as they work their way up. Only man to defend it here is that M4. Kaspersky, great on the T-side walkouts, lesser so to the CT defensive. That Molotov does go bouncing here. Awkward geometry there towards the Tarp's position, so it doesn't clear up the position that the CT was holding from. Meanwhile, in from mid, Bobek has caught Jambo to return back to a 4-on-4.
It has to leave the B site completely, though, to take up mid, so that could be a worry of concern on a timing. Silence with that AWP. If it's a dry pick, he should be able to win it.
Plenty of utility back there, though. Fear. Got some in hand. Teammates behind him. 45 seconds. He's just poking out, but Silence doesn't hit the shot. Jocab blind spraying through top. Silence allowed to rescope back in and will catch Fear in the end. A lot of that utility has just been negated as S-Chiller is forced to continue fighting. M4 and AWP on the crossfire. Lock down the forward contact of the Passion UA side, and Zerofix 23 seconds, he has the bomb on his back, but he's got no breathing room here.
I actually thought that was going to be the round to kind of close out the map. I mean, 10-6 up, opening kill out from mid, actually looked quite promising. A slight mistiming for the NWP, and then good press from Young Ninjas towards top ramp. It's in a position where Silence is playing quite defensively from the mini ramp and the bottom of the ramp sandbag, but then instantly when he takes contact, and especially when he wins that fight, that's when they swarm. That's when everyone tries to peek in from top gap, out there from Crane, and just support the crossfire in ramp.
What up for the Ninjas? Start on their CT side coming to fruition in the end, and Passion at least have enough cash to buy back into this next round, but it's the round afterwards where that damaging economy will start to really take effect. A window into the CT side. How far will the Young Ninjas walk through it?
Now, for Young Ninjas, I would say, normally, right, that I'm underwhelmed with this performance. They haven't delivered as much as what they should do, but you got to be realistic with yourself. Knowing that you've just added a new 4th player, you've got a 5th player that's kind of standing in on trial. I don't know where you can set expectations. I mean, I pinned Passion UA to be favorites in the series just because of the lineup stability, but it is difficult to grasp where Young Ninjas are. And it could very much well be another few tournaments, another few months, until we at least get them back to the level of competitiveness that they were in the last RES event.
Well, it did take a couple of months for them to really bring the whole lineup together. So I wouldn't blame you for setting that expectation. Original team did great work when it did come together, though. Is this going to have similar aspirations and similar successes? So far, our first impressions have at least got some positivity around there, but they're still down by 3 rounds, Passion UA. Not aware of the walk contact from Jokab, who's going to get a ton of information. This will be 4 players stacking up the B site.
Hey, Young Ninjas are always very active on CT sides. Even that re-smoke down towards the stairs. Jambo's going to commit.
Flashes, sets, AK sprays, M4's very awkward. Jambo eventually gets that pick back, follows up, missed them with a responsive, but Fear deals with Jokab in the back lines. Missed them, trying to hold down the back site of the generators. Molotov's to his position, forced to use that smoke, but 28 HP. He is so low on the damage counts, trying to find extra. Zero Fix supports him, and Silence has no choice but to save the AWP as Passion UA put another nail in the coffin of the Ninjas.
And this is why I love CSJ, is that you can make the right call. You can make the calculated risk of an info play and stack up a bomb site and still not win the round. Right there, Jokab's done everything. He's got aggressive down from ramp, there's been no contact, there's players rotating off quite heavily. You've already got 2 on B before that execute has come in, and Jambo just starts ripping, doesn't he? He just gets 2 kills instantly from the top of stairs.
So many variables in any one situation. Play it out 3 more times and perhaps that execution would have gone a bit differently. (11-7) for Passion UA. You talk about the last round for the 11-6 scoreline being the one that ends up the map. Surely with that in mind, that one is just one Passion UA vertigo.
You would think, and possibly won them the series as well. I mean, it has been a strong performance from Passion UA. They have been way more consistent on the gun rounds, and they've shown us more ability. Chiller aggressively up against the M4. This fight might dictate everything.
Already going the way of Chiller. Nothing found on Kaspersky's part. Boost up will try and see if they can answer back here. Oh, they've made noise. They know what's going on here. Passion will adjust. Molotov sends Zero Fix. That's a walk straight forward up ramp. Struggles a bit with the second kill, and Jokab's allowed a couple picks back for it, so providing a little bit of breathability here for the Ninjas. But joining up with Bobek, assuming that was all that they had to offer on the A ramp control.
If Bob gets back out there towards default on A, he's going to at least be able to pick up a rifle, but there's been no movement. He's not left his post out on that Guardian and B position and brought in a little bit of a gamble stack. Jokab wants to double up rather than split the bomb sites evenly. I mean, save an M4 and just, yeah, bring it forward into the next rounds rather than commit for the retake.
Here are rifles, so that's staying
they can get the other M4 mid, can't they?
Yes. I believe that's what Bobek is looking for right now. He's got it, so yeah, that makes a lot of sense, all things considered. Guns will be available for the Ninjas in round 20. 12-7 though. Passion UA will be on map point from here. 5 chances to close down this map. The Ninjas, the one that they had picked into in all, the T side for Passion has been stellar here. No exits.
Jackasmo was the guy that brought a lot of carry elements to that series against Permitter. Ended the best of 3 with 57 kills, 95 ADR, and a 1.28 rating. Had a very good showing. I've seen a lot of consistency from him. S-Chiller's got a lot of mid picks in this second half too. And Passion UA just need to close this down. Close it out comfortably. Don't allow Young Ninjas to get close to double digits.
It certainly would look comfortable at 13-7, and that's before we consider the pistols and the guns we talked about from the previous half. Already Jambo's caught silence. Advantage taken. Flash is sent as JoeCab looks for a fight. Zerofix wasn't even blinded, and he still wins the fight for the CT side. All important as S-Chiller starts moving in from mid. Guardian diving down, Kaspersky caught, double up secured, and that is map.
Lovely timing there from S-Chiller, and now could just slow it in, not over-aggress out there towards CT. Play the man advantage and play the crossfires on the bomb site directly.
4 versus 2. Impossible situation for JoeCab and Miss them, but it's a situation they have no choice but to try and play out here. AK on one, M4 on the other. The boost up to look into mid to cut those rotations from a very unorthodox angle. Not like it matters. S-Chiller's won the fight at spawn. Miss them is known about. 1-on-4 to take. The AWP posted, ready, takes the final shot, and there is the final round of map 1 of Vertigo. Taken by Passion UA at 13-7 as they take the Young Ninjas map pick.
And for Young Ninjas, it has to be a bit disappointing here because, again, they were up 6-4. They won pistol, they won anti-eco, they had a mental 1v5 that we probably won't ever see again. And they just don't really capitalize, at least to a competitive field. I mean, to go 6-4 up and then go 7-13 down, it just kind of looked as if the game was taken away from them.
Yeah, and that really is unfortunate because I think that the first half did have some good moments to it. Obviously, you talk about the idea that the win still came down to, again, those pistols and conversions, which is something we talked about with Young Ninjas in the past as well. And just in general, across the board of CS, it seems like scorelines tend to overinflate performances quite a lot more because it was down to those clutches, it was down to those moments that never really gave us the true looking of solidity from the Young Ninjas in this map, which I guess can be expected because we have got some new roster changes. I was really hoping that the core itself would really sort of bolster themselves overall in this map. It just didn't happen.
And it could be something to do with on-the-day performance. I mean, Young Ninjas, they played Nexus out on Vertigo in their opening game, and they beat them 13-9, and then we saw, obviously, Permitter go up against Nexus earlier on this afternoon, and Nexus just absolutely destroyed them on Vertigo. So, yeah, you might take the caveats. It's a new 4th player. It's a 5th player as a stand-in on trial. But even still, wasn't the best of showings there from Young Ninjas. I hope that we see a little bit more from them come this second map of the series.
And a map certainly that they are proficient on in the past has been fallen out of favour. Their own pick goes away and taken by the Passion UA side. So we do move to that Passion pick, which certainly does look encouraging for the Ukrainians. Ancient coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see whether they can close it down on 2 or whether the Academy squad can bring it back.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xbet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect. From 1xbet, respect.
Underwhelming second half from the Young Ninjas leads to a map pick of theirs falling the way of their opponents. Passion UA taking a Vertigo, now moving towards Ancient, where things are going to get very, very dicey now for the Ninjas, in my humble opinion. 4-map loss streak right now for the Swedish core. And unfortunately, I think you are right at the end of that map when you assessed it's probably going to look towards a 2-0 now for the Passion side.
Yeah, we saw Ancient come through for Young Ninjas in their opening game against Nexus, and while the first half was okay, and they ended up going 6-6 at the turn, they moved into the second half and they just got romped. They just couldn't hold their weight on T side. So obviously a lot of concerns to try and recover this series. This is the perfect chance for the Ukrainians to go 2-0.
Indeed it is. I mean, it just feels like the things have lined up for them so well. And you mentioned as well that in general, you weren't all that impressed about the performance of the Young Ninjas in general across that map up. And I have to agree, especially when you consider the second half and how things went. It just felt like things went very, very quiet at a certain capacity. Yep. So the idea that that might carry forward towards an Ancient map, which already looks like it's going to be the favoured victim, the favoured picker of the Passion UA side as it stands, is obviously not very encouraging in terms of their chances to return against the opponent's map pick like we've seen in the previous series today.
And it is difficult to gauge where their veto, or at least map pool, is going to lie just because of the recent changes. But from the outset, at least in the last 3 months, Ancient looks like one of the weakest maps in the pool for them. I mean, the 4-game losing streak against Nexus, 3D Max, X-Sync, and Fnatic, they've just been getting destroyed. They're not even close. They're not even competitive scorelines where they've been able to get up to double digits. So Passion UA have got a very good chance here to kind of go 2-0 and straight into the playoffs.
And the one that stands out to me the most is the 13-2 against X-Sync. That was very clearly a one-sided matchup. One-sided starts, it seems, to the tease as they make it 3-for-1 on the pistol trade. Straight out from mid goes everybody, and everybody from the Ninjas falls. Bobek trying to trade back on his jewelry. Jambo says otherwise and missed them. P2K versus so many, overwhelmed by the numbers, and the pistol goes the way of Passion UA again.
And it's funny because ZeroFix is actually the lowest rated player on the team in the last 3 months on Vertigo, and he was having some insane rounds. He was having some really good impact out there to top ramp on the CT side. He was getting into some good multis, and even on Ancient, he kind of gets overshadowed quite frequently by guys like a Jambo and a Jackasmo. So I'm kind of wondering, is this ZeroFix's day? Is this the best of 3 where he can kind of show exactly why this is a team on the rise and a team that should be in the playoffs?
Oh, I mean, he did work over on that first map, so why not see him do work on the second? Teammates to start things off, of course, so Passion UA would like to try and keep all players being stars at the moment.
Yeah, 16th time that Ancient's been picked in best of 3 history across the last 3 months for Passion UA. They love this map.
They'll look to try and continue loving it here against the Ninja side. Stack up over on the B-bomb site. Execution towards A. Round's done already. Let's see if these upgrade pistols, or even the eco pistols in general, can get any sort of damage on the board against Passion.
Passion UA pick into Ancient pretty much the majority of the times, and if it gets sort of banned out, they like their Anubis. So one of these two is always going to be strong in the pool for them. The Pistols try and tap the bomb, draw some of the fights out in the open. It's a couple of kills. It's not bad for a low investment eco round, but obviously all of the foundations are building up for the opening rifle.
AK stays in. Passion looks at the true challenges and true tests of the Young Ninjas camp. Gun bicep with the M4s, the SMG on Kaspersky. The Ninjas love to try and turn things around early, get into that CT side start of things, and you'd imagine that with a weakened map like this, CT side might end up being their one chance they have to do anything here. Nakasmo had to face the new pole. Doesn't see him in the corner just yet, checking all his sheets. A bit of a struggle with that spray transfer, so Kaspersky gets away with the kill.
Opening man advantage, while the rest of his teammates are still maintaining lane. There's a little bit of A presence being distracted by S-Chiller. The spam onto Silence is very close to the kill.
21 HP, the AK tries to clap back, it's picked up on the CT side, and Fear eventually finishes off Silence with Jambo's assistance, of course, in the initial damage that was done, 4-on-4. CTs just hold pretty for the time being. Lots of players here on the B bomb site. Zerofix has spotted one of them.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a B fake into a mid take, because you've actually got a player out an elbow from S-Chiller that's walked through on a contact. He's seen nothing. They've smoked off red. So there's a real lack of info for Young Ninjas now.
Missed them. Still trying to walk. Zerofix gets a quick burst on Kaspersky. That is a beautiful shot. Fear also got another wallbang kill onto Joker.
Oh, yeah.
Missed them face. The bomb by Zerofix. Zero problems for Passion UA.
And we've seen, I would say over the last couple of years, some really strong individual Ukrainian players in the Tier 2 atmosphere. There's some guys that can win games and series just literally by themselves. The sharpness is on point. The Young Ninjas, I think Miston will be quite angry at the team and probably at himself in that round that they're not winning it. I mean, I know that obviously it comes down into a scenario that Silence gets spammed up and gets dropped, but that is a really heavy stack on B. They've got Bob as what, sort of the mid to A rotate, and 3 on B, and what can they do off of the back of it? Not really much. Like, everyone just gets overwhelmed. Jocab, Miston, and Silence just all get nothing.
Which you can apply that logic to all the rounds from those 3 so far. Passion in prime position. Young Ninjas struggling to answer back and certainly won't be able to do so in this next follow-up as well. The M4 staying in is the only rifle that can be brought down. Half invest for the Ninjas. They pass SMGs off towards Kaspersky, who, credit to him, having an automatic weapon in his hands and winning out that earlier fight towards Cheetah. Turned up that AK to try and find impact. It'd be nice if he can try to do the same thing again. The M4 that tries to storm Cheetah first and foremost instead. Alongside Kaspersky's support, the T's slow to the approach.
S-Chiller gets smoked off out there from the B doors, which indicates to him that it's going to be a ramp aggression. So molly it off, make sure that it's uncomfortable for the CTs. Jackass Mode does need some assistance, and it actually might be a DC from him.
Yeah, looked like it. Very awkward stuff. Kaspersky with the kill onto the man, so Passion conceding a pick to start.
Now, this is actually not easy. Lane's been taken, a weapon's been picked up. Trades are very good, though, out from the doors.
Eagle stands with plenty of low HP players to miss them, but only the first kill. Zerofix is tagged. Jambo gets away from the M4's contact Fear, trying to bait him out, look for a fight, loses it, so a 2 versus 2 ensues.
Zerofix and Jambo spams are so close. Oh, they're just so low HP. Zerofix getting flashed into cave, but not peeking all the way.
Holding inside that smoke. Timing is everything. Re-smokes on the Jambo as well, not getting the info, not holding the body block. Engagement tapped again. The fight can come through from Zerofix, but the HP is too much to handle. Despite getting Bobek down to 6 points of health, it will still be an opening round for NIP.
Well, they've won that round due to a DC, haven't they?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way that that round is won there from Young Ninjas otherwise, because you're expecting at least a 1-for-1 trade. Maybe they can peek on the contact in that scenario, and Bobek wins it on 6 points of health in a 1v1. Unfortunate scenes for Passion UA. No one likes to see a DC in the middle of the rounds. And for Young Ninjas, I suppose they need to capitalize on that now. They've won their first. They've been able to hold on to an AK. Now they've got to try and get a bit of a round streak going.
Yeah, it's a lucky break. But now they need to turn confidence on the back of that. Because even with that opening advantage, Passion still got trades pretty respectively together. And even in this case, if Zerofix took an extra second or two just to realize the second player and how close he was, he could have actually taken that clutch. Passion. Still have the gunfire as well for round number 5, so they can respond in kind. They're now making no qualms about the weapons they have to work with.
Young Ninjas on the forward face when it comes to map control. They've taken mid, they've taken lane. And Passion UA are just respecting it. They're not fighting sort of back for that control. They're quite happy to run the clock.
Careful approach to the T side. Start to prod towards mid. You've got a couple of players that have taken lane here, which might become a concern for Jackasmo. Doesn't see anything ahead of the naded smoke. Jocab, his footsteps start to extend. Sees so many, gets 2 kills for it. Finally running out of ammo. And Zero Fix too late to adjust. Tried to tap the AWP back, but unsuccessful with the kill. 5 on 3 for NIP.
A fantastic walk aggressively out towards Elbow, and that's pretty much secured the round for the Swedes. This is so uncomfortable for Passion.
Sick stuff from Jocab. Jambo unawares of how far they are pushed up, but Kaspersky doesn't get the pick despite doing all that damage. Bistem does do so, and again, they flop up a spray on towards Jambo. Bobek should get these next 2, so a couple opportunities to make it awkward for Passion UA, but the Ninjas keep 3 alive and keep their second on the board.
And for Passion UA, they need to keep the mental very strong, because again, you've lost a round due to a DC, you've now lost the follow-up rifle round. You've allowed Young Ninjas to be competitive at the start here of Ancient, and of course, they're not going to have a buy. The money is not in a strong position to have another reinvestment without a bomb plant in that last. So for Young Ninjas, this is a perfect opportunity to tie up the scoreline and possibly go even one further.
It's a heavy invest from Passion, so certainly if they do take this round, it would be a lead for the Ninjas CT side. Passion, however, want to try and capitalize on the damage that they've done, reset them, even with no money to play with in the next, and extend their own lead to potentially a 5-2 or further. AWP set in for silence, no snipers on the T side as you would expect. Even a scout coming in against them. Jackasmo tagged early as the CT's allowed to walk up through to the mid position. Deeper smokes as well on the CT side to try and take Elbow back. Barbek. Kaspersky to open things up. The firing squad leads around the corner and they get a 2-for-2 trade together.
Now, that timing was so awkward out there from Elbow. Unfortunately, just looking up towards Shelf costs them. And Silence is hearing a lot, but he isn't dropping any util.
Zero Fix running right into him. Advantage back for the Ninjas. The bomb's been dropped with that as well. Picked up by Chiller will allow him to start flashing his way forward. Teammate inbound from main. Silence so focused on this kill, though. He gets it pretty nicely, and Fear can start to be checked. A wonderful hold from Silence. His first 3 of the game for the 3rd round of the Ninjas.
I'm quite surprised again. It didn't drop any utility. Has a full belt. Incendiary smoke can slow down out from Donut, but looks to try and take the picks in dry instead. Repositions out there from default, doesn't really swing again. Passion UA, look at those 2 kills out towards mid and just know, okay, we 1-for-1 trade the AWPer. This round is just ours, but doesn't happen. Good round from Silence.
Kept feeding those individual fights, didn't have any effective utility down on that bomb site. The flashes were sent, but they were not to the right positions. Couldn't catch that player off. That's a sick shot for Jackasmo. Fear and Chiller also swing and pick up the pace to a 5-on-3.
Now the pole is getting scrutinized out here in Cave constantly. They've got an aggressive play in from lane. Missed him and Bobek trying to see if they can deal with Chiller out here in Cave. The AK strikes, and now ramp is open, but they've returned the kills.
No one had their head on a swivel. Deagle back at Jackasmo, not going to hit a 6 shot this time. Bobek maintains the advantage for the Ninjas side when it looks so awkward at the initial starts of those pistols. But they still have Deagles on Jambo and Zero Fix, and they lean into that B bomb site. Mistem is first port of call. Jambo is first man up. This casualty would drop the bomb in the open. Zero Fix will lose his teammate. And with that, they should also lose the round here. 1-on-3 for the man.
Very underwhelming. Anytime you get a 5-on-3 that early into the round, you are expected to capitalize and win it. You maybe not anticipating how much of an info play really came up there from Young Ninjas. There was a lot of movement. Bobek gets up to Shelf. He kind of backstabs in. Mistem's fighting out from the B site, getting into Cave. So rather than giving the respect to the pistols in the man advantage of 2, it was Young Ninjas getting active.
Nip up on the CT side. Took a while to get started. Passion have made some concessions. Yes, it came off the back of a streak won by the DC, but the follow-up round certainly had no such hindrances, and they've been unable to connect these opening picks now. Bobek starting off against Jambo. Fear flashed against, fully blinded, checked upon. They'll grab that AK and they'll get out of there.
Yeah, Bob's actually quite lucky. That's an awful door smoke to allow him to go aggressively, working on the edge of it, and he's actually starting to look for more.
Jacasmo spots Bobek. Kaspersky gets another kill elsewhere. I think they've also seen where Mistem is. Molotov's to his position to try and drive him back. Actually doesn't even land here for Passion UA. M4 looks up for Kaspersky. Jacasmo brings it back to a 3-on-3. Mistem in the open. Double swing. Fear staggers it and gets the headshot in. Joe Cab also having his head taken clean off, and that's that sheer sharpness of Passion UA into effect once again. This will equalize the board.
Jacasmo's an incredible talent, and right there for Joe Cab, he repositions in from CT, and he already gets seen by those ramp players, and that sort of elevated off angle, I don't even know what you would call it, the little segment, sort of as you come up from ramp before you get out to long, you can ride up on the bricks of it ever so slightly, and it just gives you enough elevation to give yourself an off angle, just enough to be able to get a really good fight. Young Ninjas probably felt as if that round should have been theirs, with the opening exchange of the man advantage, with the pressure that Bobek was applying down towards the bottom of lane, but not to be.
4 apiece. Passion back in it evens, and the Ninjas take their first tactical. Because there were some mistakes in that round. You mentioned obviously the missed smoke towards doors that might cost some issues later on. They have to mop that up first and foremost. Fights being taken and won by Passion UA, though Ninjas might want to start playing a bit more carefully around that offensive.
And this is a Passion UA side that's only won 6 out of their past 16 best of 3s on HLTV. They've beaten Lasercats, Unranked, Harvu 77, Espionage 71, 3D Max, to be fair, up at top 40, Sashi at 61, and Permitter at 57. So not many victories against high-end Tier 2 competition. So if you're able to beat Passion UA, you get yourself into the playoffs, you get yourself closer to maybe playing an Omega, maybe playing a Bleed, teams that we would classify towards the higher end of Tier 2.
Passion quickly into mid, but not so far as to press aggressive against Jocat. Wait for him to extend ahead of that smoke, spray through against him, and Bobek forced to vacate and go back towards Donut, hearing the jump faces of Jambo, trying to isolate the man. That might allow a kill to go the way of the CT side. Indeed, the trade is right there.
Bobek moving in from Donut and gets away actually quite nicely. I mean, 39 points of health. The issue is, if there's sort of an incendiary or even a HE down there towards default, he could get exposed out in the open, so he has to reposition out to Temple.
Smokes down. Utility trying to hold. Bobek kept away as M4 holds his nerve. Checked by Fear. He looks away at the wrong moment, so man advantage taken by the Ninjas.
And they're still trying to see if they can cut a rotation out here from Elbow. This kill is everything. Good tap there from Jacasmo. And they've actually tried to draw the fights in the open. They haven't committed the bomb straight away.
I know that mid's cleared up, so Zero Fix will protect S-Chiller. The Molotovs come back onto both of the common entry positions, and Bobek's going to get forced away. Might have been heard of those tags. They're aware of him over at Temple, but might just form up for straight go in from the CT spawn angle.
They've got one smoke. That needs to go down onto the bomb. They've got to draw these two donut players out in the open.
Nades do nothing for Passion UA. Tapped once. Jump face of S-Chiller sees nothing. Mistem's just continuing to press. Attention drawn to the left-hand side. Perfect chance of Zero Fix to strike. Indeed, he gets that kill, but not that second. And Jackas managed to flash his way through that smoke. Silence is watching it. The AWP will land, and the Ninjas will reclaim control of the lead.
Yeah, smoke off main rather than smoke off the bomb. And between both of those donut players, they kind of get committed into fights they don't necessarily want to be taking. It means that the main player has to try and strike on the front side of the util, and that's never easy. Passion UA, do you know what? I reckon they'll be kicking themselves, because they probably should have won that post plant. They were in some really good pauses.
The Ninjas, the ones that pull ahead of this Passion UA. Orb the face and fight first for Silence, but missing his shot provides damage against him. Fortunately for the Ninjas, no kill to start things off. They can continue pressing aggression.
And they didn't bring everyone towards A main, so Jackismo is still outside of the B doors. So if lane does get taken, they might not expect a T-side player to be there so quickly. But that was a real missed opportunity from Silence. That could have been a great opener.
Passion back away from main, start to reform outside of the B doors. You've got that three-man crossfire, though. You mentioned the lane aggression. Mid established, a lot taken away from Passion. All they're going to have to fight for with very little breathing room to do it in. Another smoke can come down from Jocab as well, so time is just stalled.
And this is very uncomfortable because they have to commit B. They have to work out from the doors. This crossfire is going to only get broken by good utility usage.
And we've got plenty of it here on the T side. Jocab close, missed them in anti-flash corner. One player as well towards the cheater angle. Flash is turned away from kill for Mistem, lines up two. Jackismo gets one back, but Jocab in with the responsive all the same. 25 seconds, 4 versus 2. Galil can strike. Second player faced upon by Jambo. Shot misses from his own AWP. 1 on 3 for the last player. Can at least get the low HP contact, but Silence is quick to rotate. Eventually land his kill in the round and bring up minimum 6 for the Young Ninjas.
And maybe this is quite similar to map 1 for now the opposite and the reverse of Passion UA on their map pick, where the rounds are close, but it's still a 4-6 deficit after winning Pistol, Anti-Eco, and the 3-0 start. I mean, that is disappointing. There's a lot of winnable rounds that we've seen, but not taking them and not being able to explode a round streak or at least a lead, it's going to come back to hurt them in this second half.
Fast execution, smoke inbound. Jambo just running straight into the bomb site. Mistem can take him aback and do some damage to his teammate in the back lines. The bomb carrier seen. S-Chiller fought upon by Bobek. Zero Fix trades it back, but Jocab keeps the man advantage. Bobek extends it, and Zero Fix is surrounded, can only take another pick back. And no further than that. 3 alive for the Ninjas to take the half.
Yeah, Bobek, 16-4, and he's the A player. Now, that's something that you do not see quite frequently, is having guys that can just put up miraculous performances. I know we had one from Belchanok not that long ago when he was playing out on the Perivision side of having a really good Ancient and Donut and A. But the young Swede is putting on a show.
For the Ninjas, it's beneficiary to them. Again, CT side needs to be successful. Saw how dire second halves can get in that last map up, just as an example. When such little success on Ancient in the past, you can imagine that T-halves are going to be where it could all fall down for this team. A lot of fighting going on in mid. Eventually, Passion will force out the opening 2 picks. Jambo might allow Silence to trade back at some point soon. They hear the rotations coming in towards red. Zero Fix will hold his nerve as they try to gain access to the B bomb site. Silence's orb is all that's out here on this side of the map, and a perfect shot comes in. Jackismo goes down. Mistem holds the trade back 3 on 3. Kaspersky in the corner, not being checked. Jambo drops to the pole, and Fear is all that's left, but fearful in his own nature. 1 on 3 that can't seem to come through here. Swing back from the M4, a triple for Kaspersky to close down the round and close the half. 8-4 up for the Ninjas.
And that's really poor there from Passion UA, because when you're in a 5v3, right, there's just too much going on, okay? Rather than just, if they literally send everyone into Donut, they win that round 100%. Instead, you've got someone watching out red for rotations, you've got a B-Lurk. Why aren't they packing? Why aren't they just trading off of one another? They're coming into Donut with legitimately, what, 2 players at the front and a 3rd player at the back, and then Fear comes out towards A main. It's just not good enough. That was such an easy round to win there for Passion UA, overcomplicating the default and trying to do too much.
It's kind of felt that way since basically that DC round, honestly. I feel like that mental game might have been affected quite heavily. coming up in those basic mistakes. The Ninjas go to their T-side line. Julie setting the pistol. They smell blood in the water. They try and strike, but Chiller and Fear have their responsives. 5-on-3 gained once again by the CT side, and this time they don't have to aggress. It's the Ninjas that have to turn this around.
And that's actually insane that they've committed and not cancelled there. The fact that a resmoke has gone down to A main and they've seen the player tree, I'd be pulling the plug immediately. I would not be committing through that at all.
But they did, and they fell apart for it. USP of Jambo now looking for his clinical shot. Silence caught. Kaspersky seeing the bomb out in mid, struggling with that next pick back. The Julies of Zero Fix a little bit fearful about his position. They are low HP across the T-side line, and all CTs are ready to try and cut them off these positions that they can work from. Kaspersky might offer up the bomb towards Fear. Been a sick player for the Ninjas, but not in this round yet.
Yeah, this is so uncomfortable. You've got mid, but that's kind of it. I mean, even brute forcing these duels, the Julies and the USP's got a very strong crossfire.
USP to bait, Julies to strike, Joe Cab to fall. And Kaspersky now to clutch a 1 versus 4. Not even going to go past the first man. There it is, Passion, pistol, taken on the CT side.
And for Passion, this is where you've got to redeem yourself. I've seen some very good Ancient performances from them. They've played it 18 times in the last 3 months. They've got 10 wins. They've got 8 losses. This is a map that we talked about in the pregame. A lot of losses for Young Ninjas in recent history. A lot of one-sided sort of blowouts. So even the 5 rounds, they've kind of just come off of pistol and conversions. We need to see more consistency. We need to see what they're like on the rifle rounds. And they need to not allow this series to go to a 3rd map when Mirage could very well be taken by the Academy squad of Young Ninjas.
Awkward struggles in mid, eventually turned the way of the SMGs here, so nothing much in this round, so they can get the M4 back. Two to the good left and the Ninjas side. The rebuys, of course, will be received for them. Passion to continue on the CT basis, the Ninjas. In this next rifle round, what can they generate?
Now, early smoke for the elbow molly, so this indicates that it's going to be aggressive out from mid.
Molly sent very fast up from the T side. All sorts of players are blinded, and Zero Fix gets nothing out of that engagement. Neither does Jambo, minus the damage on Mistem, who somehow is alive. 3v5, Passion have a player at tree. Bobek, gotta check it. Swing out aggressive from that MP9, gets the kills, gotta drop off and look towards main. Nobody's out here. And Fear closing in quickly through the smoke. He'll go. Player in the backside has seen him. Silence can use that info to his detriment. Fear caught. Chiller eventually overwhelmed Jackismo. 1-on-4 for him to clutch.
And this round's probably just won Young Ninjas the map. First gun round of the second half, and they just respond in instantly. Jackismo tries his absolute best to recover it, but not to be. Very awkward individually from both squads. Mistem should have got traded 1-for-1 there easily, and it just doesn't happen on the edge of red.
Zero Fix and Jambo, really. I don't know what happened there, because I can't tell if the first player was blinded or not.
Yeah,
or...
you can't really tell unless you're looking at the other POV for sure.
Those 2 picks, at least one of them should have gotten a kill there for the CT side, and that maybe could have made it a different round. Continuing to see problems on Passion. Young Ninjas lead the charge 3 ahead now. You are seeing the buys returning from the CT forces, so they are going to bring in these M4s on 2, SMGs on 2 more. But need to find a steal over the Young Ninjas, because they are starting to run away with this. As you mentioned, that round may well have won them the map.
Passion UA have just not delivered to the expectations. And for Young Ninjas, I'm all for it, because this gives us another map to see where the team lies. It gives us another map to send it to a 3rd map decider, which both of these teams had in their opening games. Young Ninjas have got an aggressive mid once more, and a lot of damage has come through from at least a contact to the chip. But Bobek is actually not seeing any fight, not like the last rounds.
Ahead of the smoke towards red. He's inserted pretty deep, and no one from the CT side's accounting for this. You are seeing Zero Fix start to consider it. The B-side defenders hold this engagement towards Spawn. Very important. Bobek's going to win it.
And now he could just start setting up B util, try and bring more distraction over. Jambo's attention's drawn.
Crossfire in Cave, going to have to work against the likes of Silence and Joe Cab. Damage done to the second player. Silence has also fallen. Jambo so focused on red though. Fear and Jackismo will get dealt with by the low HP AK. Bobek does get overwhelmed in the end, but the round is already a loss.
Yeah, even out here to Shelf, you're kind of thinking maybe if Joe Cab just gives a little bit of a head, then it's a 2v2 and the round could be back on, but the fight just doesn't present. Lovely timing from Bobek, and he's played extremely well on Ancient.
17 and 9 was Stella on his defensive line, and here in this round just took so much. And you can just feel that the Ninjas have the confidence and passion so far away from that.
Well, he's easily the most experienced player on this roster. I mean, maybe it's up to debate with Mistem just because of the in-game leadership of being out in North America, but this is a Bobek guy that's played quite consistently at a mid to high-end level of Tier 2 for quite a few years in his career.
You were highlighting some of the teams he's been on in the past, the Little Mix side from his earlier days, 0-0 Prospects. Spent a good year or so on that particular team before moving to Godsent for another year. He is delivering on the individual performance. Tacticals are called in for the Ninjas. Despite having the lead, despite extending that lead, they know that Passion could find a turn back. Still rated favorites by 1xBet in the series overall. This map loss may be changing that, though. They haven't got the funds to continue buying here. These two weapons will stay for Jambo and S-Chiller. Upgrade pistols around it in what's otherwise a harsher eco round. Round number 18 will be their last chance to try and connect something back, and the Ninjas will basically be able to return what they were given over on Vertigo.
And realistically, if both pistols weren't won by Passion UA, this could have been an even more one-sided map. In the gun rounds, it's been Young Ninjas all day. S-Chiller can make an aggressive maneuver, but he needs to strike. He needs this opening kill onto Joe Cab, and it doesn't quite go his way.
5-7 of Jackismo in tree does pop out on Silence. Good kill to start. But does have to vacate that angle and try and hold from Donut. Has to be wary of that mid-face, but has to be cheeky about it at the same time. Hearing these footsteps of the players out from main is going to get some information, and that indicates possibly a rotation away from the CT side into the B bomb site, which actually seems to be the call from the Ninjas as well.
The Young Ninjas have been quite fakey on their T side. They've been sort of slow playing the rounds quite frequently. They've had a couple of late lurks to squeeze in space. Obviously, the pole working up from the front side of lane and getting into Cheetah has now called over the rest of the guys to come in. You are right about this stack. Re-smoke down towards Ram with 45 seconds left on the clock. This looks promising.
Timed well to stall it. Jackismo will start his info play, but it's all about the defensive elements. The three players in the back lines of the B-bomb site, including and especially that AK of Jambo. Turned away from, just about gets away from contact against the T-side line, but needs to win a fight. This AK or needs to get back to safety so one of his teammates can pick it up. He does regroup as they do escape the ire of the T-side contact. The plant, however, should be secured. The backstab is watching. Jackismo will drop. Mistem will drop the same, but Jambo has fallen in trade. Zero Fix gets right back on that AK, but now he takes center stage as part of this hold, as part of this retake, unable to do anything against Kaspersky, and Fear is out of there. The Ninjas up to 11.
Yeah, they just get overwhelmed by util, don't they? They're in a position where the AK's looking to fight, and the timing's quite awkward. They break open the smoke out there in Cave, and he's sort of reverse default, hoping that the ramp players come up, and they're just not committing. It's only the Cave guys that have gone in first. Fear hoping to try and see if he can spot out at least one of these escaped weapons that's been dropped from that T-side player that was in A main. Young Ninjas, 11-6 up. And this has certainly caught me off guard. I expected a decent level of competitiveness, but I really didn't think they'd take the map, especially being 11-6 up.
Yeah, I'm a little bit stunned as well. I just can't help but feel like something went wrong very early in this matchup from Passion. Five to the good on the Ninjas' side. Passion will need to get started. I would have thought this would have been a moment for a tactical, but they have opted against it. Even if for no other reason than the mental reset to try and heads in the game for what's going to have to be a ridiculous comeback at this stage. Bobek walking out onto an open and free A bomb site. Passion are going to have to retake this. Jambo about to discover why. Fight taken once so easily. That HG does at least not extend far enough, but NIP with another start.
And this might be an instant save. I mean, they're just not in a position to retake. They don't have a great amount of util. They don't have a kit. I think 5v5 save's got to be the call.
I'm with you there, and Passion UA agree. Kaspersky, though, he's looking for some exit frags, and any of them that come through are going to massively impact the Passion side. Fear does grab him, AK held. As guns back towards one of the lower bought players here in the FAMAS or the SMG. The SMG upgrades on Eschella.
What it comes down to is that they just didn't take the chances. I mean, that first half, they had a 1v1. They also had the 5v3 on the round 12. And I really don't think it comes down to that DC. I don't want to blame it on that, because I don't think that's the case. I just have the sort of conclusion that they didn't take the winnable rounds. They didn't close the rounds they should be winning.
And with that, the Ninjas will end their map loss streak on Ancient as well. Unless Passion UA bring back 6 on the trot to equalize and take us to overtime, we will be heading to a map number 3. And it is so surprising. The word that comes to my mind is just disappointment at this stage for Passion. Fear finds 2 kills to start things off, though a bit of life left in them, but they extend so aggressive towards mid. And Jocab gets a couple of trades for it, but Fear is back in with a trade of his own. A 3-on-2 taken by the CT side. Jambo. M4 backed up over in the back lines of the A side, ready to receive the likes of Bobek, but he backs away to try and regroup with silence here.
It's not easy here for Young Ninjas, because you mentioned they're separated. They're also in a position where neither player's been able to open space. Neither player's been able to get themselves in a position where they can try and fight a contact. So because of that, they can regroup, they can start leaning out to B. They are going to need pretty much Jackass mode to drop without a massive amount of damage being done to them. If they get it down into a 1v2 and trade 1-for-1 each, I don't think that's going to be enough.
40 seconds on the clock. A slow walk their way into take positions over on the B bomb site, both coming in from Cave. They have got Jackasmo as the forward contact in this corner. Flash around the corner could also be secured by Silence, but Bobek's just going to drive face it into his death. Silence doesn't land that flick either. Jackasmo turns up too, and Passion will have survival for now.
Well played in the 3v2 from Passion UA as well. So they leave just one Donut player on the back wall, which means they can't be exposed to A main and they can kind of spot out from Donut. And if they hear the bomb going down from A, if both of those players have gone A main, then you play retake A. It allows yourself to have a strong crossfire and 2 on B. And disallow the bomb from going down. Young Ninjas, how many more rounds is it going to take until they close? Door smoke being lined up from Jackasmo.
Damage done, the misstep first to fall to 0. Fix finally starting to pick his pace up. Stella in map 1. A little bit quiet throughout the majority of map number 2, but the kill found here starts things off around 20. Advantage without a response on the Ninjas.
Fear just going to jiggle, and as soon as he gets a contact, he can re-smoke himself off. Young Ninjas need an entry somewhere. Now, they've got mid, and Jocab's got a lot of patience where he's waiting for the Donut player of Jambo to get aggressive. He's waiting for either a Donut or red extension. Slight press with util, but there's not much emphasis out to B just yet.
Gonna flash Fear in. Check positions. Kaspersky in that corner. That's an aggressive fight that has cost them the man advantage for Passion. 4-on-4, and he's not ready for more, but Jackasmo actually gets the TK on the lineup. 3-on-3, more players inbound, one of which is Silence, who are just so quick to S-Chiller, and that is game set for the Young Ninjas. 13-7, we go to map 3.
A very good showing in from Young Ninjas. Underwhelming performance from Passion UA. Didn't really show us a lot in the gun rounds, at least competitively, to win it. We saw a lot of close rounds in the first half. We saw a lot of what-if moments, but not enough to be able to tie the knot. So because of that, we actually have a one-sided scoreline moving into map 3.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, I'm disappointed with the way Passion UA were playing that about. I mean, I just saw the number of rounds where they just very clearly didn't have fundamental, like, basics down on the T side especially. Like, I am certainly convinced that it was a mental game factor. I know that you're not, but I think the bottom line is still the fact that they were very disappointing on this map because this was their chance to close, right? There's no factor you look into coming into this one with how well they do on Ancient compared to how the losing streak has worked up for the Ninjas that you would say that they would one-sided take this second map and take us to a third.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help that the stand-in player goes 16-4 at one moment in the first half, right? I mean, the A player of Bobek was constantly involved in impact, constantly involved in some really good mid-round decisions, and overall for Young Ninjas, this is a lot more of a positive note after what we saw on Vertigo. So moving into a Mirage, a map that, to be fair to them, has actually been quite successful in the past, they'll look at this series and say, man, our opposition should have had us in 2. Now let's prove exactly why that we're a team that can go deep in this kind of tournament and close this series out and make it into the playoffs.
Well, all of our winners' games in the group stage have gone to 3 maps, and this one will be no different. Mirage is coming up next. It's our final map of the day after this short break, so do not go anywhere as we look to close out and find our 4th team forward to the playoffs after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Well, against all odds of the map histories, the Young Ninjas do take a pretty one-sided affair on Ancient, and they push us to a third one in this best of three. The key word in my mind is disappointing from the guys of the Passion UA side. Lost that first rifle round and never really recovered from there, regardless of what the reasons are. Things are now going to look a lot more awkward coming into Mirage, the final map of the series. Dwayne, you were saying earlier on, you believe that this could be the point where Young Ninjas could actually win this best of three.
Yeah, for Passion UA, you've lost your opportunity, right? I think when you are one of those teams where it's shaping up for a good 2-0, you've had a good map 1 performance, you're going into home turf, you should be taking it in 2, and any time you let the other team kind of claw their way back in, you do lose your advantage. Because Young Ninjas are a pretty good Mirage team, and they've played it at least with Bobek in their opening game against Nexus, where that was the final map decider. Quite convincing. First half and second half was quite consistent for them.
And as well, just to highlight Bobek and what he did in that first half, like he just smacked them about every single time he took contact. The CT side was just held by his defensive pretty nice and well, and they didn't have a single clue how to play around it. I have to say that I wasn't as enthusiastic about a lot of the executions they were taking on that T side there for the Passion UA side. It felt like they were looking quite lost, honestly. And I have some concerns about that coming into this one, just because, like you mentioned, it as one of the points where they were just kept spreading out and attacking and making things too complicated, and I feel like that might become a bit of a concern on T side here as well in Mirage. Again, there is a serious chance that the Ninjas have this will have this series under wraps, and like you mentioned, Passion UA missing out their opportunities.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Like that, if we're going on that point, that basically happened in round 12, and that was it. That was the only round that I can highlight from that individual mistake. What Passion UA obviously need to try and come up with, and this is going to come down to obviously the communications and just the overall mental state of the game, is just close rounds down where you've got man advantages, close rounds down where you should be closing them, because I think that's what they missed out on out there on the last map of Ancient. And for Mirage, for Young Ninjas, this is where, again, we get to see a little bit more from what they're like. This is only the third best of 3 that they're playing in the month. We know that their 4th and 5th player haven't played many officials at all. They played a few in ESCA intermediate playoffs, which you're not even comparing the caliber of teams.
Well, the Young Ninjas have plenty of maps in a row on this one of Mirage. 5-win streak, looking to make it 6 and looking to make their way into the playoffs. Is the core going to hold together? Our Passion about to bottle it? We're about to find out in the pistol round to set things off on the CT side for the Ninjas. And a set piece of utility ready to go towards the A here.
Spot that contact, try and see if you can start forcing the rotations in quickly. It should be a double backstab out to ramp. It could actually be a split where they go 1 ramp and 1 from Palace. So the rest of the CTs from Spawn just need to try and drive this distraction in and set up that wraparound.
Deep smoke comes in towards connector as well for the T side. They're going to suppress any entries from that position. They are watching for the backstab and the CT spawn angle. Backstab, Bobek caught Jackismo with that 1 tap and that 2nd kill onto Kaspersky. 5 on 3, making it 2 as Jambo picks up 1. Fear and Jambo lock in another confident pistol for the Passion UA side. Now they need to maintain that throughout the rest of the half.
Jackismo is a winning condition. He's played very well in this best of 3 series. He can open up rounds. He can basically get massive advantages just in his lonesome. And out here on the pistol, he didn't even get phased by that double backstab out from main. Made it look easy.
Harsh Eco to follow suit from the Ninjas. 3 pistol wins in a row for Passion UA. Conversions have followed with them. Odds on 1xBet still have them as favourites as well, despite the bottling of the last map. Of course, this round should almost certainly go the way of the Ukrainian team. Fights the standard. 5 on 3, should be able to make it 2-1 and none. The only concerns being about the damage and the kills that could come through against the likes of Fear. It's Jackismo that does drop that 1 rifle, but surely should be no much more.
And for the Passion UA team, I mean, this is their 32nd best of 3 on HLTV in the last 3 months. And all of the United 21 Cups and the European Pro League Second Division, the majority of group stage and even early round playoff games aren't on HLTV. So you've got all of them extra best of threes that they're playing. They're obviously in ECA Advanced this season, same for the Young Ninjas. It's funny actually, because obviously Young Ninjas were in Intermediate last season. They won that. They absolutely slaughtered the upper bracket to get into the grand final, went 3-0, got that promotion to Advance. And for Passion UA, they were down in Maine just 2 seasons ago. So it's sort of climbed the ESEA ladder to both being advanced at the moment.
The same concern about Passion UA, like we talked about with Miles NXT earlier on tonight, is the fact that they're playing a lot, but at a lower level. Even with those maps on record on HLTV, you're like just got to compare the pair of the two calibers of the tournaments themselves.
I mean, the Yellow Compass event, they've actually done quite well in. I would say the contender stage was a bit rough, but beating Harvu 2-0 in their opening game, beating 3D Max 2-0 in their next game, and then should have 2-0'd 500, ended up going to a third map, and they lost out in the end. So still a good chance that they can make the playoffs in that competition.
Only one map away from making playoffs in this one as well. Sprays through from Kaspersky, however, puts on the damage for the Ninjas when they bring their first set of rifles into the fold. Jambo down at 23 HP already.
Zero Fix from the underpass will maintain the pincer in towards mid. We've got a player at Jocab out there from ladder. Bit of movement in the apartments as Bobek gets aggressive, but does fire away. So him and Zero Fix having a bit of a battle with Util between one another, and a good tap and burst from Zero Fix to get the open up.
First kill of the game for him. Pretty crispy one at that. Jackasmo wants his 4th. Outside of Connector, Fear may have to sacrifice himself to get the necessary information. No, Kaspersky not aware of how close that player could be. Missed them, at least strikes back onto S-Chiller, but now the T's will spring into action, go for the execution. Jackasmo down at 3 points of health, though. That's a little bit discouraging. Missed them does get overwhelmed, however, and it's a 4 versus 2, regardless of the HP. A couple of easy trades that can come through for the Ninja. Zero Fix takes his own teammate down. But fortunately for the Passion side, the Ninjas have already decided to go for the save.
Oh, we've seen a lot of Mirage getting played in recent history for the Passion UA. Last 3 months has featured this map 11 times, 5 wins and 6 losses. Normally it's Jambo and maybe S-Chiller that put up the majority of good performances. In this game, though, it's felt like Zero Fix and Jackasmo are the 2 guys to keep an eye on for the most. And maybe that is a bit of a concern about Jambo, because obviously you and I, Jay, we've casted a lot of games from Passion UA, and he has had some unreal performances. But the game against Permetta, he was fairly quiet, and then even the series here, I don't sort of reflect back on those real high-impact rounds from him.
Perhaps that could be a concern going forward into the future of this series. Is that an exploitable position for the Ninjas side? Can they find work against him?
Especially because Mirage is such an AWP-heavy map. I mean, more so in the second half than the first half.
No big greens available for either side here in round 4. Passion splitting those M4s up. One pushing in at ramp, one holding down the B-bomb site. Kaspersky's already been called, but they haven't checked the back of the balcony. 2 kills, 3 in fact for Jocab. Turns the AK back on Jambo. And the Deagle tried to strike back here for Bobek. He's caught Jambo in the end. Another steal available for the Ninjas. Fear is left alone. Bomb dropped away from him. Backup has arrived. And once again, a position left unaccounted for the Passion Camp has allowed the whole round to fall apart around them.
Yeah, Fear can get a molly out towards that backside quarter, try and force Missed him out into the open, but him and Silence are separated and not looking to engage.
Fear sees them prodding out, but doesn't adjust towards Silence. The kill found, and the Ninjas indeed find that steal. Even 2 AKs held in for the next.
I'd just say lazy is basically all that round is. Like, it's very difficult in the moment to clear out every single position of the map. But when you're coming out of the apartments and you get that entry, someone's got to be clearing it. I mean, the first two players drop out of the window. The third player that kind of is underneath that window and out to the middle of the bomb site needs to at least be clearing it. One unchecked position has just destroyed that round. If they clear it, even if they go 1-for-1, round is still theirs.
Instead of triple taken by JoeCab, just decimates everybody on the Passion side. Now they're going to go back in faster to the B bomb site, where Bobek is ready for him this time. One kill found, nearly a second. Makes it easy for JoeCab on the offsite anchor. Bursting fire, unable to connect to secondary pick, so it's a 3-on-3 instead. And Kaspersky is still back here. Timing was everything against Jackasmo, but Fear was watching that position anyway. Casualty taken, advantage back for the Passion side. Bomb plant will be secured.
A really good spacing there for Passion UA. Even a re-smoke down towards the market window, going to slow in the retake. Mistim's going to try and work it and get on the other side of it.
AK finds Fear. Jackasmo returns. Silence. All that's left, caught off by Jambo on top of the truck. Passion reinstate themselves, get right back on track.
Well, that takes some serious guts. Now, we've just seen the B Apartments lean be unsuccessful when the first round goes the way of the Young Ninjas, and not maybe a few rounds later, or maybe on the anti-eco they go for the quicker B play. It's legitimately the next round. And for Bobek, he's done a huge amount of damage out there in the apartments on the drop-off, the HE placement. It's actually looking quite promising for the Swedes, but just the spacing and the dual crossfires allowed themselves to win it.
CT is trying to take what little they have and apply it to this round. Kaspersky is good for his M4 kill, but the one down at Underpass got no such luck. Mistem's Deagle has pressed and maybe might find the players back at spawn. The bomb could get cut down. Never mind, Jackasmo's ready. Now it's all left to that M4 to once again find some picks. He's isolating these fights pretty well. SGL next to drop. Damaging again for the Passion side. Fear trying to keep that AWP away from CT Hands, trying to keep that AK away from there as well, but he's struggling with this. Has to be careful not to get caught off guard.
It's not going to happen. Re-smoke off towards Connector, and it's turned into a bit of a gamble stack out on B. And I suppose for Kaspersky as well, we don't really know much about him. This is all going to be a searching period of what he's going to be like on Young Ninjas. And I wonder, is it similar to perhaps Krasnal, right? A guy that wasn't really at the higher end scene of Poland. He played on Los Gigutos a couple of times. I think he had a couple of stand-in situations with AGO, and then instantly he's just on Monty. I was like, geez, where's that come from? And maybe that's another discussion of a similar roster change to what Young Ninjas have made. Just a player that's very unknown, unproven, and a chance to at least play on an international team.
Well, the point of academy teams is to discover that next level of talent, so I at least like the idea that they're taking these risks against players that haven't been proven, the chance to prove themselves. Certainly in this series, he has been quite an element for his side. Only getting the chance to find these two picks into this particular map up, obviously very early doors and with only so many rifle rounds to play with, but remember, he was the one guy that topped out the board on that Vertigo, and the impact can't be understated. Yes, Bobek was the guy of the second map, but Kaspersky wasn't that far behind him, and even with this round being a loss to the Ninjas, he takes 3 players out, so he's caught quite a fair amount of damage against the T side, which is perfect to try and find a reset with a new gun buy inbound.
And there's a lot of people that are going to be familiar with the punking scene of FPL and FPLC. Now, what's happened recently is that FPLC's kind of died, and they've created this new thing called Proving Grounds. It's called FPL Proving Grounds, and it's basically the FPLC qualifiers to move up. And what we're seeing is a lot of sort of tier 2 low-end players, tier 3 players that are playing in the Proving Grounds, and a lot of free agents as well. So I'm sure there's a lot of academy scouters that are kind of watching the Proving Grounds to spot out on who could be some of those next prospects.
One of many sources is CS talent. Fast out again from Passion to that B bomb site. The MAC-10 does get mowed down first and foremost. The flash is keeping everybody blinded here. Jackersmo hoping for a traded zero fix that pops out of the apartments first and foremost. M4 of Joe Cab not sure how to stabilize himself. The Orb of Silence does get zero fix though. HE's to open up vision 3-on-3 in the post plant. Kaspersky inserting himself, and there's one low HP player to find in Jackersmo here.
Oh, good jewel there from Jambo. Wide swing out from Van. Him and Fear are sort of unknown, at least from Fear at the Van.
Nice nade from Fear. Eventually gets missed in the drop. Silencers are going to get... I thought he was going to get chased down by Jackersmo. He actually did make his way away of this, so the AWP might not stay in. The player, is he going to continue to risk this? I don't think he should do. I mean, he does have to escape from the bomb blast position and still finds the drive-by. Silence's Orb does not connect, and Passion will connect 6 instead. This T side is looking stellar. And I'm so weirded out by this because we were talking about Young Ninjas and how proficient they are on this map, the 5-map winning streak, and in the T side again, it's Passion that seemed to bounce back off the loss of the last map. I'm just kind of confused as what's going on now.
Well, they're not defaulting, are they? They're being quite gimmicky. They're being really aggressive, which is kind of pugging out the game. And it kind of dictates the difference in play styles. When we watch Perivision out in Group A, they're very slow. They love to run the clock. They like to work out defaults where you insert yourself into ladder and you insert into connector. When you go out to Passion UA, it's quite a brawl. It's one of those games where there's a lot of early fights. We're seeing opening man advantages, or at least contacts, within the first 20, 25 seconds of the round. It is very pacey for the Ukrainians.
The Ninjas can't seem to stagger them, can't seem to halt them. Nades down mid. Kaspersky so ready for an opening kill. Incendiaries are thrown with Passion. Did they spot him? I think they must have done. The AWP was posted. Mollies are sent deep behind it. Kaspersky forced to use that smoke and try and dive out of the way. Bullets will fly his direction, but they won't get the kill. Either way, he's on half HP.
It's surprising that he's actually gone for an aggressive maneuver mid, and there was no support on a crossfire. There wasn't even a teammate holding his underpass. So if there was just even a late lurk, he would have just been a goner. Passion UA, in the 8 rounds that we've seen, or the 7, and now moving into the 8, we've seen a lot of B pops. We've not seen many A maneuvers. Taking top mid, still wary about that position aggressively. This gets silent for the first time in a while.
It's in the pace and gimmickness. Now it's down to those slower defaults. We have seen those over the course of this series. Passion UA, no casualties sustained or taken. 45 seconds on the clock, and Silence is caught napping to the slow peek in of Jambo's Orb.
That missed him. Can keep jiggling through main, but he needs more help out here from jungle. The spot's already been seen. The 1-for-1 trade is there for Zero Fix.
And he doubles up on Mistem quickly into the headshot. Gain of the 4 versus 2. FAMAS didn't stand a chance.
The Young Ninjas are just losing fights, aren't they?
Yeah.
A lot of these duels, they're just losing straight up fights right now.
And Passion. Oh, we thought that they might have blown it with their map loss, but apparently there's something more to them. Geared up and good to go. Look at the kill spread as well on the T side. 7 picks and the maximum 3 players that have that. Then Fear on 6, S-Cheddar on 5. Everyone is fighting so well right now. There is no exploitable position. There's no more concerns about the individuals that might not be showing up compared to where they usually are for this Passion side. Everybody is just kicking and screaming, and they have the half as a result.
I remember I was only casting this team a couple of months ago, and I was searching on Wikipedia, I was looking on HLTV, and I'm just thinking, these guys just don't even have games under their belt. Legitimately, a handful of maps played before this Passion UA project came to life. And they'd been playing together for a while. I mean, the lineup came together towards the end of August, and basically all of last year, they just weren't even playing at this level. They were only playing in a couple of local tournaments on HLTV. And now they're grinding up. They know how important developing this next generation is. 7-1 on Mirage. They can almost taste the success. They can taste the promotion to the playoffs.
One more map to get it, and they are storming ahead of said map. 6 to the good on the Ukrainian squad. Orbs in on Jambo, AK's out across the rest. There's a scout for Silence just to contrast how awkward the money state looks like, and Silence is just faced upon. Took a shot off on Fear, but Dinks against him, doing tons of damage. The HEs lesser so of the connector players into the CT side. Did chip away at a couple of HP bars, but again, no man advantage, HP over Silence though.
Yeah, Silence had a pretty disappointing game against Nexus in their opening matchup of the group, and he's been pretty underwhelming in this best of 3 as well. A guy that I wouldn't say is a star AWPer on the team, definitely more of a supportive AWPer, but even still, not seeing a lot of impact. Good read out on the A site, though, from Mistem. 3 players here and a 4th player that can come out from jungle pretty quick.
Set piece positions. Passion have the utility at the ready. 1 smoke, 2 smokes getting thrown down. The flashes will send it in a little bit early. As they go in for the execution, 1 player will get siphoned off. What can this scout do from the back of Ticket Booth? Naded out immediately. They read him like a book. Kaspersky tries to get the trades together, but with his teammates on the site itself finding nothing, it leaves nothing in this round. Bobek versus 3. Molotov has been heard. Tap on the bomb, stick the whole thing. Nothing you can do to deny it. And now they'll just adjust for the final pick of the round, the 8th round on the board of Passion UA. 1 frag, at least isolating Zero Fix, but where are the other 2? They're adjusted against the position. Jackismo with the closer. This is wonderful stuff on T.
Well, I'll put it this way. If you can't win a round where you've got 4 on A and the T's are coming A, then you've got no chance of winning this map. I mean, that is the right read, and that is so subpar to not even be able to trade out successfully. That is the perfect setup, and it just gets ripped completely. The pole gets away with 2. Where is everyone else? Where is the Jocab? Where is the Mistem? Where is the Silence? You can't blame Bobek. He's the B player. He's legitimately the only guy that isn't on the bomb site.
Jesus. Poor ninjas. Passion UA started off with tag damage. The scout couldn't do much, and even if he was able to stay alive for an extended period of time, he wouldn't have found much in terms of the kill counts without the directive headshots.
And how similar is this to the last 2 best of 3s? I mean, the Nexus Permitter one, they went out to a competitive first 2 maps of the series. I think Ancient even went to overtime. They go on to Vertigo, map number 3, and it's 13-3. And then we have the Bleed Mouse NXT series, really competitive map 1, really competitive map 2, get out to the 3rd map of Inferno, it's just a whitewash. I don't know what it is. Something in the water about today that we're having 3 games back-to-back where map 3 are just whitewashes.
Everyone may just be getting exhausted at this point in the night, and maybe over the course of these series is Ninjas trying their hand at some sort of press towards ramp position. Jackismo ready for Bobek, doesn't get the full-blown kill, but he's almost on his way out of the round. HE sent deeper, he holds himself on the stairs position. The 3-on-3 has been established and hasn't been responded towards. The AWP of Jambo expecting more aggression from the CT side. He might just get it here as well. Kaspersky, to win this fight, needs to do so. The leg shot comes for damage, and finally Jambo closes in.
Bobek was very lucky there that he got caught making the reposition, caught aggressing out towards T-spawn. Him and Jocab, it's just, they have to go for it. They can't save.
Two v 3 with low HP. The chances of a clutch still are extremely slim. At this point, though, 9-1. Be a locked-in scoreline if they saved it. At least Jambo does get caught. That's 1 pick back. 2 versus 2. But Bobek making his move. Zero Fix turning away at the right moment, allowing him to press the issue. Is there a miracle working in this round? Perhaps there is. Zero Fix drops Jackismo. All that's left. M4 closing in. Bobek jump face to try to spot him now towards the bomb site. 10 seconds to the stick, though. Get the diffuser. You get the round swing out. Kill found. Double up, not secured. Not like it matters. Passion UA will still connect at 9. 6 rounds in a row.
And at least when I look back at Ancient, if I'm reflecting on that first half, I could pinpoint quite a few rounds and say, oh yeah, there was a good chance for Passion UA. They probably could have closed it, but maybe a slight macro mistake at the tail end of the round. I look at Mirage, and I'd be stretched if I should say that that was a winnable scenario. I mean, maybe one of the B holds and probably the 4 players on the A-bomb site when they had the heavy stack. Other than those rounds, they've just been destroyed. This has not been close.
I have to agree. I mean, how can you not agree at this point? Kaspersky trying to find anything in this and does find Jambo to start things off in this round, but I mean, with the way things are playing, what's to stop Passion UA from just finding a sneaky and unrealistic trade kill that still comes in anyway? You can see Jackismo working out of the apartments right now. Lashes against him with 0 fix will keep him at bay, but just look at the quick shots bursting through on the second man as well. Spray don't come through towards Jocab just yet. He's allowed a second pick on 0 fix, and finally something going right for the Ninjas, but Eschiller now inserted at the site, fighting on towards short, eventually does get caught by Silence. And finally, the Ninjas should get their second round.
Just one of those positions where individually they don't come alive. They don't show that level of impact that we saw previously from them. Out there in the apartments, they struggle to double up on the short player, and then they obviously lose out quite a few lives. Out there on A, they struggle to find the connections to kills to the short sight line. The Silence has spotted out for Young Ninjas to get a second round.
Indeed, they shall. Passion. Still, at the worst case, have a 9-3 half to their favor. Despite the turnaround from the Ninjas, you still could be looking at a 10-2. Rebuys are on the table on the T side line. The Ninjas know it. Know that they are in trouble regardless of whichever way you look at this. The scoreline, the match in general has been so one-sided. Jackismo caught off. Kaspersky gets involved against Fear. The faster paces of the Passion UA side have finally been shut down by the CT defensives as 0 fix drops next. Bomb is in the open. And from here, this should be a third, so at least close the half on a high note.
Yeah, there's some level of success towards the tail end, isn't there? And Jambo hoping that they keep re-aggressing, hoping that he has at least a chance of denying a couple more players. But not to be. Passion UA have just barely nothing to work with.
Ashilla down low on HP. Jambo's got a molly and a HE of his own right. Kaspersky is playing suppression game alongside Jocab. Both of these guys have smoke, so they can just push on this position and ensure that they just don't have any chance to grab the bomb. So basically a guaranteed round here for the Ninjas camp. Passion will have to try their hand at something because it is last of the half. Blind sprays of Kaspersky getting closer and closer to taking the frags back against the T side. Finally, Estrella is going to drop, so Jambo, all that's left. The fourth smoke comes down. He knows that he's got to make a move. A little bit comical at this stage.
The Young Ninjas, I don't know. I mean, one of these performances where it is underwhelming. I mean, we can probably say that about the majority of performances from the team that didn't close out on map 1, map 2, and even map 3 now. It's just doesn't feel that it should be as competitive as it is, right? I mean, when you look at both of these teams, I think similar ranking on HLTV, play at a fairly similar level. Passion UA obviously have the advantage with just the roster in itself, but it has been some one-sided halves.
And 9-3, Passion UA are in the driver's seats most certainly.
Yeah, win pistol and it's just done. There's no, I would say even for Young Ninjas, it's just survival rounds, really. I mean, 3-9 down at the turn going into T-side is uncomfortable to recover from.
Even if they get the pistol, it's the case of that same thing we were talking about earlier today, all right? When do you get the one that breaks the backs of the T-side? When do you get the one that stacks up 11 to whatever it might be and then get the map point itself? Ninjas, fast pace out, Passion going to try and receive it. USP back here as Zero Fix takes his initial shots back as S-Chiller in with the opening engagement. Fear gets overwhelmed, but S-Chiller is standing alone. Zero Fix is finally overwhelmed with 3 versus 3. Damage has been sustained across the T side. The bomb plant will be secure. Jambo moves, Jocab falls, taps of Misdem desperate to get his picks in. Silence does find one of his own. 2 versus 2. S-Chiller close, Silence running out of ammo. Misdem forced on a reload. S-Chiller moving forward alongside Jambo to get under the bomb site. The defuse kit's been dropped. 1 player left on the clutch and the Ninjas will win an all-important pistol.
Very good pacing from the young Ninjas to come into that second half, and for Misdem, just being able to stay alive, to be able to isolate those last couple of duels, to come up with a multi, and standing tall when required, because that initial outset looked pretty good. I mean, S-Chiller with 2, man advantage being held, and then all of a sudden it's Misdem to recover.
The guy that you've talked up as an individual, I've talked him up as an IGL, and for both occasions they have had success in the past, but in this map up he was one of the lower players until he hit that sequence. Passion. Try face in towards mid, try and take something out of this eco round, and nothing will really be gained of much worth. Kaspersky, plenty of money on his Mac 10. 5 on the board of the Ninjas. Passion looking on to the gun by here and now.
And for young Ninjas, using this as a bit of a heavy bonus, obviously upgrading, getting rid of the Nova for a little bit. I think that was a little bit of a miss buy. You have to win it out here. This is certainly last chance. If you win pistol and anti-eco, but obviously lose the follow-up gun round, it wrecks any real economy management that can be built up.
Are still treating it as bonuses, still got a couple of Mac 10s in play. Passion, press, M4, Zero Fix, a teammate also up there with him. Flashes, keeping Jackasmo blinded, dead to right. Zero Fix gets caught, Jackasmo able to respond 4-on-4. Can Kaspersky punish him? No, he's late to the mark.
They're not in a position to do so, but they're out on B already, and S-Chiller realizes that he has to give them the bomb side.
Molotov back, so no choice mentioned. Kaspersky still out here in mid as his insertion eventually comes up to good fold. S-Chiller down, 4-on-3. Ninjas may have just beaten Passion UA into submission indeed. They're going in for a save call. Is this really going to be one of those matches where it's like T-sidedness and completely overwhelming and somehow we end up going to another overtime or something? I really don't know.
No, I don't think so. No, I really don't think so. I mean, that round comes off of the basis of, first off, a 1-for-1 trade, but enough distraction in mid that it pulls the B defender. As soon as there's an extension out from short, Bobek just walks out of the apartments just by himself. Obviously, he's got a teammate with him, but in the whole notion that there isn't that B line of defense that needs to come into the first wall of contact.
Oh, Jocab takes another rifle out of the hands of the CT side, so Passion won't have enough of a basis to truly buy around this. Couple of M4s will stay in, but don't imagine the heavy investor will come back around. Maybe some upgrade pistols, treat it more as a half buy. The Ninjas stacking up at start on the T side. 3 to make up.
And for Passion UA, similar to the last map, they don't want to lose their advantage. Don't want to let the opposition back into the game. 3 rounds to the difference, starts screaming a bit of a threat. Aggressive, Intercon breaking open the smoke. Opening kill goes the way of Fear, actually.
Small information to the left-hand side of that smoke. The kill coming in for the man, and could be a walkout from Palace to find the trade against, but Jocab isn't acting just yet. Mid control also established from the Ninjas, and Passion playing from beyond these smokes, opting not to take aggressive fights, opting not to take it back.
And this is looking promising for the moment, just off of the idea that an opening man advantage has been gained and no trade is ensued. There isn't a gamble stacked towards A, but at least the 2 M4s are playing together.
2-for-1 trades on those entries. Misdem tries to keep it together, but 4 points of health for him. HE's placed a little bit awkward for Fear as he tries to go to the center of the bomb site. Silence takes 1 point of HP damage and is allowed that bomb plant. 2 versus 2 pistols. Playing with here for the Passion side. Zero Fix trying to insert, but Silence has bailed out the Ninjas.
I actually don't know how they're recovering this round. This is just wild. 2 M4s down there at CT, and excellent position for Passion UA, and they've just bottled it again.
Mistem does get caught. That's one pick back for Zero Fix. Going to the AK and just saving it into the next. I mean, they half bought into the economy exchange, so in terms of the grand scale of the round, 4 casualties and a free AK is positive, but you are right in the sense that that probably could have been a round steal for Passion, and that would have been disastrous for the Ninjas.
Not even could. Like, that 100% should be your rounds. They are in such a good position. They've got a heavy man advantage. They've done a lot of damage. And then Fear just kind of gets the HE out in the open rather than just having his weapon drawn. They know that Mistim is just so low. Oh, that hurts. Young Ninjas should definitely not be winning that rounds.
Questionable decisions from Passion. Is that going to cost them? It will certainly hinder them here as they are not allowed to get their first CT round just yet. 4 in a row for the Ninjas, stacking up their T-side rounds, continuing to grind it against the Ukrainian squad. Smokes in the way of mid presence. The AWP of the CT side not being allowed to fight just yet, and Zero Fix doesn't even need to get required to put on the opening kills. Jackson starts things off. CT's just pressing around the corner, dry, working with the man advantage now.
The right adaptation there from the CTs. They realized that they gave respect of mid, and now they want to challenge back for it. There's a walk from Jocab out to the apartments, but Bobek has been able to walk out on A up against Fear. That was such an important duel to win.
That could have been so sick from him, but with that walkout, I thought for a second the Passion UA were going to assume it was going to be an A site hit in there, and they do go back to the B site. Jocab caught off guard by Zero Fix's reposition, and Mistem is all that is left. 1 versus 4. Probably doesn't secure the bomb plant. I'm doubtful of that much, let alone the round win itself, as S-Chilla would indeed close it out all the same. Nicely done from Passion. They get their first at the CT side.
And they've actually reset the money line. Mistim, Bobek does not have a lot of cash at all between them. And that round, Bobek knows himself, right, that not that he's lost that round for the team, but he knows how vital that kill was. It's not an easy kill out there from triple towards jungle, but you win out this fight and the round is on. The round, you bring that bomb back into A, maybe even if Bobek gets that kill, they can fake their moving A, and Jocab probably walks out of the apartments and clears out all of the B site. The what if from that last round.
Heavy mid from Ninjas. Potentially a fight to open things up over towards Palace. Indeed, Bobek gets the kill on Jackasmo. The AWP flicks of Jambo do not get anything at all. Kaspersky, an easy pick at that range. A 5-on-3's been found as the Ninjas try and answer back, but S-Chilla is challenging. He's got a pick to return, an advantage that still sits with the Ninjas camp. The A site has been gained by Kaspersky. He's inserted so deep here over at jungle, and Fear, they'll be ready for this engagement. Shadow is seen, kill comes in easy.
Now, even out from ladder, there's no way that B player of S-Chilla is probably going to stay alive. The aggressive maneuver, they're going to try and hunt, and this was the perfect round to win. This was where there was limitations with the buy state, limitations with the weaponry, and the utility in itself. That was the one to probably close it out to at least series point. Not to be. Passion UA, this was 9-1. This was a massive scoreline on the third map decider of Mirage, and yet we're still playing out.
I don't know what to make of this match anymore, honestly. Passion destroying Ninjas on their pick. Ninjas doing the exact same thing on the Passion pick. We get into this map up, and it looks like it was over from the 10th round. And now 2 to the good as we enter round number 19. Passion have taken a tactical. They have money that they can afford a buy with, but that was their chance. That was the key one. At that point, I would have written it off 11-7. No buy for the Ninjas. And Passion finally closing out the series that at this point they might feel like they're rightfully owed. Set piece set in for the Rifles, the Ninja side.
Jambo in the AWP duel out here towards Rab gets just enough width to be able to get the opener.
Utility belt counts as a kill. AWP still pressured as the flashbangs keep him blinded. Kaspersky and Jokab again with the responsives. Advantage regained by the Ninjas as Passion of course so far out in the open. And Kaspersky continues extending. Zero fix with a responsive, but he is out of there. B-site is his domain to save. Passion once again overwhelmed by the Ninjas.
I don't even know why Jambo is still at stairs. I mean, he's just won out that opening fight to an A ramp individual, and he just doesn't move. He doesn't reposition anywhere, whether it's back out to Con to get on top of the box, to look out there to Palace. He doesn't reposition out to jungle, legitimately just stays in the open. And it's just an exec out from Palace with all them flashes, and he just gets caught.
I don't understand how this CT side is so poor. Passion have gained one round. They have allowed Young Ninjas back into this series, back into this map. This is just wild. Not the good kind of wild, I'll admit. Certainly not for Passion, who are starting to realize that they are blowing this. They are really losing control. The save weapons can once again enable some rifles. They can enable a gun buy, but max loss bonus is only going to get you so far. The exit frag's only going to get you so far. Need to insert a round win and connect it into a streak to just close this series down.
And I honestly believe that whoever loses this game will not make the playoffs. They will not beat Nexus. I think Nexus would certainly beat Young Ninjas on a rematch, and I think they would beat Passion UA too. A faster play with the arch smokes coming down towards B, Incendiary and HE from S-Chiller.
Doesn't do as much damage on that HE nade. Flash is set, smokes in the way. S-Chiller and Zero Fix get those picks together. S-Chiller holds on to the double. Bobek gonna close the gap. Heard footsteps. M4 is a USP pulled out on S-Chiller's part, and he's back up from his teammates pretty soon, but he's playing a major thorn on their side on the bomb site. Finally, he is gonna drop. Advantage still taken for the CT side with low HP on Bobek himself, pushing over at Market. Does get overwhelmed by Jackismo, and Silence is all that's left. 1 versus 3 in the back corner of the bomb site. Passion UA have seemingly taken number 11.
Yeah, Bob had to make a play there. In a 2v3 on low HP, something's got to happen. Silence is having a very difficult time of isolating these duels because no one's really giving him much of a fight.
Silence. Zero or hero in this round. And it's Zero. Jackismo straight headshot gained. AKs, double AWPs do not get saved. Okay, I was wondering for a second whether Jambo wanted some extra support on the big greens, but he's happy with the single one. The two AKs certainly valuable to the CT side here.
I do like that call from Mistem as well, because Passion UA, they've just used their last tactical, okay? So they're probably trying to make some adjustments to the overall foundation of the CT side. You just hit them with a B-pop. You try and change it up. You try and mimic maybe what they're doing on A and what they're doing out towards mid. Unfortunately, it doesn't work, and it ruins the economy state. I mean, this buy looks horrendous.
2 Tech 9s back to set pieces, and they've worked these set pieces so well. Passions have been caught off guard so many times. Smokes to connect to jungle and stairs. Counter smokes will try and extinguish the flames being put out by the T sideline. Fear's going to hide himself in it. Darkest Kaspersky. First man in, first man down. Mistem can overwhelm the center of the bomb site. Jackismo's AK gets involved with Zero Fix prodding forward over at jungle, getting himself to. Silence is all that's left. 1 on 3. Passion UA took such a long time to get to this point, but they have finally arrived at map, match, and group point.
And you can easily say that that third tactical was just enough. Because when you've got a 9-1 scoreline, when you've got such a healthy lead, it does just take a couple of rounds. And we saw with the 10th that got gained into the 11th, that allows a reset. That allows a weakened buy to go into round number 22, or in 21, now into 22, where, okay, last one you had a couple of Tech 9s and some AKs. What are you going to have this time around? Galil out for Jokab, Deagle for Bobek, couple of upgraded pistols. Mistem might go Galil as well. He can go pistol if he wants to go extra utility. this is the best chance. Absolute best chance to close.
And one of 3 chances to close. With how overwhelming they've looked in the last round, though, Passion UA should seal the deal here on round 22. Been a while, Matt, probably not as cohesive and consistent as we thought, but could still be theirs.
A Jocab evading all of that anti-rush util deep into the apartments. The bomb's tailing behind him, but they are just working a default. I like the mid take that the CTs have done. We haven't seen them frequently holding mid, but AWP watching top mid, player connector watching underpass. S-Chiller can ask for a rotation almost immediately if there's any B pressure from shore.
M4's hold, Team walk up, Kaspersky caught dead, Silence faces back in and combines to a 1-for-1 trade. AWP posted, lands on Jocab, Silence low HP, gets caught next up, and that should be game, set, and match for Passion UA. Took a very long time, but they do get it in the end. They make their way forward to the playoffs of the West European Series.
And they had to work hard. This was not an easy feat by any stretch of the imagination, and I'm sure Passion UA, step by step, game from game, it's all about the foundations of building up and finding more progression. Was this the cleanest games for them? Absolutely not. But it's a game that gets them into the playoff. It's a game that gets them closer to playing teams at the higher end of Tier 2.
I will admit, though, Dwayne, I have some concerns about how well they'll do against those teams at the higher end of Tier 2, given what we saw in that one. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how they were able to get such a confident Vertigo, completely get outmaneuvered, outclassed in every fashion on that Ancient, and then nearly have the similar thing happen to the comeback on Mirage. Like, it was just very, very messy from the Passion UA side. I'm not sure what to make of things. I know that I think there's deeper-rooted issues with this team. I mean, I can understand, obviously, not being playing at the higher levels of this squad. But, like, look, I'm just looking at this series and just seeing how weird it got, and I'm just not sure that they're going to do very well in the playoff series.
Okay, well, let me give you this one. Have they played a non-team for basically the last month or so? No. This is the only team they're playing with legitimately a core 3 with a brand new 4th player and a 5th player on trial. If you're Fear, you can't prep for this team. You can't prep what you're going to do on an anti-strat. You can't prepare in the same way that you can against a Permitter, against a Nexus. So using that comparison to say, oh, well, it was a poor performance today. How did they lose a map? They lost a map to not a dead team, but a team that's very different to what we've seen in different iterations, and that's probably an aspect that made it quite difficult for Passion UA today.
Well, they did get the victory in the end, 2-1 in the series, and the Young Ninjas fall down to Nexus, and you were saying that you don't see either of these teams being at this Nexus side in the decider match.
No, and the reason for that, I think Nexus are an experienced team. Now, we both know Nexus aren't a high-end Tier 2 team, but they've got experienced players and they play good CS. And the reason I say that is because I reckon they've got a lot more experience than the Passion UA side do. And I also think because you have a rematch in a few days, Nexus should be able to trump it. They should be able to reflect back on that game that they had in the opener, and they should be able to do a lot better. I was quite impressed by, obviously, their third map decider on Vertigo against Permitter, and Nexus are a strong enough team that they should be beating Young Ninjas.
Well, we will find out how well they'll do in tomorrow's decider games, because for today, that is all of our winners and elimination games for Group C and D wrapped up. So just to confirm for you all, Omega, Zero Tenacity, Bleed, and now Passion UA set as our first 4 teams forward towards the playoffs. So at this point, all we've got to do is just decide who's going to go ahead and join them from the rest of the group stage matches.
And knowing that you've got Nemega and Bleed at certain other sides of the brackets, I should say, most likely outcome is that they're the grand finalists. Kind of getting a field of where everyone sits, getting an idea of just how competitive all these teams are going to be. I mean, Sangle versus Alliance, I don't think there's going to be a lot in that series at all. Perivision versus Bait, CIS Derby, that's a little bit of a difficult one to weigh up. Alternate Attacks and Mouse, a series where there's a bit of history between the two, so that could be quite an intriguing game. And then obviously Nexus versus Young Ninjas, I think the Romanians are going to have the edge in that final one.
We get spoiled once again with what could actually be the most fun match of the of tomorrow's proceedings in the last game of the day, actually. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how well the Young Ninjas are going to contest against the Nexus side, whether or not that will come true, whether or not it will be a return from the Romanians, or whether history will repeat itself for the Swedish core. But that is all to come from tomorrow at 11 a.m. at CEST. For tonight, that's all we've got for you. It's been a bit of an arduous one and certainly a longer affair than what we might have thought, Dwayne, but we got through it in the end.
Indeed we did, and it makes me, again, keep an eye on these teams, on who's going to be making it into the playoffs, because what I want to know, not so much who's going to go deep, is who is legitimately going to give Nemega and Bleed the biggest run for their money. They are the two clear favourites in this tournament right now. One good upset in a quarterfinal, and one of our favourites could be gone.
Well, tomorrow is going to be a moment of discovery to see who could well post themselves up as a potential upsetter against those two squads, but that is all to come in tomorrow's proceedings. Again, we will close out the group stage off the back of our last 4 best of 3. So join us tomorrow for even more of the rest European series.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.